guilty on 34 counts. A jury hands the historic verdict to Donald Trump, now the first American president to ever be convicted of felony criminal charges. When Mr. Trump will learn his fate, the political fallout on Capitol Hill, and how it could all impact an already turbulent election season. We have team coverage this morning. The South pummeled by another round of severe weather. Texas hit with relentless rain on the heels of a tornado outbreak. Will the troubles stretch into the weekend? We're tracking the system. Desperate rescues caught on camera, the intense body camera footage showing the chaotic aftermath from a massive explosion at a bank in Ohio. And new healthy eating programs are taking the old adage about an apple a day to heart. The new push to prescribe a healthy diet. And the Mavs leave the Timberwolves howling and punch their ticket to the finals. Highlights from the huge game by superstar Luka Doncic as we tip off Friday. Early Today starts right now. Thanks for being with me to end the week. I'm Frances Rivera. For the first time in the history of the United States, a former president has been convicted of a crime. Donald J. Trump found guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records. The former president's sentencing is scheduled for July 11th, which is just 4 days before the Republican Party is scheduled to hold its convention to officially declare him the candidate. Donald Trump remains a presumptive nominee in a close race for the White House, and he says the real verdict will come in November. NBC's Jay Gray kicks off our coverage.
Somber as he walks from the courtroom, former President Donald Trump lashes out at the decision.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. I'm a very innocent man.
The first man to sit in the Oval Office as president, then the defendant's chair in a felony criminal case, convicted on 34 counts of falsifying business records as part of a scheme to hide an alleged affair from voters.
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors.
Mr. Trump and his attorneys promising an appeal, the presumptive Republican nominee in the race for the White House, saying the decision that matters most will come on Election Day.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here.
Emotions just outside the courthouse following the verdict. A snapshot of the political landscape across the country, deeply divided.
So none of it seems fair to me, and I think a lot of people will feel the way that I feel, that they'll see this as a two-tier justice system.
It was a grand jury indictment and now a jury conviction of his peers. And this is the legal system working.
The former president returning to his Manhattan apartment, waving to supporters, still defiant, despite the historic decision. Jay Gray, NBC News, New York.
For more on Donald Trump's next steps, let's turn now to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Francis. In just a number of hours from now, Donald Trump, the former president, will address cameras about the 34 felony charges that he was convicted on by a jury of 12 New Yorkers yesterday. At Trump Tower, he will be holding a press conference at 11 a.m. Eastern Time to address the conviction. For him, this is significant. It only raises the stakes of the 2024 presidential election just 5 months from now. His sentencing in this case is slated for July 11th this summer, which is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Now, he could face multiple years in prison, but the prosecution could also just seek probation or a fine. It is up to not only the prosecution what they seek, but also the defense to propose what they think the punishment should be. It would ultimately come down to Judge Merchan to make that determination. If he were to be sentenced to any time incarcerated, that would likely be suspended till after, if he were to win the election. And of course, these are state charges that he was found guilty of. He would not be able to pardon himself. So this election, the stakes of it are even higher. His own allies, his two sons, Eric Trump, as well as Don Jr., as well as his campaign and social media posts and an email have suggested that November 5th is going to be the real verdict day, right? This is going to be the day of the court of public opinion. These 12 jurors made their decision after hearing 6 weeks of evidence and testimony be brought before them And after deliberating for about 9 hours, they ultimately made this determination. But for Donald Trump, he has every intention of going and litigating this case outside of this courtroom from here as his legal team seeks the potential appeal of the verdict that came out from that lower Manhattan courthouse. Francis?
Okay, Vaughn, thank you. It is unavoidable that this verdict will have an impact on the campaign trail and on Capitol Hill. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with a political fallout. And Bree, what reaction did the president have?
Good morning, Francis. So we have not heard directly from the president, but in a statement, the Biden campaign said that this verdict shows no one is above the law, saying Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. The campaign is also fundraising using this message. There's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. Republicans are rallying around the former president. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling this a purely political exercise, not a legal one. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying these charges should have never been brought, and he expects them to be overturned on appeal. And Senator Tim Scott, who is possibly a running mate choice for Mr. Trump, shared a video calling this trial a sham.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. D.A. Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system.
And new polling out just before the verdict shows roughly 2/3 of Americans said a conviction would make no difference in their vote. Donald Trump spent the evening at a fundraiser, and the Trump campaign says their fundraising site crashed soon after the verdict because of an outpouring of support. Francis?
All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. So-called doomsday author Chad Daybell awaits sentencing this morning after an Idaho jury found him guilty on all counts for the 2019 murders of his first wife and the 2 children of his then-girlfriend. The triple murder case included details about the couple's affair and beliefs about the apocalypse. Lori Vallow Daybell, the children's mother, was sentenced to life in prison for the murders last year. Texas once again battered by severe storms, the system bringing flash flooding and at least 1 tornado. This coming after tornadoes leveled homes earlier this week, including one family who lost their home when Hurricane Katrina demolished it 19 years ago. Meredith Yeomans from our Dallas-Fort Worth station has the story.
It's overwhelming. Losing a home is something most never experience.
Lots of good times.
Terry and Jen Sharber have now had it happen twice.
There, and I said, I don't know if I have it to do it again. I don't know if I can do it a second time.
The Sharbers were at home with family Saturday night, surrounded by baby gifts from a shower that morning for their 3-week-old grandson.
Our daughter and her friend were sitting right here on this couch when we came out and said, okay, we got to go, we got to go.
They went to their storm shelter. Then Terry woke up neighbors before stepping into the shelter himself.
And ears popped, and
seconds later, a tornado passed right above their heads, destroying their dream home and crushing their neighbors, who somehow survived this.
Yeah, I was worried. Yeah, it was scary. Never experienced anything like that before.
From their flagpole to a window ripped from its frame, to the roof torn off their bedroom.
Even the rafters.
Evidence of an EF3 is everywhere.
It's kind of scary to think about all the possibilities.
And to think that for a family who's lost everything, somehow had this returned.
Yeah, so this is Grace.
A baby picture of their youngest daughter found miles away by a stranger who shared it online.
It's just a precious memory. I mean, that's about the age she was when Hurricane Katrina came through.
Katrina, what destroyed their home the first time.
It's crazy to think that this picture went through Katrina, and it also went through this tornado, and has managed to still come back.
The Sharbers say they'll come back again too.
It'll get better.
Wow, amazing their resilience. Our thanks to Meredith Yeomans for that report. And we are not done with severe weather just yet. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest threat. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, we're looking at more storms today. Looking at the storms early this morning on radar, stretching from the southern plains through the central plains into the Midwest. And that's going to be the theme throughout this Friday. The chance for some really heavy rainfall, large hail, damaging winds, and also the chance of isolated tornadoes. So you can see where those storms are this morning, and that will continue as we go throughout the day. It's all due to a cold front moving to the east into the Mississippi Valley. Best chances for severe storms into Texas, also Louisiana. With that, we're going to see the chance of some really heavy downpours once again. So flash flooding is a concern. And then tomorrow we're going to see showers stretching from the Great Lakes into the Gulf Coast. That includes storms as well. Could see some afternoon, evening supercells fire up across the high plains as well. So we're going to watch that closely tomorrow. 17 million people at risk for severe storms, especially where you see that yellow shading. So San Angelo, Houston, Shreveport, Alexandria. So many spots that have been hit hard already throughout the severe weather season. And we're looking at that chance for heavy rain, especially where you see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. So Little Rock, Jackson, Alexandria, Houston once again could see the chance for some heavy rainfall and also the chance for some flash flooding. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a beautiful day in the Ohio Valley, portions of the New England area, also the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s. Lots of sunshine too, so you need the sunglasses. We're looking at stormy conditions throughout portions of the southern plains. Little Rock, 77. All right, that's your Friday forecast.
All right, thank you, Michelle. For the second straight year, the Kansas City Chiefs are headed to the White House. President Biden is hosting the team later today to celebrate their Super Bowl 58 victory. Last year, quarterback Patrick Mahomes and tight end Travis Kelce gave the president a custom jersey. The team did not make the trip after winning the Super Bowl in 2020 due to COVID restrictions. Still to come, the Mavs mauled the Timberwolves on the road to the finals. But first, the dramatic body camera footage showing the moments after a deadly blast at a bank in Ohio.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on. Now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on. Now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
3 days after that massive explosion at a building in Youngstown, Ohio, police body cam video shows the dramatic scenes of the chaos here after it happened. All as we're learning more about what caused it. Maggie Vespa has the details.
Hey, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
Amid sounds of sirens blaring and gas leaking.
Gas! You got a gas leak! Right there, gas leak!
New body camera video shows the chaos following Tuesday's deadly explosion of a Youngstown, Ohio building, including this harrowing rescue.
Grab her, grab her! All right, all right. Got it? I got her. You okay? You okay? Go ahead. Go. We got it, Joe. We got it. Okay, dear.
I wasn't thinking. I was just going. You can't train for anything like that.
First responders carry her across the street.
I heard you say on your body camera, her leg is shattered.
Yeah. It was moving in ways it wasn't supposed to move. She had looked like multiple lacerations on her face.
This man IDing the woman as his girlfriend, Caroline Pizarro, a single mom from Puerto Rico, working at a Chase Bank in that building.
Somebody from the back of the building came up and said, we need to get out of here. It smells like boom. And that's when it exploded. She was literally just going to grab her purse.
Authorities say the explosion, caught on security camera, left 7 people injured and 1 dead. 27-year-old Akil Drake, another Chase employee. Federal investigators say it's too soon to ID a cause, but revealing after the explosion, utility crews found an abandoned service line in the building's basement that still contained gas.
A possible third-party cut to the pressurized service line is a central focus of our investigation to determine the cause of the gas release and subsequent explosion.
The NTSB planning to release preliminary findings within 30 days.
You got a gas leak!
As to how this could have happened. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Still to come, the Mets tell one of their own he's out, and the Rangers find themselves on the brink of elimination as the Panthers make them their prey. We recap the NHL playoff action right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
$14 for Luka on the logo. What? Doncic again, another 3. Got it. He's a flamethrower.
Luka Doncic put the city of Dallas on his back en route to his first NBA Finals appearance. The Mavs cruised to the decisive Game 5 victory over the Timberwolves behind a dominant 20-point first quarter from the Slovenian superstar. Both Luka and teammate Kyrie Irving were unstoppable, each dropping 36 points on Minnesota. Dallas heads to their third ever finals, where they will face off against the Celtics for all the marbles beginning June 6th. In hockey, the Eastern Conference Finals return to Madison Square Garden Thursday. But even with the Rangers faithful in attendance, a tied Game 5 soon turned into a nightmare for the Blue Shirts.
Lundell scores!
The Florida Panthers rode another late surge with back-to-back goals from Anton Lundell and Sam Bennett, while the Rangers managed their own last-minute score. It couldn't prevent the Panthers from taking a one-game series lead. The series heads back to Florida on Saturday, where New York faces the threat of elimination. And now to blow back on the baseball diamond, the Mets' designated pitcher, Jorge Lopez, for assignment on Thursday. It came a day when Lopez threw his glove into the stands at Citi Field after he was ejected during the team's 10-3 loss to the Dodgers. Lopez generated further controversy after he appeared to say in a post-game interview that he played for the worst team in the MLB. The pitcher took to Instagram on Thursday and explained that he was actually saying that he felt like the worst teammate in the league. Mets manager Carlos Mendoza did not specify whether the roster move had anything to do with Lopez's comments. When we come back, is TikTok making moves to create a U.S. version of its app? And calling all Wolverine fans, Deadpool made a popcorn bucket just for you.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
And here's what's making headlines this morning. The IRS just announced its experimental free tax filing option will become permanent next year. Direct File is designed for filers with simple tax returns like W-2s or Social Security income. Other types of income like gig work are not eligible. The Department of Education is promising a full-scale review of its financial student aid office. This comes after months of delays following this year's botched FAFSA rollout. TikTok is reportedly working on a clone of its algorithm for its 170 million U.S. users. Sources tell Reuters this may result in a version that could operate independently of its Chinese parent company. TikTok later called the story misleading and factually inaccurate without specifying what was incorrect. The Deadpool and Wolverine popcorn bucket has been unveiled ahead of the movie's July 26 release. Deadpool actor Ryan Reynolds posted a video of the bucket to his socials, which depicts Wolverine's head with an open mouth for easy popcorn access.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What they say about an apple a day. Well, several programs across the country are prescribing produce to keep the doctor away. NBC's Valerie Castro takes a look at the growing trend to combat diet-related illnesses.
Chard, kale, collards, mustard greens.
The desert Southwest provides a year-round climate for growing fresh food to fuel a nutritious diet. But organic produce like this isn't always within reach.
We know that healthy, organic, locally grown food is often really expensive. And if it's only available to folks that can afford it, how will we ever really know the impacts on the folks who really need it?
Pivot Produce, run by Eric Stanford, sources the items from more than 30 various local gardens and growers. Pivot partners with the Fresh program here in Tucson, Arizona.
Our goal ultimately is to help prove to, maybe the clinic organization as a whole and to Medicaid nationally that when we provide things like food supplement, that we do have better health outcomes.
Holly Bryant is the dietitian director at El Rio Health, a federally qualified healthcare center where the Fresh program is helping 50 people as part of a National Institutes of Health funded study. Like the Fresh program, there are dozens of programs across the country, both federally and privately funded, prescribing produce for better health, like Fresh RX Oklahoma distributing food in Tulsa, or Food for Health in New York City, partnering with local farmers. All kinds of fresh produce from gardens like these will go to help adults who are both food insecure and struggling with type 2 diabetes.
It's a bit of a flip on the way we think about health and the way we think about how food impacts health.
Participants have their prescriptions filled every other week for 6 months. Jose Silva Pena has type 2 diabetes.
The food they gave me nourished me more. It helped me not take so many pills, not to inject myself. I see that my sugar is regulated.
¿Y qué comiste antes?
Beans like other Mexicans and tortillas and things like that. Well, they raise your blood sugar. I can't eat very nutritious vegetables because they are more expensive.
A 2023 study found that if an estimated 6.5 million adults like Jose were prescribed produce for an average of 25 years, it could save nearly $40 billion in healthcare costs.
Just like they're going to pick up their medication, they can also pick up food. Again, that kind of food as medicine model, and that it does lessen the burden on the healthcare system.
Food as medicine for a future full of healthy possibilities. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
That is the way you eat your greens and your reds and yellows and oranges too with those vegetables. Thanks for kicking off your Friday with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great weekend. See you back here early Monday. A monumental moment in American history. Former President Donald Trump found guilty on all counts. Now he's forever the first commander-in-chief convicted on felony criminal charges. The political fallout already underway as he awaits sentencing. From the courthouse to the campaign trail, we have team coverage on this uncharted era in presidential politics. The storm-battered South can't catch a break. After a deluge of rain, hail, and hurricane-force winds, May is going out with a bang. We're tracking another round of severe weather. Could your dream house come with a dream mortgage? How some home buyers are skirting sky-high rates. And the Mavs are shipping out to Boston to take on the Celtics. Luka Doncic dominates the Wolves on the road to the NBA Finals. We have all the big plays. And can you spell champion? The 12-year-old wordsmith crowned king at Scripps National Spelling Bee. It's the last day of May and the last day of the work week. Early Today starts right now. And glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with that stunning verdict delivered in a Manhattan courtroom. Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, found guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records. That makes him the first American president to be convicted of a crime. Mr. Trump is calling this a rigged, disgraceful trial, saying the real verdict will be delivered on Election Day. He remains the presumptive Republican nominee in a close race for the White House. The former president's sentencing is scheduled for July 11th. It's just 4 days before his party is scheduled to hold its convention to officially declare him the candidate. NBC's Laura Jarrett kicks off our coverage.
Former President Donald Trump found guilty, convicted by a Manhattan jury of all charges. Now the first American president ever convicted of a crime. Jurors finding Mr. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying his business records to cover up a conspiracy to influence the 2016 election by hiding how he reimbursed his former fixer for paying off a porn star before the election. The Manhattan jury of 7 men and 5 women included 2 lawyers, 2 in finance, and the foreman in sales, and reached their decision after 2 days of deliberations, after hearing from more than 20 witnesses over 6 weeks. The prosecution's case largely came down to whether jurors would believe the word of Michael Cohen, Mr. Trump's former attorney and self-described fixer. Cohen was the only witness who directly tied Mr. Trump to the alleged crime of falsifying business records. He testified Mr. Trump directed him to pay off Stormy Daniels so she couldn't derail his campaign. She'd alleged a sexual encounter years before, but Mr. Trump vehemently denied it. Prosecutors argued at trial the former president was desperate to keep her silent, panicked after the release of the Access Hollywood tape, and then covered it all up, approving a scheme to disguise the $130,000 payoff with a phony paper trail through invoices, vouchers, and checks. Cohen's credibility in this case was key, the defense team branding the now disbarred lawyer who'd been convicted of lying under oath as the MVP of liars with an axe to grind against Mr. Trump, while prosecutors argued Mr. Trump chose Mr. Cohen for the same qualities that his attorneys now urge you to reject his testimony. Mr. Trump, who did not testify, reacting to the verdict, attacking the case as politically motivated by a Democratic DA in deep blue Manhattan.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here.
Outside of court, boos and cheers. District Attorney Alvin Bragg reacting to the verdict.
We arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law.
And our thanks to Laura for that report. For more on Donald Trump's next steps, let's turn to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Francis. In just a number of hours from now, Donald Trump, the former president, will address cameras about the 34 felony charges that he was convicted on by a jury of 12 New Yorkers yesterday. At Trump Tower, he will be holding a press conference at 11 a.m. Eastern Time to address the conviction. For him, this is significant. It only raises the stakes of the 2024 presidential election just 5 months from now. His sentencing in this case is slated for July 11th this summer, which is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Now, he could face multiple years in prison, but the prosecution could also just seek probation or a fine. It is up to not only the prosecution what they seek, but also the defense to propose what they think the punishment should be. It would ultimately come down to Judge Merchan to make that determination. If he were to be sentenced to any time incarcerated, that would likely be suspended till after, if he were to win the election. And of course, these are state charges that he was found guilty of. He would not be able to pardon himself. So this election, the stakes of it are even higher. His own allies, his two sons, Eric Trump, as well as Don Jr., as well as his campaign and social media posts and an email have suggested that November 5th is going to be the real verdict day, right? This is going to be the day of the court of public opinion. These 12 jurors made their decision after hearing 6 weeks of evidence and testimony be brought before them. And after deliberating for about 9 hours, they ultimately made this determination. But for Donald Trump, he has every intention of going and litigating this case outside of this courtroom from here as his legal team seeks the potential appeal of the verdict that came out from that lower Manhattan courthouse. Francis?
Okay, Vaughn, thank you. It is unavoidable that this verdict will have an impact on the campaign trail and on Capitol Hill. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with the political fallout. And Bree, what reaction did President Biden have?
Good morning, Francis. So we have not heard directly from the president, but in a statement, the Biden campaign said that this verdict shows no one is above the law, saying Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. The campaign is also fundraising using this message. There's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box. Republicans are rallying around the former president. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling this a purely political exercise, not a legal one. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying these charges should have never been brought, and he expects them to be overturned on appeal. And Senator Tim Scott, who is a possible running mate choice for Mr. Trump, shared a video calling this trial a sham.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. D.A. Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system.
A new polling out just before the verdict shows roughly 2/3 of Americans said a conviction would make no difference in their vote. Donald Trump, he spent the evening at a fundraiser. The Trump campaign says their fundraising site crashed soon after the verdict because of an outpouring of support. Francis?
All right. Thank you so much, Bree. Turning overseas to the war in Ukraine, 2 American officials tell NBC News President Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to use U.S. weapons to strike inside Russia. It comes a day after Secretary of State Antony Blinken seemed to leave the door open for the policy shift. The officials say Biden's decision only applies to the area around the northeastern city of Kharkiv. That's where Russia launched a new offensive in recent weeks, and it aims to ensure Ukraine can strike back if Russia attacks. A 58-year-old Brooklyn man is facing attempted murder and hate crime charges after police say he drove his car onto the sidewalk in front of a Jewish school on Wednesday. Surveillance video captured the terrifying moments. Authorities say he tried to mow down people outside the school while yelling anti-Semitic words. Police later arrested the suspect outside a nearby business. Thankfully, nobody was injured. Turning to Texas, where dangerous flash flooding hit the Dallas-Fort Worth area Thursday, wreaking havoc on roadways. A Dallas city worker needed to be rescued after his truck became stranded in floodwaters. This comes as nearly 200,000 remain in the dark after storms tore through the area earlier this week, toppling trees and power lines. Meanwhile, in West Texas, the National Weather Service confirmed a tornado in Midland. And the threat continues today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking what's next. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Francis. Great to see you. And yeah, we're looking at the chance for more storms today. We're seeing the storms early this morning with lots of lightning, hearing the thunder as well. You can see on radar, the storms are stretching from the Midwest into the Central Plains, also the Southern Plains. And that will be the theme throughout this Friday. We're looking especially across the Southern Plains, Texas, Louisiana, for the threat for severe weather. It's all due to a cold front that's moving slowly into the Mississippi Valley. Best chance for severe storms into Texas, Louisiana. That includes the threat for damaging hail, also damaging winds, heavy rainfall once again that could lead to flash flooding. And then by tomorrow, we'll see those showers and storms stretching from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. And we could see a late afternoon, evening supercells firing up across the high plains. So watching that closely tomorrow. 17 million people at risk once again for severe weather through tonight, especially where you see the yellow shading. So San Angelo, Del Rio, Victoria, Houston, Alexandria, Shreveport could see the chance for severe storms. And with that, we could see heavy rainfall, and that will lead to more flash flooding, including Waco, Houston, Shreveport, Little Rock into Springfield. And we're also looking at anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at a really nice day in the Ohio Valley, portions of the Northeast, New England, Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures in the 70s with lots of sunshine. It's going to be a stormy day once again in the Southern Plains, also parts of the Central Plains. 78 degrees today in Oklahoma City. All right, that's your Friday forecast.
I appreciate that, Michelle. Thank you. Coming up, the Mavs punched their ticket to the NBA Finals in a thrilling win against the Wolves. But first, how some home buyers are scoring low mortgage rates that seem too good to be true.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the number one issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
High interest rates are weighing on the housing market. Last month, pending home sales hit their lowest levels since the start of the pandemic. And with the rates hovering around 7%, some are turning to a creative home buying maneuver called an assumable mortgage. And it's helped some score rates closer to 3%. But is it too good to be true? Our Brian Chung takes a look.
House hunters aren't exactly holding their heads high with mortgage rates where they are.
Interest rates are absolutely out of control. May I suggest a tree house? What?
Everybody talking about, oh, you need to buy a house, yeah, until that mortgage rate go up. So that escrow payment just skyrockets.
But for some home buyers, hope. Christopher and Ashley Sutton purchased this home in Northeast Maryland in February. Even though mortgage rates are around 7% now, the Suttons were able to pick up the previous owner's mortgage rate of 3.4%.
It's something called a assumable mortgage. Never heard of it in my life.
John Gatsoulis is the RE/MAX realtor who got creative to make it happen.
An assumable mortgage is where the buyers assume the existing mortgage that the seller already has in place, instead of the buyers going out and getting their own mortgage.
After qualifying and agreeing with the buyer, the Suttons were able to take over the previous owner's mortgage, who had bought the house when rates were in the range of 3%. So in 2024, the Suttons picked up this house at a rate about half market rates, meaning big-time monthly savings.
Do you have an estimate for how much you saved by going through an assumable mortgage versus just outright buying?
$1,000. Maybe like $1,000, $1,500 for sure.
Roughly.
Yeah.
An estimated 12.2 million loans might be eligible for assumable mortgages. That's about 23% of homes, which could cover these right here in Northeast Maryland. That's because many VA loans, and in the case of the Suttons, FHA loans, are eligible for assumable mortgages, but many conventional mortgages are not. Another challenge, the borrower needs to cover all the equity already built up in the house. For the Suttons, it worked out because the previous owner had only built about a year and a half's worth of mortgage payments before having to move to Florida for work.
It was just one more of those stars that had to align for this to work.
Experts say assumable mortgages may not be right if the current owner has paid off a large stake of the house already. The Suttons said the process involved a lot of paperwork too. But in the end, it landed them their dream home.
What's your favorite part of the house?
Blue.
The what?
That is blue.
That is blue? From the
That was Brian Chung reporting. Still to come, the NBA Finals are set. Dallas has a bounce back for the ages with a dominant performance by Luka Doncic. All that plus the night's NHL action right after this.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
For Luka on the logo. What? Doncic again, another three. Got it. He
He's a flamethrower.
Luka Doncic put the city of Dallas on his back en route to his first NBA Finals appearance. The Mavs cruised to the decisive Game 5 victory over the Timberwolves behind a dominant 20-point first quarter from the Slovenian superstar. Both Luka and teammate Kyrie Irving were unstoppable, each dropping 36 points on Minnesota. Dallas heads to their third ever Finals, where they will face off against the Celtics for all the marbles beginning June 6th. In hockey, the Eastern Conference Finals returned to Madison Square Garden Thursday, but even with the Rangers faithful in attendance, a tied Game 5 soon turned into a nightmare for the Blue Shirts.
Lundell scores!
The Florida Panthers rode another late surge with back-to-back goals from Anton Lundell and Sam Bennett. While the Rangers managed their own last-minute score, it couldn't prevent the Panthers from taking a one-game series lead. The series heads back to Florida on Saturday, where New York faces the threat of elimination. And now to blowback on the baseball diamond, the Mets designated pitcher Jorge Lopez for assignment on Thursday. It came a day after Lopez threw his glove into the stands at Citi Field after he was ejected during the team's 10-3 loss to the Dodgers. Lopez generated further controversy after he appeared to say in a post-game interview that he played for the worst team in the MLB. The pitcher took to Instagram on Thursday and explained he was actually saying that he felt like the worst teammate in the league. Mets manager Carlos Mendoza did not specify whether the roster move had anything to do with Lopez's comments. When we come back, how the IRS is working to make filing taxes easier and cheaper, and the Department of Education's new promise after months of student aid chaos.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. The IRS just announced its experimental free tax filing option will become permanent next year. Direct File is designed for filers with simple tax returns like W-2s or Social Security income. Other types of income like gig work are not eligible. The Department of Education is promising a full-scale review of its financial student aid office. This comes after months of delays and errors following this year's botched FAFSA rollout. TikTok is reportedly working on a clone of its algorithm for its 170 million U.S. users. Sources tell Reuters this may result in a version that could operate independently of its Chinese parent company. TikTok later called the story misleading and factually inaccurate without specifying what was incorrect. The Deadpool and Wolverine popcorn bucket has been unveiled ahead of the movie's July 26 release. Deadpool actor Ryan Reynolds posted a video of the bucket to his socials, which depicts Wolverine's head with an open mouth for easy popcorn access. No word on the cost so far. Early today, we'll be right back.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with a story of one 12-year-old from Houston who's been traveling the country to show his admiration for law enforcement while raising awareness about childhood cancer as he himself battles the terminal brain tumor. He's now been sworn in as an honorary officer at over 800 agencies, including 15 in Louisiana just this week. Dan Jovic, for our Shreveport affiliate, brings us his story.
They want to live a life of service to others.
Every time I get sworn in, it makes me feel great.
12-year-old DeVarjay DJ Daniel and his father Theodis have been all over the United States raising awareness about childhood cancer. They stopped by the Bossier Sheriff's substation on Viking Drive.
This young man here today, you talk about courage.
DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer in 2018. Shortly after, he told his dad he recognized the help law enforcement provides to those in need and wanted to be an honorary officer. Since then, he's been sworn in at 822 agencies across the country.
Oh, I miss you.
When Bossier Sheriff Julian Whittington heard about DJ, his office jumped at the chance to help.
Not only will we do it, but we'll invite a few of our friends, and I think we ended up with like 15 law enforcement agencies here today to swear him in and give him a badge.
DJ's been through 13 brain surgeries, and he doesn't know how much time he has left, so he's making days count.
As soon as you see that light leave your eyes, that's when you know God's calling you home. On my 11th brain surgery, I woke up on a cloud. God told me I was one of his angels and I'm doing God's work.
We're not promised tomorrow, but we do have control of what happens the very next 3 minutes of our lives. And it's not just about being selfish. We're all here. We're in a big village. We all need to learn how to live together and try to help each other, support each other.
Law enforcement, of course, is not always fun. But this is something we feel like we're really helping somebody, and so it's been a positive experience for us as well as this young man.
What a difference he's making. Our thanks to Dan Jovic for that story. There was no stumping Bruhat Soma at the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Your first word is
Bruette.
Brouette.
Adelantado.
Adelantado.
Hypercheme.
Hyporchgme.
Bicelium.
Biscellum.
Micteric.
Mycterc.
And Dacia.
No idea what any of these words mean. The 12-year-old was crowned the champion at the prestigious competition on Thursday after besting Faizan Zaki in a rapid-fire tiebreaker. Bruhat correctly spelled 29 words to Faizan's 20. He takes home over $50,000 in cash and prizes. And the buzz around the new Spelling Bee champ continues. Coming up on the Today Show, Bruhat Somo will be live talking about his nail-biting win. I'm Frances Rivera. Thanks for being with us.
Convicted. Of course, we begin this morning with an unprecedented moment in American history. Former President Trump is awaiting sentencing following his conviction in his New York hush money case. It's all over the headlines this morning. That historic guilty verdict marks the first time a former U.S. president has been convicted of a crime. The jury took 9.5 hours to deliberate, ultimately finding Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records. Trump supporters and protesters gathered outside the court, clashing with each other as the verdict was read. As he has done many times during the trial, Trump spoke outside court, slamming the guilty verdict.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
It's a major victory for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. The first-term DA brought forth the first indictment against Trump in April 2023 in what was perceived by many as a risky approach of prosecuting this felony case that centered on documents paid off.
I did my job. Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
So what's next? Well, there are no laws on the books barring someone who has been convicted of a felony from running for president. And Trump is continuing his presidential campaign. He is set to be sentenced on July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Good morning. Thank you very much for being with us on this big news day this Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. That is where we are going to start. As expected, the reaction to former President Trump's guilty verdict is sparking strong feelings from supporters and opponents. NBC's Dasha Burns was on the ground outside the courthouse with protesters from both sides. She got their reaction to this historic verdict.
This is the legal system working, and this is how America is supposed to work. And I feel very happy for America. I feel very happy for democracy, because this is how it's supposed to work.
I'm shocked because I thought they actually wasn't going to find him guilty, because everybody else around him get found guilty, but actually he doesn't get found guilty. So I'm actually shocked that the verdict went the day it went. But again, just because he's found guilty, it doesn't mean that he's actually going to see the inside of a jail.
He's innocent. He's an innocent man. The media is not telling the truth. No, he's an innocent man. Those people, they didn't know what they were doing.
Because I think that people will see that he's being persecuted. It's so clear to the average person that he's being absolutely attacked, vilified. I mean, they've been doing it since he came down the escalator in, 2015?
We've got a team standing by to talk about this monumental verdict and its legal and political implications. We start things off with NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Basugian, who joins us from outside Trump Tower in New York, and our legal analyst Danny Savalos. Good morning to both of you. Yasmin, this is history. Donald Trump becomes the first U.S. president, former or current, to be convicted of a crime. Walk us through this guilty verdict and how it all unfolded yesterday.
It was unbelievable, having covered this trial for the last 6 weeks or so. You can imagine we thought we were actually going into recess at 4:30 in the afternoon as the judge came out and said we're going to stop at 4:30. And then a note came in those final moments saying, in fact, the jury had a verdict, though they needed 30 minutes to fill out the verdict sheet. And all of us were certainly on edge awaiting that verdict. And when it came down, the only word that I can use to describe that verdict was shocking. Shocking because the former president of the United States was found guilty on all 34 counts. Not shocking necessarily because the evidence and the case that was presented by the prosecution, but more shocking as to how this is really going to go down in the history books. The former president's reaction, as you played, Savannah, at the top of the show, incredibly angry. But inside that courtroom, not much emotion, not so much even as a shrug, as we heard from folks that were inside the courtroom when it came to that verdict. They were jovial as we were awaiting the judge and the jury to file back into the courtroom, thinking that we were going to go into recess. But immediately, that emotion, that reaction turned when they heard the verdict from this jury of 12 people, 12 New Yorkers, 12 Manhattanites saying guilty on all 34 counts. As you mentioned as well, July 11th is the sentencing, just 5 days before the Republican National Convention. Incredible to even think about that. The former president also spent yesterday evening at a fundraiser after that guilty conviction. So certainly a day for the history books, guys.
Danny, let's bring you in here. First, just your reaction to this verdict and how it came in those 9.5 hours. What do you make of that?
I was surprised at how fast the verdict came in. I would love to say that I predicted it. I expected it would be today. At the end of the day, that was the safe money because juries don't typically like to spread things out over into the weekend if they can help it. But some of the early signs were that this jury was willing to work late. They were willing to work hard. They seemed very diligent. There weren't a lot of excuses. There weren't a lot of late jurors. So in a sense, not too big a surprise. The thing that I thought might make this deliberations last longer was the initial notes. We got notes very quickly, and I really believe there would be a lot more notes about the legal issues in this case, which I thought were very complicated. So that, to me, I'm guessing, and we'll know when the jurors decide to speak, is I expect they took a simple approach. They found deception. The transaction suggested deception. They took that deception and they transferred it to all the necessary intent they needed for what was a complicated three-tier, three-level finding that they had to make. And they felt that as to all counts, they could just sort of distribute that intent to all counts. They probably didn't spend a lot of time on every document. After all, the prosecution spent that time in their closing, which lasted 4.5 hours.
Which apparently might have worked in this situation.
Yes.
Exactly.
And I want to talk just very briefly, you know, it's very easy for people like me to sit in the cool air conditioning and say that closing took too long. But if I'm Joshua Steinglass, I am telling everyone I did what I needed to do, and the rest of you take your opinions and you can shove them.
Yasmin, we know Mr. Trump, he was absolutely fuming about this verdict. Tell us a little more about his reaction and how he plans to proceed from here. We know there's going to be a news conference outside Trump Tower later this morning.
You got to love when Denny Savalas tells someone or tells himself to take his opinion and shove it. Yes, he tells himself.
To be clear,
exactly. Yes, there's going to, to be clear, yes. Yes, he's going to have a news conference today, 11 a.m. in Trump Tower behind me. That's where Donald Trump is sleeping right about now, or maybe he's up this morning. We don't know, but he is going to be having that press conference. Again, as I mentioned, he had a fundraiser last night as well. He was angry about this verdict. I want to play for you guys a moment after he emerged from the courtroom, the immediate reaction that he had as well.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case.
And numerous social media posts as well, one of which in which the former president just put out there, rigged. Hearing from Todd Blanche as well, his attorney who you saw standing behind the former president as he made those statements last night. He was kind of making the rounds on the cable networks yesterday evening, say he felt in his soul the former president was not guilty, but in fact the jury decided the opposite of that. I imagine the president is certainly going to be, the former president I should say, is going to be hitting the campaign trail. Remember, he is the Republican presumptive nominee for president. Again, the convention will happen just 5 days after that sentencing on July 11th. Really incredible to think about that span of a week when in fact he will be sentenced, could possibly be facing up to 4 years in prison as the most, and the least probation, and 5 days later possibly accepting the nomination for president of the United States in the run-up to November, guys.
Danny, you were just talking about how maybe the length of the closing argument from the prosecution really did have an impact here, the level of detail. I'm not sure it ever really boils down to something this simple, but just looking at this from a legal aspect, do you see this as a case where the defense's case wasn't strong enough and the prosecution's was so strong, their evidence was so strong? How would you kind of split their performance?
Sometimes as a defense attorney, you have a case that, and the term that we use is a dead bang loser. You know it's a loser and the client just wants to go to trial. That was not this case. And that's evidenced by the fact that the Manhattan DA's office, at least according to a book written by a former prosecutor, struggled to define or to figure out a theory of reliability in this case. They commissioned an outside law firm to tell them whether or not what their theory was even a crime. So that tells us that this was anybody's game. It really was. This was a defensible case. In other words, this was a case that you could have gotten a not guilty. But as we saw, the jury came back with a resounding victory for the prosecution. So I don't think it was any clear-cut winner. Nobody knew for sure until the jury came back in with their verdict. So this was really anyone's game until we got the announcement.
Trump has not been successful in court, civil or criminal now. He keeps losing these big cases. Do you get the impression he has much of a voice in his defense, and might that be harming him in some ways?
Very much so. Number one, I think Todd Blanche confirmed what we all suspected last night when he was making the circuit on the interviews, that Trump was very involved. Nothing wrong with a client being involved. It's good for a client to be involved, but a client can be too involved. And criminal defense attorneys will tell you that sometimes a client's over-involvement during a trial can really mess up their case. For example, if it's true that Donald Trump pushed for them to argue that he did not have sex with Stormy Daniels, that was a misstep because it was an issue that did not need to be raised. Stormy Daniels' cross-examination could have been 3 minutes. It could have been, are you a member of the Trump organization? Do you handle any of their bookkeeping? No, I don't. Thank you very much. Sit down, and that's it. Instead, by fighting the whole sex angle, or did you have sex, did you have dinner, everything else, now the jury is reminded over and over again what a cad that Donald Trump is, what a slimy engagement this whole seedy affair was. And they focus on that, and that's the kind of thing that the defense arguably brought in some bad character evidence about their own client. But don't get me wrong, the Stormy Daniels testimony may be a strong ground for appeal. It may have been just too prejudicial, even if you could argue that the defense to some degree opened the door.
Sentencing scheduled for July 11th. Walk us through the options there, what the judge is thinking about, and then also just pointing out, as we mentioned, that Trump is holding this press conference at 11 a.m. today. That's while this judge is still making this decision. What do you think about that?
Yes, and so that is probably the biggest factor that might suggest an incarceration sentence is the complete, and I expect this will continue, the lack of acceptance of responsibility, which is a factor in sentencing. But I have to say every other factor other than Trump's obvious lack of remorse, lack of acceptance of responsibility, mitigates in favor of a non-incarceration sentence. You have the offender's age, he's a first-time offender, no guns, no drugs, no violence, lowest level felony, and then an additional argument I would make that I think reasonable minds could differ is that there is no traditional loss. You don't have victims who were defrauded out of their money the way you do in many fraud cases, and that is the single biggest driver, especially in the federal system, of sentences is the dollar amount of loss. Now, you could make an argument that the people of New York were defrauded, that they lost. I get it. Reasonable minds, I think, can differ. But if I'm a defense attorney, I make the argument there's a zero loss here. So all of those factors, other than the absence of accepting responsibility, in my view, mitigate towards a probation-only sentence.
All right. Danny, thank you so much, as always. Yasmin, thank you for your reporting over these last several weeks. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist for more reaction. Aaron, good morning. So the Biden campaign did not waste any time yesterday reacting to the verdict. What are they saying?
Well, Joe, we heard from the Biden campaign within minutes of that verdict coming down. We did not hear from President Biden himself, and there's a very high likelihood that we won't hear him hold any sort of formal commenting on this verdict there in New York. The Biden campaign put out a statement that started with saying that no one is above the law. He says that's what we saw. Michael Tyler, the campaign spokesperson, said that's what we saw in New York yesterday. He went on to say that that the campaign is going to stay on message, really. They believe that former President Trump is a threat to democracy. And that's the point that they tried to drive home, both with the statement that they put out yesterday and with the fundraising efforts they made as a result of this verdict coming down. There were requests that went out to campaign supporters and campaign donors asking for more donations. We also heard a very short statement from the White House, from the White House counsel's office yesterday, saying that we respect the rule of law and we have no additional comment. Joe, Savannah?
Aaron, so the campaign began fundraising after the verdict was read. Is that kind of a signal of the president's strategy going forward here? How does this trial, this verdict, impact what we think we'll see from him?
So we know that the campaign in the month of June plans to pivot in a sort of way. Their position is that they want to be more aggressive against the former president now that the trial is over, that the trial was something that really sort of sucked up all the oxygen in the political universe over the last several weeks. The Biden campaign has had some struggle with trying to break through the news cycle. Now that the campaign's behind them, now that the trial is behind them, the campaign does intend to ramp up its commentary about the former president and what they believe will be the challenges for a second Trump administration. Not necessarily to beat him over the head with this verdict. We don't know whether there'll be a constant effort to use the term convicted felon when talking about the former president, but the campaign does intend to talk more about what Donald Trump did during his term in office and what they believe is at stake going into the November election, Savannah and Joe.
And we do have to remember, these two are going head-to-head soon. Biden and Trump slated to take part in their first debate less than a month from now in Atlanta. It obviously depends on what the moderators are going to ask, but how much, Aaron, do we expect this verdict to play a role in the debate?
Yeah, that's a big question. The debate's coming up in Atlanta on June 27th, so at the end of the month of June, and it's a question whether we'll see President Biden himself in a room with the former president to see whether he'll actually beat him over the head with this conviction. We know that the former president has taken a position, as we heard yesterday, as we'll likely hear today when he speaks to the media, that he is a victim here, that the Joe Biden administration has weaponized the judicial process and gone after him. That's something that he has leaned into, and we could reasonably expect to hear more of during a debate. The question is whether the current president will have a response to that, or will take that as a line of attack during the debate. We know that that President Biden has started preparations for the debate, but how much he'll engage on that issue versus issues around the economy, issues around public safety, issues around foreign policy. It's yet to be seen whether he'll engage more on those issues or go after Trump's personal life. Guys?
All right. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's get you to weather now. There are more strong to severe storms expected today across the southern plains. For more on how that can impact you, we're going to get you your forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're going to see a stormy Friday for many in the southern plains, the central plains, into parts of the Midwest, actually. And we're seeing those strong storms now in the southern plains with really heavy rainfall once again. That's going to be a concern with rain, heavy downpours as we go throughout the day here. 10 million people under flood watches. That's where you see the green, and you can see some heavy rain falling where you see those brighter colors. Concerned about storms, too, this morning. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in spots until later on this morning. And we're going to continue to watch that as we go throughout this day. That's because we have a cold front moving off to the east. It's going to move into the Mississippi Valley. It's tapping into some really warm, humid air, and that's why we're concerned about storms sparking once again. Best chance for severe storms will be in Texas, also Louisiana, so from the southern plains across the Gulf Coast, but we could see some heavy rain even into the Midwest, seeing some storms there as well. So this is going to stretch pretty far. That will be the same story as we go throughout tomorrow. It's sort of a pair of cold fronts that are going to join forces tomorrow. So showers and storms from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast, and then we're concerned about later supercells forming across the high plains, and that would be later on Saturday into the evening and nighttime hours. So through tonight, we're looking at 17 million people at risk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, but this morning could see winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour with any of the storms that are out there now. Damaging hail, an inch or larger. We're looking at large hail this morning, and a few possible tornadoes. So places where you see the yellow shading, that is the likeliest spot. San Angelo, Del Rio, San Antonio, Houston, Alexandria, Shreveport would be some of the spots that is most likely to see the storms later on today. Then tomorrow, we're talking about the central high plains, the southern high plains, North Platte to Garden City, Clayton down to Pecos. We're looking at the chance for really large hail, 2 inches or greater, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, heavy downpours once again. and could see an isolated tornado. So we are concerned about flash flooding like we saw yesterday. So much rain, really heavy downpours, lots of humidity in the air. And we're looking at Springfield to Little Rock, Memphis, Shreveport, Houston, Waco could see flash flooding as we go throughout the day. This is why we're looking at some heavy rain where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows, 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inches. But some of these storms could train and we could see some heavier downpours within them. So that's in the middle of the country. Otherwise, we're looking at a really nice day in the Northeast, New England, temperatures in the 70s, a little bit below average, about 2 degrees below average in most spots. Lots of sunshine throughout the Carolinas. So a nice Friday there, really nice Friday throughout the Southeast as well. And we're hot and dry in the Southwest, but still looking at lots of sunshine in the Intermountain West, the Pacific Northwest. So really the weather is in the middle of the country. We're looking good in the East. We're looking good in the West as well. Saturday, nice beach day once again in New England, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, down into the Carolinas, the Southeast. But we're going to look at that flood risk from Midwest into portions of the Tennessee Valley, parts of the Gulf Coast as well, and also concerned about those severe storms, guys, in portions of the Central High Plains and also the Southern Plains. Back to you.
All right, a lot to watch for this weekend. Michelle, thank you so much. More to come here on Morning News Now. New developments in the clash between Senate Democrats and the Supreme Court over ethics issues. We'll tell you why Chief Justice Roberts is declining to meet with Democratic lawmakers.
And we are flipping the script. We're closing out AAPI Heritage Month by giving you a behind-the-scenes look at the first all-Asian American ballet company in the nation. Stay with us.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We turn now to the latest on the war in Gaza. Yesterday, Hamas leaders told mediators If Israel stops the fighting, it would release all of the hostages.
It comes as we're getting new images of the devastation and destruction in the refugee camps of northern Gaza, where Israeli forces withdrew just yesterday.
NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So NBC News is reporting, as I said, that while Hamas is saying it's open to releasing hostages, if Israel stops the aggression, that in a closed-door meeting, an Israeli official said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would not agree to those terms unless it helps him politically. What are you learning about this proposal and the Prime Minister's stance here?
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Yeah, the families of Israeli hostages are absolutely reeling from this bombshell report that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's national security advisor, in a meeting with hostage families, said the Prime Minister will not agree to end the war in return for the release of all the hostages unless he sees opinion polls that prove to him it would be politically advantageous. Now, as you can imagine, the families are outraged that the lives of their loved ones appear to be part of some kind of political consideration. That's according to the National Security Advisor of Israel. And they are putting out a statement, the Hostage Family Forum today, saying they believe the lives of the hostages are being sacrificed on the altar of political expediency by this government. Now, we spoke to someone who was in the room during that meeting with the National Security Advisor. He said it was really a stunning moment to hear what to him sounded like naked politics when his cousin is being held in Gaza when she has been there for nearly 8 months at this point. We did reach out to the Prime Minister's office about this. They put out a statement saying that the National Security Advisor, Zahi Hanegbi, does not comment on what is said in closed-door meetings, but he did say Israel is obligated to bring the hostages home. Those families are calling for major protests in the coming days to try to really, really put pressure on Netanyahu to make the release of the hostages a priority. Guys.
Raf, let's talk more about an issue we discussed with you just yesterday. Israeli forces claim they now have operational control of the buffer zone in southern Gaza. The Egyptian government has warned any further action would be a violation of those countries' 45-year-old peace agreement. So what kind of response are we getting from both Egypt and Israel here?
Yeah, Joe, as you said, the peace treaty between Israel and Egypt is an absolute cornerstone of Israeli security. You'll remember these two countries fought major wars in 1967 and again in 1973. They have been at peace since the 1980s, and it is really one of the bricks upon which the security order in the Middle East is built. And right now, that peace treaty is under a lot of strain. The Egyptians are warning that the presence of Israeli forces just meters from the Egyptian border in Gaza is a potential violation of that treaty, which was brokered by the United States under President Carter. They are very, very unhappy about it. And as we discussed, it actually led to this incident last week where you had this very unusual cross-border gunfight between Israeli troops and Egyptian troops. At least one Egyptian soldier killed. Absolute fury in Egypt among the general population, who are already very, very unhappy about what Israel is doing in Rafah, that it has now reached a point where Israeli gunfire is killing Egyptian soldiers. Both sides seem to be trying to lower the flames a little bit on that actual shooting incident, but diplomatically, the tensions remain very high. Guys.
Raf Sanchez, thank you very much.
In Washington this morning, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts is declining to meet with Senate Democrats. Those lawmakers wanted to discuss the High Court's ethics following reports that controversial flags were flown outside the houses of Justice Samuel Alito.
In a letter to senior Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, Roberts said he respectfully declines the invitation that he suggested would constitute a threat to judicial independence. It comes a day after Justice Alito says he will not recuse himself from two cases related to the January 6th riot at the Capitol by denying responsibility for those flags.
Joining us now for more is NBC News Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley. Lawrence, good to have you with us. So this is actually not the first time the Chief Justice has declined an invitation to speak in front of or with Congress, talking about ethics concerns about a sitting justice. What are his reasons for saying no, and how are Democrats responding?
That's right. Last year, the Chief Justice declined a request to actually attend a hearing on the Hill to talk about these things. citing these judicial independence, separation of powers issues. He seems to have taken an even more dim view of this idea that he could meet separately with Democrats in a sort of more informal setting, not in a hearing room where Republicans would also be. And he called this inadvisable, especially because the Democratic senators, they have an interest in how some of these cases are coming out this year, especially the case involving former President Donald Trump and his election interference case, which is one of the cases that people are saying Justice Alito should recuse himself from. So he clearly thinks, the Democrats themselves, have an interest in this politically, so it's not really advisable for him to do it.
Lawrence, let's talk about Justice Alito's part of this. He's arguing that this controversy doesn't meet this high standard for recusal of a case because he says it was actually his wife who flew the flags. Explain to us what that bar is for recusal here and who sets it.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer for who sets it is that it's the Supreme Court itself that sets it, and it's the justices who enforce it. They're the ones who make the decisions on whether to step aside from a case. And the bar is high because they say, well, there's only 9 Supreme Court justices. Unlike lower courts, you can't kind of switch out one judge for another. So the presumption is they are going to sit in a case unless there's a showing that a reasonable person might find that they were not impartial. And in Justice Alito's letter the other day to members of Congress, he clearly thinks that bar wasn't met, partly because it was his wife, he says, who flew the flags, and partly because a reasonable, unbiased observer, which he clearly thinks Democratic senators are not, would not think that he would have to step aside.
So, Lawrence, high-ranking Senator Dick Durbin indicates he's going to support legislation that would hold the court to a stricter code of ethics. We have to keep in mind the Constitution has this whole separation of power thing. So how much power does Congress have to impose something like that? I mean, what do Senate Democrats hope that looks like even?
Yeah, I mean, that's an open question, right? I mean, Justice Alito last year actually said himself, Congress has no role to kind of police the justices like this. But the justices have followed rules set by Congress in the past on ethics issues, such as they filed their annual disclosure reports and things like that. So there would be potentially a separation of powers issue if Congress wanted to set up like an inspector general for the Supreme Court kind of thing, an independent person who would investigate things like this. But the question is, how would that actually be challenged? How would it end up in court? And, at the end of the day, it's the Supreme Court that gets to decide these issues. So it would set up a lot of very complicated, potentially theoretical legal questions.
An important point there. All right, Lawrence Hurley, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Still to come on Morning News Now, we are continuing our team coverage of former President Donald Trump's historic conviction in his hush money trial.
We're going to discuss the main takeaways from the trial and what Trump's allies are saying about this guilty verdict. That's next.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with our top story of the morning, the conviction of former President Donald Trump. Mr. Trump was found guilty on Thursday of all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. It is the first time a former U.S. president has been convicted of a crime. The jury reached a unanimous verdict after deliberating more than 9 hours over the course of 2 days. Mr. Trump is now set to be sentenced on July 11th. That is just days before the start of the Republican National Convention.
Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen for more analysis. John, always great to see you. So we're talking today when we do have this verdict, we do have this conviction. Just to tick off some details here, it lasted for more than a month. We heard from several high-profile witnesses on the prosecution side, only 2 called by Mr. Trump's defense team. And now, after just 2 days, we get this verdict, guilty on all counts. Broadly, what are your takeaways here?
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Broad takeaways here are that the defense didn't really mount a cohesive narrative of what the alternative was here. The prosecutor said, here's this scheme that got hatched by David Pecker, Michael Cohen, and Donald Trump to help Trump win the 2016 election. Part of that scheme was to basically kill bad stories against Trump. And in fact, that's basically what happened when Michael Cohen paid to silence Stormy Daniels on behalf of Trump. Prosecution presented a mountain of documentary evidence of documents and, of course, the testimony, particularly of David Pecker, of Hope Hicks, and to some extent Michael Cohen, I think, was convincing to the jury. As a result, the defense really didn't sow enough doubt, in the minds of the jurors in order to get Trump off of these charges or to even get a hung jury.
John, how are Mr. Trump's allies reacting to the verdict? Any of those reactions standing out?
They're very much following Donald Trump's lead. So you hear, sort of choose your own adventure for each politician, each of the allies as to what they're comfortable saying, but it basically follows a pattern of attacking the court, attacking the idea that he could get a fair trial in New York, attacking Joe Biden, the president of the United States, whom Donald Trump has accused of orchestrating this case in New York. There's obviously no evidence that Joe Biden has been engaged in this, but basically you're hearing a very united front from Republicans attacking the justice system.
John, in his remarks to reporters outside the courthouse, as we've played for our viewers this morning, Mr. Trump had said the, quote, real verdict will be on November 5th. Of course, that's Election Day. What can you tell us about the Trump campaign strategy headed into the election after this?
I think they're going to use this as much as they can to rally Republicans. This is a moment for the base. It is absolutely clear that Trump allies are angered by this. People who have long supported Trump say that that in the best of cases, this is a case that should not have been brought against him and that it is political in nature. And so they're very angry about it. What's not clear, and I think what's most important going forward, Savannah, is what is it that independent and swing voters in the handful of swing states think about this? There's some polling that suggests that this could be harmful for Trump among that set. But of course, that polling happened before we had a verdict. So now we'll have to see what the public opinion is among that set going forward.
I mean, John, we know that this helped Mr. Trump with the GOP nomination. There are questions about whether it would have that kind of impact in the general election. Quietly behind the scenes, what are you hearing from Republicans? How worried were they about a guilty verdict here and the impact it could have in what's expected to be a close election?
It's a great question, Joe. And, most of what I've heard has been sort of a united front. There are not a lot of people in the Republican Party talking about the potential damage to Donald Trump. I think they understand that if they even talk about the possibility that it could damage him, that could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So there may be some cracks in the coming days and weeks as we see more Republicans interviewed about this. Obviously, the ones who are, uneasy with Donald Trump are less likely to be the first ones out of the gate with statements, to be the first ones to call reporters or to go on, the sort of right-wing media to message this for Trump. So, there may be a little bit of a slow burn here. I expect we'll see some Republicans express doubt about whether this is something that actually helps him.
John Allen, thank you for your analysis and reporting throughout this. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up, a health warning this morning. The CDC now reporting a third person has been infected with bird flu.
And health officials are flagging a new symptom in this latest case. A medical expert will tell us more about that and what you can do to prevent the spread of the virus. You're watching Morning News Now.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to this morning's biggest financial headlines. The U.S. could possibly be getting its own version of TikTok.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Happy Friday to you guys. Yeah, so TikTok is reportedly working on cloning its algorithm to create a U.S.-only version. This would work independently of the platform's Chinese parent company ByteDance. Now, Reuters says that this is part of efforts to show U.S. lawmakers the business operates freely from its owner in Beijing. TikTok is already suing the U.S. government over a new law that gives ByteDance until January 19th to pass control of the app to someone else or face a ban. TikTok is denying the Reuters report. The IRS is expanding its new free tax filing program. The agency launched a pilot version of the direct file earlier this year for people in a dozen states with certain simple tax returns. More than 140,000 taxpayers successfully filed their returns. Next year, the IRS will allow some taxpayers in all states and Washington, D.C. to use direct file, although not all states may choose to participate. And there's no frank inflation coming to Costco. The CFO of the Warehouse Club says the chain's beloved $1.50 hot dog combo will remain at that price, at least for now. The hot dog and soda combo has been a long-standing favorite of Costco members, and the price has remained unchanged since 1985, and that's thanks to a promise made by the company's founders. Thank goodness, guys. I mean, after spending $386 on 7 items, I need that $1.50 hot dog combo.
Exactly. I really love that hot dog. It is one of the best out there.
Thank you, Silvana. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, if you are house hunting this year, you know that current mortgage rates can put your dream home right out of your price range. Mortgage rates are around 7%, but a creative home buying strategy called an assumable mortgage is helping home buyers score rates closer to 3%. Sound too good to be true? Well, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung explains how it's possible.
House hunters aren't exactly holding their heads high with mortgage rates where they are.
Interest rates are absolutely out of control. May I suggest a tree house?
What? Everybody talking about, oh, you need to buy a house, yeah, until that mortgage rate go up. Till that escrow payment just skyrockets.
But for some home buyers, hope. Christopher and Ashley Sutton purchased this home in Northeast Maryland in February. Even though mortgage rates are around 7% now, the Suttons were able to pick up the previous owner's mortgage rate of 3.4%.
It's something called a assumable mortgage. Never heard of it in my life.
John Gatsoulis is the RE/MAX realtor who got creative to make it happen.
An assumable mortgage is where the buyers assume the existing mortgage that the seller already has in place, instead of the buyers going out and getting their own mortgage.
After qualifying and agreeing with the buyer, the Suttons were able to take over the previous owner's mortgage, who had bought the house when rates were in the range of 3%. So in 2024, the Suttons picked up this house at a rate about half market rates, meaning big-time monthly savings.
Do you have an estimate for how much you saved by going through an assumable mortgage versus just outright buying?
$1,000.
Maybe like $1,000, $1,500 for sure.
Monthly.
Yeah.
An estimated 12.2 million loans might be eligible for assumable mortgages. That's about 23% of homes, which could cover these right here in Northeast Maryland.
That's because many VA loans and, in the case of the Suttons, FHA loans are eligible for assumable mortgages, but many conventional mortgages are not. Another challenge, the borrower needs to cover all the equity already built up in the house. For the Suttons, it worked out because the previous owner had only built about 1.5 years worth of mortgage payments before having to move to Florida for work.
It was just one more of those stars that had to align for this to work.
Experts say assumable mortgages may not be right if the current owner has paid off a large stake of the house already. The Suttons said the process involved a lot of paperwork too. But in the end, it landed them their dream home.
What's your favorite part of the house?
Blue.
The what?
That is blue.
That it's blue from the
Pretty cool. Our thanks to Brian Chung for that report.
We want to update you now on a story we've been following for a few weeks. The CDC is reporting a third person has now been infected with bird flu originating from sick cows. Officials are on high alert over some new symptoms present in this particular case.
Yeah, but that's because unlike the first 2 patients, this third person additionally contracted upper respiratory symptoms. All 3 of those infected had reportedly been in direct contact with cows or birds.
Let's bring in Dr. Susanna Hills for more. She is a pediatric surgeon and an assistant professor at Columbia University here in New York. Dr. Hill, good morning. So these new symptoms, are they an indication the virus is mutating or changing at all? Or maybe this is becoming more transmissible? How concerned should we be about this?
Yeah, Joe, there is some concern. So to be clear, the CDC is saying this virus is still at low risk to humans, but the fact that we're now seeing respiratory spread potential, you're not seeing respiratory spread happen, but there's the potential when you see respiratory symptoms like coughing, that gives us the concern that the virus could spread through the air. And that's a much faster, quicker way to spread than, for example, needing to touch an infected animal or an infected person and then touch somebody else.
What kind of steps should we be taking to prevent the spread of this flu? I mean, is this something that people who are not in regular contact, as we just said, like working on a dairy farm, something like that, should be concerned about? Like, what are the situations that put you at risk?
Well, it's certainly something that's being investigated, and the CDC is doing testing now on the virus to see just how transmissible it is. But for the moment, the recommendations that are being given are primarily directed at dairy workers, people working on farms who could be in contact with infected animals. And what they're recommending is primarily protection from contact spread, meaning wearing protective gear, wearing gloves, wearing boots, those kinds of things, in order to prevent the animal to human spread that we do see happening.
Doctor, testing, is that a crucial part of keeping this virus contained? Talk more about what role that can play.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really big part of managing viruses like this. Right now, the testing has largely been focused on animal populations in order to control herds or farms that have spread amongst their animals and livestock. We're also seeing increasing amounts of testing, though, for people, particularly in Michigan, where they've seen these recent cases of human contraction of this virus. So they are testing people as well, dairy workers, farm workers who are at risk.
All right, Dr. Susanna Hills, thank you for your time this morning. Important topic. We appreciate your expertise.
You bet.
We have much more in store for you on this busy Friday morning. We are flipping the script after the break in honor of AAPI Heritage Month.
Yeah, we're excited about this one. Today, we're spotlighting the talented dancers of the Asian American Ballet Project. They're giving us an inside look at how they're preparing for their second season and what they're doing to bridge the cultural divide through the arts. That is coming up next. Stay with us.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on. now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Okay, this is pretty fun. We are back with a sneak peek of Disney's rebranded Splash Mountain ride. Riders will be transported to New Orleans on the Princess and the Frog inspired ride, which finds Princess Tiana on a mission to find the secret ingredient for her Mardi Gras feast. A video shared by Walt Disney Imagineering showed the exciting footage of the attraction with amazing animatronic figures of Tiana on the familiar log flume. Don't worry, the 50-foot drop Disney fans all know and love will still be the same. The ride is set to open at Walt Disney World in Orlando on June 28th. I know we both love Disneyland, Disney World.
Yeah, and that's a cool one.
Cool.
That was long overdue for an update, so I'm glad they're doing that.
I know.
And it'll be so much to see, I bet.
It's so awesome. Also, this is always like a point of pride. My cousin is a Disney Imagineer.
Ooh.
So he gets to work on all these things, so it's very cool. So we're excited.
And to have that be your title.
I know.
Imagineer.
And now he's like one of the bosses of all the Imagineers.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
All right. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. As AAPI Heritage Month comes to an end, we want to introduce you to the Asian American Ballet Project. Based in Boston, it's billed as the first all-Asian American ballet company in the nation. Propelled by fiscal sponsorship and crowdfunding, the project's 10 talented dancers are now preparing for their second season. Their goal, exploring the connections between Asia and America and bridging the cultural divide. The Asian American Ballet Project gracefully debuted last year, founded by Beth Mochizuki, a professional dancer for 20 years who says sometimes she felt alone. Often she was the only Asian American dancer.
I feel like we are making an impact, and it's important to people to see us on stage.
Among those who joined the company, dancers Azamat Asengul and Molly Patrizzo.
Actually, Beth told me her idea. I remember that day. And I thought, yes, let's do it. That's such a great idea.
Molly, what has this meant for you?
It just meant a lot to me to feel like this change was happening at some point in my career. Because I remember specifically thinking, as a student, this is something that I could see happening. I'm not sure when.
As a student, how hard was it to see yourself on the stage, and what impact did that have on you?
I didn't have many Asian American dancers to look up to in my career. It didn't seem off-putting to me until I grew up and realized, no, there are other people that are dancing and different cultures, different backgrounds that should be represented in the world that just aren't.
Once you start as a professional, you feel like, I can do it. Everyone, we can all do it. We're working hard together. And then you feel like, can I really do it if there's no one that we see that looks like us? So I guess that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring everyone together, so that kind of barrier is removed, that we can definitely all see ourselves doing everything.
Another thing they're working to correct, problematic portrayals of Asians in ballet.
There are a few that are set in India, and it's just coming from a colonialist, imperialist kind of perspective that's problematic today. And they're depictions that are a bit stereotyped and just not like what we really want to be showing, especially to the youth of today. Like, we want people to see visions and visuals of us on stage that are more accurate and that aren't really steeped in that sort of negative bias.
For example, in the Nutcracker Chinese tea, I would almost always be cast as that. Not to say that that's bad, but I do really appreciate Beth trying to really deconstruct different pieces, also just finding choreographers that want to create pieces that are just culturally much more accurate and much more telling of true Asian stories.
It takes having people not just on stage, but behind the scenes to make that change happen, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Bringing Asian American voices in, different choreographers who want to work with us as an all Asian American cast and find that meaningful. So I think there are lots of opportunities for us to add to ballet and to just grow the Asian American diaspora as well.
Our thanks to Beth, Molly, and Asa for chatting with us. The Asian American Ballet Project's latest production is called Intersections. It's set for the end of June at the Calderwood Pavilion in Boston. And I just love the point. It's not just the dancers on stage, but it's the choreographers and those who are doing things behind the scenes, making sure they're just telling these stories.
And I think for people who, don't do ballet, hearing them express how there is a certain way that you're telling stories that are more true to their culture is really interesting. Yeah. And thank you to Joe for bringing us that. Beautiful.
Thank you to our whole team for putting that one together. We appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere, though, on this busy news day. The news continues right now.
We begin with a monumental day in U.S. history. For the first time, a former president has been convicted of a crime. Across the country this morning, Americans are waking up to headlines like this one from the New York Times. It simply reads, "Guilty." It took jurors less than 10 hours to convict Mr. Trump on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in a scheme to hide an alleged affair from voters before the 2016 election. The former president appeared somber as he left the courtroom yesterday after the verdict, but remained defiant when addressing reporters.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
After the verdict, New York City's top prosecutor, DA Alvin Bragg, who brought the case to trial, also weighed in.
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors.
Mr. Trump now set to be sentenced on July 11th. Mark your calendars. That is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, where the GOP is set to officially select him as their nominee for president.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on such a busy day. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. We showed you one of the headlines there. There are many headlines this morning, some a little more simple that say Trump convicted, others maybe a little more opinion behind them, from guilty to injustice.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a Times here, too. We've got a packed show this morning, of course. We're covering everything from the political fallout to the historic nature of this conviction. We've got a lot to get to. We're going to begin with NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who has been covering it all.
Hi there. Good morning. It was an indelible moment in history in a case that almost didn't happen. A documents case revived by Manhattan prosecutors telling a far more sweeping story, one that accused the former president and likely GOP nominee of trying to hoodwink the American voter.
This morning, Donald Trump securing a new place in history, the first American president convicted of a crime. A Manhattan jury finding Mr. Trump guilty of falsifying his business records to cover up a conspiracy to corrupt the 2016 election.
I'm a very innocent man.
Jurors deliberating for just 9.5 hours after hearing from more than 20 witnesses over 6 weeks of testimony. The 7 men and 5 women entering a silent courtroom packed with reporters but no cameras. Mr. Trump expressionless as the verdict was read swiftly. Guilty 34 times. The former president craning his neck to see jurors as they were each asked to confirm their verdict, none appearing to make eye contact with him on their way out. Each of their identities kept anonymous for their own safety. The presumptive GOP nominee, who did not testify in his own defense, vowing to fight.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here.
And overnight, those backing Mr. Trump voicing their support as he left a fundraiser.
Never surrender!
The outcome, a resounding victory for Manhattan prosecutors led by District Attorney Alvin Bragg, a Democrat who campaigned on holding Mr. Trump accountable, and the former president has repeatedly attacked as politically motivated.
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law.
The trial, a byproduct of a years-long saga, a sordid tale beginning with an alleged one-night stand between the then reality TV star and a porn star, which Mr. Trump has vehemently denied, a story that bubbled up at an inopportune time in 2016, with Mr. Trump in damage control after the Access Hollywood tape leaked, scrambling, prosecutors said, to bury any stories that could have hurt his election chances. His former fixer, Michael Cohen, testifying he was directed to pay off Stormy Daniels. And then Mr. Trump approved a scheme to reimburse Cohen, covering their tracks through a phony paper trail.
The documents speak for themselves.
The former president now set for sentencing on July 11th, facing the possibility of up to 4 years in prison to just probation, just 4 days before he's expected to officially accept the GOP nomination.
Now, many have questioned the practical upshot of this conviction, but there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that prevents Mr. Trump from running for office or being reelected once again. Back to you.
Laura, thank you very much.
Let's talk a little more about the jury experience, specifically a high-profile jury with Amanda Brainerd. She was on the Harvey Weinstein jury. Amanda, thanks for your time this morning. Your perspective is especially helpful. I mean, this jury spent 2 days deliberating before reaching their final verdict. You and your fellow jurors took 5 days to convict Weinstein back in 2020. From your experience of being part of such a high-profile case, were you surprised this verdict was handed down so quickly? What do you think that tells us based on your experience?
I think it tells us that they were pretty much in agreement from the beginning and that they only asked for further clarification of the judge's instructions and for more testimony to be read to hone in on the letter of the law and maybe clear up any minor dissent in the jury room. Our decision was much more arduous, and the disagreement was much more severe from what I can tell, because it took us so long. And I also think that because the accusations were of a much more emotional nature in the Weinstein case, people were more emotional about it and brought more of their personal experience to bear in the deliberations than in the Trump case. That's what I gleaned from how quickly they arrived at a decision.
Amanda, talk to us just about the weight on the shoulders of these jurors. I mean, this is such a massive trial with major implications. Yours, of course, was extremely high profile, but without the kind of the political weight of the fact that this is the first time that we're seeing something like this with a former or current president. I mean, how is it possible to drown out the external noise and just focus on the case?
I don't think you can get onto a high-profile jury like this without being able to view the defendant with a high degree of neutrality as much as you can. When it's very important for all the jurors who were given many chances to get out of being on the jury during the jury selection process. They were asked over and over, can you be fair and impartial? And if there was any hesitation, you were out. So you had to be able to view the defendant just as any person, as any citizen in the United States who was on trial, and look at the evidence only and not worry about who the person was.
Amanda, what do you think is next for these 12 jurors? I mean, I'm sure there's a sense of relief, their job's been done, but how easy or perhaps how hard is it to step back into their day-to-day lives now?
You know, after the Weinstein trial, I was hounded by the press. They called my children at school. I was really frightened. And you don't recognize, I think, when you go into such a high-profile case, what the aftermath is going to be and how exposed you feel. We were also not anonymous afterwards, and I felt very exposed, and I refused to take any press calls in order to protect myself and my family. I was really frightened. And I think it's probably worse in this situation because Trump is such a divisive figure, and he's a politician and a former president. I don't envy these jurors.
We know that was a tough time for you. We appreciate you, Amanda, taking a few moments to speak with us this morning about your experience.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
A unique one to get to hear about. NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella now joins us with more on the verdict. Angela, good morning. So we just heard Amanda say there she took the 9.5 hours that it took this jury to deliberate as a sign that they were probably in pretty good agreement when they stepped into the room. But what do you think? What do you make of the time spent?
I think it's hard to make any conclusions from the time spent, but I do think we have a hint from maybe that last set of questions that was discussed yesterday after I was on the show, and that was asking for clarification from the judge on the rain metaphor, which is about intent. So the idea there is that the defense has been saying that Michael Cohen is the only one who can link Trump to this crime at all, period, and that is equivalent in the juror instructions to you have to see the rain in order to say that it is raining. But the instructions also said you can infer intent, which means if you see an umbrella that's wet, if you see a windshield that is wet, you can infer that it was raining. So that was the final clarification there. And so then what the prosecution did with that long summation that we discussed was go through the mountain of other evidence of all those other things, saying, look, the umbrella was wet, all these other things. Who benefited the most? It was Trump. So I don't know that we can really make conclusions from the time amount beyond they really focused on that intent. That was the final thing that clinched it.
Mr. Trump has spent a lot of time criticizing the judge, Judge Merchan. That judge will now decide what his sentence is. What are the possibilities here? What are the likelihoods?
The possibility ranges from just probation up until 4 years, and 4 years in totality, even though he had 34 counts that he was found guilty of. In this case, because it all stemmed from one incident, they would not be one after the other. They would just be together. So it would all be 4 as the maximum. Now, I think it's very unlikely, though, that we will see a prison sentence, given that the average case for a first-time non-offender with this Class E felony offense in New York State does not serve jail time. And I think the judge has been so intent on trying to treat Trump no different from any other defendant that I really think his default is going to be to try to fall in that median area and not go to one side or the other, because that just then opens him up to further controversy and further attacks that he was biased one way or the other.
So Mr. Trump, as we mentioned earlier this morning on our program, is holding this press conference this morning at 11 a.m. outside of Trump Tower. What do you make of that from a legal perspective? The fact that the real fate here still hangs in the balance in terms of the sentencing, and that he's going to come out and talk about it. I mean, what would you say to your client?
Well, it's quite problematic. First of all, the gag order is still in effect, so it really depends what he's going to say in this. Is he going to keep attacking the judge who, as we know, is in charge of his sentencing? But perhaps that is part of his intention, that if he does that and then the judge reacts, that it looks like he's even more biased. I mean, Trump likely has a lot of intentions in this. I do think, though, that his team is going to start looking into the jurors a lot more carefully, and that is potentially what they're going to look for in a grounds for appeal. They're going to look into all their histories and see if there was any outside bias that they could ground an appeal in.
That really gets you thinking about the job that those 12 jurors did, especially after just hearing
very honorable
from Amanda. Angela, thank you very much.
Now to the potential political fallout of this guilty verdict on former President Trump and what it could mean for him as the Republican Party's presumptive nominee in the November election. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more on that.
Hey there, good morning to you. Mr. Trump's campaign is casting him as a victim here, but his critics say this shows this system works. Here's one thing we do know. There's a rare point of agreement between both Team Trump and Team Biden that as far as a political verdict, it will be the American people who will deliver that in November. After that historic verdict this morning, political fallout falling along party lines, with Republicans rallying behind the former president.
This is the most outrageous travesty I've ever seen.
While Democrats argue Donald Trump's conviction shows he's not fit to serve.
Today was the day justice caught up with Donald Trump.
Mr. Trump aggressively fundraising off the verdict, attending a dinner overnight. His campaign casting him as a political prisoner, even though he hasn't been sentenced yet, saying a surge of donations crashed their fundraising site. The former president's defenders include a laundry list of potential running mates, many of whom appeared alongside him at court this past month, as did House Speaker Mike Johnson, now calling the conviction a shameful day in American history. From Donald Trump Jr., disgust.
Guilty on all accounts, give me a break.
And Mr. Trump's daughter, Ivanka, a former senior advisor in his administration, but rarely seen this campaign, posting a throwback photo online, writing simply, "I love you, Dad." But the former president's critics make the case his conviction proves no one is above the law. From Mr. Trump's 2016 opponent, Hillary Clinton, at an event in Washington, a not-so-subtle nod to the news.
Anything going on today?
Some recent polls show President Biden pulling ahead slightly if Mr. Trump were to be found guilty of a felony. But other numbers show about 2/3 of Americans say they've already made up their minds. Now, however, a conviction's no longer a hypothetical. It's the unprecedented reality, an X factor in key battlegrounds ahead of November when voters will decide.
I don't see him as that much of a criminal. What he did was, it might have been a crime, but I don't think it was that much of a crime.
To me, it's justice. It's obvious. This is how our judicial system works.
And that collision course between the legal and the political will be on full display later on this summer, with that sentencing date coming just 4 days before Mr. Trump's set to accept the GOP nomination at the Republican convention in Milwaukee. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. Let's bring in a friend of the show, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss for more perspective. Michael, historic day to say the least. How do you put this in context?
Well, I think the way to do it, and there's going to be a lot of politics about this, and this will be a controversial verdict, but of all the presidents who have served, there's only one who's been convicted of 34 criminal felonies, and that is Donald Trump. And the other part of this is that what Trump's critics will say is that a big part of a president of the United States job, and he is above all a candidate, he's going to be nominated, presumably, by the Republicans in July. A big job of what a president does is to fulfill his oath to defend, preserve, and protect the Constitution, which means rule of law. And they might very well say, how can you support the rule of law and swear to protect it at the same time as you're saying the system is rigged? A judge and jury are bad. People throughout American history who have been in favor of law and order have been the first to defend the rule of law.
Michael, we're a little over 5 months away from the presidential election, and when you watch the reactions to this verdict, I mean, it appears that there are just two groups of people who believe fundamentally different things about what happened, about our justice system. What do you think about how divided we seem to be? I think that we've had a lot of indications of that over the last several years.
Sure.
But as this verdict comes down, both the Trump and Biden campaigns march on towards November. What do you think about the state of America?
Now, beautifully and painfully said. That is absolutely true. And what is different between this time and most of American history is, for instance, 1974, Richard Nixon committed offenses that caused him to have to resign to escape a criminal trial and going to jail. If Richard Nixon were guilty of the same things in 2024 in the media atmosphere we now have, there would be a big media bubble around him saying Nixon is a great guy, Nixon is not guilty as charged, there's something wrong with this system. A lot of people would have believed it. But cutting through all of that, I think, are the words convicted felon. That's something that conservatives understand, progressives understand, and I think that in the tradition of America, when a judge and jury reach that position, I think you're going to have to be very strained and tormented to say it doesn't have any meaning.
Michael, looking ahead to this year's election, I mean, one of the key issues is going to be the issue of democracy, the issue of rule of law. I mean, historically, have we ever seen that be an issue like this before in such a big race?
Never. And we have never seen a president of the United States, a candidate, or an ex-president say our system is rotten. And the reason that they don't say it is that, let's say there's a riot in some city in October, and the police or the National Guard are called in, you know, is that candidate going to say they're part of a corrupt system? Those who are rioting should not listen to what they ask them to do? You know, there's nothing more American than the system that we have to administer justice. It's supposed to give justice to the powerful and also to the weak. It gave it to the powerful yesterday, but that does not mean it should not be respected.
Michael Beschloss, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you both. Nice to see you, as always.
You as well. Let's take a look now at your weather. Get your weekend forecast.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And looking really good in the Northeast. Along the East Coast, really lots of sunshine. Temperatures not bad either, right around normal in the Northeast for this time of year. We're going to be summer-like as we head into the weekend. And the West Coast looking good as well. The Intermountain West, the Southwest are going to be hot and dry. It's the middle of the country where we're concerned about severe weather once again. Heavy rain throughout portions of the upper Midwest. Central Plains could see some stormy weather as well. And we're looking at storms and flooding impacting portions of the Southern Plains along the Gulf Coast as well, especially in Texas and also Louisiana. We had heavy rain yesterday. We're going to see it once again today. And then as we head towards Saturday, we're looking at severe storms in the Central High Plains, the Southern High Plains once again. Intermountain West still looking good with lots of sunshine, as is the Southwest. We're going to be into the triple digits, though, in places in southern Nevada, also in Arizona. A nice beach day for New England, the Northeast, into the Mid-Atlantic, along the Carolinas and the Southeast. A nice start to your weekend. And then as we head towards Sunday, we're looking at severe storms in portions of the Northern Plains. Central Plains could see some rain as well. And the storms slide east. So now we're talking about the interior parts of the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, into the lower Mississippi Valley once again. Florida, you could see some showers too, especially central and southern Florida. Desert heat into the triple digits again in the Southwest. Lots of sunshine in the Intermountain West. And then we're going to have another storm system moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest. So we're going to see some rain there on Sunday. But this morning, we're looking at 10 million people under flood watches. Where you see the green, that's where we're under the flood watch. And you can see why. We're seeing heavy rain moving through right now. We've been watching this all morning long, and we're going to continue to see the threat for some heavy rain, heavy downpours, also the threat for severe storms. So 17 million people at risk from San Angelo to Del Rio, San Antonio, Houston, Shreveport, Alexandria, the likeliest spots where you see the yellow there. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well and a few tornadoes. Tomorrow we'll see that into the Central High Plains, also the Southern High Plains, large hail, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, an isolated tornado or two. That would be tomorrow. And then, guys, we're looking at some storms still on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, Michelle Grossman, thank you very much. We've got a lot more to get to this morning, including a return to Titanic. Well, a billionaire says he's planning to visit the infamous wreck less than a year after that deadly submersible accident. Why he says now is the time to go, and why not everyone's on board.
But first, a royal health update, what we're learning about King Charles and Princess Kate's return to royal duties. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a royal health update. It looks like Princess Kate will not be returning to her duties just yet. Kensington Palace announced yesterday that she will not be at the dress rehearsal next week for King Charles' birthday parade.
The news comes as Buckingham Palace says King Charles will be making an appearance, but in a slightly different way than usual.
NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us from London with more on this. Megan, good morning. So we know Princess Kate's attendance at next month's Trooping the Color has been the topic of conversation since she usually has an official role in the event. What else is the palace saying about this so far? Do we know who will perform her duties in her absence? Do we get any more info on her status?
Well, Savannah, good morning. Good to be with you. Look, the Kensington Palace came out yesterday and did confirm that Princess Kate will not be at the rehearsal for Trooping the Color next weekend, as you mentioned, but they didn't confirm whether or not we would see her at all for the ceremony, for the King's celebratory birthday celebration, which is going to be held in 2 weeks. Now, last year, you may recall, she was given the honor of the Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guard. So at this event, she would inspect the troops, she would receive the salute, but the palace tells us that this year that is something that would be taken over by a lieutenant general on her behalf. Savannah.
Let's talk about King Charles. The palace confirmed that he will be attending his birthday festivities, but not in the usual way. Tell us about that.
Right, yeah, you're absolutely right. So Buckingham Palace says that we will see the king, but as you may remember last year, he was on horseback during this parade, inspecting his troops, receiving the salute. This year, the palace tells us that he is going to be doing the same thing, except he'll be in a carriage alongside the queen. And, you know, the palace was very clear that they sort of gave us this heads up last month when we saw the king return to public-facing duties that, you know, some of his events might be modified, adjusted, given on based off of the advice of doctors. And of course, this certainly appears to be one of those instances.
So Megan, our viewers might remember that this for Princess Kate is going beyond what they had initially said in terms of when she would return to royal duties. Do we have any new information there, any new indication?
Yeah, so Savannah, you know, at this point, it's unclear as to when Princess Kate is going to return to public-facing duties. And I can tell you it's definitely going to be a very unusual summer, to say the least, for the royal family. I mean, so many people look forward to seeing Princess Kate at Wimbledon, for example. She's very active. She loves tennis. You may remember when she did that friendly match with tennis great Roger Federer. At Wimbledon, we usually see her presenting the trophy to the winner. And then, of course, there's the royal ascot, where a lot of people look forward to seeing her there as well. It is not likely that we will see her there this summer, but, you know, her focus right now is trying to make a full recovery.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you very much for the latest here.
A real estate billionaire is planning a new underwater voyage to try and reach the Titanic.
Yeah, and this comes, of course, less than 1 year after 5 people were killed when the OceanGate's Titan submersible imploded. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa spoke with the man behind the new mission, and she joins us with more. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, guys. This is certainly turning a lot of heads, raising some eyebrows. The first of its kind sub will be called the Explorer, and billionaire Larry Connor assures us it will be rigorously tested before plunging thousands of feet into the sea. He hopes this effort will renew America's belief in safe deep-sea exploration after OceanGate's similar attempt went horribly wrong last year.
Larry Connor has soared to the International Space Station and down to the deepest parts of the ocean. But it's the billionaire's next adventure that's arguably turning the most heads. He wants to take this newly designed submersible to the Titanic shipwreck, the same deep-sea voyage that killed 5 people less than a year ago.
Growing questions surrounding that deadly submersible accident.
This was a terrible disaster, but in our opinion, an avoidable one. And if done correctly, we can demonstrate worldwide that this type of exploration and submersible is safe.
The real estate and tech entrepreneur has partnered with Trident Submarines to build a vessel that will send him and the company's CEO on a research mission to the Titanic. The infamous shipwreck is roughly 13,000 feet under the sea, where water pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface.
These are dangerous conditions. Why are the risks worth taking for you?
So I would reframe this. These can be dangerous conditions. We are going to go through multiple steps, multiple certifications to ensure that this vessel, and specifically the hull, is safe and sound.
The OceanGate submersible imploded last June, instantly killing its CEO and 4 passengers.
I've broken some rules to make this.
Following the deadly disaster, there was intense criticism over the company's lack of testing and use of experimental materials, especially the submersible's carbon fiber composite hull. OceanGate has since suspended operations. Mechanical engineer Bart Kemper was among those to express concern before the implosion, but says he trusts Trident.
What is different about this mission here?
The big difference here is that we're using proven technology that's still innovative, but it's been done the right way.
So you would go on this exploration?
In a heartbeat. Sign me up.
Connor reiterating his top priority.
If you're asking, are we confident we can do it safely? The answer is yes.
So the estimated $13 to $15 million submersible is still being built with the goal of launching in the summer of 2026. But Larry Connor stressed if any safety concerns are raised, that date will be changed or even erased altogether. In the meantime, a multi-agency investigation continues into the deadly OceanGate incident from last year.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, every year, the Scripps National Spelling Bee words leave us, certainly I'll speak for myself, me, scratching our heads and running for our dictionaries. But neither the dictionary nor his competitors could stop this year's champion.
Yeah, in the lightning round tiebreaker, 12-year-old Bruhat Soma spelled 29 words correctly to beat his opponent pretty easily there and snatch the victory. For winning the competition, Soma received a trophy and more than $50,000 in cash. Here's a glimpse of that lightning round that secured him the big win.
Your first word is bruette.
BROUETTE.
Adelantado.
ADELANTADO.
Hypercheme.
HYPORCHEME.
Bicelium.
BISCLLIUM.
Mycteric.
MYCTERSE.
Endacha.
ENDECHA.
Saracen.
SERSEIN.
Nyctalopia.
NYCT.
Means that Bruhat Soma, you are the 2024
champion and presenting the trophy, Scripps CEO Adam.
Now, fresh off the big win and that anxiety-inducing round, my goodness, is Bruhat Soma, the 2024 National Spelling Bee champion. He's here with us. Bruhat, good morning. First, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
You are so welcome. So you won 3 back-to-back spelling bees before participating actually in last night's National Spelling Bee. This is also your 3rd time competing in the National Spelling Bee. So we're going to get into a bunch of the details on the words, but first just tell us, how did it feel when you did win?
Yeah, I felt really happy. This was what I've been working really hard for the past year. I've been really serious. So yeah, I'm happy it all worked out, and then I won. It's a dream come true.
Oh,
I can only imagine. So we saw that lightning round tiebreaker there. It's known as a spell-off. You spelled 29 words correctly, very quickly without breaking a sweat. I mean, in that moment, what was going through your mind?
Well, when they first announced that there was a spell-off, I was like kind of disappointed, or like mainly nervous actually, because I didn't really want a spell off, but then I was like, my heart was pumping so fast. But then I was like, no, don't worry, you could do this, because I've been practicing spell offs with my dad for like the past 6 months, so I knew I actually had a chance.
See, a little training paid off there. I mean,
Dad.
were there any words during that gave you a moment's pause that you maybe weren't sure of? And what were you thinking in that moment, if so?
No, not really. I knew all of the words.
Piece of cake.
I love that. Bruhat, you said two things. You said that you got really serious over the last year in terms of your preparation, and you just told us about how your dad would do these lightning rounds with you. Tell us how you do prepare for this. I mean, truly, most of those words, I don't know what they mean, never mind how to spell them. So how do you know them all? How do you learn them? What's that process like?
Yeah, so basically I use this program called Spell Pundit. It has you can click on the pronunciation and then it has information, and then you just type in the word and go on. And it has like a lot of words in the dictionary. So mainly I would use that, and then in the dictionary too, if I had like any trouble spots, I would just do searches in the dictionary.
Bruhat, what do you want to, I mean, professional speller's probably not a job, so what is it you would like to do when you're older?
Well, I want to be a doctor when I grow up.
Oh, that's very cool. Are your parents excited for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Bruhat Soma, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. It's so well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you ever do a spelling bee?
No. Did you?
I won third, fourth,
that does not
fifth, and
surprise
sixth
me.
grades.
And did you know the definition of all those words also?
But those were not the words. I can tell you that right now. I think embarrass was the largest word that I won on.
That could be tricky.
There you go. Reconnaissance. I remember that. I used to, at one point in my life.
All right, let's go.
R-E-C-O-N-N-A-I-S-S-A-N-C-E.
Someone's got to check it, not me.
I don't know. All right. We are staying on top of our top story this morning. Former President Trump found guilty on 34 felony counts.
That's right. So what comes next for the former president, and how are voters reacting? Our team coverage continues next. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We are back with more on the verdict handed down in that historic criminal hush money trial involving former President Donald Trump. 12 jurors found Mr. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records back in 2016.
The jury took just over 2 days to hand down that unanimous decision, agreeing that Trump faked records to conceal hush money payments made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to keep her from revealing an alleged affair during his 2016 presidential campaign. Trump now awaits sentencing set for July 11th. His legal team said they intend to appeal the decision as soon as possible. Mr. Trump's lead attorney, Todd Blanche, discussed the verdict earlier this morning on Today's Show. Here is part of that conversation.
Just 9 hours of deliberation for a 7-week case. The jury dispensed with this in rather short order, and it was a sweeping victory for the prosecution. Are you surprised at how quickly it came and the rejection of the defense case in its entirety?
I mean, surprise is probably the wrong word. That's what juries do. You know, juries can decide something in 5 minutes or 5 days, and we don't know what went into their decision or why they decided the way that they did. But this was a verdict that we were expecting. We're going to appeal, and we're going to win on appeal. I mean, that's the goal. The goal is this is a step in the process of our justice system, and the goal is to appeal quickly and hopefully be vindicated quickly.
We'll talk about the appeal in a moment, but many people, analysts, legal analysts on all sides of the issue, looked at this and regarded this as the weakest case, the flimsiest legal foundation for it, witnesses with tremendous baggage. Are you surprised you couldn't convince even one juror to say, I'm not sure I can convict here?
Well, a trial there's evidence at the trial, but then there's evidence that didn't come in at the trial. And we fought this case for over a year before we started trial in April. And a lot of what came into trial in evidence, and a lot of what didn't come in is a reason why the jury obviously reached the verdict they did. So shock and surprise at what happened? Not really. I mean, we didn't think we were going to get a fair shake in Manhattan, and we didn't.
What's the evidence that you think you should have gotten in that would have made a difference?
Well, there's a lot of evidence that should have gotten in that didn't come in. We asked to bring in evidence, for example, of tax records of some of the witnesses. That was one of the theories of the prosecution. We weren't allowed to do that. There's a reliance on counsel theory that would have been, we believe, helpful to our defense that we were not allowed to bring in. The judge, as judges can do, limited in lots of ways our cross-examination of witnesses that made it a challenge. Again, we don't know why the jury decided what they did, but there was a lot more to the trial than just what happened in April.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie today for that interview. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden with more on all this. So before we get into what the actual sentence might be, let's talk about what happens before that. Judge Merchan wants all motions filed by June 13th. Sentencing is then July 11th. So what are we going to see in the lead up to that sentencing date?
We're going to see a couple of things. One of the things that's going to be really important is we're going to see what the prosecution wants in terms of the penalty. So are they going to seek jail time? Are they going to simply seek probation? Or will they seek home confinement? And then we're also going to see on the other side, what does the defense want? Obviously, they want no further penalty. That means there's no jail time and there's certainly no probation. I don't think they're going to get that. But that's what we're going to see. We're also going to see a pre-sentence investigation report. And then after sentencing, we're going to see notice of appeal and all of the appellate issues.
How much does Mr. Trump's behavior factor in here? Like, walk us through how a judge weighs that, his behavior inside the courtroom, but then also, importantly, outside of it, the commentary as he's going in and out of the courtroom, everything that he's put on social media, even this morning, 11 a.m., a press conference. What can the judge do with that?
The judge can really significantly allow that to fashion his sentence. Why? Well, because whenever there's a crime committed, what the judge wants to see, particularly if there's a conviction, obviously only if there's a conviction, the judge wants to see remorse. The judge wants to see some type of efforts for the defendant to not want to do this type of crime again. And so all of those efforts to basically eliminate any type of accountability is going to be significantly taken into account when the judge fashions a sentence, because that's going to lead to a more severe penalty. Could be home confinement, like I said, or it could be jail time.
Most legal analysts seem to think he won't see prison time. What do you think?
I don't think so either. Look, this is a low-level Class E felony, right? It's not a serious offense from the grand scheme of things in terms of it's nonviolent. Also, Trump is a first-time offender. So when we look at it that way, with each count only holds up to 4 years in jail, I don't think that he's going to get any jail time. But it had a significant impact on the country, and so, like you mentioned, there's no remorse. And so that could play into whether or not the judge gives jail time. But I don't think there's jail time.
All right. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, we appreciate your analysis throughout this trial. Thanks for joining us again this morning.
Let's now bring in NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He joined us from Wisconsin, where he spoke to voters in a vital state, of course, for both Mr. Trump as well as President Biden in the run-up to November. Shaq, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So the former president won Kenosha County, where you are, by less than half
of 1% back in 2016. So recent polling data, it suggests that Wisconsin is still very much up for grabs, with Trump leading Biden, but only slightly within the margin of error. What are you hearing from Trump supporters there in the wake of this verdict?
Hi there, Savannah. Yeah, I came up to Wisconsin right after we got news of that verdict to see exactly how folks here are feeling about it. And based on those who say that they're planning to support Trump or have supported him in the past, for that group of people, this is not moving the needle, mainly because this was somewhat baked in already. I want you to listen to some of the conversations that I had right after that verdict was announced.
Does this impact or alter at all how you view Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because we already didn't work for him. So this just is evidence that he shouldn't be in office.
Just because there's a jury doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of people in different positions that could be charged for a lot of different things.
There could be two sides of the story, and that's all. But that's why I choose to not see the news, be a part of it. I stay away because it really gets really tricky.
And you got a hint in that sound of another pattern that I heard, and it's that those who say that they're planning to support Joe Biden and are already leaning that direction, they're also saying that this isn't fundamentally changing things for them, again, because they thought Donald Trump has been guilty for a long time. So this is not moving the needle in that direction for those who are already having their minds made up.
Shaq, it's the swing voters who will decide Wisconsin, perhaps voters who haven't been paying terribly close attention to this trial, certainly not paying attention to much of the campaign so far. What do we know about whether this verdict could change their minds?
Great question, because that's where it really matters, especially in a county, as you mentioned, where back in 2016, the margin was so slim. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had with folks who told me they're still digesting the news. I broke the news to some people. Listen to what they told me.
You're undecided right now. What impact does that conviction that you just learned about have on what decision you'll make?
I'm not sure.
How does that change anything for you and how you view Donald Trump?
I mean, I didn't like him in the first place, so that's about it.
I'd probably still vote Trump over Biden.
Despite you having pause over the convictions?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't feel like Biden's a good enough candidate, and I feel like obviously his old age should be something a factor.
I think one thing I just have to emphasize is how many people just didn't know the details of what Donald Trump has just been convicted of. I had mentioned some people, I broke the news to them. Some others, they said they were scrolling through TikTok, through Instagram, saw the headline, but kind of just brushed it aside. It's going to take some time for those who are not watching the news all the time, for those who are not reading every article and following every update, to truly understand the impact of what happened yesterday and to decide for themselves what it will mean and how it will change or alter their vote.
And it's such an important point for us here in the news to remember as we cover this and as we talk to people who will help decide who's going to be the next president. Shaq, as always, great reporting. Thank you. We have some breaking news on the economy this morning. A new inflation report was just released moments ago.
We are digging through the numbers and what it means for your bottom line. Stay with us. That breaking news is next.
more Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. New numbers out just this morning show personal spending increased slightly last month.
That's right. It's up by 0.2%. Personal income also ticked higher in April by 0.3%.
Caleb Silver joins us now to help break it down. He is editor-in-chief at Investopedia and friend of the show. So walk us through these numbers. What are the big takeaways and what does it mean for the average consumer?
These all come together with the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. This is the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation. It measures the economy and our spending more dynamically. And this is exactly where it was last month. And if you look at the trend going back 3, 4, 5 months now, we're kind of in this 2.7, 2.8% range. The Fed wants this number close to 2%. We are spending more, right? But we're also, that's because things are costing more and we're saving less. One thing that comes up in that report that I want to point out, the personal savings rate, 3.6%. Now, back in the pandemic, that was as high as 20%. We had a lot of money coming our way. We're saving less because everything's costing more.
So what could this mean for interest rates that you can derive from this report?
Yeah, well, the Fed's going to meet in 12 days, 5 hours, and 10 minutes. They're not touching interest rates.
I missed my cue to say, what's the countdown clock?
I got it. They're not touching interest rates. The Fed wants a lot more evidence that inflation is actually coming down. It's stuck in this range. Prices are still increasing very slightly. They're not rising as fast as they were. That's a good sign, but they're not coming down to the levels where the Fed wants to see them. So the Fed's not going to touch interest rates for a while. There's now talk from some Fed presidents, maybe we should raise them again. I don't think that's going to happen either. Interest rates are going to be where they are for at least until September.
Well, we have you. We want to talk about something else, but based on our top story this morning, shares of Trump Media, that's the company that owns Truth Social, plummeted yesterday after the verdict. No surprise. It really hasn't been a banner year for that stock. So what should we expect today and moving forward? And what happened yesterday, too?
Yeah, the stock fell 15% in after-hours trading. This is not a widely held stock. This is pretty much a proxy bet whether or not you think Trump is going to get back into the White House. It's back up about 3-4% this morning. It trades very widely throughout the day. Super volatile stock. It's right around $50 right now, $53 right now. It started, its high was $79. Its low is $22. So it's kind of in the middle there. Remember, Trump owns about 65% of the shares but can't sell them for another few months. And this is a big money-losing company. But it is, as I say, a bet on whether or not you think he's going to get back to the Oval Office or not.
All right. Caleb Silver, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming up, it's Friday. That means it's time for your can't miss list.
We love that. From wild westerns to new music from Eminem, we'll bring you all the latest and greatest in the world of entertainment that you got to know about and you got to watch this weekend. That's next.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Finally this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for your can't miss list.
That's right. From a Civil War era Western to a new series that some are calling Netflix's most controversial, there's a lot this weekend that you can't miss. And we have tips. I thought it was Joe's turn. Here to talk about it all is TV personality and host of the Baker Show podcast, Baker Machado, fellow buff, as I always like to point out as well. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, fellow buff. Good morning, guys.
Let's start with the Western that I just mentioned, Dead Don't Hurt. What do we need to know?
That just is in theaters today. This is Viggo Mortensen, who wrote, directed, and stars in this Western romance. You don't hear that very often. Now, this is about a couple who become separated by the Civil War and then reconnect years later and have to go through all of the trauma that they had gone through years ago. Now, this premiered last year at the Toronto International Film Festival, got really good reviews. Right now, it has an 83% rating right now on Rotten Tomatoes, and it is in theaters right now.
Let's talk about a documentary. It is about Jim Henson. Jim Henson, Idea Man. What should we know about this?
Oh, this is really exciting, guys. This has been something that we've been waiting for a while about. This is directed by Ron Howard, and it goes into the whole history of the most amazing puppeteer and animator ever in Jim Henson, and sort of the complicated life that he had. A lot of people forget he died at a really young age, at 53 years old, but crammed so much into his life. It also talks about how he created Kermit the Frog. He made it out of his mother's coat and used a ping pong ball that he cut in half for the eyes. This is getting incredible reviews. This is available for you right now on Disney+.
More proof of that here in 30 Rock on the 6th floor. We have what's called the Muppet Pipes, where he was waiting to go on The Tonight Show, and he opened a broom closet, and there were a bunch of pipes, and he decorated them all like Muppets. It was then covered up, and then they re-uncovered them doing renovation.
Who covered that up?
I know, and now it's like behind gorgeous glass, and it's a sight to see. That was a little
good to know. Now we know more. I'm going after this.
The documentary.
Yeah, and that was me as an NBC page giving a studio tour.
Yes, love that.
Okay, now let's talk about Dancing for the Devil. This is one we mentioned that's controversial, sort of.
Yes, so if you are obsessed with true crime, cult documentaries on Netflix like me, this is definitely right up your alley. So this follows a group of prominent TikTok dancers who are trapped in a cult that masquerades not just as a church, but also as a management company called 7M. And this management company was then siphoning and stealing all of their TikTok money and revenue that they were making. Now, these TikTok dancers were also forced to cut off their families and were repeatedly brainwashed and a bunch of other things from this group. All 3 episodes of this are on Netflix right now, and this is totally up my alley. I'm right on into this.
I agree with that.
All right, so this week I was lucky to see Jessica Lange on Broadway. She's Tony nominated for the Mother play. She's also playing an aging Broadway star in The Great Jillian Hall, and this is getting really good reviews,
like
right?
goosebumps on my arms when I saw the trailer for this thing. This is available right now on Max. Jessica Lange, as you mentioned, plays a Broadway star who prepares for a new show that she's doing, but she's also showing early signs of dementia as she's going on and doing this show. It also stars Kathy Bates, Lily Robb, Jesse Williams, and Pierce Brosnan. Now, interestingly, this was supposed to be in theaters starring Meryl Streep instead of Jessica Lange. Jessica Lange then gets the role afterwards, and it's going just to streaming already. But Lange getting incredible chatter already for the Best Actress nomination for the Emmy for this already. So many people say that this role is absolutely incredible.
Oh, God, it looks amazing. Okay, what about a sleeper hit on our own Peacock? We Are Lady Parts. This is getting really good reviews.
Yes, and it's already the 2nd season that just dropped right now. Now, this centers on a band, an all-female Muslim punk rock band in London. As you mentioned, this is on Peacock right now. This was actually a co-production between Peacock and UK's Channel 4. All 6 episodes available right now, streaming for you on Peacock. And interestingly, a guest appearance from none other than Malala in this season as well, which is great. Now, this 2nd season is following following the band as they are recording their debut album. So really, really funny. And as you mentioned, the reviews on this thing have been really good.
That's a show a lot of people like. All right, we have to talk music.
Yes.
Eminem.
Yeah, this is.
Have you heard that name recently?
No.
He released a single. It's called Houdini, which is also what Dua Lipa's song.
Yes,
I totally agree.
When I heard this news of him doing a Houdini song, I was like, is he teaming up with Dua Lipa? But yeah, guys, guess who's back? Back again. Eminem dropping the new single today. It's off of his new album called The Death of Slim Shady, which doesn't come out until this summer. But the video also came out this morning and is full of throwbacks. It begins with Eminem getting a phone call from Dr. Dre as he wakes up to his song Without Me in 2002. So it's got a throwback there. But it also has Pete Davidson, 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, comedian Shane Gillis, all in the music video also. And the publicity campaign for this new album, The Death of Slim Shady, has been interesting. He took out a fake obituary in his hometown Detroit Free Press to say that Slim Shady had died, all in preparation for this new album.
Baker Machado, that's a good one. Thank you so much. Happy Friday,
guys.
happy watching.
That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Convicted. Of course, we begin this morning with an unprecedented moment in American history. Former President Trump is awaiting sentencing following his conviction in his New York hush money case. It's all over the headlines this morning. That historic guilty verdict marks the first time a former U.S. president has been convicted of a crime. The jury took 9.5 hours to deliberate, ultimately finding Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records. Trump supporters and protesters gathered outside the court, clashing with each other as the verdict was read. As he has done many times during the trial, Trump spoke outside court, slamming the guilty verdict.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
It's a major victory for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. The first-term DA brought forth the first indictment against Trump in April 2023 in what was perceived by many as a risky approach of prosecuting this felony case that centered on documents paid off.
I did my job. Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
So what's next? Well, there are no laws on the books barring someone who has been convicted of a felony from running for president. And Trump is continuing his presidential campaign. He is set to be sentenced on July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Good morning. Thank you very much for being with us on this big news day this Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. That is where we are going to start. As expected, the reaction to former President Trump's guilty verdict is sparking strong feelings from supporters and opponents. NBC's Dasha Burns was on the ground outside the courthouse with protesters from both sides. She got their reaction to this historic verdict.
This is the legal system working, and this is how America is supposed to work. And I feel very happy for America. I feel very happy for democracy, because this is how it's supposed to work.
I'm shocked because I thought they actually wasn't going to find him guilty, because everybody else around him get found guilty, but actually him, he doesn't get found guilty. So I'm actually shocked that the verdict went the day it went. But again, just because he's found guilty, it doesn't mean that he's actually going to see the inside of a jail.
He's innocent. He's an innocent man. The media is not telling the truth. No, he's an innocent man. Those people, they didn't know what they were doing.
Because I think that people will see that he's being persecuted. It's so clear to the average person that he's being absolutely attacked, vilified. I mean, they've been doing it since he came down the escalator in, 2015?
We've got a team standing by to talk about this monumental verdict and its legal and political implications. We start things off with NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Basugian, who joins us from outside Trump Tower in New York, and our legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Good morning to both of you. Yasmin, this is history. Donald Trump becomes the first U.S. president, former or current, to be convicted of a crime. Walk us through this guilty verdict and how it all unfolded yesterday.
It was unbelievable, having covered this trial for the last 6 weeks or so. You can imagine we thought
We were actually going into recess at 4:30 in the afternoon as the judge came out and said we're going to stop at 4:30. And then a note came in those final moments saying, in fact, the jury had a verdict, though they needed 30 minutes to fill out the verdict sheet. And all of us were certainly on edge awaiting that verdict. And when it came down, the only word that I can use to describe that verdict was shocking. Shocking because the former president of the United States was found guilty on all 34 counts. Not shocking necessarily because the evidence and the case that was presented by the prosecution, but more shocking as to how this is really going to go down in the history books. The former president's reaction, as you played, Savannah, at the top of the show, incredibly angry. But inside that courtroom, not much emotion, not so much even as a shrug, as we heard from folks that were inside the courtroom when it came to that verdict. They were jovial as we were awaiting the judge and the jury to file back into the courtroom, thinking that we were going to go into recess. But immediately, that emotion, that reaction turned when they heard the verdict from this jury of 12 people, 12 New Yorkers, 12 Manhattanites saying guilty on all 34 counts. As you mentioned as well, July 11th is the sentencing, just 5 days before the Republican National Convention. Incredible to even think about that. The former president also spent yesterday evening at a fundraiser after that guilty conviction. So certainly a day for the history books, guys.
Danny, let's bring you in here. First, just your reaction to this verdict and how it came in those 9.5 hours. What do you make of that?
I was surprised at how fast the verdict came in. I would love to say that I predicted it. I expected it would be today. At the end of the day, that was the safe money because juries don't typically like to spread things out over into the weekend if they can help it. But some of the early signs were that this jury was willing to work late. They were willing to work hard. They seemed very diligent. There weren't a lot of excuses. There weren't a lot of late jurors. So in a sense, not too big a surprise. The thing that I thought might make this deliberations last longer was the initial notes. We got notes very quickly, and I really believe there would be a lot more notes about the legal issues in this case, which I thought were very complicated. So that, to me, I'm guessing, and we'll know when the jurors decide to speak, is I expect they took a simple approach. They found deception. The transaction suggested deception. They took that deception and they transferred it to all the necessary intent they needed for what was a complicated three-tier, three-level finding that they had to make. And they felt that as to all counts, they could just sort of distribute that intent to all counts. They probably didn't spend a lot of time on every document. After all, the prosecution spent that time in their closing, which lasted 4.5 hours.
Which apparently might have worked in this situation.
Yes.
Exactly.
And I want to talk just very briefly, you know, it's very easy for people like me to sit in the cool air conditioning and say that closing took too long. But if I'm Joshua Steinglass, I am telling everyone I did what I needed to do, and the rest of you take your opinions and you can shove them.
Yasmin, we know Mr. Trump, he was absolutely fuming about this verdict. Tell us a little more about his reaction and how he plans to proceed from here. We know there's going to be a news conference outside Trump Tower later this morning.
You got to love when Denny Savalas tells someone or tells himself to take his opinion and shove it. Yes, he tells himself.
To be clear,
exactly. Yes, there's going to, to be clear, yes. Yes, he's going to have a news conference today, 11 a.m. in Trump Tower behind me. That's where Donald Trump is sleeping right about now, or maybe he's up this morning. We don't know, but he is going to be having that press conference. Again, as I mentioned, he had a fundraiser last night as well. He was angry about this verdict. I want to play for you guys a moment after he emerged from the courtroom, the immediate reaction that he had as well.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case.
And numerous social media posts as well, one of which in which the former president just put out there, rigged. Hearing from Todd Blanche as well, his attorney who you saw standing behind the former president as he made those statements last night. He was kind of making the rounds on the cable networks yesterday evening, say he felt in his soul the former president was not guilty, but in fact the jury decided the opposite of that. I imagine the president is certainly going to be, the former president I should say, is going to be hitting the campaign trail. Remember, he is the Republican presumptive nominee for president. Again, the convention will happen just 5 days after that sentencing on July 11th. Really incredible to think about that span of a week when in fact he will be sentenced, could possibly be facing up to 4 years in prison as the most, and the least probation, and 5 days later possibly accepting the nomination for president of the United States in the run-up to November, guys.
Danny, you were just talking about how maybe the length of the closing argument from the prosecution really did have an impact here, the level of detail. I'm not sure it ever really boils down to something this simple, but just looking at this from a legal aspect, do you see this as a case where the defense's case wasn't strong enough and the prosecution's was so strong, their evidence was so strong? How would you kind of split their performance?
Sometimes as a defense attorney, you have a case that, and the term that we use is a dead bang loser. You know it's a loser and the client just wants to go to trial. That was not this case. And that's evidenced by the fact that the Manhattan DA's office, at least according to a book written by a former prosecutor, struggled to define or to figure out a theory of reliability in this case. They commissioned an outside law firm to tell them whether or not what their theory was even a crime. So that tells us that this was anybody's game. It really was. This was a defensible case. In other words, this was a case that you could have gotten a not guilty. But as we saw, the jury came back with a resounding victory for the prosecution. So I don't think it was any clear-cut winner. Nobody knew for sure until the jury came back in with their verdict. So this was really anyone's game until we got the announcement.
Trump has not been successful in court, civil or criminal now. He keeps losing these big cases. Do you get the impression he has much of a voice in his defense, and might that be harming him in some ways?
Very much so. Number one, I think Todd Blanche confirmed what we all suspected last night when he was making the circuit on the interviews, that Trump was very involved. Nothing wrong with a client being involved. It's good for a client to be involved, but a client can be too involved. And criminal defense attorneys will tell you that sometimes a client's over-involvement during a trial can really mess up their case. For example, if it's true that Donald Trump pushed for them to argue that he did not have sex with Stormy Daniels, that was a misstep because it was an issue that did not need to be raised. Stormy Daniels' cross-examination could have been 3 minutes. It could have been, are you a member of the Trump organization? Do you handle any of their bookkeeping? No, I don't. Thank you very much. Sit down, and that's it. Instead, by fighting the whole sex angle, or did you have sex, did you have dinner, everything else, now the jury is reminded over and over again what a cad that Donald Trump is, what a slimy engagement this whole seedy affair was. And they focus on that, and that's the kind of thing that the defense arguably brought in some bad character evidence about their own client. But don't get me wrong, the Stormy Daniels testimony may be a strong ground for appeal. It may have been just too prejudicial, even if you could argue that the defense to some degree opened the door.
Sentencing scheduled for July 11th. Walk us through the options there, what the judge is thinking about, and then also just pointing out, as we mentioned, that Trump is holding this press conference at 11 a.m. today. That's while this judge is still making this decision. What do you think about that?
Yes, and so that is probably the biggest factor that might suggest an incarceration sentence is the complete, and I expect this will continue, the lack of acceptance of responsibility, which is a factor in sentencing. But I have to say every other factor other than Trump's obvious lack of remorse, lack of acceptance of responsibility, mitigates in favor of a non-incarceration sentence. You have the offender's age, he's a first-time offender, no guns, no drugs, no violence, lowest level felony, and then an additional argument I would make that I think reasonable minds could differ is that there is no traditional loss. You don't have victims who were defrauded out of their money the way you do in many fraud cases, and that is the single biggest driver, especially in the federal system, of sentences is the dollar amount of loss. Now, you could make an argument that the people of New York were defrauded, that they lost. I get it. Reasonable minds, I think, can differ. But if I'm a defense attorney, I make the argument there's a zero loss here. So all of those factors, other than the absence of accepting responsibility, in my view, mitigate towards a probation-only sentence.
All right. Danny, thank you so much, as always. Yasmin, thank you for your reporting over these last several weeks. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist for more reaction. Aaron, good morning. So the Biden campaign did not waste any time yesterday reacting to the verdict. What are they saying?
Well, Joe, we heard from the Biden campaign within minutes of that verdict coming down. We did not hear from President Biden himself, and there's very high likelihood that we won't hear him hold any sort of formal commenting on this verdict there in New York. The Biden campaign put out a statement that started with saying that no one is above the law. He says that's what we saw. Michael Tyler, the campaign spokesperson, said that's what we saw in New York yesterday. He went on to say that that the campaign is going to stay on message, really. They believe that former President Trump is a threat to democracy. And that's the point that they tried to drive home, both with the statement that they put out yesterday and with the fundraising efforts they made as a result of this verdict coming down. There were requests that went out to campaign supporters and campaign donors asking for more donations. We also heard a very short statement from the White House, from the White House counsel's office yesterday, saying that we respect the rule of law and we have no additional comment. Joe, Savannah?
Aaron, so the campaign began fundraising after the verdict was read. Is that kind of a signal of the president's strategy going forward here? How does this trial, this verdict, impact what we think we'll see from him?
So we know that the campaign in the month of June plans to pivot in a sort of way. Their position is that they want to be more aggressive against the former president now that the trial is over, that the trial was something that really sort of sucked up all the oxygen in the political universe over the last several weeks. The Biden campaign has had some struggle with trying to break through the news cycle. Now that the campaign's behind them, now that the trial is behind them, the campaign does intend to ramp up its commentary about the former president and what they believe will be the challenges for a second Trump administration. Not necessarily to beat him over the head with this verdict. We don't know whether there'll be a constant effort to use the term convicted felon when talking about the former president, but the campaign does intend to talk more about what Donald Trump did during his term in office and what they believe is at stake going into the November election, Savannah and Joe.
And we do have to remember, these two are going head-to-head soon. Biden and Trump slated to take part in their first debate less than a month from now in Atlanta. It obviously depends on what the moderators are going to ask, but how much, Aaron, do we expect this verdict to play a role in the debate?
Yeah, that's a big question. The debate's coming up in Atlanta on June 27th, so at the end of the month of June, and it's a question whether we'll see President Biden himself in a room with the former president to see whether he'll actually beat him over the head with this conviction. We know that the former president has taken a position, as we heard yesterday, as we'll likely hear today when he speaks to the media, that he is a victim here, that the Joe Biden administration has weaponized the judicial process and gone after him. That's something that he has leaned into, and we could reasonably expect to hear more of during a debate. The question is whether the current president will have a response to that, or will take that as a line of attack during the debate. We know that that President Biden has started preparations for the debate, but how much he'll engage on that issue versus issues around the economy, issues around public safety, issues around foreign policy. It's yet to be seen whether he'll engage more on those issues or go after Trump's personal life. Guys.
All right. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's get you to weather now. There are more strong to severe storms expected today across the southern plains. For more on how that can impact you, we're going to get your forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're going to see a stormy Friday for many in the southern plains, the central plains, into parts of the Midwest, actually. And we're seeing those strong storms now in the southern plains with really heavy rainfall once again. That's going to be a concern with rain, heavy downpours as we go throughout the day here. 10 million people under flood watches. That's where you see the green, and you can see some heavy rain falling where you see those brighter colors. Concerned about storms, too, this morning. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in spots until later on this morning. And we're going to continue to watch that as we go throughout this day. That's because we have a cold front moving off to the east. It's going to move into the Mississippi Valley. It's tapping into some really warm, humid air, and that's why we're concerned about storms sparking once again. Best chance for severe storms will be in Texas, also Louisiana, so from the southern plains across the Gulf Coast, but we could see some heavy rain even into the Midwest, seeing some storms there as well. So this is going to stretch pretty far. That will be the same story as we go throughout tomorrow. It's sort of a pair of cold fronts that are going to join forces tomorrow. So showers showers and storms from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. And then we're concerned about later supercells forming across the high plains. And that would be later on Saturday into the evening and nighttime hours. So through tonight, we're looking at 17 million people at risk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. But this morning could see winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour with any of the storms that are out there now. Damaging hail, an inch or larger. We're looking at large hail this morning and a few possible tornadoes. So places where you see the yellow shading, that is the likeliest spot. San Angelo, Del Rio, San Antonio, Houston, Alexandria, Shreveport would be some of the spots that is most likely to see the storms later on today. Then tomorrow we're talking about the central high plains, the southern high plains, North Platte to Garden City, Clayton down to Pecos. We're looking at the chance for really large hail, 2 inches or greater, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, heavy downpours once again, and could see an isolated tornado. So we are concerned about flash flooding like we saw yesterday. So much rain, really heavy downpours, lots of humidity in the air. And we're looking at Springfield to Little Rock, Memphis, Shreveport, Houston, Waco could see flash flooding as we go throughout the day. This is why we're looking at some heavy rain where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows, 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inches. But some of these storms could train and we could see some heavier downpours within them. So that's in the middle of the country. Otherwise, we're looking at a really nice day in the Northeast, New England, temperatures in the 70s, a little bit below average, about 2 degrees below average in most spots. Lots of sunshine throughout the Carolinas. So a nice Friday there, really nice Friday throughout the Southeast as well. And we're hot and dry in the Southwest, but still looking at lots of sunshine in the Intermountain West, the Pacific Northwest. So really the weather is in the middle of the country. We're looking good in the East. We're looking good in the West as well. Saturday, nice beach day once again in New England, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, down into the Carolinas, the Southeast. But we're going to look at that flood risk from Midwest into portions of the Tennessee Valley, parts of the Gulf Coast as well, and also concerned about those severe storms, guys, in portions of the Central High Plains and also the Southern Plains. Back to you.
All right, a lot to watch for this weekend. Michelle, thank you so much. More to come here on Morning News Now. New developments in the clash between Senate Democrats and the Supreme Court over ethics issues. We'll tell you why Chief Justice Roberts is declining to meet with Democratic lawmakers.
And we are flipping the script. We're closing out AAPI Heritage Month by giving you a behind-the-scenes look at the first all-Asian American ballet company in the nation. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We turn now to the latest on the war in Gaza. Yesterday, Hamas leaders told mediators if Israel stops the fighting, it would release all of the hostages.
It comes as we're getting new images of the devastation and destruction in the refugee camps of northern Gaza, where Israeli forces withdrew just yesterday.
NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So NBC News is reporting, as I said, that while Hamas is saying it's open to releasing hostages if Israel stops the aggression, that in a closed-door meeting, an Israeli official said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would not agree to those terms unless it helps him politically. What are you learning about this proposal and the Prime Minister's stance here?
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Yeah, the families of Israeli hostages are absolutely reeling from this bombshell report that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's national security advisor, in a meeting with hostage families, said the Prime Minister will not agree to end the war in return for the release of all the hostages unless he sees opinion polls that prove to him it would be politically advantageous. Now, as you can imagine, the families are outraged that the lives of their loved ones appear to be part of some kind of political consideration. That's according to the National Security Advisor of Israel. And they are putting out a statement, the Hostage Family Forum today, saying they believe the lives of the hostages are being sacrificed on the altar of political expediency by this government. Now, we spoke to someone who was in the room during that meeting with the National Security Advisor. He said it was really a stunning moment to hear what to him sounded like naked politics when his cousin is being held in Gaza, when she has been there for nearly 8 months at this point. We did reach out to the Prime Minister's office about this. They put out a statement saying that the National Security Advisor, Zahi Hanegbi, does not comment on what is said in closed-door meetings, but he did say Israel is obligated to bring the hostages home. Those families are calling for major protests in the coming days to try to really, really put pressure on Netanyahu to make the release of the hostages a priority. Guys.
Raf, let's talk more about an issue we discussed with you just yesterday. Israeli forces claim they now have operational control of the buffer zone in southern Gaza. The Egyptian government has warned any further action would be a violation of those countries' 45-year-old peace agreement. So what kind of response are we getting from both Egypt and Israel here?
Yeah, Joe, as you said, the peace treaty between Israel and Egypt is an absolute cornerstone of Israeli security. You'll remember these two countries fought major wars in 1967 and again in 1973. They have been at peace since the 1980s, and it is really one of the bricks upon which the security order in the Middle East is built. And right now, that peace treaty is under a lot of strain. The Egyptians are warning that the presence of Israeli forces just meters from the Egyptian border in Gaza is a potential violation of that treaty, which was brokered by the United States under President Carter. They are very, very unhappy about it. And as we discussed, it actually led to this incident last week where you had this very unusual cross-border gunfight between Israeli troops and Egyptian troops. At least one Egyptian soldier killed. Absolute fury in Egypt among the general population, who are already very, very unhappy about what Israel is doing in Rafah, that it has now reached a point where Israeli gunfire is killing Egyptian soldiers. Both sides seem to be trying to lower the flames a little bit on that actual shooting incident, but diplomatically, the tensions remain very high. Guys.
Raf Sanchez, thank you very much.
In Washington this morning, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts is declining to meet with Senate Democrats. Those lawmakers wanted to discuss the High Court's ethics following reports that controversial flags were flown outside the houses of Justice Samuel Alito.
In a letter to senior Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, Roberts said he respectfully declines the invitation that he suggested would constitute a threat to judicial independence. It comes a day after Justice Alito says he will not recuse himself from 2 cases related to the January 6th riot at the Capitol by denying responsibility for those flags.
Joining us now for more is NBC News Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley. Lawrence, good to have you with us. So this is actually not the first time the Chief Justice has declined an invitation to speak in front of or with Congress, talking about ethics concerns about a sitting justice. What are his reasons for saying no, and how are Democrats responding?
That's right. Last year, the Chief Justice declined a request to actually attend a hearing on the Hill where to talk about these things, citing these judicial independence, separation of powers issues. And he seems to have taken an even more dim view of this idea that he could meet separately with Democrats in a sort of more informal setting, not in a hearing room where Republicans would also be. And he called this inadvisable, especially because the Democratic senators, they have an interest in how some of these cases are coming out this year, especially the case involving former President Donald Trump and his election interference case, which is one of the cases that people are saying Justice Alito should recuse himself from. So he clearly thinks, the Democrats themselves, have an interest in this politically, so it's not really advisable for him to do it.
Lawrence, let's talk about Justice Alito's part of this. He's arguing that this controversy doesn't meet this high standard for recusal of a case because he says it was actually his wife who flew the flags. Explain to us what that bar is for recusal here and who sets it.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer for who sets it is that it's the Supreme Court itself that sets it, and it's the justices who enforce it. They're the ones who make the decisions on whether to step aside from a case. And the bar is high because they say, well, there's only 9 Supreme Court justices. Unlike lower courts, you can't kind of switch out one judge for another. So the presumption is they are going to sit in a case unless there's a showing that a reasonable person might find that they were not impartial. And in Justice Alito's letter the other day to members of Congress, he clearly thinks that bar wasn't met, partly because it was his wife, he says, who flew the flags, and partly because a reasonable, unbiased observer, which he clearly thinks Democratic senators are not, would not think that he would have to step aside.
So, Lawrence, high-ranking Senator Dick Durbin indicates he's going to support legislation that would hold the court to a stricter code of ethics. We have to keep in mind the Constitution has this whole separation of power thing. So how much power does Congress have to impose something like that? I mean, what do Senate Democrats hope that looks like even?
Yeah, I mean, that's an open question, right? I mean, Justice Alito last year actually said himself, Congress has no role to kind of police the justices like this. But the justices have followed rules set by Congress in the past on ethics issues, such as they filed their annual disclosure reports and things like that. So there would be potentially a separation of powers issue if Congress wanted to set up like an inspector general for the Supreme Court kind of thing, an independent person who would investigate things like this. But the question is, how would that actually be challenged? How would it end up in court? And, at the end of the day, it's the Supreme Court that gets to decide these issues. So it would set up a lot of very complicated, potentially theoretical legal questions.
An important point there. All right, Lawrence Hurley, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Still to come on Morning News Now, we are continuing our team coverage of former President Donald Trump's historic conviction in his hush money trial.
We're going to discuss the main takeaways from the trial and what Trump's allies are saying about this guilty verdict. That's next.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I
feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're back now with our top story of the morning, the conviction of former President Donald Trump. Mr. Trump was found guilty on Thursday of all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. It is the first time a former U.S. president has been convicted of a crime. The jury reached a unanimous verdict after deliberating more than 9 hours over the course of 2 days. Mr. Trump is now set to be sentenced on July 11th. That is just days before the start of the Republican National Convention.
Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen for more analysis. John, always great to see you. So we're talking today when we do have this verdict, we do have this conviction. Just to tick off some details here, it lasted for more than a month. We heard from several high-profile witnesses on the prosecution side, only 2 called by Mr. Trump's defense team. And now, after just 2 days, we get this verdict, guilty on all counts. Broadly, what are your takeaways here?
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Broad takeaways here are that the defense didn't really mount a cohesive narrative of what the alternative was here. The prosecutor said, here's this scheme that got hatched by David Pecker, Michael Cohen, and Donald Trump to help Trump win the 2016 election. Part of that scheme was to basically kill bad stories against Trump. And in fact, that's basically what happened when Michael Cohen paid to silence Stormy Daniels on behalf of Trump. Prosecution presented a mountain of documentary evidence of documents and, of course, the testimony, particularly of David Pecker, of Hope Hicks, and to some extent Michael Cohen, I think, was convincing to the jury. As a result, the defense really didn't show enough doubt, in the minds of the jurors in order to get Trump off of these charges or to even get a hung jury.
John, how are Mr. Trump's allies reacting to the verdict? Any of those reactions standing out?
They're very much following Donald Trump's lead. So you hear, sort of choose your own adventure for each politician, each of the allies as to what they're comfortable saying, but it basically follows a pattern of attacking the court, attacking the idea that he could get a fair trial in New York, attacking Joe Biden, the president of the United States, whom Donald Trump has accused of orchestrating this case in New York. There's obviously no evidence that Joe Biden has been engaged in this, but basically you're hearing a very united front from Republicans attacking the justice system.
John, in his remarks to reporters outside the courthouse, as we've played for our viewers this morning, Mr. Trump had said the, quote, real verdict will be on November 5th. Of course, that's Election Day. What can you tell us about the Trump campaign strategy headed into the election after this?
I think they're going to use this as much as they can to rally Republicans. This is a moment for the base. It is absolutely clear that Trump allies are angered by this. People who have long supported Trump say that that in the best of cases, this is a case that should not have been brought against him and that it is political in nature. And so they're very angry about it. What's not clear, and I think what's most important going forward, Savannah, is what is it that independent and swing voters in the handful of swing states think about this? There's some polling that suggests that this could be harmful for Trump among that set, but of course that polling happened before we had a verdict. So now we'll have to see what the public opinion is among that set going forward.
I mean, John, we know that this helped Mr. Trump with the GOP nomination. There are questions about whether it would have that kind of impact in the general election. Quietly behind the scenes, what are you hearing from Republicans? How worried were they about a guilty verdict here and the impact it could have in what's expected to be a close election?
It's a great question, Joe. And, most of what I've heard has been sort of a united front. There are not a lot of people in the Republican Party talking about the potential damage to Donald Trump. I think they understand that if they even talk about the possibility that it could damage him, that could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So there may be some cracks in the coming days and weeks as we see more Republicans interviewed about this. Obviously, the ones who are, uneasy with Donald Trump are less likely to be the first ones out of the gate with statements, to be the first ones to call reporters or to go on, the sort of right-wing media to message this for Trump. So, there may be a little bit of a slow burn here. I expect we'll see some Republicans express doubt about whether this is something that actually helps him.
John Allen, thank you for your analysis and reporting throughout this. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up, a health warning this morning. The CDC now reporting a third person has been infected with bird flu.
And health officials are flagging a new symptom in this latest case. A medical expert will tell us more about that and what you can do to prevent the spread of the virus. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis?
Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton delivery.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. Let's get to this morning's biggest financial headlines. The U.S. could possibly be getting its own version of TikTok.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Happy Friday to you guys. Yeah, so TikTok is reportedly working on cloning its algorithm to create a U.S.-only version. This would work independently of the platform's Chinese parent company ByteDance. Now, Reuters says that this is part of efforts to show U.S. lawmakers the business operates freely from its owner in Beijing. TikTok is already suing the U.S. government over a new law that gives ByteDance until January 19th to pass control of the app to someone else or face a ban. TikTok is denying the Reuters report. The IRS is expanding its new free tax filing program. The agency launched a pilot version of the direct file earlier this year for people in a dozen states with certain simple tax returns. More than 140,000 taxpayers successfully filed their returns. Next year, the IRS will allow some taxpayers in all states and Washington, D.C. to use direct file, although not all states may choose to participate. And there's no frank inflation coming to Costco. The CFO of the Warehouse Club says the chain's beloved $1.50 hot dog combo will remain at that price, at least for now. The hot dog and soda combo has been a long-standing favorite of Costco members, and the price has remained unchanged since 1985, and that's thanks to a promise made by the company's founders. Thank goodness, guys. I mean, after spending $386 on 7 items, I need that $1.50 hot dog combo.
Exactly. I really love that hot dog. It is one of the best out there.
Thank you, Silvana. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, if you are house hunting this year, you know that current mortgage rates can put your dream home right out of your price range. Mortgage rates are around 7%, but a creative home buying strategy called an assumable mortgage is helping home buyers score rates closer to 3%. Sound too good to be true? Well, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung explains how it's possible.
House hunters aren't exactly holding their heads high with mortgage rates where they are.
Interest rates are absolutely out of control. May I suggest a tree house? What?
Everybody talking about, oh, you need to buy a house, yeah, until that mortgage rate go up. Till that escrow payment just skyrockets.
But for some home buyers, hope. Christopher and Ashley Sutton purchased this home in Northeast Maryland in February. Even though mortgage rates are around 7% now, the Suttons were able to pick up the previous owner's mortgage rate of 3.4%.
Something called a assumable mortgage. Never heard of it in my life.
John Gatsoulis is the RE/MAX realtor who got creative to make it happen.
An assumable mortgage is where the buyers assume the existing mortgage that the seller already has in place, instead of the buyers going out and getting their own mortgage.
After qualifying and agreeing with the buyer, the Suttons were able to take over the previous owner's mortgage, who had bought the house when rates were in the range of 3%. So in 2024, the Suttons picked up this house at a rate about half market rates, meaning big-time monthly savings.
Do you have an estimate for how much you saved by going through an assumable mortgage versus just outright buying?
$1,000.
Maybe like $1,000, $1,500 for sure.
Monthly.
Yeah.
An estimated 12.2 million loans might be eligible for assumable mortgages. That's about 23% of homes, which could cover these right here in Northeast Maryland. That's because many VA loans and, in the case of the Suttons, FHA loans are eligible for assumable mortgages, but many conventional mortgages are not. Another challenge, the borrower needs to cover all the equity already built up in the house. For the Suttons, it worked out because the previous owner had only built about 1.5 years worth of mortgage payments before having to move to Florida for work.
It was just one more of those stars that had to align for this to work.
Experts say assumable mortgages may not be right if the current owner has paid off a large stake of the house already. The Suttons said the process involved a lot of paperwork too. But in the end, it landed them their dream home.
What's your favorite part of the house?
Blue.
The what?
That is blue.
That it's blue? From the
Pretty cool. Our thanks to Brian Chung for that report.
We want to update you now on a story we've been following for a few weeks. The CDC is reporting a third person has now been infected with bird flu originating from sick cows. Officials are on high alert over some new symptoms present in this particular case.
Yeah, but that's because unlike the first 2 patients, this third person additionally contracted upper respiratory symptoms. All 3 of those infected had reportedly been in direct contact with cows or birds.
Let's bring in Dr. Susanna Hills for more. She is a pediatrician pediatric surgeon and an assistant professor at Columbia University here in New York. Dr. Hill, good morning. So these new symptoms, are they an indication the virus is mutating or changing at all? Or maybe this is becoming more transmissible? How concerned should we be about this?
Yeah, Joe, there is some concern. So to be clear, the CDC is saying this virus is still at low risk to humans, but the fact that we're now seeing respiratory spread potential, you're not seeing respiratory spread happen, but there's the potential when you see respiratory symptoms like coughing, that gives us the concern that the virus could spread through the air. And that's a much faster, quicker way to spread than, for example, needing to touch an infected animal or an infected person and then touch somebody else.
What kind of steps should we be taking to prevent the spread of this flu? I mean, is this something that people who are not in regular contact, as we just said, like working on a dairy farm, something like that, should be concerned about? Like, what are the situations that put you at risk?
Well, it's certainly something that's being investigated, and the CDC is doing testing now on the virus to see just how transmissible it is. But for the moment, the recommendations that are being given are primarily directed at dairy workers, people working on farms who could be in contact with infected animals. And what they're recommending is primarily protection from contact spread, meaning wearing protective gear, wearing gloves, wearing boots, those kinds of things, in order to prevent the animal to human spread that we do see happening.
Doctor, testing, is that a crucial part of keeping this virus contained? Talk more about what role that can play.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really big part of managing viruses like this. Right now, the testing has largely been focused on animal populations in order to control herds or farms that have spread amongst their animals and livestock. We're also seeing increasing amounts of testing, though, for people, particularly in Michigan, where they've seen these recent cases of human contraction of this virus. So they are testing people as well, dairy workers, farm workers who are at risk.
All right, Dr. Susanna Hills, thank you for your time this morning. Important topic. We appreciate your expertise.
You bet.
We have much more in store for you on this busy Friday morning. We are flipping the script after the break in honor of AAPI Heritage Month.
Yeah, we're excited about this one. Today, we're spotlighting the talented dancers of the Asian American Ballet Project. They're giving us an inside look at how they're preparing for their second season and what they're doing to bridge the cultural divide through the arts. That is coming up next. Stay with us.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head? That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Okay, this is pretty fun. We are back with a sneak peek of Disney's rebranded Splash Mountain ride. Riders will be transported to New Orleans on the Princess and the Frog inspired ride, which finds Princess Tiana on a mission to find the secret ingredient for her Mardi Gras feast. A video shared by Walt Disney Imagineering showed the exciting footage of the attraction with amazing animatronic figures of Tiana on the familiar log flume. Don't worry, the 50-foot drop Disney fans all know and love will still be the same. The ride is set to open at Walt Disney World in Orlando on June 28th. I know we both love Disneyland, Disney World.
Yeah, and that's a cool one.
Cool.
That was long overdue for an update, so I'm glad they're doing that.
I know.
And it'll be so much to see, I bet.
It's so awesome. Also, this is always like a point of pride. My cousin is a Disney Imagineer.
Ooh.
So he gets to work on all these things, so it's very cool. So we're excited.
And to have that be your title.
I know.
Imagineer.
And now he's like one of the bosses of all the Imagineers.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
All right. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. As AAPI Heritage Month comes to an end, we want to introduce you to the Asian American Ballet Project. Based in Boston, it's billed as the first all-Asian American ballet company in the nation. Propelled by fiscal sponsorship and crowdfunding, the project's 10 talented dancers are now preparing for their second season. Their goal, exploring the connections between Asia and America and bridging the cultural divide. The Asian American Ballet Project gracefully debuted last year, founded by Beth Mochizuki, a professional dancer for 20 years who says sometimes she felt alone. Often she was the only Asian American dancer.
I feel like we are making an impact, and it's important to people to see us on stage.
Among those who joined the company, dancers Azamat Asengul and Molly Patrizzo.
Actually, Beth told me her idea. I remember that day. And I said, yes, let's do it. That's such a great idea.
Molly, what has this meant for you?
It just meant a lot to me to feel like this change was happening at some point in my career. Because I remember specifically thinking, as a student, this is something that I could see happening. I'm not sure when.
As a student, how hard was it to see yourself on the stage, and what impact did that have on you?
I didn't have many Asian American dancers to look up to in my career. It didn't seem off-putting to me until I grew up and realized, no, there are other people that are dancing, and different cultures, different backgrounds that should be represented in the world that just aren't.
Once you start as a professional, you feel like, I can do it. Everyone, we can all do it. We're working hard together. And then you feel like, can I really do it if there's no one that we see that looks like us? So I guess that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring everyone together, so that kind of barrier is removed, that we can definitely all see ourselves doing everything.
Another thing they're working to correct, problematic portrayals of Asians in ballet.
There are a few that are set in India, and it's just coming from a colonialist, imperialist kind of perspective that's problematic today. And they're depictions that are a bit stereotyped and just not like what we really want to be showing, especially to the youth of today. Like, we want people to see visions and visuals of us on stage that are more accurate and that aren't really steeped in that sort of negative bias.
For example, in the Nutcracker Chinese tea, I would almost always be cast as that. Not to say that that's bad, but I do really appreciate Beth trying to really deconstruct different pieces. Also, just finding choreographers that want to create pieces that are just culturally much more accurate and much more telling of true Asian stories.
It takes having people not just on stage, but behind the scenes to make that change happen, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Bringing Asian American voices in, different choreographers who want to work with us as an all Asian American cast and find that meaningful. So I think there are lots of opportunities for us to add to ballet and to just grow the Asian American diaspora as well.
And our thanks to Beth, Molly, and Asa for chatting with us. The Asian American Ballet Project's latest production is called Intersections. It's set for the end of June at the Calderwood Pavilion in Boston. And I just love the point. It's not just the dancers on stage, but it's the choreographers and those who are doing things behind the scenes, making sure they're just telling these stories.
And I think for people who, don't do ballet, hearing them express how there is a certain way that you're telling stories that are more true to their culture is really interesting. Yeah. And thank you to Joe for bringing us that. Beautiful.
Thank you to our whole team for putting that one together. We appreciate it. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere, though, on this busy news day. The news continues right now.
We begin with a monumental day in U.S. history. For the first time, a former president has been convicted of a crime. Across the country this morning, Americans are waking up to headlines like this one from the New York Times. It simply reads, "Guilty." It took jurors less than 10 hours to convict Mr. Trump on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in a scheme to hide an alleged affair from voters before the 2016 election. The former president appeared somber as he left the courtroom yesterday after the verdict, but remained defiant when addressing reporters.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
After the verdict, New York City's top prosecutor, DA Alvin Bragg, who brought the case to trial, also weighed in.
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors.
Mr. Trump now set to be sentenced on July 11th. Mark your calendars. That is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, where the GOP is set to officially select him as their nominee for president.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on such a busy day. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. We showed you one of the headlines there. There are many headlines this morning, some a little more simple that say Trump convicted, others maybe a little more opinion behind them, from guilty to injustice.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a Times here, too. We've got a packed show this morning, of course. We're covering everything from the political fallout to the historic nature of this conviction. We've got a lot to get to. We're going to begin with NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who has been covering it all.
Hi there. Good morning. It was an indelible moment in history in a case that almost didn't happen. A documents case revived by Manhattan prosecutors telling a far more sweeping story, one that accused the former president and likely GOP nominee of trying to hoodwink the American voter.
This morning, Donald Trump securing a new place in history, the first American president convicted of a crime. A Manhattan jury finding Mr. Trump guilty of falsifying his business records to cover up a conspiracy to corrupt the 2016 election.
I'm a very innocent man.
Jurors deliberating for just 9.5 hours after hearing from more than 20 witnesses over 6 weeks of testimony. The 7 men and 5 women entering a silent courtroom packed with reporters but no cameras. Mr. Trump expressionless as the verdict was read swiftly. Guilty 34 times. The former president craning his neck to see jurors as they were each asked to confirm their verdict, none appearing to make eye contact with him on their way out. Each of their identities kept anonymous for their own safety. The presumptive GOP nominee, who did not testify in his own defense, vowing to fight.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here.
And overnight, those backing Mr. Trump voicing their support as he left a fundraiser.
Never surrender!
The outcome, a resounding victory for Manhattan prosecutors led by District Attorney Alvin Bragg, a Democrat who campaigned on holding Mr. Trump accountable, and the former president has repeatedly attacked as politically motivated.
And while this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law.
The trial, a byproduct of a years-long saga, a sordid tale beginning with an alleged one-night stand between the then reality TV star and a porn star, which Mr. Trump has vehemently denied, a story that bubbled up at an inopportune time in 2016, with Mr. Trump in damage control after the Access Hollywood tape leaked, scrambling, prosecutors said, to bury any stories that could have hurt his election chances. His former fixer, Michael Cohen, testifying he was directed to pay off Stormy Daniels, and then Mr. Trump approved a scheme to reimburse Cohen, covering their tracks through a phony paper trail.
The documents speak for themselves.
The former president now set for sentencing on July 11th, facing the possibility of up to 4 years in prison to just probation, just 4 days before he's expected to officially accept the GOP nomination.
Now, many have questioned the practical upshot of this conviction, but there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that prevents Mr. Trump from running for office or being reelected once again. Back to you.
Laura, thank you very much.
Let's talk a little more about the jury experience, specifically a high-profile jury with Amanda Brainerd. She was on the Harvey Weinstein jury. Amanda, thanks for your time this morning. Your perspective is especially helpful. I mean, this jury spent 2 days deliberating before reaching their final verdict. You and your fellow jurors took 5 days to convict Weinstein back in 2020. From your experience of being part of such a high-profile case, were you surprised this verdict was handed down so quickly? What do you think that tells us based on your experience?
I think it tells us that they were pretty much in agreement from the beginning and that they only asked for further clarification of the judge's instructions and for more testimony to be read to hone in on the letter of the law and maybe clear up any minor dissent in the jury room. Our decision was much more arduous and the disagreement was much more severe from what I can tell, because it took us so long. And I also think that because the accusations were of a much more emotional nature in the Weinstein case, people were more emotional about it and brought more of their personal experience to bear in the deliberations than in the Trump case. That's what I gleaned from how quickly they arrived at a decision.
Amanda, talk to us just about the weight on the shoulders of these jurors. I mean, this is such a massive trial with major implications. Yours, of course, was extremely high profile, but without the kind of the political weight of the fact that this is the first time that we're seeing something like this with a former or current president. I mean, how is it possible to drown out the external noise and just focus on the case?
I don't think you can get onto a high-profile jury like this without being able to view the defendant with a high degree of neutrality as much as you can. When it's very important for all the jurors who were given many chances to get out of being on the jury during the jury selection process. They were asked over and over, can you be fair and impartial? And if there was any hesitation, you were out. So you had to be able to view the defendant just as any person, as any citizen in the United States who was on trial and look at the evidence only and not worry about who the person was.
Amanda, what do you think is next for these 12 jurors? I mean, I'm sure there's a sense of relief, their job's been done, but how easy or perhaps how hard is it to step back into their day-to-day lives now?
You know, after the Weinstein trial, I was hounded by the press. They called my children at school. I was really frightened. And you don't recognize, I think, when you go into such a high-profile case, what the aftermath is going to be and how exposed you feel. We were also not anonymous afterwards, and I felt very exposed, and I refused to take any press calls in order to protect myself and my family. I was really frightened. And I think it's probably worse in this situation because Trump is such a divisive figure, and he's a politician and a former president. I don't envy these jurors.
We know that was a tough time for you. We appreciate you, Amanda, taking a few moments to speak with us this morning about your experience.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
A unique one to get to hear about. NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella now joins us with more on the verdict. Angela, good morning. So we just heard Amanda say there she took the 9.5 hours that it took this jury to deliberate as a sign that they were probably in pretty good agreement when they stepped into the room. But what do you think? What do you make of the time spent?
I think it's hard to make any conclusions from the time spent, but I do think we have a hint from maybe that last set of questions that was discussed yesterday after I was on the show, and that was asking for clarification from the judge on the rain metaphor, which is about intent. So the idea there is that the defense has been saying that Michael Cohen is the only one who can link Trump to this crime at all, period, and that is equivalent in the juror instructions to you have to see the rain in order to say that it is raining. But the instructions also said you can infer intent, which means if you see an umbrella that's wet, if you see a windshield that is wet, you can infer that it was raining. So that was the final clarification there. And so then what the prosecution did with that long summation that we discussed was go through the mountain of other evidence of all those other things, saying, look, the umbrella was wet, all these other things. Who benefited the most? It was Trump. So I don't know that we can really make conclusions from the time amount beyond they really focused on that intent. That was the final thing that clinched it.
Mr. Trump has spent a lot of time criticizing the judge, Judge Merchan. That judge will now decide what his sentence is. What are the possibilities here? What are the likelihoods?
The possibility ranges from just probation up until 4 years, and 4 years in totality, even though he had 34 counts that he was found guilty of. In this case, because it all stemmed from one incident, they would not be one after the other. They would just be together. So it would all be 4 as the maximum. Now, I think it's very unlikely, though, that we will see a prison sentence, given that the average case for a first-time non-offender with this Class E felony offense in New York State does not serve jail time. And I think the judge has been so intent on trying to treat Trump no different from any other defendant that I really think his default is going to be to try to fall in that median area and not go to one side or the other, because that just then opens him up to further controversy and further attacks if he was biased one way or the other.
So Mr. Trump, as we mentioned earlier this morning on our program, is holding this press conference this morning at 11 a.m. outside of Trump Tower. What do you make of that from a legal perspective? The fact that the real fate here still hangs in the balance in terms of the sentencing, and that he's going to come out and talk about it. I mean, what would you say to your client?
Well, it's quite problematic. First of all, the gag order is still in effect, so it really depends what he's going to say in this. Is he going to keep attacking the judge who, as we know, is in charge of his sentencing? But perhaps that is part of his intention, that if he does that and then the judge reacts, that it looks like he's even more biased. I mean, Trump likely has a lot of intentions in this. I do think, though, that his team is going to start looking into the jurors a lot more carefully, and that is potentially what they're going to look for in a grounds for appeal. They're going to look into all their histories and see if there was any outside bias that they could ground an appeal in.
That really gets you thinking about the job that those 12 jurors did, especially after just hearing
very honorable
from Amanda. Angela, thank you very much.
Now to the potential political fallout of this guilty verdict on former President Trump and what it could mean for him as the Republican Party's presumptive nominee in the November election. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more on that.
Hey there, good morning to you. Mr. Trump's campaign is casting him as a victim here, but his critics say this shows this system works. Here's one thing we do know. There's a rare point of agreement between both Team Trump and Team Biden that as far as a political verdict, it will be the American people who will deliver that in November.
After that historic verdict, this morning, political fallout falling along party lines, with Republicans rallying behind the former president.
This is the most outrageous travesty I've ever seen.
While Democrats argue Donald Trump's conviction shows he's not fit to serve.
Today was the day justice caught up with Donald Trump.
Mr. Trump aggressively fundraising off the verdict, attending a dinner overnight. His campaign casting him as a political prisoner, even though he hasn't been sentenced yet, saying a surge of donations crashed their fundraising site. The former president's defenders include a laundry list of potential running mates, many of whom appeared alongside him at court this past month, as did House Speaker Mike Johnson, now calling the conviction a shameful day in American history. From Donald Trump Jr., disgust.
Guilty on all counts, give me a break.
And Mr. Trump's daughter, Ivanka, a former senior advisor in his administration, but rarely seen this campaign, posting a throwback photo online, writing simply, "I love you, Dad." But the former president's critics make the case his conviction proves no one is above the law. From Mr. Trump's 2016 opponent, Hillary Clinton, at an event in Washington, a not-so-subtle nod to the news.
Anything going on today?
Some recent polls show President Biden pulling ahead slightly if Mr. Trump were to be found guilty of a felony. But other numbers show about 2/3 of Americans say they've already made up their minds. Now, however, a conviction's no longer a hypothetical. It's the unprecedented reality, an X factor in key battlegrounds ahead of November when voters will decide.
I don't see him as that much of a criminal. What he did was, it might have been a crime, but I don't think it was that much of a crime.
To me, it's justice. It's obvious. This is how our judicial system works.
And that collision course between the legal and the political will be on full display later on this summer, with that sentencing date coming just 4 days before Mr. Trump set to accept the GOP nomination at the Republican convention in Milwaukee. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. Let's bring in a friend of the show, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss for more perspective. Michael, historic day to say the least. How do you put this in context?
Well, I think the way to do it, and there's going to be a lot of politics about this, and this will be a controversial verdict, but of all the presidents who have served, there's only one who's been convicted of 34 criminal felonies, and that is Donald Trump. And the other part of this is that what Trump's critics will say is that a big part of a president of the United States job, and he is above all a candidate, he's going to be nominated presumably by the Republicans in July. A big job of what a president does is to fulfill his oath to defend, preserve, and protect the Constitution, which means rule of law. And they might very well say, how can you support the rule of law and swear to protect it at the same time as you're saying the system is rigged? A judge and jury are bad. People throughout American history who have been in favor of law and order have been the first to defend the rule of law.
Michael, we're a little over 5 months away from the presidential election, and when you watch the reactions to this verdict, I mean, it appears that there are just two groups of people who believe fundamentally different things about what happened, about our justice system. What do you think about how divided we seem to be? I think that we've had a lot of indications of that over the last several years.
Sure.
But as this verdict comes down, both the Trump and Biden campaigns march on towards November. What do you think about the state of America?
No, beautifully and painfully said. That is absolutely true. And what is different between this time and most of American history is, for instance, 1974, Richard Nixon committed offenses that caused him to have to resign to escape a criminal trial and going to jail. If Richard Nixon were guilty of the same things in 2024 in the media atmosphere we now have, there would be a big media bubble around him saying Nixon is a great guy, Nixon is not guilty as charged, there's something wrong with this system. A lot of people would have believed it. But cutting through all of that, I think, are the words convicted felon. That's something that conservatives understand, progressives understand, and I think that in the tradition of America, when a judge and jury reach that position, I think you're going to have to be very strained and tormented to say it doesn't have any meaning.
Michael, looking ahead to this year's election, I mean, one of the key issues is going to be the issue of democracy, the issue of rule of law. I mean, historically, have we ever seen that be an issue like this before in such a big race?
Never. And we have never seen a president of the United States, a candidate, or an ex-president say our system is rotten. And the reason that they don't say it is that, let's say there's a riot in some city in October and the police or the National Guard are called in, is that candidate going to say they're part of a corrupt system? Those who are rioting should not listen to what they ask them to do? There's nothing more American than the system that we have to administer justice. It's supposed to give justice to the powerful and also to the weak. It gave it to the powerful yesterday, but that does not mean it should not be respected.
Michael Beschloss, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you both. Nice to see you, as always.
You as well. Let's take a look now at your weather. Get your weekend forecast.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And looking really good in the Northeast. Along the East Coast, really lots of sunshine. Temperatures not bad either, right around normal in the Northeast for this time of year. We're going to be summer-like as we head into the weekend. And the West Coast looking good as well. The Intermountain West, the Southwest are going to be hot and dry. It's the middle of the country where we're concerned about severe weather once again. Heavy rain throughout portions of the upper Midwest. Central Plains could see some stormy weather as well. And we're looking at storms and flooding impacting portions of the Southern Plains along the Gulf Coast as well, especially in Texas and also Louisiana. We had heavy rain yesterday. We're going to see it once again today. And then as we head towards Saturday, we're looking at severe storms in the Central High Plains, the Southern High Plains once again. Intermountain West still looking good with lots of sunshine, as is the Southwest. We're going to be into the triple digits, though, in places in Southern Nevada, also in Arizona. A nice beach day for New England, the Northeast, into the Mid-Atlantic, along the Carolinas and the Southeast. A nice start to your weekend. And then as we head towards Sunday, we're looking at severe storms in portions of the Northern Plains. Central Plains could see some rain as well. And the storms slide east. So now we're talking about the interior parts of the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, into the lower Mississippi Valley once again. Florida, you could see some showers too, especially central and southern Florida. Desert heat into the triple digits again in the Southwest. Lots of sunshine in the Intermountain West. And then we're going to have another storm system moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest. So we're going to see some rain there on Sunday. But this morning, we're looking at 10 million people under flood watches. Where you see the green, that's where we're under the flood watch. And you can see why. We're seeing heavy rain moving through right now. We've been watching this all morning long, and we're going to continue to see the threat for some heavy rain, heavy downpours, also the threat for severe storms. So 17 million people at risk from San Angelo to Del Rio, San Antonio, Houston, Shreveport, Alexandria, the likeliest spots where you see the yellow there. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well and a few tornadoes. Tomorrow we'll see that into the Central High Plains, also the Southern High Plains, large hail, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, an isolated tornado or two. That would be tomorrow. And then, guys, we're looking at some storms still on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, Michelle Grossman, thank you very much. We've got a lot more to get to this morning, including a return to Titanic. Well, a billionaire says he's planning to visit the infamous wreck less than a year after that deadly submersible accident. Why he says now is the time to go, and why not everyone's on board.
But first, a royal health update, what we're learning about King Charles and Princess Kate's return to royal duties. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a royal health update. It looks like Princess Kate will not be returning to her duties just yet. Kensington Palace announced yesterday that she will not be at the dress rehearsal next week for King Charles' birthday parade.
The news comes as Buckingham Palace says King Charles will be making an appearance, but in a slightly different way than usual.
NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us from London with more on this. Megan, good morning. So we know Princess Kate's attendance at next month's Trooping the Color has been the topic of conversation since she usually has an official role in the event. What else is the palace saying about this so far? Do we know who will perform her duties in her absence? Do we get any more info on her status?
Well, Savannah, good morning. Good to be with you. Look, the Kensington Palace came out yesterday and did confirm that Princess Kate will not be at the rehearsal for Trooping the Color next weekend, as you mentioned, but they didn't confirm whether or not we would see her at all for the ceremony, for the King's celebratory birthday celebration, which is going to be held in 2 weeks. Now, last year, you may recall, she was given the honor of the Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guard. So at this event, she would inspect the troops, she would receive the salute, but the palace tells us that this year that is something that will be taken over by a lieutenant general on her behalf. Savannah.
Let's talk about King Charles. The palace confirmed that he will be attending his birthday festivities, but not in the usual way. Tell us about that.
Right, yeah, you're absolutely right. So Buckingham Palace says that we will see the king, but as you may remember last year, he was on horseback during this parade, inspecting his troops, receiving the salute. This year, the palace tells us that he is going to be doing the same thing, except he'll be in a carriage alongside the queen. And, you know, the palace was very clear that they sort of gave us this heads up last month when we saw the king return to public-facing duties that, you know, some of his events might be modified, adjusted, given on based off of the advice of doctors. And of course, this certainly appears to be one of those instances.
So, Megan, our viewers might remember that this, for Princess Kate, is going beyond what they had initially said in terms of when she would return to royal duties. Do we have any new information there, any new indication?
Yeah, so Savannah, you know, at this point, it's unclear as to when Princess Kate is going to return to public-facing duties, and I can tell you it's definitely going to be a very unusual summer, to say the least, for the royal family. I mean, so many people look forward to seeing Princess Kate at Wimbledon, for example. She's very active. She loves tennis. You may remember when she did that friendly match with tennis great Roger Federer. At Wimbledon, we usually see her presenting the trophy to the winner. And then, of course, there's the royal ascot, where a lot of people look forward to seeing her there as well. It is not likely that we will see her there this summer, but, you know, her focus right now is trying to make a full recovery.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you very much for the latest here.
A real estate billionaire is planning a new underwater voyage to try and reach the Titanic.
Yeah, and this comes, of course, less than 1 year after 5 people were killed when the OceanGate's Titan submersible imploded. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa spoke with the man behind the new mission, and she joins us with more. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, guys. This is certainly turning a lot of heads, raising some eyebrows. The first of its kind sub will be called the Explorer, and billionaire Larry Connor assures us it will be rigorously tested before plunging thousands of feet into the sea. He hopes this effort will renew America's belief in safe deep-sea exploration after OceanGate's similar attempt went horribly wrong last year.
Larry Connor has soared to the International Space Station and down to the deepest parts of the ocean. But it's the billionaire's next adventure that's arguably turning the most heads. He wants to take this newly designed submersible to the Titanic shipwreck, the same deep-sea voyage that killed 5 people less than a year ago.
Growing questions surrounding that deadly submersible accident.
This was a terrible disaster, but in our opinion, an avoidable one,
And if done correctly, we can demonstrate worldwide that this type of exploration and submersible is safe.
The real estate and tech entrepreneur has partnered with Triton Submarines to build a vessel that will send him and the company's CEO on a research mission to the Titanic. The infamous shipwreck is roughly 13,000 feet under the sea, where water pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface.
These are dangerous conditions. Why are the risks worth taking for you?
So I would reframe this. These can be dangerous conditions. We are going to go through multiple steps, multiple certifications to ensure that this vessel, and specifically the hull, is safe and sound.
The OceanGate submersible imploded last June, instantly killing its CEO and 4 passengers.
I've broken some rules to make this.
Following the deadly disaster, there was intense criticism over the company's lack of testing and use of experimental materials, especially the submersible's carbon fiber composite hull. OceanGate has since suspended operations. Mechanical engineer Bart Kemper was among those to express concern before the implosion, but says he trusts Triton.
What is different about this mission here?
The big difference here is that we're using proven technology that's still innovative, but it's been done the right way.
So you would go on this exploration?
In a heartbeat. Sign me up.
Connor reiterating his top priority.
If you're asking, are we confident we can do it safely? The answer is yes.
So the estimated $13 to $15 million submersible is still being built with the goal of launching in the summer of 2026. But Larry Connor stressed if any safety concerns are raised, that date will be changed or even erased altogether. In the meantime, a multi-agency investigation continues into the deadly OceanGate incident from last year.
All right, wow. Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, every year, the Scripps National Spelling Bee words leave us, certainly I'll speak for myself, me, scratching our heads and running for our dictionaries. But neither the dictionary nor his competitors could stop this year's champion.
Yeah, in the lightning round tiebreaker, 12-year-old Bruhat Soma spelled 29 words correctly to beat his opponent pretty easily there and snatch the victory. For winning the competition, Soma received a trophy and more than $50,000 in cash. Here's a glimpse of that lightning round that secured him the big win.
Your first word is bruette.
B-R-O-U-E-T-T-E.
Adelantado.
A-D-E-L-A-N-T-A-D-O.
Hypercheme.
H-Y-P-O-R-C-H-E-M-E.
Bicelium.
B-I-S-C-L-L-I-U-M.
Mycteric.
M-Y-C-T-E-R-I-C.
Endacia.
E-N-D-E-C-H-A.
Saracen.
S-E-R-S-E-I-N.
Nyctalopia.
N-Y-C-T.
Means that Bruhat Soma, you are the 2024
champion and presenting the trophy, Scripps CEO Adam.
Now, fresh off the big win and that anxiety-inducing round, my goodness, is Bruhat Soma, the 2024 National Spelling Bee champion. He's here with us. Bruhat, good morning. First, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
You are so welcome. So you won 3 back-to-back spelling bees before participating actually in last night's National Spelling Bee. This is also your 3rd time competing in the National Spelling Bee. So we're going to get into a bunch of the details on the words, but first just tell us, how did it feel when you did win?
Yeah, I felt really happy. This was what I've been working really hard for the past year. I've been really serious. So yeah, I'm happy it all worked out, and then I won. It's a dream come true.
Oh,
I can only imagine. So we saw that lightning round tiebreaker there. It's known as a spell-off. You spelled 29 words correctly very quickly without breaking a sweat. I mean, in that moment, what was going through your mind?
Well, when they first announced that there was a spell-off, I was like kind of disappointed, or like made me nervous actually, because I didn't really want a spell off, but then I was like, my heart was pumping so fast. But then I was like, no, don't worry, you could do this, because I've been practicing spell offs with my dad for like the past 6 months, so I knew I actually had a chance.
See, a little training paid off there. I mean, were
Dad.
there any words during that gave you a moment's pause that you maybe weren't sure of? And what were you thinking in that moment, if so?
No, not really. I knew all of the words.
Piece of cake.
I love that. Bruhat, you said two things. You said that you got really serious over the last year in terms of your preparation, and you just told us about how your dad would do these lightning rounds with you. Tell us how you do prepare for this. I mean, truly, most of those words, I don't know what they mean, never mind how to spell them. So how do you know them all? How do you learn them? What's that process like?
Yeah, so basically I use this program called Spell Pundit. It has you can click on the pronunciation and then it has information, and then you just type in the word and go on. And it has like a lot of words in the dictionary. So mainly I would use that, and then in the dictionary too, if I had like any trouble spots, I would just do searches in the dictionary.
Bruhat, what do you want to, I mean, professional speller's probably not a job, so what is it you would like to do when you're older?
Well, I want to be a doctor when I grow up.
Oh, that's very cool. Are your parents excited for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Bruhat Soma, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. It's so well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you ever do a spelling bee?
No. Did you?
I won third, fourth,
that does not
fifth, and
surprise
sixth
me.
grades.
And did you know the definition of all those words also?
But those were not the words. I can tell you that right now. I think embarrass was the largest word that I won on.
That could be tricky.
There you go. Reconnaissance. I remember that. I used to, at one point in my life.
All right, let's go.
R-E-C-O-N-N-A-I-S-S-A-N-C-E.
Someone's got to check it, not me.
I don't know. All right. We are staying on top of our top story this morning. Former President Trump found guilty on 34 felony counts.
That's right. So what comes next for the former president, and how are voters reacting? Our team coverage continues next. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We are back with more on the verdict handed down in that historic criminal hush money trial involving former President Donald Trump. 12 jurors found Mr. Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records back in 2016.
The jury took just over 2 days to hand down that unanimous decision, agreeing that Trump faked records to conceal hush money payments made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to keep her from revealing an alleged affair during his 2016 presidential campaign. Trump now awaits sentencing set for July 11th. His legal team said they intend to appeal the decision as soon as possible. Mr. Trump's lead attorney, Todd Blanche, discussed the verdict earlier this morning on Today's Show. Here is part of that conversation.
Just 9 hours of deliberation for a 7-week case. The jury dispensed with this in rather short order, and it was a sweeping victory for the prosecution. Are you surprised at how quickly it came and the rejection of the defense case in its entirety?
I mean, surprise is probably the wrong word. That's what juries do. You know, juries can decide something in 5 minutes or 5 days, and we don't know what went into their decision or why they decided the way that they did. But this was a verdict that we were expecting. We're going to appeal, and we're going to win on appeal. I mean, that's the goal. The goal is this is a step in the process of our justice system, and the goal is to appeal quickly and hopefully be vindicated quickly.
We'll talk about the appeal in a moment, but many people, analysts, legal analysts on all sides of the issue, looked at this and regarded this as the weakest case, the flimsiest legal foundation for it, witnesses with tremendous baggage. Are you surprised you couldn't convince even one juror to say, I'm not sure I can convict here?
Well, a trial there's evidence at the trial, but then there's evidence that didn't come in at the trial. And we fought this case for over a year before we started trial in April. And a lot of what came into trial in evidence, and a lot of what didn't come in is a reason why the jury obviously reached the verdict they did. So shock and surprise at what happened, not really. I mean, we didn't think we were going to get a fair shake in Manhattan, and we didn't.
What's the evidence that you think you should have gotten in that would have made a difference?
Well, there's a lot of evidence that should have gotten in that didn't come in. We asked to bring in evidence, for example, of tax records of some of the witnesses. That was one of the theories of the prosecution. We weren't allowed to do that. There's a reliance on counsel theory that would have been, we believe, helpful to our defense that we were not allowed to bring in. The judge, as judges can do, limited in lots of ways our cross-examination of witnesses that made it a challenge. Again, we don't know why the jury decided what they did, but there was a lot more to the trial than just what happened in April.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie today for that interview. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden with more on all this. So before we get into what the actual sentence might be, let's talk about what happens before that. Judge Merchan wants all motions filed by June 13th. Sentencing is then July 11th. So what are we going to see in the lead up to that sentencing date?
We're going to see a couple of things. One of the things that's going to be really important is we're going to see what the prosecution wants in terms of the penalty. So are they going to seek jail time? Are they going to simply seek probation? Or will they seek home confinement? And then we're also going to see on the other side, what does the defense want? Obviously, they want no further penalty. That means there's no jail time and there's certainly no probation. I don't think they're going to get that. But that's what we're going to see. We're also going to see a pre-sentence investigation report. And then after sentencing, we're going to see notice of appeal and all of the appellate issues.
How much does Mr. Trump's behavior factor in here? Like, walk us through how a judge weighs that, his behavior inside the courtroom, but then also, importantly, outside of it, the commentary as he's going in and out of the courtroom, everything that he's put on social media, even this morning, 11 a.m., a press conference. What can the judge do with that?
The judge can really significantly allow that to fashion his sentence. Why? Well, because whenever there's a crime committed, what the judge wants to see, particularly if there's a conviction, obviously only if there's a conviction, the judge wants to see remorse. The judge wants to see some type of efforts for the defendant to not want to do this type of crime again. And so all of those efforts to basically eliminate any type of accountability is going to be significantly taken into account when the judge fashions a sentence, because that's going to lead to a more severe penalty. Could be home confinement, like I said, or it could be jail time.
Most legal analysts seem to think he won't see prison time. What do you think?
I don't think so either. Look, this is a low-level Class E felony, right? It's not a serious offense from the grand scheme of things in terms of it's nonviolent. Also, Trump is a first-time offender. So when we look at it that way, with each count only holds up to 4 years in jail, I don't think that he's going to get any jail time. But it had a significant impact on the country, and so, like you mentioned, there's no remorse. And so that could play into whether or not the judge gives jail time. But I don't think there's jail time.
All right. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, we appreciate your analysis throughout this trial. Thanks for joining us again this morning.
Let's now bring in NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He joins us from Wisconsin, where he spoke to voters in a vital state, of course, for both Mr. Trump as well as President Biden in the run-up to November. Shaq, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So the former president won Kenosha County, where you are, by less than half
of 1% back in 2016. So recent polling data, it suggests that Wisconsin is still very much up for grabs, with Trump leading Biden, but only slightly within the margin of error. What are you hearing from Trump supporters there in the wake of this verdict?
Hi there, Savannah. Yeah, I came up to Wisconsin right after we got news of that verdict to see exactly how folks here are feeling about it. And based on those who say that they're planning to support Trump or have supported him in the past, for that group of people, this is not moving the needle, mainly because this was somewhat baked in already. I want you to listen to some of the conversations that I had right after that verdict was announced.
Does this impact or alter at all how you view Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because we already didn't work for him. So this just is evidence that he shouldn't be in office.
Just because there's a jury doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of people in different positions that could be charged for a lot of different things.
There could be two sides of the story, and that's all. But that's why I choose to not see the news, be a part of it. I stay away because it really gets really tricky.
And you got a hint in that sound of another pattern that I heard, and it's that those who say that they're planning to support Joe Biden and are already leaning that direction, they're also saying that this isn't fundamentally changing things for them, again, because they thought Donald Trump has been guilty for a long time. So this is not moving the needle in that direction for those who are already having their minds made up.
Shaq, it's the swing voters who will decide Wisconsin, perhaps voters who haven't been paying terribly close attention to this trial, certainly not paying attention to much of the campaign so far. What do we know about whether this verdict could change their minds?
Great question, because that's where it really matters, especially in a county, as you mentioned, where back in 2016, the margin was so slim. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had with folks who told me they're still digesting the news. I broke the news to some people. Listen to what they told me.
You're undecided right now. What impact does that conviction that you just learned about have on what decision you'll make?
I'm not sure.
How does that change anything for you and how you view Donald Trump?
I mean, I didn't like him in the first place, so that's about it.
I'd probably still vote Trump over Biden.
Despite you having pause over the conviction?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't feel like Biden's a good enough candidate, and I feel like obviously his old age should be something a factor.
I think one thing I just have to emphasize is how many people just didn't know the details of what Donald Trump has just been convicted of. I had mentioned some people, I broke the news to them. Some others, they said they were scrolling through TikTok, through Instagram, saw the headline, but kind of just brushed it aside. It's going to take some time for those who are not watching the news all the time, for those who are not reading every article and following every update, to truly understand the impact of what happened yesterday and to decide for themselves what it will mean and how it will change or alter their vote.
And it's such an important point for us here in the news to remember as we cover this and as we talk to people who will help decide who's going to be the next president. Shaq, as always, great reporting. Thank you. We have some breaking news on the economy this morning. A new inflation report was just released moments ago.
We are digging through the numbers and what it means for your bottom line. Stay with us. That breaking news is next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. New numbers out just this morning show personal spending increased slightly last month.
That's right. It's up by 0.2%. Personal income also ticked higher in April by 0.3%.
Caleb Silver joins us now to help break it down. He is editor-in-chief at Investopedia and friend of the show. So walk us through these numbers. What are the big takeaways, and what does it mean for the average consumer?
These all come together with the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. This is the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation. It measures the economy and our spending more dynamically, and this is exactly where it was last month. And if you look at the trend going back 3, 4, 5 months now, we're kind of in this 2.7, 2.8% range. The Fed wants this number close to 2%. We are spending more, right? But we're also, that's because things are costing more and we're saving less. One thing that comes up in that report that I want to point out, the personal savings rate, 3.6%. Now, back in the pandemic, that was as high as 20%. We had a lot of money coming our way. We're saving less because everything's costing more.
So what could this mean for interest rates that you can derive from this report?
Yeah, well, the Fed's going to meet in 12 days, 5 hours, and 10 minutes. They're not touching interest rates.
I missed my cue to say, what's the countdown clock?
I got it. They're not touching interest rates. The Fed wants a lot more evidence that inflation is actually coming down. It's stuck in this range. Prices are still increasing very slightly. They're not rising as fast as they were. That's a good sign, but they're not coming down to the levels where the Fed wants to see them. So the Fed's not going to touch interest rates for a while. There's now talk from some Fed presidents, maybe we should raise them again. I don't think that's going to happen either. Interest rates are going to be where they are for at least until September.
Well, we have you. We want to talk about something else, but based on our top story this morning, shares of Trump Media, that's the company that owns Truth Social, plummeted yesterday after the verdict. No surprise. It really hasn't been a banner year for that stock. So what should we expect today and moving forward? And what happened yesterday, too?
Yeah, the stock fell 15% in after-hours trading. This is not a widely held stock. This is pretty much a proxy bet whether or not you think Trump is going to get back into the White House. It's back up about 3-4% this morning. It trades very widely throughout the day. Super volatile stock. It's right around $50 right now, $53 right now. It started, its high was $79. Its low is $22. So it's kind of in the middle there. Remember, Trump owns about 65% of the shares but can't sell them for another few months. And this is a big money-losing company. But it is, as I say, a bet on whether or not you think he's going to get back to the Oval Office or not.
All right. Caleb Silver, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming up, it's Friday. That means it's time for your can't miss list.
We love that. From wild westerns to new music from Eminem, we'll bring you all the latest and greatest in the world of entertainment that you got to know about and you got to watch this weekend. That's next.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for your can't miss list.
That's right, from a Civil War era Western to a new series that some are calling Netflix's most controversial. There's a lot this weekend that you can't miss. And we have tips. I thought it was Joe's turn. Here to talk about it all is TV personality and host of the Baker Show podcast, Baker Machado, fellow buff, as I always like to point out as well. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, fellow buff. Good morning, guys.
Let's start with the Western that I just mentioned, Dead Don't Hurt.
Yes,
what do we need to know?
That just is in theaters today. This is Viggo Mortensen, who wrote, directed, and stars in this Western romance. You don't hear that very often. Now, this is about a couple who become separated by the Civil War and then reconnect years later and have to go through all of the trauma that they had gone through years ago. Now, this premiered last year at the Toronto International Film Festival, got really good reviews. Right now, it has an 83% rating right now on Rotten Tomatoes, and it is in theaters right now.
Let's talk about a documentary. It is about Jim Henson. Jim Henson, Idea Man. What should we know about this?
Oh, this is really exciting, guys. This has been something that we've been waiting for a while about. This is directed by Ron Howard, and it goes into the whole history of the most amazing puppeteer and animator ever in Jim Henson, and sort of the complicated life that he had. A lot of people forget he died at a really young age, at 53 years old, but crammed so much into his life. It also talks about how he created Kermit the Frog. He made it out of his mother's coat and used a ping pong ball that he cut in half for the eyes. This is getting incredible reviews. This is available for you right now on Disney+.
More proof of that here in 30 Rock on the 6th floor. We have what's called the Muppet Pipes, where he was waiting to go on The Tonight Show. And he opened a broom closet, and there were a bunch of pipes, and he decorated them all like Muppets. It was then covered up, and then they re-uncovered them doing renovation.
Who covered that up?
I know. And now it's like behind gorgeous glass, and it's a sight to see. That was a little.
Okay, good to know. Now we know more. I'm going after this.
In the documentary.
Yeah, and that was me as an NBC page giving a studio tour.
Yes, love that.
Okay, now let's talk about Dancing for the Devil. This is one we mentioned that's controversial, sort of.
Yes, so if you are obsessed with true crime, cult documentaries on Netflix, like me, this is definitely right up your alley. So this follows a group of prominent TikTok dancers who are trapped in a cult that masquerades not just as a church, but also as a management company called 7M. And this management company was then siphoning and stealing all of their TikTok money and revenue that they were making. Now, these TikTok dancers were also forced to cut off their families and were repeatedly brainwashed and a bunch of other things from this group. All 3 episodes of this are on Netflix right now, and this is totally up my alley. I'm right on into this.
I agree with that.
All right, so this week I was lucky to see Jessica Lange on Broadway. She's Tony nominated for The Mother play. She's also playing an aging Broadway star in The Great Jillian Hall, and this is getting really good reviews,
like
right?
goosebumps on my arms when I saw the trailer for this thing. This is available right now on Max. Jessica Lange, as you mentioned, plays a Broadway star who prepares for a new show that she's doing, but she's also showing early signs of dementia as she's going on and doing this show. It also stars Kathy Bates, Lily Robb, Jesse Williams, and Pierce Brosnan. Now, interestingly, this was supposed to be in theaters starring Meryl Streep instead of Jessica Lange. Jessica Lange then gets the role afterwards, and it's going just to streaming already. But Lange getting incredible chatter already for the Best Actress nomination for the Emmy for this already. So many people say that this role is absolutely incredible.
Oh, God, it looks amazing. Okay, what about a sleeper hit on our own Peacock? We Are Lady Parts. This is getting really good reviews.
Yes, and it's already the 2nd season that just dropped right now. Now, this centers on a band, an all-female Muslim punk rock band in London. As you mentioned, this is on Peacock right now. This was actually a co-production between Peacock and UK's Channel 4. All 6 episodes available right now streaming for you on Peacock. And interestingly, a guest appearance from none other than Malala in this season as well, which is great. Now, this 2nd season is following the band as they are recording their debut album. So really, really funny. And as you mentioned, the reviews on this thing have been really good.
That's a show a lot of people like. All right, we have to talk music. Eminem.
Yeah, this is.
Have you heard that name recently?
No.
He released a single. It's called Houdini, which is also a Dua Lipa song.
Yes,
I totally agree.
When I heard this news of him doing a Houdini song, I was like, is he teaming up with Dua Lipa? But yeah, guys, guess who's back? Back again. Eminem dropping the new single today. It's off of his new album called The Death of Slim Shady, which doesn't come out until this summer. But the video also came out this morning and is full of throwbacks. It begins with Eminem getting a phone call from Dr. Dre as he wakes up to his song Without Me in 2002. So it's got a throwback there. But it also has Pete Davidson, 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, comedian Shane Gillis, all in the music video also. And the publicity campaign for this new album, The Death of Slim Shady, has been interesting. He took out a fake obituary in his hometown, Detroit Free Press, to say that Slim Shady had died, all in preparation for this new album.
Baker Machado, that's a good one. Thank you so much. Happy Friday,
guys.
happy watching.
That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now.
We begin with a monumental day in U.S. history. For the first time, a former president has been convicted of a crime. Across the country this morning, Americans are waking up to headlines like this one from the New York Times. It simply reads, "Guilty. It took jurors less than 10 hours to convict Mr. Trump on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in a scheme to hide an alleged affair from voters before the 2016 election. The former president appeared somber as he left the courtroom yesterday after the verdict, but remained defiant when addressing reporters.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
After the verdict, New York City's top prosecutor, DA Alvin Bragg, who brought the case to trial, also weighed in.
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors.
Mr. Trump now set to be sentenced on July 11th. Mark your calendars. That is just 4 days before the Republican National Convention, where the GOP is set to officially select him as their nominee for president.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on such a busy day. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. We showed you one of the headlines there. There are many headlines this morning, some a little more simple that say Trump convicted, others maybe a little more opinion behind them, from guilty to injustice.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Times here, too. We've got a packed show this morning, of course. We're covering everything from the political fallout to the historic nature of this conviction. We've got a lot to get to. We're going to begin with NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who has been covering it all.
Hi there. Good morning. It was an indelible moment in history in a case that almost didn't happen. A documents case revived by Manhattan prosecutors telling a far more sweeping story, one that accused the former president and likely GOP nominee of trying to hoodwink the American voter.
This morning, Donald Trump securing a new place in history, the first American president convicted of a crime. A Manhattan jury finding Mr. Trump guilty of falsifying his business records to cover up a conspiracy to corrupt the 2016 election.
I'm a very innocent man.
Jurors deliberating for just 9.5 hours after hearing from more than 20 witnesses over 6 weeks of testimony. The 7 men and 5 women entering a silent courtroom packed with reporters but no cameras. Mr. Trump expressionless as the verdict was read swiftly. Guilty 34 times. The former president craning his neck to see jurors as they were each asked to confirm their verdict, none appearing to make eye contact with him on their way out. Each of their identities kept anonymous for their own safety. The presumptive GOP nominee, who did not testify in his own defense, vowing to fight.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people, and they know what happened here.
And overnight, those backing Mr. Trump voicing their support as he left a fundraiser.
Never surrender!
The outcome, a resounding victory for Manhattan prosecutors led by District Attorney Alvin Bragg, a Democrat who campaigned on holding Mr. Trump accountable, and the former president has repeatedly attacked as politically motivated.
And while this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law.
The trial, a byproduct of a years-long saga, a sordid tale beginning with an alleged one-night stand between the...
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning. We're coming on the air with breaking news in New York, where former President Donald Trump is about to hold what has been billed as a press conference right there at Trump Tower. It comes less than 24 hours after he became the first former president to be convicted of a crime. In a historic verdict, a jury finding Mr. Trump guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to a hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the final weeks of the 2016 campaign. Mr. Trump already blasting the verdict, calling it a disgrace. The verdict pushing our legal and political systems into uncharted territory, A lot to play out here still, not only his sentencing, which may or may not include prison time set for July 11th, but also how this may impact the presidential election. Notably, Mr. Trump's press conference is also set at the same place he announced his first campaign in 2016, this time under very different circumstances. Let's go to Hallie now, who is at the scene there.
Hey there, Lester. Yes, we are here in the atrium of Trump Tower. And if I look around the corner, it's because former President Trump is walking out as we speak. It is not clear at this news conference if he is set to take questions or not. We are obviously positioned. There are supporters here. You see them cheering. You hear them cheering as Mr. Trump now has appeared in this unprecedented moment, Lester. I'll toss it back to you as we hear what the former president has to say.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is a case where if they can do this to me, they can do this to anyone. These are bad people. These are, in many cases, I believe, sick people. When you look at our country, what's happening where millions and millions of people are flowing in from all parts of the world, not just South America, from Africa, from Asia, from the Middle East, and they're coming in from jails and prisons, and they're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're coming in from all over the world into our country. And we have a president and a group of fascists that don't want to do anything about it because they could right now, today, he could stop it. But he's not. They're destroying our country. Our country is in very bad shape. And they're very much against me saying these things. They want to raise your taxes by 4 times. They want to stop you from having cars with their ridiculous mandates that make it impossible for you to get a car or afford a car, but make it very possible for China to build all of our cars. It's a very serious problem that we have. We just went through one of many experiences where we had a conflicted judge, highly conflicted. There's never been a more conflicted judge. Now, I'm under a gag order, which nobody's ever been under. No presidential candidate's ever been under a gag order before. I'm under a gag order, nasty gag order, where I've had to pay thousands of dollars in penalties and fines and was threatened with jail. Think of it. I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading the Republicans to the point where that's over. So I'm the leading person for president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put 2 sentences together, given by a court. And they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people. And maybe his people more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it, because I don't know if he knows about anything. But he's nevertheless the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. So we have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it, but you're allowed to talk about it. I hope you do, because there's never been anybody so conflicted as this. As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil. He looks so nice and soft. People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw that with a certain witness that went through hell. And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do those things. But when the government wanted something, they got everything. They got everything they wanted. It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change where we could have a fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We had a DA who was a failed DA. Crime is rampant in New York, violent crime. That's what he's really supposed to be looking at. Crime is rampant in New York.
Yesterday in McDonald's, you had a man hitting him up with machetes, a machete. Whoever can imagine even a machete being wielded in a store, in a place where they're eating, and he's going rampant. And Bragg is down watching a trial on what they call crimes. They're falsifying business records. That sounds so bad. To me, it sounds very bad. You know, it's only a misdemeanor, but to me, it sounds so bad. When they say falsifying business, that's a bad thing for me. I've never had that before. I'm falsifying. You know what falsifying business records is? In the first degree. They say falsifying business records. Sounds so good, right? It means that legal expense, I paid a lawyer, totally legal. I paid a lawyer a legal expense. And a bookkeeper, without any knowledge from me, correctly marked it down in the books. A very professional woman, highly respected, she testified. Marked it down in the books as a legal expense. So a legal expense, paid a lawyer, is a legal expense in the books. It's not sheetrock, construction, or any other thing. It's a legal expense. Think of that. This is what the falsification of business records were. And I said, what else are you going to call it? What else are you going to call it? Now, I would have testified. I wanted to testify. The theory is you never testify, because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify, because they'll get you on something that you said slightly wrong, and then they sue you for perjury. But I didn't care about that. I wanted to. But the judge allowed them to go into everything that I was ever involved in, not this case, everything that I was ever involved in, which is a first. In other words, you could go into every single thing that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy there? And my lawyer said, what do you need to go through? And all you wanted to do is testify simply on this case. Because I would have loved to have testified. To this day, I would have liked to have testified. But you would have said something out of whack, like it was a beautiful sunny day and it was actually raining out. And I very much appreciate the big crowd of people outside. That's incredible what's happening. The level of support has been incredible. So the whole thing is legal expense was marked down as legal expense. Think of it. This is the crime that I committed, that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. When you have violent crime all over this city at levels that nobody's ever seen before, where you have businesses leaving, and businesses are leaving because of this, because heads of businesses say, man, we don't want to get involved with that. I could go through the books of any business person in this city, and I could find things that, in theory, I guess, let's indict him, let's destroy his life. But I'm out there, and I don't mind being out there, because I'm doing something for this country, and I'm doing something for our Constitution. It's very important, far beyond me. And this can't be allowed to happen to other presidents. It should never be allowed to happen in the future. But this is far beyond me. This is bigger than Trump. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than my presidency. And the people understand it, because I just see a poll just came out, the Daily Mail. That was the first one, came out, was done last night right after the verdict, where I'm up 6 points. 6 points from what we already were. We were leading fairly substantially. We're up 6 points in the Daily Mail poll. Now, maybe other polls come out and it says something differently. But a lot of people have predicted it, because the public understands, and they understand what's going on. This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. We had the best expert, most respected expert, head of the Federal Elections Commission. He was all set to testify. He was waiting for 2 days. And when it was his turn, Bragg's people protested, and the judge knocked him out, said you can't testify. He actually said you can't testify for anything having to do with the trial. You can say what the federal elections is. Well, that doesn't help. Everybody knows that. But you can't testify. So essentially, he wasn't able to testify. Other people weren't able to testify. But with these people, they were able to use people salacious. By the way, and nothing ever happened. There was no anything. Nothing ever happened, and they know it. But they were as salacious as they could be, and it had nothing to do with the case, but it had to do with politics. And do you notice the timing? The timing was perfect. This case was dead. It was dropped by every agency, every governmental board. It was dropped by the highly respected Southern District. They said, no, there's no case here. It was dropped by federal election, and that's what it's about. This is about a federal election, not a state election. You're not even allowed to look at it. They took the state and the city, and they went into a federal election. They're not allowed. The people from federal election, Southern District, and Washington dropped the case. Everybody dropped the case. There was no case. Cy Vance dropped the case. And when Bragg came in, he said, this is the most ridiculous case I've ever seen. And who would have a certain person, again, gag order, who would have a certain person like this ever testify? He said, this is essentially one of the worst people I've ever seen, ever, to testify. He said, the craziest case I've ever seen. This is Bragg. Then when I announced I was running for president, a long time later, they decided to revive this case. And they got a judge, Judge Marchand, who was responsible for another case that was also brought. It destroyed the life of a very good man, by the way. Destroyed the life of a very good man who went to prison once, and then they just put him in prison again because they said he lied. He didn't lie. I looked at the statements he made. In fact, he didn't remember something, and they put him in jail. Again, they've destroyed him. With me for many years, he was an honorable person. He was an honest man. And if you look at what he did, supposedly, it never happened. There's never been anything like this. Over the education of his grandchildren. Over, he didn't report that he had a car or 2 cars on his income. I don't know. I wonder how many people here have cars. I wonder how many people said, oh, gee, I have a car that's worth X dollars. How do you even figure it? And I guess you do have to report it, but I would say probably almost nobody does. Nobody even thinks about it. They put this man, they destroyed this man, but they put him in jail again because they didn't want him to testify. They didn't want him to testify. That's why he went to jail. They put him in jail twice. He's 77 years old. Now, normally I'd say that's an old guy, but I don't feel 77. Nobody ever says that about me. I'd like them to say, gee, we have to have a little sorrow for this man, because they just don't say that about me, but maybe I'm better off that way. I think I'm probably better off that way. But they put him in jail twice. And you have to see what they put him in jail. And he was threatened by the judge. This man was told, you're going to get 15 years in jail if you don't give up Trump. And he was told that. You're going to get 15 years in jail. And he made a plea deal because he didn't want to spend the rest of his life. And he was told that viciously. We're living in a fascist state. He was told that viciously. So you can go to jail for 4 months, 5 months, or you can get 15 years in jail. So do a plea. Almost who wouldn't do that plea? Everyone does those pleas. It's a horrible thing. There's a whole group of lawyers that fight that. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. But they destroyed his life. So many other things. You look at Southern District didn't want to bring the case. Nobody wanted to bring the case. And then you know who didn't want to bring the case? Most of all is Bragg. Bragg didn't want to bring it. But then he brought it. And they tried to make it a different case. They didn't say legal expense equal legal expense. Again, if I wrote down and paid a lawyer, and by the way, this was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag order. But, you know, he's a sleazebag. Everybody knows that. Took me a while to find out. But he was effective. He did work. But he wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. You know, they like to use the word fixer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. At the time, he was a fully accredited lawyer. Now, he got into trouble not because of me. He got into trouble because he made outside deals, and he had something to do with taxi cabs and medallions, and he borrowed money. And that's why he went. And then he pled to 3 3 election violations. And as soon as I saw that, I said, I wonder why he did that. He pled. He took a deal. Now, he took a deal because he wanted to get off. In other words, I'll take a plea deal and I want to get off. And he wanted to make a deal with the Southern District. And they wrote the worst report I think I've ever seen on any human being, other than the report that was written on James Comey by the Inspector General, a very great Inspector General, actually, wrote a report that was so bad. This one was possibly worse. The Southern District, the judge didn't let us use it. He said, it's hearsay. I said, it's not hearsay. Wouldn't let us use it. This is about the man. But he got in trouble for a very simple reason, because he was involved with borrowing a lot of money, and he did something with the banks. I don't know if it's defrauded the banks, but something happened. You guys know what it is. And then in addition to that, he gave up on 3 things where he wasn't guilty. In fact, they were going to testify in that. The head of the FEC, the Brad Smith, the election expert, #1 rated in the country, was going to testify. He took a plea on 3 things. He just added them in because that gave him more bargaining power with respect to me. But the 3 things that he pled on, having to do with the election and having to do essentially a little bit with me, they weren't crimes. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA. So we have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's a big deal, a non-disclosure agreement. Totally honorable, totally good, totally accepted. Everybody has them. Every company has non-disclosure agreements. But the press called it slush fund and all sorts of other things. Hush money, hush money. It's not hush money. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. And most of the people in this room have a non-disclosure agreement with their company. It's a disgrace. So it's not hush money. It's a non-disclosure agreement, totally legal, totally common. Everyone has it. And what happened is he signed a non-disclosure agreement with this person, I guess other people, but it's totally honest. You're allowed to make the payment. You don't have to make it. You can make it any way you want. It's a non-disclosure agreement. And he signed that. And there was nothing wrong with signing it. And this should have been a non-case. And everybody said it was a non-case, including Bragg. Bragg said, until I ran for office. And then they saw the polls. I was leading the Republicans. I was leading the Democrats. I was leading everybody. And all of a sudden, they brought it back. It's a very sad thing that's happening in our country. And it's a thing that I'm honored. In a way, I'm honored. It's not that it's pleasant. It's very bad for family. It's very bad for friends and businesses. But I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it. And I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution. The money that was paid legally. There was nothing illegal. In fact, the lawyer in creating the NDA, because at that time he was a fully accredited lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. I never thought of him as a fixer. The media called him a fixer, or the prosecutors called him a fixer. He was a lawyer, and he was fairly good. Later on, I didn't like what he did. I didn't like, for instance, I didn't like that when I became president, he went around and made deals with companies. When I heard that, he was gone. He was gone. And he had payments coming to him. And a lot of this involved things that are very simple. There was nothing wrong. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here. In fact, I just watched a couple of the reports. You watched Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett. You look at all of these people, Mark Levin, all very talented people, great people, many more. And they don't know me, essentially. They don't know me. They're legal scholars and experts. But I look at them. I watched Turley this morning saying, there's no crime here. Everybody says there's no crime here, except for this DA that's got the city out of control with crime. It's absolutely out of control. So we have an NDA that was signed. We have legal expenses. And here's the thing on legal expenses. You have 100 where they say, they do a charge. I just recorded this out. Falsification of business records in the first degree. It sounds so bad. I said, wow. And even my own lawyers, I get very upset with them because they don't say what it is. They say, well, falsification of legal records is only a felony. Well, that's a lot. Is only a, they say, a misdemeanor. But they try and bring it up to a felony if there's 2 crimes. They have all these different things. The other thing is they missed the statute of limitations by a lot because this was very old. They could have brought this 7 years ago instead of bringing it right in the middle of the election. So they missed the statute of limitations. They did everything. Now, let me give you the good news. The good news is last night, we just got a report this morning.
We are watching former President Donald Trump in his first lengthy remarks after being found guilty on 34 counts of document-related charges. He's at, this is taking place at Trump Tower. He began his remarks with what could actually be regarded as political remarks about various things that are part of the campaign, from immigration to car imports, but then has turned, of course, into the guilty verdict and his interpretation of the case, in some cases factually incorrect, which we'll get into in just a moment. We were told this was going to be a news conference. We are going to watch and wait and see if he takes questions in the meantime, and we'll continue, of course, to monitor his remarks. In the meantime, let me bring back Laura Jarrett, NBC News senior legal correspondent, Danny Savalos, also here, an NBC News legal analyst. A lot to parse through here, a lot of claims here. Let's pick one.
Let's start with the gag order.
Start with the gag order. He did make comments, obviously referencing Michael Cohen. I think most people would agree that's who he was discussing. Yeah. Michael Cohen still covered, and the former president certainly covered by this.
So the purpose of the gag order, remember, is to protect the witnesses from being attacked so that it doesn't influence their testimony. The purpose of the gag order is to be there in place for the duration of the trial. And when he was fined before for his violations of the gag order, it was for making references about Michael Cohen, similar to the types of things that we heard today. I'm interested to see whether, now that the trial has been completed, his attorneys actually asked for clarification to say, hey, Judge, is he still under the terms of this gag order until sentencing? Because there's an argument, I think, from the defense side to say, now the trial is over, he should be allowed to say whatever he wants. I could see the prosecutors pushing back on that in the event if, for any reason, they think there's still some witness intimidation. So I think that's an issue. We're going to reach out to the defense on their position. But he seems to be operating under the assumption that he is still under the gag order. He referred to himself as under it.
And we should note he also has repeated several times that he still wanted to testify, talking about the jeopardy that most lawyers will advise you that if you put yourself out there. But again, maintaining that he wanted all along to testify. Another point I think we have to deal with is he repeated the claim that this is all the result of President Biden or the White House, Democratic operatives who've made this happen. This was a state prosecution.
A state case indicted by a state grand jury, and now a grand jury, now a jury of 12 in New York finding him guilty. This was not a decision reached by a judge. This is not a decision reached by prosecutors, certainly. This was a decision reached by a jury with no connection, no discernible connection to the White House or the Justice Department. It's a claim that he's tried to surmount for political reasons throughout this trial. And
Danny, let me ask you, he also went into a very long defense of criticism of the trial and what they wanted and what they didn't get. He said the government got everything it wanted in terms of requests to the judge. Is that a fair characterization?
No, not exactly. I mean, the defense won some points throughout the trial, but one of his main complaints, for example, is that they weren't able to call an election law expert. But even his own attorneys had to know that was going to be a challenge to get that expert on the stand. Because while you can call experts on issues that are beyond the average knowledge of a juror, like blood spatter experts, firearms experts, fingerprints, things like that, something like an issue of law, and Justice Merchan said as much, is an issue that the judge will instruct the jury on. You can't call generally an expert to tell jurors what the law is. That is the province
of the judge. And that's why the judge did not preclude that expert. Right. The judge instead limited the scope of testimony of that expert. And Donald Trump just acknowledged as much, saying that there were areas that he would have been able to testify about. They made a strategic decision and decided not to call the expert.
Is all this par for the course in a typical criminal trial?
Absolutely. You don't get to call experts to discern and to try to decipher the law. That's for the judge to do.
Right. You can't call an expert to say and qualify the expert as he may in fact be an expert and qualified as an expert, but you can't turn to him and then say, tell the jury what the law is and tell the jury that what the defendant did was in fact lawful. That is literally what the purpose of the jury instructions are. That is why they are instructed, and that's exactly what the judge said. Maybe not verbatim, but essentially, I will instruct the jury on the law. Therefore, these are the limited areas that your expert can go into.
He also talked about this case being only a misdemeanor. In fact, it was boosted to a felony, correct?
It boosted to a felony in this case. And we should be clear that the way that they sort of attach their wagon in this case to a felony is novel. We have not seen that before. We have seen plenty of falsification of business records cases in New York and other places. But the way that they went about it by sort of latching it to a federal violation of campaign laws, that is novel. That is untested, and it hasn't been done before. And it's one of the reasons that he's right that many prosecutors didn't want to bring this case, including prosecutors in this very office in Manhattan, but they ultimately decided that they thought that they could bring it. They thought that it was valid. They thought that it was legal. And he's also right. The prosecutors in the Southern District of New York did not bring this case, but he's wrong about why. The reason they didn't bring it is because he was president at the time. And so they couldn't prosecute a sitting president.
All right, let's bring in some guests who have worked for both the Republicans and Democrat administrations. Hogan Gidley worked for Mr. Trump's White House as former White House Deputy Press Secretary, and Simone Sanders Townsend. She's a former senior member of the Biden-Harris administration and served as chief spokesperson to Vice President Kamala Harris. Appreciate all of you joining us. Hogan, let me begin with you. What we have seen so far is the former president doing himself any favors?
Well, what he's doing is trying to defend himself against what he deems a rigged process. We will see this play out over the course of the next several days and weeks. But we're talking about a town, New York City, in which they've never met a felony. They didn't want to downgrade to a misdemeanor. And in this particular trial, they wanted to make a misdemeanor into a felony. So I understand his rationale and his reasoning there. What it will help with him, though, is something he said, I think right after or right before you cut away, is when he pointed out 34 different counts here. In just 12 hours, he's raised $35 million off of this. Many people in this country deem this as an unfair proceeding. Forget the party, forget your political persuasion. So many people want fairness, and they don't deem this case as having been conducted fairly. That's what Donald Trump's talking about right here. Of course, he's going to talk about issues, as you pointed out, right off the top. But right now, he is trying to explain to the people what he thinks happened in this case and why he's been unfairly targeted. And that's going to be the battle from now until Election Day.
He's not allowed under the gag order to really go or make comments about the jury, but you are. Many others have called this, again, a sham trial. Is that not a direct repudiation of the work of the jury? How do you account for the fact that 9 hours they were able to look through this evidence and make the decision they did?
Well, it's Manhattan, so they don't like him here. That's pretty obvious, and a lot of people will call them a jury of his peers. Okay, I would argue it's a jury of his political opponents because they don't like him. The judge doesn't like him, and quite frankly, when I talk to reporters in the room who lean left, whose names you would know, national reporters at big entities, called me and said it was obvious the judge didn't like him and the jury didn't like him either. No one is surprised by this outcome.
Let me bring in Simone Sanders, again, former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris. Simone, give me your thoughts about, we keep hearing about the weaponization of the judicial system. How will the Biden campaign deal with this going forward in terms of how much they can talk about and how much they want to walk past?
So I think you're going to hear two things. And first, let me back up and say that, prior to my political career, I spent a lot of time doing juvenile justice, criminal justice reform work. And so in that work, there are many people that will criticize a system that is proven to be disproportionately unfair to a number of different individuals, a lot of times Black and brown, young people, young men and women. And I don't think inherently criticism of a system is a degradation of the system. That being said, you know, we all watched and covered, and I know Laura and Danny are sitting there at that table with you, Lester, this trial, and saw how, frankly, the system bent over backwards to ensure that the former president received a fair and impartial trial. Judge Marchand from the bench multiple times noted, I am not going to decide if he's guilty or not. That is up for the jury to do. I think you're going to hear the Biden campaign and Democrats writ large lean into that piece of it, that this was a trial that went forward. This was not something that the Justice Department, that Biden himself ordered, as people are saying. We all saw this play out, reading it with our eyes, watching it with our own eyes, hearing it with our own ears, and now the jury has spoken, and Donald Trump did not take the stand. I think you're going to hear many of those things from Democrats, and you're going to hear from the Biden campaign, and I think President Biden and the Vice President more specifically, about just tying this into their argument about democracy, and this on top of other issues. It is not enough for the Democrats to just talk about Donald Trump's legal troubles. Lester, there are many people out there that did not realize that even though Donald Trump has now been convicted of 34 felonies, he is still on the ballot. There are none of these court cases that are going to bar him from being able to run for president or, frankly, even be elected president. The only thing that is going to keep Donald Trump from being the next president of the United States is what people do at the ballot box come this fall. And that is something, in my talking to Democrats over the last 24 hours, that we're going to hear them hammer home.
Simone, let me ask you, is this good for Democrats? And when I say is this, not just the verdict, but even the trial, the fact that this case was brought, is it helpful or does it hurt Democrats in the long term?
I would say neither, Lester. It's not about if it's helpful for Democrats or if it's hurtful for Democrats. Frankly, people bring trials and cases happen because do people do crimes or not? And so the question is, did Donald Trump engage in activity that a grand jury found credible to say that he should be charged? And we know that the answer to that question is yes. And then a jury of 12 folks decided that he was guilty of not just one felony count, but 34. So for Democrats, I don't think it benefits them to get into the nitty-gritty of the weeds of the minutia of his trials or not. The point is, Donald Trump has now been convicted of 34 felonies. He can say whatever he wants about those felonies, but the paper does not lie. So our Republicans have to make a decision about what they're going to do about that. And Democrats need to not downplay it, right? Because this is very serious. The United States now joins other Western countries, such as France, such as Italy, as Israel, right, who have charged and gone through trials for the current and former presidents. This is not unusual for the Western world. It is unusual for America. So this shouldn't be downplayed, but this is not going to win them an election in November, and I think Democrats know that.
And Hogan, Mr. Trump continues to make the allegation that this is all being driven by the Biden White House, that he's pulling the strings behind the curtain. Is that something? Is that a narrative that you have adopted, or is it strictly what Mr. Trump is saying?
Well, I would imagine a lot of Republicans are going to adopt this in large part because in the other cases, too, you see a lot of back and forth with the prosecutors going to the White House, having conversations, et cetera.
Right, but we've seen it here.
Yeah, but even in the press conference right after this, Alvin Bragg was flanked by the number 3 person from the DOJ. So it's legitimate for the president to say, wait a minute, does Biden know anything about this? Was there any communication? And some of your other legal panelists were pointing out the fact that the head of the FEC was not allowed to testify. And they made arguments for that, right or wrong. I'm not sure. I'm not an attorney. What I do know, though, is that Michael Cohen was allowed to testify on whether or not Donald Trump broke the law. He was able to assess whether he thought federal election rules were violated. But the defense couldn't mount the same argument. But Simone is right about so much of this because it's not about this case. I think a lot of this has been baked into the final product. It's about the issues that the American people want addressed: the wide open southern border, spiking crime, drugs pouring into their communities, an economy where you can't afford gas and groceries. Those are all laid squarely at the feet of Joe Biden. The American people have been kicked in the teeth by those failed policies now for 4 years, and the Democrats would rightly understand that this latest knock on Donald Trump, this latest attempt to finally get him, is probably going to backfire, and it won't amount to much moving forward in this campaign.
Hogan, thanks very much. We should note, of course, there is no evidence that the Biden administration is behind any of this. Let me turn to Laura. You were shaking your head at one point
Just
there.
briefly, we should just be clear that what Michael Cohen was there to testify about was the alleged conspiracy. As he said, he agreed with the former president to do this. He was not there to opine on the law. He was not there to say that that there was an actual violation of law in his opinion as a lawyer. He was there to say what we did together, what we conspired to do together, broke the law. That was just a small distinction I think we should make. He was not there as a lawyer in that capacity.
Michael Cohen was a fact witness,
Yes.
and he would never have been qualified as an expert on election law. And really, he's talking about his awareness of whether or not what he is doing is criminal. That's not the same as describing what is and what is not illegal under the law. It's a totally different area of testimony. Expert testimony versus percipient factual witness testimony. That's what Michael Cohen was. And he's the farthest thing from a legal expert because, of course, he's not even a lawyer anymore. So that's not his role. It was never his role. He was a fact witness.
And Laura, we heard from Todd Blanche earlier today, kind of giving the outlines of what they might base an appeal on. Did anything he said surprise you?
Well, there's plenty, I think. There's plenty of fertile ground here. As we mentioned, they've raised statute of limitations issues. They've raised issues with the fact that Stormy was allowed to testify at length about an alleged sexual encounter that was salacious, which they say obviously never happened, and the former president again denied it again today. I think that's a ripe ground for an appeal in terms of prejudice. We might also see the fact, again, the way they sort of hooked this misdemeanor to another misdemeanor to make a felony had never been done in the way that they did it in this case, and all of that can be grounds for an appeal. All of that is going to take weeks, if not months, if not more than a year.
We're going to go back to Trump Tower. Hallie Jackson is standing by. Hallie, this was billed as a news conference. It was something a bit less than that. Describe what's just happened.
It was not that. It was a statement. It was a speech, essentially, by former President Trump delivered to members of the media who have assembled here on this historic day. I want to give you some context of the room here. If you heard cheering and clapping, it came from a group of supporters who were inside Trump Tower. Outside, you have another group of Trump supporters who are holding signs. One of them, for example, says Trump or death. But inside here, I couldn't help but think, Lester, as I listened to the former president speak, that in some ways this is what we may have heard to a degree if he had taken the stand and testified in his own behalf. I know you've done some fact checking there back at the studio at 30 Rock, but the former president had the opportunity to do so. He said he would have loved to. Again, he chose not to, but you heard him try to make his case, a case that the jury firmly and clearly rejected with those verdicts, guilty verdicts on those 34 counts here. This was, in some ways, the Donald Trump that I have covered and we have all covered here for many years. It was an airing of the grievances. If this trial in many ways has been a trip down memory lane dating back to 2016 and earlier, this was former President Trump ticking through his issues with, for example, his previous impeachments, his time in office, going after President Biden in a way that we often hear at his campaign rallies, Lester. So more to come here. But the former president did one thing here, Mr. Trump. He cast the stakes of this election, saying that November 5th, Election Day, is going to be the most important day in American history. Lester.
Hallie Jackson, thank you. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com, and a full wrap-up tonight when I see you back here for Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone, and good day.
Does this impact or alter at all how you view Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because we already didn't work for him. So this just is evidence that he's shouldn't be in office.
Just because there's a jury doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of people in different positions that could be charged for a lot of different things.
There could be two sides of the story, and that's all. But that's why I choose to not see the news, be a part of it. I stay away because it really gets really tricky.
And you got a hint in that sound of another pattern that I heard, and it's that those who say that they're planning to support Joe Biden and are already leaning that direction, they're also saying that this isn't fundamentally changing things for them, again, because they thought Donald Trump has been guilty for a long time. So this is not moving the needle in that direction for those who are already having their minds made up.
Jack, it's the swing voters who will decide Wisconsin, perhaps voters who haven't been paying terribly close attention to this trial, certainly not paying attention to much of the campaign so far. What do we know about whether this verdict could change their minds?
Great question, because that's where it really matters, especially in a county, as you mentioned, where back in 2016, the margin was so slim. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had with folks who told me they're still digesting the news. I broke the news to some people. Listen to what they told me.
You're undecided right now. What impact does that conviction that you just learned about have on what decision you'll make?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How does that change anything for you in how you view Donald Trump?
I mean, I didn't like him in the first place, so that's about it.
I'd probably still vote Trump over Biden.
Despite you having pause over the conviction?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't feel like Biden's a good enough candidate, and I feel like obviously his old age should be something a factor.
I think one thing I just have to emphasize is how many people just didn't know the details of what Donald Trump has just been convicted of. I had mentioned some people, I broke the news to them. Some others, they said they were scrolling through TikTok, through Instagram, saw the headline, but kind of just brushed it aside. It's going to take some time for those who are not watching the news all the time, for those who are not reading every article and following every update, to truly understand the impact of what happened yesterday and to decide for themselves what it will mean and how it will change or alter their vote.
And it's such an important point for us here in the news to remember as we cover this and as we talk to people who will help decide who's going to be the next president. Shaq, as always, great reporting. Thank you. We have some breaking news on the economy this morning. A new inflation report was just released moments ago.
We are digging through the numbers and what it means for your bottom line. Stay with us. That breaking news is next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome Welcome back. New numbers out just this morning show personal spending increased slightly last month.
That's right. It's up by 0.2%. Personal income also ticked higher in April by 0.3%.
Caleb Silver joins us now to help break it down. He is editor-in-chief at Investopedia and friend of the show. So walk us through these numbers. What are the big takeaways and what does it mean for the average consumer?
These all come together with the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. This is the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation. It measures the economy and our spending more dynamically. And this is exactly where it was last month. And if you look at the trend going back 3, 4, 5 months now, we're kind of in this 2.7, 2.8% range. The Fed wants this number close to 2%. We are spending more, right? But we're also, that's because things are costing more and we're saving less. One thing that comes up in that report that I want to point out, the personal savings rate, 3.6%. Now, back in the pandemic, that was as high as 20%. We had a lot of money coming our way. We're saving less because everything's costing more.
So what could this mean for interest rates that you can derive from this report?
Yeah, well, the Fed's going to meet in 12 days, 5 hours, and 10 minutes. They're not touching interest rates.
I missed my cue to say, what's the countdown clock?
I got it. They're not touching interest rates. The Fed wants a lot more evidence that inflation is actually coming down. It's stuck in this range. Prices are still increasing very slightly. They're not rising as fast as they were. That's a good sign, but they're not coming down to the levels where the Fed wants to see them. So the Fed's not going to touch interest rates for a while. There's now talk from some Fed presidents, maybe we should raise them again. I don't think that's going to happen either. Interest rates are going to be where they are for at least until September.
Well, we have you. We want to talk about something else, but based on our top story this morning, shares of Trump Media, that's the company that owns Truth Social, plummeted yesterday after the verdict. No surprise. It really hasn't been a banner year for that stock. So what should we expect today and moving forward? And what happened yesterday, too?
Yeah, the stock fell 15% in after-hours trading. This is not a widely held stock. This is pretty much a proxy bet whether or not you think Trump is going to get back into the White House. It's back up about 3-4% this morning. It trades very widely throughout the day. Super volatile stock. It's right around $50 right now, $53 right now. It started, its high was $79. Its low is $22. So it's kind of in the middle there. Remember, Trump owns about 65% of the shares but can't sell them for another few months. And this is a big money-losing company. But it is, as I say, a bet on whether or not you think he's going to get back to the Oval Office or not.
All right. Caleb Silver, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming up, it's Friday. That means it's time for your can't miss list.
We love that. From wild westerns to new music from Eminem, we'll bring you all the latest and greatest in the world of entertainment that you got to know about and you got to watch this weekend. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, it's Friday, which means it's time for your can't miss list.
That's right. From a Civil War era Western to a new series that some are calling Netflix's most controversial. There's a lot this weekend that you can't miss. And we have tips. I thought it was Joe's turn. Here to talk about it all is TV personality and host of the Baker Show podcast, Baker Machado, fellow Buff, as I always like to point out as well. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, fellow Buff. Good morning, guys.
Let's start with the Western that I just mentioned, Dead Don't Hurt. What do we need to know?
That just is in theaters today. This is Viggo Mortensen, who wrote, directed, and stars in this Western romance. You don't hear that very often. Now, this is about a couple who become separated by the Civil War and then reconnect years later and have to go through all of the trauma that they had gone through years ago. Now, this premiered last year at the Toronto International Film Festival, got really good reviews. Right now, it has an 83% rating right now on Rotten Tomatoes, and it is in theaters right now.
Let's talk about a documentary. It is about Jim Henson. Jim Henson, Idea Man. What should we know about this?
Oh, this is really exciting, guys. This has been something that we've been waiting for a while about. This is directed by Ron Howard, and it goes into the whole history of the most amazing puppeteer and animator ever in Jim Henson, and sort of the complicated life that he had. A lot of people forget he died at a really young age, at 53 years old, but crammed so much into his life. It also talks about how he created Kermit the Frog. He made it out of his mother's coat and used a ping pong ball that he cut in half for the eyes. This is getting incredible reviews. This is available for you right now on Disney+.
More proof of that here in 30 Rock on the 6th floor. We have what's called the Muppet Pipes, where he was waiting to go on The Tonight Show. And he opened a broom closet, and there were a bunch of pipes, and he decorated them all like Muppets. It was then covered up, and then they re-uncovered them doing renovation.
Who covered that up?
I know. And now it's like behind gorgeous glass, and it's a sight to see. That was a little
good to know. Now we know more. I'm going after this.
In the documentary.
Yeah, and that was me as an NBC page giving a studio tour.
Yes, love that.
Okay, now let's talk about Dancing for the Devil. This is one we mentioned that's controversial, sort of.
Yes, so if you are obsessed with true crime, cult documentaries on Netflix like me, this is definitely right up your alley. So this follows a group of prominent TikTok dancers who are trapped in a cult that masquerades not just as a church, but also as a management company called 7M. And this management company was then siphoning and stealing all of their TikTok money and revenue that they were making. Now, these TikTok dancers were also forced to cut off their families and were repeatedly brainwashed and a bunch of other things from this group. All 3 episodes of this are on Netflix right now, and this is totally up my alley. I'm right on into this.
I agree with that.
All right, so this week I was lucky to see Jessica Lange on Broadway. She's Tony nominated for The Mother play. She's also playing an aging Broadway star in The Great Jillian Hall, and this is getting really good reviews,
like
right?
goosebumps on my arms when I saw the trailer for this thing. This is available right now on Max. Jessica Lange, as you mentioned, plays a Broadway star who prepares for a new show that she's doing, but she's also showing early signs of dementia as she's going on and doing the show. It also stars Kathy Bates, Lily Robb, Jesse Williams, and Pierce Brosnan. Now, interestingly, this was supposed to be in theaters starring Meryl Streep instead of Jessica Lange. Jessica Lange then gets the role afterwards, and it's going just to streaming already. But Lange getting incredible chatter already for the Best Actress nomination for the Emmy for this already. So many people say that this role is absolutely incredible.
Oh, God, it looks amazing. Okay, what about a sleeper hit on our own Peacock? We Are Lady Parts. This is getting really good reviews.
Yes, and it's already the 2nd season that just dropped right now. Now, this centers on a band, an all-female Muslim punk rock band in London. As you mentioned, this is on Peacock right now. This was actually a co-production between Peacock and UK's Channel 4. All 6 episodes available right now, streaming for you on Peacock. And interestingly, a guest appearance from none other than Malala in this season as well, which is great. Now, this 2nd season is following the band as they are recording their debut album. So really, really funny. And as you mentioned, the reviews on this thing have been really good.
That's a show a lot of people like. All right, we have to talk music. Eminem.
Yeah, this is...
Have you heard that name recently?
No.
He released a single. It's called Houdini, which is also a Dua Lipa song.
Yes,
I totally agree.
When I heard this news of him doing a Houdini song, I was like, is he teaming up with Dua Lipa? But yeah, guys, guess who's back? Back again. Eminem dropping the new single today. It's off of his new album called The Death of Slim Shady, which doesn't come out until this summer. But the video also came out this morning, and it's full of throwbacks. It begins with Eminem getting a phone call from Dr. Dre as he wakes up to his song Without Me in 2002. So it's got a throwback there. But it also has Pete Davidson, 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, comedian Shane Gillis, all in the music video also. And the publicity campaign for this new album, The Death of Slim Shady, has been interesting. He took out a fake obituary in his hometown, Detroit Free Press, to say that Slim Shady Shady had died, all in preparation for this new album.
Baker Machado, that's a good one. Thank you so much. Happy
Thanks,
Friday,
guys.
happy watching.
That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, the news continues right now.
Hey everyone, we have made it to Friday. I'm Vicki Nguyen. So glad you could be with me. My co-anchor Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, May 31st, guilty verdict. Former President Donald Trump is speaking out in the wake of his criminal conviction. What he is now saying about this unprecedented moment in American history. Market Monitor signed sales contracts on existing homes slumped to the lowest levels since the start of the pandemic. The reason for the drop and what it all means for buyers and sellers. Underwater voyage. A billionaire is making plans to see the Titanic wreckage less than a year after the OceanGate submersible disaster. The details behind this new deep sea exploration. Down to the wire, the Scripps National Spelling Bee moved into a high-speed tie-breaking spell-off the moment a 7th grader clinched the competition in truly spectacular fashion. Welcome now to NBC News Daily. We start with the historic conviction of Donald Trump. It is the first time a former U.S. president has ever been found guilty of a crime. The jury reached its verdict after deliberating for 9.5 hours over the course of 2 days. The 12 jurors convicted Trump on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. And now the legal and political fallout is coming into focus. Last hour, the former president held a press conference at Trump Tower where he repeated claims that he is a political prisoner.
This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. So we're going to be appealing this scam. We're going to be appealing it on many different things. He wouldn't allow us to have witnesses. He wouldn't allow us to talk. He wouldn't allow us to do anything. The judge was a tyrant.
Trump's sentencing hearing is set for July 11th. That is just days before the Republican National Convention is set to kick off in Milwaukee, where Mr. Trump will officially become his party's presidential nominee. That is the expectation. Now, this is an unprecedented moment, as we keep saying, in American history. We are covering it from all angles. NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, along with NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, are both here with the potential legal and political fallout. But first, we want to go to NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian. She joins us from just outside Trump Tower in Manhattan. Yasmin, I know you have been covering this from the start. Trump and his allies rushed in to condemn this verdict immediately after it was handed down yesterday. But the president had another press conference in just this last hour. What did he say?
Just across the street. And some of what you played, Vicki, is more of what we heard. About 45 minutes in this press conference, and heard a lot about how he felt as if this trial was rigged. Judge Juan Merchan should not have been sitting on the bench as the judge of the trial, that they're going to appeal this thing, that he called it a political attack from Joe Biden's administration, which we well know is not true. By the way, the DOJ, the president has nothing to do with any of the cases that are prosecuted by the Manhattan DA. He alleged to have raised $40 million alone last night at a fundraiser. We have not fact-checked that either. However, he did set up how this will likely raise his profile, raise his support towards November. Whether or not that happens is really in question. It was certainly a chock-filled press conference, 45 minutes, not taking any questions really towards the end. The former president came down those famous escalators that he came back down in 2015 when he announced he was running for president then. Although this time, a very different scenario now, guilty on 34 counts in a criminal court in downtown Manhattan. Vicki.
Yasmin, Trump's lead defense attorney, Todd Blanche, appeared on the Today Show this morning. I want to play a bit of what he said and talk to you on the other side.
This was a verdict that we were expecting. We're going to appeal, and we're going to win on appeal. I mean, that's the goal. The goal is this is a step in the process of our justice system, and the goal is to appeal quickly and hopefully be vindicated quickly.
Yasmin, walk us through the timeline here. When can that appeal be filed? Obviously, Todd Blanche saying quickly as possible. And what does it look like as things play out from here? And frankly, it's a very busy scene where you are. What are you hearing from folks outside of Trump Tower?
Yeah, so a couple things. First, when it comes to that first question that you asked about appeal, you can't appeal until the sentencing. So you mentioned July 11th, sentencing 5 days before the Republican National Convention. The timing of it is really incredible. They can't start the appeals process until after that. I mean, this thing potentially could go all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm sure the former president would like to see that actually happen. After he's sentenced, Merchan could potentially say that the sentencing is delayed based on appeal. We'll have to wait and see what happens, of course, on July 11th. Let me also walk you through what I'm seeing outside of Trump Tower right now. I'm going to ask the control room to take my photog Miguel's camera so you could actually see the crowd out here. It's a significant crowd, Vicki, I would say, as the former president held his press conference across the street for about 45 minutes or so. A lot of folks out here are seeing the images now, chanting in favor of the former president, playing music, saying Donald Trump 2024 over and over again. So certainly it is quite a scene outside of Trump Tower early in this afternoon.
We'll get into the politics of it all in a bit with his supporters. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian with the latest on the trial for us. Thank you. I want to bring in NBC News legal analyst now, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thank you so much for being here with me on set. So many legal experts are saying it's very unlikely Mr. Trump will actually face any time behind bars for this conviction. What do you think, and what are the factors the judge will be considering?
I think that is the case. The judge is going to consider many factors. One, the fact that he's a first-time offender, the fact that this is not seen generally as a serious offense because it's a non-violent offense, and certainly the judge will look at the fact that that there are other alternatives to imprisonment, such as probation, home confinement, or a fine.
And what if that were to happen, though? If he were to be sentenced to any time in prison, would that happen right on July 11th? Would he be taken into custody? How would the Secret Service navigate that?
Well, the Secret Service, that would be an unprecedented challenge for Secret Service. But in terms of whether or not he would be taken away right away, that is left to the judge's discretion. The judge could order the sheriffs to take him away right then and there, or set a date by which he could turn himself in. But in terms of Secret Service, they would have to navigate, they'd have to coordinate the scheduling with the correctional facility, and there would just be a lot of coordination, I would say, with the correctional facility at that time.
And a lot of security concerns, I would imagine, in New York, too, that our law enforcement are preparing for in case protests erupt on the sentencing day of July 11th. So we know that this conviction yesterday on these 34 counts, it doesn't change his ability to actually run for president. Also, according to Florida law, where Trump is a resident, he's also allowed to vote as long as he is not actually serving time in prison. But this is something really interesting, Kristen, that's been floating around on social media. People are asking, could President Biden pardon Trump in order to unify the country? Is that even something legally possible to do?
No, Vicki. Biden's hands are tied in this regard because this is a state-level prosecution. It is a state conviction. Although presidential pardon powers are vast, right? We saw that with Nixon when Ford pardoned Nixon for the Watergate scandals. But those were potential federal crime violations. That's not what we have here. We have state convictions. And so really the only person that would be eligible to pardon Trump would be New York Governor Hochul.
Very interesting. All right, NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much. Now, across the country, voters are reacting to Mr. Trump's felony conviction. NBC News spoke to people in several key battleground states after the historic verdict came down yesterday. Take a look.
I think he should be behind bars. Anybody else would be behind bars. We're supposedly a nation of, the law applies to everyone. And
I said I'm going to vote for Trump either way.
And why is that?
Because I think he can do it.
Can do what?
Turn this country around from where we're at.
No, I don't see him as that much of a criminal. What he did was, it might have been a crime, but I don't think it was that much of a crime.
God. I think that if we have a president that could possibly be a felon, I don't think that's good for the country. I think he should be held to the same standard as everyone else.
For more on the political implications of all of this, we want to bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. Always great to see you, Jonathan. So there it is. We heard the reaction from voters. What about Republicans, though? I mean, it almost seemed like they immediately came out in defense of Mr. Trump. The surrogates were ready. He himself was on the defensive. I don't think anyone thought that this would move the needle with Trump's base, convicted or not convicted.
I think this fires up Trump's base. He's going to be able to raise a lot of money. His campaign is saying that they already did that to the tune of tens of millions of dollars last night. But the question for Trump isn't so much that base. The question for Trump is how will this affect independent and swing voters in key swing states? And the more likely someone is to come out raging against this verdict in the immediate aftermath of it, the less likely it is that there's somebody that you would consider an independent or swing voter. And I think that goes also for the Republican officials that we've heard from. You hear from some of Trump's top allies in the last 24 hours or so. What we have not yet heard is a lot of Republicans who are distancing themselves from Trump. And there is an effort on Trump's team's part to prevent that from happening. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, running for Senate in Maryland right now, had said before the verdict that people should respect the verdict. Chris LaCivita, the senior advisor to Trump, telling him that his political career was over. So, we'll have to see if other Republicans defect. But right now, they are forming a line behind Trump.
Quickly before you go, Jonathan, what about independents? They are the key that both Biden and Trump are going after. How does this verdict affect their opinions?
I think we're going to have to wait and see, Vicki. We're going to have to look at polling in these swing states. Obviously, as a news organization, NBC is going to be out there talking to a lot of these folks, as you saw some of our colleagues doing in the package that you ran earlier.
All right, NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, thank you. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Tesla is recalling more than 125,000 vehicles due to an issue with the seatbelt warning system. Federal officials say the malfunction can increase the risk of injury during a crash. CNBC reporter Silvana Hanau joins me now. Silvana, good to see you. So which cars are affected in this latest recall?
Hey, Vicki, good afternoon to you. Well, regulators say that the system may not chime or alert the driver when they're not buckled up. So this recall, it affects certain 2012 through 2024 Model S, 2015 through 2024 Model X, 2017 through 2023 Model 3, and 2020 through 2023 Model Y vehicles. Tesla will fix the issue with a software update that is expected to roll out in June. And a new price cap of $35 will begin tomorrow on inhalers from two big manufacturers. Boehringer Ingelheim announced the change earlier this year, and rival AstraZeneca quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, GSK will introduce a $35 cap by January 1st. This comes after lawmakers criticized the companies over the high prices of the life-saving devices, Vicki.
And now, Silvana, thank you so much. Got it. Coming up, a real estate tycoon is attempting to make a deep-sea excursion to tour the Titanic wreckage just a year after that deadly submersible implosion. Why he is set on taking this risk. You're watching NBC News Daily.
air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
It has been less than a year since the deadly implosion of the OceanGate submersible that killed all 5 passengers that were on board. Well, now one billionaire is making plans for the same deep-sea excursion to see the Titanic wreckage. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda asked him what inspired him to embark on this risky mission.
Larry Connor has soared to the International Space Station and down to the deepest parts of the ocean. But it's the billionaire's next adventure that's arguably turning the most heads. He wants to take this newly designed submersible to the Titanic shipwreck, the same deep-sea voyage that killed 5 people less than a year ago.
Growing questions surrounding that deadly submersible accident.
The Coast Guard hasn't even completed its investigation into the submersible implosion from last year. Is this rushed? Is this too soon?
No, and we will, under no set of circumstances, rush this project. The number one factor is safety.
The real estate and tech entrepreneur has partnered with Triton Submarines to build a vessel that will send him and the company's CEO on a research mission to the Titanic. The infamous shipwreck is roughly 13,000 feet under the sea, where water pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface.
These are dangerous conditions. Why are the risks worth taking for you?
So I would reframe this. These can be dangerous conditions. We are going to go through multiple steps, multiple certifications to ensure that this vessel, and specifically the hull, is safe and sound.
The OceanGate submersible imploded last June, instantly killing its CEO and 4 passengers.
I've broken some rules to make this.
Following the deadly disaster, there was intense criticism over the company's lack of testing and use of experimental materials, especially the submersible's carbon fiber composite hull. OceanGate has since suspended operations. Mechanical engineer Bart Kemper was among those to express concern before the implosion, but says he trusts Triton.
What is different about this mission here?
The big difference here is that we're using proven technology that's still innovative, but it's been done the right way.
So you would go on this exploration?
In a heartbeat. Sign me up.
Connor reiterating his top priority.
If you're asking, are we confident we can do it safely? The answer is yes.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, will not be attending next month's Trooping the Colour event. Kensington Palace made the announcement yesterday. Now, Kate normally attends the military ceremony, but she has remained out of the spotlight since announcing her cancer diagnosis more than 2 months ago. NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has our report.
Guys, good to be with you. Kensington Palace is confirming that Princess Kate will not be at the Trooping the Colour rehearsal, which is going to be next weekend. Now, this, of course, is the birthday celebration for the king. Now, the princess received this honorary role of being the Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guard, where she would have inspected her troops. She would have received the salute. But instead, the palace tells us that a Lieutenant General will be stepping in on her behalf. But we will be singing King Charles. King Charles will be there in attendance, but the palace says it's going to be a little bit different. Last year, you may remember, we saw the king on horseback where he inspected his troops and received the salute. This year, he's going to be in a carriage alongside the queen. Now, the palace did say last month when the king returned to public-facing duties that he might be making some adjustments. You know, he's not 100% right now, and so it's all dependent on what the doctors say. And so this certainly appears to be one of those situations. Meanwhile, we know this is going to be a very different summer, a very unusual summer for the royal family. Princess Kate usually attends Wimbledon, for example. She's very active. She loves tennis. You may remember when she did that friendly game with tennis great Roger Federer. She often presents the trophy to the winner at Wimbledon. And then, of course, there's a royal ascot this summer. So her presence will most certainly be missed. But we know that Princess Kate is really focused on making a full recovery right now, her #1 priority. Guys, back to you.
Megan, thank you. Later this hour, an Idaho doomsday author now faces the death penalty after being found guilty in a triple murder. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Mexico is holding its largest election in history on Sunday. There are more than 20,000 local, state, and national positions up for grabs. Right now, voters are on track to elect the country's first female president. But this year, political violence is gripping the campaign trail. Earlier this week, a mayoral candidate was gunned down during a rally. He is just one of 34 candidates killed since last September. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Mexico City. Guad, it's great to see you. Talk to us about this election cycle, why it's so violent compared to years past, and what are some of the key threats that these candidates are facing?
Vicky, the violence in Mexico has been an issue even before the election cycle, right? Public safety is on everyone's mind in Mexico. As I speak with voters that are getting ready to go out and vote on Sunday, this is the one issue that they keep bringing up. So you look at what the candidates have been facing, threats, many of them being kidnapped. We know that the numbers change depending on who you ask, but some of the most important political consultants here that we spoke to say they have a count of 36 candidates or aspiring candidates or people that were seeking office that have been murdered during this election cycle. On top of that, you've got people involved with the political campaigns who've also been the victims of violence. So this is an issue of public safety in Mexico. It's very complex. Essentially, the country has two sides. The big cities, Mexico City, Guadalajara, Monterrey, are much safer for people involved in politics. And when you look at the places where a lot of the people involved in politics are being killed, this is the more rural areas, places like Chiapas, Oaxaca, Guerrero, where there's less protection, where the governments have not been able to control organized crime. And really, organized crime is the villain here. The fact that they've taken a different approach moving forward in the last 2 decades, taking over, according to experts, of a lot of local governments, not only to control the area, the flow of drugs, but also businesses that they themselves have in those areas. So again, a very complex issue, but what it comes down to is voters that are scared. Here's part of a conversation that I had with a young voter yesterday.
I live with fear. I arrive home with fear. I live with the keys in my hands, like basically expecting don't be attacked.
It's a lot of violence, and even as a citizen, I don't feel so safe being the street.
So that's just part of the conversation that I had with students yesterday, talking about the way they feel. So whomever wins the presidency in Mexico this weekend will have to attack the issue of public safety in Mexico, not just with people involved in politics, but everyone who has to walk outside and live their life every day. Vicky?
Oh, Guad, we appreciate the in-depth reporting with all that context. Guad Venegas live in Mexico City for us today. Thank you. Well, a 15-year-old boy in Florida is now recovering after an SUV hit him as he was riding his bike last week. It left him unconscious. Investigators say it was a hit and run. Then they caught a big break. They say they were able to track down the suspect and arrest him, all because of a missing AirPod. Adrian Chriskout from NBC6 South Florida has the story.
This is Lachlan Nickel, a 15-year-old teenager. Again, this is the same teenager, but in the hospital after he crashed against a car that left the scene while he was riding his bicycle last week in Jensen Beach. Authorities started to investigate, and it was thanks to an AirPod that the teenager had in his ears when the crash occurred that they were able to track the suspect. According to Martin County Sheriff's Office, during the impact, the teenager's head hit against the passenger's window, and one of his AirPods fell into the car. When officers arrived to the address where the AirPod was, they found a covered and hidden vehicle in the back part of the house. His owner, Peter Swing, confessed he was the one that crashed with a teenager, but did not stop because he went into panic, since he has previously been in jail for drug charges. He was immediately placed under arrest and taken to the county jail.
I think the family will undoubtedly feel some measure of justice, but we can't undo what happened. And I think the real sting here is that he left an unconscious child in a dark parking lot and drove away.
All right, our thanks to Adrian Chriskout for that. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube and Peacock.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Macon, Georgia. Thanks for watching. I'm Vicki Wynn, and here's what's making news right now. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin has officially left the Democratic Party and registered as an independent. He made the announcement earlier today. Now, late last year, Manchin said he was retiring from Congress after serving as a senator since 2010. No word yet on whether he plans to run for office as an independent. A Minneapolis police officer is dead after what investigators are describing as an ambush shooting. Officials say Officer Jamal Mitchell was shot while trying to help a man who appeared to be a victim but was actually the gunman. In all, 3 people were killed, including the suspect. 2 others hospitalized across 2 different shooting scenes. It is not clear if both shootings are connected, but police say the public is not in danger. The Dallas Mavericks are headed to the NBA Finals. The Mavs beat the Minnesota Timberwolves last night during Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. To advance, they will face the Boston Celtics when the NBA Finals begin on June 6th. In Idaho right now, a jury is now weighing the death penalty for Chad Daybell, who was convicted yesterday of killing his wife and his then-girlfriend's 2 children. Now, this ends a complex 2-month-long trial after his girlfriend turned second wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, was also convicted of murder. The trial included bizarre claims of zombie children and apocalyptic prophecies. Now, this all began back in 2019. Lori Vallow and Chad were having an affair when both of their spouses died unexpectedly. Lori Vallow's family members then reported her 2 children missing. Investigators eventually found them buried on Daybell's property. NBC News correspondent Elwin Lopez joins us now. So, Elwin, the defense tried to pin the murders on Lori Vallow's brother, but that didn't stick. Remind us of the details in this case and what happened in the courtroom when jurors announced that verdict.
Yeah, Vicki, this case has been in the making for years. There's been a long line of bizarre twists and turns, and the case is really centered around Chad Daybell's extreme religious beliefs that there was a doomsday coming and that there were dark and light spirits and that the dark spirits needed to die. Now, keep in mind that Chad Daybell was married to his wife Tammy when he met Lori Vallow. Then Lori Vallow's youngest children, JJ and Tylee, went missing back in 2019. Less than a month after that is when Chad Daybell's wife Tammy was found dead under mysterious circumstances. 2 weeks later is when Chad Daybell marries Lori Vallow. Now, in 2020 is when the remains of Tylee and JJ were found on Daybell's property. They later exhumed Tammy's body and found that she did not die under natural circumstances, but she died due to a homicide by asphyxiation. Now, Lori Vallow was convicted of murder. She was sentenced to life in prison. Now we'll see whether Chad Daybell's fate is the same. Vicki?
Elwin, such a twisted case. The jury, though, now considering the sentencing of Chad Daybell. The prosecution is seeking the death penalty. What can we expect at this point? What is the timeline?
Yeah, so the same jurors who decided his guilty fate now will decide as to whether or not he will be facing death or life in prison. Now, keep in mind that here today we could expect to hear victim impact statements from Tylee and JJ's family members. We could also even hear from Chad Daybell himself as he fights against getting the death sentence here. But remember that these jurors have seen incredibly graphic images. They saw images of these children happy and go-lucky, just as children should be. And then they saw images of their remains charred, one of them dismembered. So these are the same jurors that are going to make that decision as to whether or not he is going to get death in this case. And it is something that they will definitely be keeping in mind as they make that decision. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Elwin Lopez. Elwin, thank you. Well, a huge policy reversal at the White House. President Biden is now giving Ukraine the green light to strike inside Russia with American-made weapons. Just a short time ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Ukraine needs the ability to defend itself against Russia's attacks on its second-largest city, Kharkiv, and the troops that are now massing at the border. Now, overnight, we saw yet another deadly missile barrage on Kharkiv. NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us now. Aaron, good to see you this Friday. So the Kremlin is saying these attacks attacks have already begun, but the U.S. has strict limits on how deep Ukraine can strike into Russia. Is that right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Vicky. Good to see you, too. This decision from the U.S. really means that the Ukrainians will be able to use short-range weapons that come from the U.S., and they'll only be able to use them in that northeastern Kharkiv region where we've seen Russian attacks as of late, this major cross-border assault that the Russians have undertaken, particularly in the last few weeks. The Ukrainians will be able to use these weapons to attack Russian soldiers who are preparing to execute attacks just across the border in Ukraine. And this really has been a point of contention for the U.S. and some European allies that have really been trying to push the U.S. to take this action to allow the Ukrainians to fight just inside the Russian border, something that other European countries, other Western countries have supported over time, but something that the U.S. has been reluctant to allow. Vicky?
Yeah, to that point, Aaron, Ukraine's president is saying this reversal by President Biden is too little, too late. What was behind the White House's decision to wait so long?
Well, Vicky, honestly, this has been a bit of a balancing act for the Biden administration, having to show strong support for the Ukrainians, including supplying weapons to them, but also realizing that to do too much, to go too far, might push Russia into looking at the U.S. actions as directly engaging or indirectly engaging in this war between Russia and Ukraine. We know that Secretary of State Tony Blinken is traveling in that region right now and has said that the U.S. has not encouraged or enabled Ukraine to strike outside their own country. But I want you to hear some of what he had to say a bit earlier.
Over the past few weeks, Ukraine came to us and asked for the authorization to use weapons that we're providing to defend against this aggression. That went right to the president, and as you've heard, he's approved the use of our weapons for that purpose. Going forward, we'll continue to do what we've been doing, which is, as necessary, adapt and adjust.
And so President Biden quietly greenlit this authorization through the advice of Secretary Blinken and the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. At the same time, as you noted, President Zelensky of Ukraine has said that this has been a bit too little, too late, that there have been too many lives lost, Ukrainian lives lost because of a delay in this decision. And now, Vicky, he is asking to use long-range weapons in Russia. Vicky?
The answer to that remains to be seen. NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, thank you. Well, pending home sales in the U.S. plunged their lowest level since the start of the pandemic. According to the National Association of Realtors, signed sale contracts on existing homes dropped 7.7% in April compared to the previous month. Forecasters expected a drop of just 1%. Sales were down in every region of the country, but they fell the hardest in the Midwest and the West. Financial expert and host of the Webby award-winning podcast, So Money, Farnoosh Torabi, joins me now. Farnoosh, great to see you. So the chief economist for NAR is blaming current interest rates for these latest numbers. Can you explain to everyone at home how, all of these factors are really playing in? We know about the high interest rates, but what about the low supply, the inventory, as well as the competition at this point?
Right. That's three items right there. It's a trifecta, Vicky, and I'm actually surprised it's taken this long for signs of buyer burnout. It was shocking to see so many price hikes, so many bidding wars in this high interest rate environment, low supply environment. And then, the prices are high at the list level, and then you go to make an offer and you're suddenly one of 20 people bidding on a home. Now, I know that's more regional in some cases, but by and large, home affordability has become very much out of reach for a majority of Americans. I think we're finally seeing signs of that in April. Also, seasonally, keep in mind, although the spring is the hottest season of the year for home buying, this data point is coming at the tail end of the season. So it's potentially why we're seeing this dip now and not maybe in January, February, March. It's just that the inventory is not where it was 3 months ago.
Farnoosh, the National Association of Realtors also just reached this settlement. We reported on it earlier this year. It involves major changes to the way agent commissions are coupled. They're decoupled. So walk us through the details of this settlement and what it really means if you're trying to buy a home or sell a home this summer and beyond.
Well, basically, the big headline here is that the settlement now requires agents to be more forthcoming about their fee structures, how they're being compensated. They're required to go into contracts that state all of this with their potential buyers so that there is no confusion. And I think this is really healthy. I mean, we see this already in other aspects of personal finance markets. Like if you're going to work with a financial planner, you should know how that planner is being compensated. If you're going to buy a home, you should know how your agent is going to be compensated. And up until now, it's been a little bit of a wild west, and it's been very gray. And depending on the market, depending on the region, the rules may be different. I live in New Jersey. It's different than what you might see in New York. And so I think this is effectively leveling the playing field, putting the buyers and the sellers more in the driver's seat to have the transparency, the education, and the clarity so that they can go and make the best possible buying or selling decision and feel really empowered doing so. So now I guess what's really going to change starting probably in the fall is that if you're a prospective buyer and you want to work with an agent and start to see homes, whether that's virtually or in person, there's now going to be a requirement, if this goes through, to have you sign a contract that you're understanding as the potential buyer how compensation is working, so there's no surprises and there's no confusion. Compensation as far as how the agents are getting compensated.
Right, and it is possible some buyers will have to pay their agents, which wasn't the case up until now. Let me ask you this, Farnoosh, in the time that we have left. What's your advice for people who are on the sidelines right now, who want to enter the home buying market? In addition to researching the compensation, what they're on the hook for, what else would you advise?
Well, it's really important that you don't try to go and do this alone, working with a really experienced agent who's invested in that neighborhood, that region. So this person knows the trends. They know how sales are usually closing. They can give you really constructive advice. You want to make sure that as a potential buyer, you're doing everything you can to keep your profile healthy. That means your credit profile. You want to make sure that your savings is healthy. A lot of the buyers that are basically winning out the competition right now, they're not going in with a 10% down payment. They're going in with at least 20, 25. In New Jersey, where it's really competitive, 30% down payments to basically get the deal. And I would also say that if you are renting, to not feel like you're missing out or you're delaying your sort of financial adulthood because you're not a homeowner yet. There's a real narrative in our country still that until you own a home, you're not actually moving ahead, moving further. And I think that's a myth. There's a lot of advantages to renting. It affords you liquidity and mobility. So think of this as a strategy that will allow you to then act fast when the right home comes on the market. You'll be ready to move because you have the mobility as a renter to do that.
All right, Farnoosh, we really appreciate really great, actionable, practical advice. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Up next, a musical inspiration, the incredible story of a blind teen with autism who is using her musical talents to support others in her community. More NBC News Daily right after this.
news in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now to a good news story. A blind teenager with autism is breaking barriers through her remarkable pursuit of music. NBC News Daily co-anchor Kate Snow shows us how this 19-year-old is using her talents to pay it forward and inspire others with disabilities.
Holly Connor is one of a kind. A self-described musical savant. She's blind and autistic, and at 19 years old, she's already an accomplished vocalist and pianist. She's performed on stage in musical theater productions, sung the national anthem for stadium crowds. And last year, started college at Webster University in Missouri.
Feel like happiness is what comes out when I play and perform. Music always calms me down.
Her parents, Katie and Titus Sears, knew pretty early on that Holly had a special talent, especially after she started practicing piano at 6 months old with her feet.
She just kind of started playing, and then from there it took off.
It's just part of her persona. That's where she's certainly the most comfortable. Music is really it's really the breath of life for her.
When I was 11, I played Glinda of The Wizard of Oz. And that's when I really, really started to love performing. This is how I learn music.
To play the piano, Holly reads Braille music with one hand while playing with the other. She can also hear a song once and play it. Greg Heaney, who runs an inclusive music studio, says she has perfect pitch.
What note is this?
That was an A flat.
How about?
That was a D flat. That was an E flat. That was a G. That was an A flat.
Very good.
Her parents are grateful for so many people who helped Holly along the way.
Getting her to where she is, so much of it is just the support of all the people around.
That is where I do cry a lot.
And now Holly is paying it forward.
She's my co-pilot, yeah.
Working with Greg, she supports other musicians who have disabilities or are neurodivergent.
Music is the universal language, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a way to explore different, what it means to be human.
Right.
Holly's story, I think it provides people hope. When they see what people are capable of, given limitations, it's good for the human spirit to see that.
To me, it feels like a relief. I was scared the world wouldn't accept her. I wasn't sure who she would become in life. I wasn't sure if she'd have friends. I wasn't sure if she'd be able to go to college. So to me, it's a relief that she has found a passion, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here. I'm excited to see her future.
Holly hopes music will inspire her class as much as it's inspired her.
It's important to me to show what other people can eventually do. Help them have fun. Help them enjoy the love of music.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NASA is busy with intense training and preparation as it looks to put humans on the moon for the first time in more than 5 decades. Today's show co-host Al Roker met with the Artemis II crew to give us an inside look at what it takes to make a lunar landing.
And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Perched atop NASA's most powerful rocket, an uncrewed Orion capsule leapt skyward, an almost 240,000-mile trip, paving the way for humans to return to the lunar surface for the first time in 50-plus years.
It's got to be one of the most proud moments of my life.
But first, a crew of 4 will embark on a 10-day mission, orbiting the moon, a critical test flight, making sure that all systems are go.
When people ask you, why do we need to go back to the moon? What do you say to them?
What do we call it when humanity does something great? A moonshot. And so our generation now has the opportunity to have our own moonshots, and I think that is a win that the whole world needs.
That's Mission Commander Reed Weissman, a Navy captain who spent 165 days on the space station. Victor Glover flew on the second SpaceX Dragon mission, and he'll be the Artemis II pilot. Mission specialist Christina Cook, spending nearly a year on the space station and was on the first all-female spacewalk. Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist and the first Canadian to lead an astronaut class. This will be his first time in space.
We are humans. We are built to explore. We know how to live off our planet. Now it's time to push humanity out into the solar system.
The crew training in Houston invited me to spend a day to see if I had the right stuff. My first test at the controls of the Orion flight simulator with a spectacular view.
You're sitting in the commander spot, and I'm sitting in the pilot seat right now.
I get some on-the-job training on my very first mission to the moon.
This goes in, out, up, down, left, and right.
Our trip today, docking with an orbiting space station.
We're going to drift over. When that crosses in the center, tap it to the right 3 times, and that'll stop the motion.
It's not exactly like learning to drive a car, but I think I got it.
And what do you think? Is he going to make the crew or not?
I think he's going to make the crew.
All that work has worked up an appetite. So, into the Orion capsule simulator for a space food taste test.
This little briefcase is our oven.
Space oven. Used to cook everything from couscous to kale and what the team calls the gold standard.
That's the brisket, macaroni and cheese.
And you like that, right?
That's good. Do your taste buds change in space?
Well, your body's going through a lot of changes. You have fluid shifting to your head, making you feel slightly congested, so food can taste bland. And we have a few things like garlic paste, pesto, and sriracha, just
hot
to
sauces.
activate those taste buds.
After lunch, time for a little ride. Artemis astronaut Rajachari and I took a spin around the NASA rock yard, built to mimic the surfaces of the moon and Mars.
Don't try this at home.
We're inside a moon rover, an electric RV where astronauts will be able to work and sleep while exploring the craters and other surfaces on the moon.
The rover allows us to get into places that you would never get on foot.
This is the ultimate off-road vehicle.
Yeah, off-planet vehicle. Yeah.
Next, we're off to mission control for a warm welcome and an out-of-this-world phone call.
Well, hello, Space Station. This is Al Roker. How are you guys doing?
We're doing really good, but even better now.
one of the things I've noticed, I was in the Orion capsule. You guys, you got a mansion compared to what they're going to be in.
This is almost the size of a 5-bedroom house on the inside. You could use the ceiling a lot, so you could fit a lot more people in small space. Because at home, you don't take advantage of the ceiling.
And finally, a time-honored tradition.
We have come to the decision that you have the humor and the technical acumen, truly the right stuff to join this crew. So, Victor, will you do him the honors?
We would love to present you with the official astronaut office coin, and we always give those in a handshake. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Bring it in. Welcome, Al.
Wow, what an honor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, my God. Al Roker, NBC News.
Fantastic. I hope Al gets that opportunity at some point. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. We show you all these places. Try them out. Let us know what you think. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Take us on the go. Your news continues right after this.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey everybody, what a week. It's Friday, so glad you could be with me. I'm Vicki Nguyen. My co-anchor Morgan Radford is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, May 31st, historic conviction. Reaction is pouring in today after Donald Trump became the first U.S. president to be found guilty of felony crimes. We're going to break down the political and legal implications and what happens next. New questions, the lead detective in the case against quadruple murder suspect Brian Kohberger taking the stand, why the defense says they still don't have access to critical evidence, and what this could mean for the trial date. The price you pay, the average cost of inhalers has skyrocketed, and it is forcing some patients to ration their medication. The Biden administration says help is on the way, but some doctors warn it's going to be a complicated process. Self-sabotage. We're going to talk with an expert about not letting your personal wants and desires get in the way of your own happiness and your relationships with others. That'll be a great conversation. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday. We start with the unprecedented moment in American history, the criminal conviction of a former president. Donald Trump has been found guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to hush money payments made in the final weeks of the 2016 election. The jury reached its verdict yesterday afternoon after deliberating for 9.5 hours. Meanwhile, the former president has been expressing his outrage about the conviction and framing it as a political witch hunt. Take a listen to what he said about the trial at Trump Tower just about an hour ago.
It's not hush money. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. And most of the people in this room have a non-disclosure agreement with their company. I would have testified. I wanted to testify. The theory is you never testify, because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify, because they'll get you on something that you said slightly wrong, and then they sue you for perjury.
Trump's sentencing hearing is set for July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. That week-long conference in Milwaukee is where he is expected to officially be named the Republican presidential nominee. We're following the very latest developments on this history-making story from all angles. In a moment, we'll hear from NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden and senior national Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. But first, we want to go to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who's standing by outside Trump Tower in Manhattan for us. Dasha, good to see you. So Trump and his allies have been going on a media blitz since the verdict came down yesterday. What's the mood where you are?
Yeah, Vicki, a media blitz and a fundraising blitz. We've been getting a lot of those fundraising emails and text messages. The campaign tells us that he raised $34.8 million from the time the verdict was made public through midnight last night. They're touting that number as an example of how much his supporters have rallied around him. And it certainly is busy outside of Trump Tower here today. I just want to show you the scene here a little bit of what we can. A lot of supporters lined up here, flags, MAGA hats, trucks that have been driving by, honking and playing songs in support of the former president. Now, on the other side of the street, a little bit harder to show you because of where we are, there are people chanting guilty with a sign that says Don the Felon, guilty sign. So people of all stripes on all sides of this issue out in full force today, Vicki.
Crowd seems to have grown from this morning, Dasha. Trump's legal team vowing to appeal this conviction quickly. What could that process look like? And they have to wait till July 11th, the sentencing, to start that, right?
Right. This process could take a long time. It goes from the Manhattan Criminal Court to the New York Appellate Division to the New York Court of Appeals, potentially all the way up to the Supreme Court. But appeals take time, sometimes months, sometimes years. Now, this is, of course, a unique case, so it could be fast-tracked, but don't look to see an appeal and an end to this, Vicki, anytime soon.
You know, Dasha, a U.S. official told NBC News this guilty verdict will actually not affect plans for Trump to receive briefings from U.S. intelligence agencies if he is, once he is formally named the Republican presidential nominee. What more can you tell us about that process?
Yeah, so briefings for presidential nominees, they're actually not mandated by the law, but they are a custom that goes back quite a long time. It goes back to 1952. And the point is to try to ensure a smooth transfer of power. Now, the nominees that get these briefings, they don't need a security clearance, and a felony conviction does not preclude them from getting these briefings. So in that way, things can kind of continue as normal, even though we are living in times that are anything but, Vicki.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, thanks so much for that run-through. We want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden and senior Washington correspondent, nightly news anchor as well, Hallie Jackson. It's great to have both of you on set, ladies. Thank you. Kristen, let me start with you. Mr. Trump is an elderly person, right? He is, his age, his lack of any prior criminal convictions, the nature of these charges, all of this seems to make it very unlikely, according to legal experts, that he will actually see prison time. What's your take on that?
I 100% agree. Those are the factors that a judge will take into account when fashioning a sentence, and everything kind of leans in favor of Trump with regard to those mitigating factors that you just named. So I don't suspect there will be jail time in this case.
What are the possible penalties, though?
The possible penalties are probation, which could include home confinement, or house arrest, as we call it, or a fine, or, like we mentioned, jail time.
Okay. Hallie, the margins between Trump and Biden right now, very thin. The latest poll from NPR and Marist has Biden leading by just 2%. Our NBC News team has been speaking with voters across the country. Here's a little bit of what we have been hearing.
I think in such a close election, this is going to control the electorate in a different direction. You know, people may not want to elect a convicted felon.
Do you think the fact that he now has guilty next to his name will impact the way people think about him?
No, I don't think so. Not much. Maybe a few. But I'm still voting for him.
Do you think a lot of Republicans are in that mentality right now?
Yes.
Hallie, you follow the numbers closely. You talk to voters. You're very plugged in. What is your sense? Is there any sliver of the population? How many independents are there that are really going to be swayed one way or another by this?
If I knew that, I would buy Powerball tonight, Vicki. Let me tell you. I mean, listen, there is potentially a small slice of these persuadable independent voters, as you rightly point out, who have suggested to pollsters in the past, prior to yesterday's conviction, that they would maybe be less likely to vote for former President Trump in November if he were to be convicted of a felony. 60% of independents say that they believe these charges are serious. And we're talking small numbers here, maybe like 10, 15, 20% in that range. You heard people say it in that clip you just played. This is a close election, so just a few votes could matter. I would also point you to some polling that suggests we showed that Donald Trump is leading currently within the margin of error of President Biden. There's some polling that we have from February suggesting that if he were to be convicted, those numbers could invert and that President Biden would actually lead former President Trump by just a little bit. Again, it is on the margin of error, and the most important thing is we don't actually know, because until now, it has been a hypothetical question. People respond differently to hypotheticals than to actual reality. Right. You have some sort of like pundits saying, well, this changes everything. Some say, well, this changes nothing. Right. Probably neither of those two extremes are true. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. We'll have to see.
And sometimes people aren't truthful when they answer the pollsters, too. You got to factor that in. Kristen, let me ask you about this. Mr. Trump has mentioned the gag order many times in his press conferences. Is that still in effect? I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be wise for him to say anything about the judge who is now deciding his fate.
Yeah, not wise at all. But yes, that gag order is still in place. And why is it still in place? Well, because the witnesses and the jurors still potentially face threats and harassment because of the testimony that they gave for the witnesses and because of the verdict that was just delivered. So that gag order is still in place, and I don't suspect that it will be removed until sentencing, when new conditions can actually be placed on Trump.
But he's still going after the judge. He's still antagonizing the judge. We heard it just at Trump Tower not too long ago.
Yeah, Hallie, I was going to ask you about that. You were at Mr. Trump's speech earlier today. We know the Biden campaign also just put out a statement that you're reading. Give me the highlights from both. And also, it seems like they're both fundraising quite a bit after this conviction.
Oh, I mean, you heard Dasha lay out the numbers there for former President Trump. That's what the campaign is sharing. And if those numbers are accurate, I mean, that's a monster haul.
34
monster
million?
money haul. Yeah, it's a ton of money, right? You've also, of course, got the Biden campaign. You've got Democratic allies fundraising off of this on the other side of things as well. You heard the messaging from former President Trump that Dasha laid out in his set of remarks. He did not take questions, although it was billed as a press conference. And we're just getting in more from the Biden campaign. What they describe, in their words, is the Biden campaign response to Trump's unhinged speech that America just witnessed. They say a confused, desperate, and defeated Donald Trump ramble about his own personal grievances and lie about the American justice system, leaving anyone watching with one obvious conclusion: this man cannot be president of the United States. Here's what I'm watching for. What does President Biden himself say about this? He's going to get asked. Right. Absolutely. At some point, maybe today, maybe down the road, who knows? He has been very careful to maintain his distance. I have a feeling he would say something like, obviously, he keeps a distance from those legal issues, but at some point, the rubber will meet the road, and I'm curious to see what he'll say.
Yeah, he is expected to make some remarks about what's happening in the Middle East later today. We're following that. We will bring it to you as soon as we get it. In the meantime, NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden and NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Thank you, ladies, both so much. All right, we're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The U.S. Labor Department is suing South Korean automaker Hyundai and two other Alabama companies for allegedly using child labor. The agency filed a complaint against the companies yesterday following an investigation that found a 13-year-old working more than 50 hours a week on an assembly line in Alabama. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, what else are we learning from this lawsuit? Have any of the companies responded yet?
Well, Vicki, the suit spells out those allegations that the staffing agency, Best Practice Service, recruited children to work at that Smart Alabama factory, which supplies Hyundai. Now, it also claims two other children were employed at that plant. Smart Alabama did not comment on the claims, and that recruiting company I referred to is actually out of business at this point. Hyundai says it is cooperating fully with the Labor Department and reviewing that particular lawsuit. Meanwhile, on the tax front, IRS free tax filing is here to stay. The agency announced Thursday it will make its experimental direct filing option for simplified returns permanent. That pilot program rolled out on a limited basis, you may recall, earlier this year. The IRS says some 140,000 taxpayers took advantage of that system, claiming more than $90 million in refunds. So tax filing in the future a bit simpler. Vicki, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Happy Friday, friend. Thank you so much. Well, a year after that deadly submersible implosion, a new billionaire is planning his trip to tour the Titanic wreckage, why he wants to go, and the safety measures now being planned. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
is News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It has been less than a year since the deadly implosion of the OceanGate submersible that killed all 5 passengers that were on board. Well, now one billionaire is making plans for the same deep-sea excursion to see the Titanic wreckage. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda asked him what inspired him to embark on this risky mission.
Larry Connor has soared to the International Space Station and down to the deepest parts of the ocean. But it's the billionaire's next adventure that's arguably turning the most heads. He wants to take this newly designed submersible to the Titanic shipwreck, the same deep-sea voyage that killed 5 people less than a year ago.
Growing questions surrounding that deadly submersible accident.
The Coast Guard hasn't even completed its investigation into the submersible implosion from last year. Is this rushed? Is this too soon?
No, and we will, under no set of circumstances, rush this project. The #1 factor is safety.
The real estate and tech entrepreneur has partnered with Triton Submarines to build a vessel that will send him and the company's CEO on a research mission to the Titanic. The infamous shipwreck is roughly 13,000 feet under the sea, where water pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface.
These are dangerous conditions. Why are the risks worth taking for you?
So I would reframe this. These can be dangerous conditions. We are going to go through multiple steps, multiple certifications to ensure that this vessel, and specifically the hull, is safe and sound.
The OceanGate submersible imploded last June, instantly killing its CEO and 4 passengers.
I've broken some rules to make this.
Following the deadly disaster, there was intense criticism over the company's lack of testing and use of experimental materials, especially the submersible's carbon fiber composite hull. OceanGate has since suspended operations. Mechanical engineer Bart Kemper was among those to express concern before the implosion, but says he trusts Triton.
What is different about this mission here?
The big difference here is that we're using proven technology that's still innovative, but it's been done the right way.
So you would go on this exploration?
In a heartbeat. Sign me up.
Connor reiterating his top priority.
If you're asking, are we confident we can do it safely? The answer is yes.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, will not be attending next month's Trooping the Colour event. Kensington Palace made the announcement yesterday. Now, Kate normally attends the military ceremony, but she has remained out of the spotlight since announcing her cancer diagnosis more than 2 months ago. NBC News international correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has our report.
Guys, good to be with you. Kensington Palace is confirming that Princess Kate will not be at the Trooping the Colour rehearsal, which is going to be next weekend. Now, this, of course, is the birthday celebration for the king. Now, the princess received this honorary role of being the Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guard, where she would have inspected her troops. She would have received the salute. But instead, the palace tells us that a Lieutenant General will be stepping in on her behalf. But we will be singing King Charles. King Charles will be there in attendance, but the palace says it's going to be a little bit different. Last year, you may remember, we saw the king on horseback where he inspected his troops and received the salute. This year, he's going to be in a carriage alongside the queen. Now, the palace did say last month when the king returned to public-facing duties that he might be making some adjustments. You know, he's not 100% right now, and so it's all dependent on what the doctors say. And so this certainly appears to be one of those situations. Meanwhile, we know this is going to be a very different summer, a very unusual summer for the royal family. Princess Kate usually attends Wimbledon, for example. She's very active. She loves tennis. You may remember when she did that friendly game with tennis great Roger Federer. She often presents the trophy to the winner at Wimbledon. And then, of course, there's a royal ascot this summer. So her presence will most certainly be missed. But we know that Princess Kate is really focused on making a full recovery right now, her #1 priority. Guys, back to you.
Megan, thank you. Later this hour, an Idaho doomsday author now faces the death penalty after being found guilty in a triple murder. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mexico is holding its largest election in history on Sunday. There are more than 20,000 local, state, and national positions up for grabs. Right now, voters are on track to elect the country's first female president. But this year, political violence is gripping the campaign trail. Earlier this week, a mayoral candidate was gunned down during a rally. He is just one of 34 candidates killed since last September. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Mexico City. Guad, it's great to see you. Talk to us about this election cycle, why it's so violent compared to years past, and what are some of the key threats that these candidates are facing?
Vicky, the violence in Mexico has been an issue even before the election cycle, right? Public safety is on everyone's mind in Mexico. As I speak with voters that are getting ready to go out and vote on Sunday, this is the one issue that they keep bringing up. So you look at what the candidates have been facing, threats, many of them being kidnapped. We know that the numbers change depending on who you ask, but some of the most important political consultants here that we spoke to say they have a count of 36 candidates or aspiring candidates or people that were seeking office that have been murdered during this election cycle. On top of that, you've got people involved with the political campaigns who've also been the victims of violence. So this is an issue of public safety in Mexico. It's very complex. Essentially, the country has two sides. The big cities, Mexico City, Guadalajara, Monterrey, are much safer for people involved in politics. And when you look at the places where a lot of the people involved in politics are being killed, this is the more rural areas, places like Chiapas, Oaxaca, Guerrero, where there's less protection, where the governments have not been able to control organized crime. And really, organized crime is the villain here. The fact that they've taken a different approach moving forward in the last 2 decades, taking over, according to experts, of a lot of local governments, not only to control the area, the flow of drugs, but also businesses that they themselves have in those areas. So again, a very complex issue, but what it comes down to is voters that are scared. Here's part of a conversation that I had with a young voter yesterday.
I live with fear. I arrive home with fear. I live with the keys in my hands, like basically expecting don't be attacked.
It's a lot of violence, and even as a citizen, I don't feel so safe being the street.
So that's just part of the conversation that I had with students yesterday, talking about the way they feel. So whomever wins the presidency in Mexico this weekend will have to attack the issue of public safety in Mexico, not just with people involved in politics, but everyone who has to walk outside and live their life every day. Vicky?
Oh, Guad, we appreciate the in-depth reporting with all that context. Guad Venegas live in Mexico City for us today. Thank you. Well, a 15-year-old boy in Florida is now recovering after an SUV hit him as he was riding his bike last week. It left him unconscious. Investigators say it was a hit and run. Then they caught a big break. They say they were able to track down the suspect and arrest him, all because of a missing AirPod. Adrian Chriskout from NBC6 South Florida has the story.
This is Lachlan Nickel, a 15-year-old teenager. Again, this is the same teenager, but in the hospital after he crashed against a car that left the scene while he was riding his bicycle last week in Jensen Beach. Authorities started to investigate, and it was thanks to an AirPod that the teenager had in his ears when the crash occurred that they were able to track the suspect. According to Martin County Sheriff's Office, during the impact, the teenager's head hit against the passenger's window, and one of his AirPods fell into the car. When officers arrived to the address where the AirPod was, they found a covered and hidden vehicle in the back part of the house. His owner, Peter Swing, confessed he was the one that crashed with a teenager, but did not stop because he went into panic, since he has previously been in jail for drug charges. He was immediately placed under arrest and taken to the county jail.
I think the family will undoubtedly feel some measure of justice, but we can't undo what happened. And I think the real sting here is that he left an unconscious child in a dark parking lot and drove away.
All right, our thanks to Adrian Chriskout for that. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube and Peacock.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, welcome back. We have some breaking news to tell you about. Just moments ago, President Biden addressed the historic Trump trial verdict. And Beanie, we're going to listen into it right now.
God willing. Now to another issue. I want to give an update on my efforts to end the crisis.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and we're coming on the air with an NBC News special report. President Biden at the White House now, for the first time since former President Trump was convicted and found guilty on those 34 counts of falsifying business records, is now reacting. We want to play for you what President Biden said just moments ago.
Hello, folks. Just checking this afternoon. Good afternoon. Before I begin my remarks, I just want to say a few words about what happened yesterday in New York City. The American principle that no one is above the law was reaffirmed. Donald Trump was given every opportunity to defend himself. It was a state case, not a federal case, and it was heard by a jury of 12 citizens, 12 Americans, 12 people like you, like millions of Americans who served on juries. This jury is chosen the same way every jury in America is chosen. It was a process that Donald Trump's attorney was part of. The jury heard 5 weeks of evidence, 5 weeks. And after careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. Now he'll be given the opportunity, as he should, to appeal that decision just like everyone else has that opportunity. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict. Our justice system has endured for nearly 250 years. And it literally is the cornerstone of America, our justice system. The justice system should be respected, and we should never allow anyone to tear it down. It's as simple as that. That's America. That's who we are. And that's who we'll always be, God willing. Now to another issue. I want to give an update on my efforts to end the crisis in Gaza. For the past several months, my negotiators of foreign policy, intelligence community, and like have been relentlessly focused, not just on a ceasefire that would inevitably be fragile and temporary, but on a durable end of the war. That's been the focus, a durable end of this war. One that brings all the hostages home, ensures Israel's security, creates a better day after in Gaza without Hamas in power, and sets the stage for a political settlement that provides a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Now, after intensive diplomacy carried out by my team, my many conversations with leaders of Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, and other Middle Eastern countries, Israel has offered a comprehensive new proposal. It's a roadmap to an enduring ceasefire and the release of all hostages. This proposal has been transmitted by Qatar to Hamas. Today, I want to lay out its terms for the American citizens and for the world. This new proposal has three phases. The first phase would last for 6 weeks. Here's what it would include: a full and complete ceasefire, a withdrawal of Israeli forces from all populated areas of Gaza, release of a number of hostages, including women, the elderly, the wounded, in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. There are American hostages who would be released at this stage, and we want them home. Additional, some remains of hostages who have been killed would be returned to their families, bringing some degree of closure to that terrible grief. Palestinians, civilians would return to their homes and neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza, including in the north. Humanitarian assistance would surge, with 600 trucks carrying aid into Gaza every single day. With the ceasefire, that aid could be safely and effectively distributed to all who need it. Hundreds of thousands of temporary shelters, including housing units, would be delivered by the international community. All that and more would begin immediately. During the 6 weeks of phase one, Israel and Hamas would negotiate the necessary arrangements to get to phase two, which is a permanent end to hostilities. Now, I'll be straight with you. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase one to phase two. Israel will want to make sure its interests are protected. But the proposal says if the negotiations take longer than 6 weeks for phase one, the ceasefire will still continue as long as negotiations continue. In the United States, Egypt, and Qatar would work to ensure negotiations keep going. All agreements, until all the agreements are reached and phase two is able to begin. Then phase two, there'd be an exchange for the release of all remaining living hostages, including male soldiers. Israeli forces would withdraw from Gaza, and as long as Hamas lives up to its commitments, a temporary ceasefire would become, in the words of the Israeli proposal, the cessation of hostilities permanently, end of quote. Cessation of hostilities permanently. Finally, in phase three, a major reconstruction plan for Gaza would commence, and any final remains of hostages who've been killed would be returned to their families. That's the offer that's now on the table. And what we've been asking for. It's what we need. The people of Israel should know they can make this offer without any further risk to their own security because they've devastated Hamas forces over the past 8 months. At this point, Hamas no longer is capable of carrying out another October 7th, which is one of Israel's main objectives in this war, and quite frankly, a righteous one. I know there are those in Israel who will not agree with this plan and will call for the war to continue indefinitely. Some are even in the government coalition. And they've made it clear they want to occupy Gaza, they want to keep fighting for years, and the hostages are not a priority to them. Well, I've urged the leadership in Israel to stand behind this deal, despite whatever pressure comes. And to the people of Israel, let me say this. As someone who's had a lifelong commitment to Israel, as the only American president who's ever gone to Israel in a time of war, as someone who just sent the U.S. forces to directly defend Israel when it was attacked by Iran, I ask you to take a step back and think what will happen if this moment is lost. We can't lose this moment. Indefinite war in pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory will not bring Israel and will only bog down Israel and Gaza, draining the economic, military, and human resources, and furthering Israel's isolation in the world. That will not bring hostages home. That will not bring an enduring defeat of Hamas. That will not bring Israel lasting security. But a comprehensive approach that starts with this deal will bring hostages home and will lead to more secure Israel. And once a ceasefire and hostage deal is concluded, it unlocks the possibility of a great deal more progress, including calm along Israel's northern border with Lebanon. The United States will help forge a diplomatic resolution, one that ensures Israel's security and allows people to safely return to their homes without fear of being attacked. With the deal, a rebuilding of Gaza will begin. Arab nations and the international community, along with Palestinian and Israeli leaders, to get it done in a manner that does not allow Hamas to rearm. And the United States will work with our partners to rebuild homes, schools, and hospitals in Gaza, to help repair communities that were destroyed in the chaos of war. And with this deal, Israel could become more deeply integrated in the region, including, it's no surprise to you all, including no potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia. Israel could be part of a regional security network to counter the threat posed by Iran. All this progress would make Israel more secure, with Israeli families no longer living in the shadow of a terrorist attack. And all this would create the conditions for a different future, a better future for the Palestinian people, one of self-determination, dignity, security, and freedom. This path is available once the deal is struck. Israel will always have the right to defend itself against the threats to its security and to bring those responsible October 7th to justice. And the United States will always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. If Hamas fails to fulfill its commitments under the deal, Israel can resume military operations. But Egypt and Qatar have assured me, and they are continuing to work to ensure that Hamas doesn't do that. And the United States will help ensure that Israel lives up to their obligations as well. That's what this deal says. That's what it says. And we'll do our part. This is truly a decisive moment. Israel has made their proposal. Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal. For months, people all over the world have called for a ceasefire. Now it's time to raise your voices and demand that Hamas come to the table, agrees to this deal, and end this war that they began. Of course, there'll be differences on the specific details that need to be worked out. That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal. The past 8 months have marked heartbreaking pain. Pain of those whose loved ones are slaughtered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Hostages and their families waiting in anguish. Ordinary Israelis whose lives were forever marked by the shattering event of Hamas's sexual violence and ruthless brutality. And the Palestinian people have endured sheer hell in this war. Too many innocent people have been killed, including thousands of children. Far too many have been badly wounded. We all saw the terrible images from the deadly fire in Rafah earlier this week, following an Israeli strike against targeting Hamas. And even as we work to surge assistance to Gaza, with 1,800 trucks delivering supplies these last 5 days, 1,800, the humanitarian crisis still remains. I know this is a subject on which people in this country feel deep, passionate convictions, and so do I. This has been one of the hardest, most complicated problems in the world. There's nothing easy about this, nothing easy about it. Through it all, though, the United States has worked relentlessly to support Israeli security, to get humanitarian supplies into Gaza, to get a ceasefire and a hostage deal to bring this war to an end. Yesterday, with this new initiative, we've taken an important step in that direction. I want to level with you today as to where we are and what might be possible. But I need your help. Everyone who wants peace now must raise their voices and let the leaders know they should take this deal, work to make it real, make it lasting, and forge a better future out of the tragic terror attack and war. It's time to begin this new stage. For the hostages to come home, for Israel to be secure, for the suffering to stop. It's time for this war to end, for the day after to begin. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
President Biden not biting on those questions from our colleague Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. The president making remarks on two major issues. The first is an Israeli plan, a multi-phase plan that would bring peace ultimately, a ceasefire ultimately, and a release of hostages. The president putting a passionate call for both sides to glom onto this deal and find a road to peace. The other big story, and you heard it embedded in that last question there from Kelly, the president making his first reaction to the guilty verdicts against former President Donald Trump. The president laying out essentially a defense for the integrity of the process, largely steering around any political questions, but taking on the integrity, the jury process, and how that went about. I've got Hallie Jackson with me right now. Hallie, your thoughts on both?
Yeah, Lester, and there's a lot here, too. And our kudos to Kelly O'Donnell for trying to get the president to engage on this question of the conviction from former President Trump. I mean, listen, you heard President Biden very clearly lay out that he believes it would be reckless, dangerous, and irresponsible for anybody to say that this trial, that this verdict, that this conclusion was rigged. But I look back to where I was not 3 hours ago, I think, Lester, and that was in the atrium of Trump Tower, listening to former President Trump say exactly that and cast this conviction in very political terms, casting himself as the victim, claiming that he is, in fact, the victim of persecution here. You also heard the president say that the former president, Mr. Trump, will have the opportunity to appeal, just like anybody else. We expect, of course, the former president to do that. He, his lawyer, have all confirmed that that is going to be the next steps moving forward here. He's getting a lot of backup from his Republican allies who think he should move forward with that appeal process, who believe that he will be successful in that appeal process. But interestingly, you hear the president echoing a lot of what we've heard from Democrats in just the last not even 24 hours since this happened, which is this result, this conclusion shows that the rule of law works, that nobody is above the rule of law. And you heard President Biden say that just moments ago.
And I'm wondering if the president there is projecting how they will go in the future as they deal with this, trying to deal mainly with the facts and stay out of the politics.
That's right, because remember what has happened to this point, Lester, throughout this entire time that we have seen these legal issues facing former President Trump. The president has very deliberately tried to keep some measure of distance from his official position there at the White House from what's happening as it relates to the Justice Department, obviously not involved in this particular case against former President Trump. This was Manhattan, but in addition on that one as well. Now, his campaign has gotten a bit more muscular on this front in recent days. In fact, just this week, they sent memorably Robert De Niro as a kind of campaign surrogate to stand outside court as this campaign split screen, if you will. But the president himself really has tried to stay away from getting into it too much. All of that said, as this campaign moves forward, the Biden campaign wants to present this as a very clear and very stark choice between somebody who they believe has character issues, somebody who, as Democrats have said, believe is not fit to serve in the White House, and President Biden, who they believe can work in that capacity. So watch for that contrast to be laid out in campaign events.
Let's turn to our colleague Monica Alba now at the White House. Monica, what was the thinking about the president making these remarks today? Was it something they were pondering on earlier in the day?
It was, Lester. His aides were debating the best way for the president to respond. They knew that they wanted him to weigh in on this and that his overall message, regardless of the legal outcome in the last few days leading up to this verdict, would be to respect this and to tell Americans that the rule of law is paramount. That has been a message from President Biden throughout his first term in office, and one he certainly delivered here. And it was intentional that he gave this message from the White House today so that it didn't have that political surrounding to it, and that the president focused on those 12 individuals who decided his predecessor's fate in this. And he said that, of course, the former president, his attorneys had a right throughout this entire process. They were a part of it, the 5 weeks of testimony. He went through all of these arguments for why it was essential to uphold the rule of law here, Lester, while making news also on the Middle East, saying that it is time for the war between Israel and Hamas to end.
Monica Alba at the White House. Thank you. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and a full wrap-up tonight on Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone, and good day.
have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NASA is busy with intense training and preparation as it looks to put humans on the moon for the first time in more than 5 decades. Today's show co-host Al Roker met with the Artemis II crew to give us an inside look at what it takes to make a lunar landing.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Perched atop NASA's most powerful rocket, an uncrewed Orion capsule leapt skyward, an almost 240,000-mile trip, paving the way for humans to return to the lunar surface for the first time in 50-plus years.
This has got to be one of the most proud moments of my life.
But first, a crew of 4 will embark on a 10-day mission, orbiting the moon, a critical test flight, making sure that all systems are go.
When people ask you, why do we need to go back to the moon? What do you say to them?
What do we call it when humanity does something great? A moonshot. And so our generation now has the opportunity to have our own moonshots, and I think that is a win that the whole world needs.
That's Mission Commander Reed Weissman, a Navy captain who spent 165 days on the space station. Victor Glover flew on the second SpaceX Dragon mission, and he'll be the Artemis II pilot. Mission specialist Christina Cook, spending nearly a year on the space station and was on the first all-female spacewalk. Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist and the first Canadian to lead an astronaut class. This will be his first time in space.
We are humans. We are built to explore. We know how to live off our planet. Now it's time to push humanity out into the solar system.
The crew training in Houston invited me to spend a day to see if I had the right stuff. My first test at the controls of the Orion flight simulator with a spectacular view.
You're sitting in the commander spot, and I'm sitting in the pilot seat right now.
I get some on-the-job training on my very first mission to the moon.
This goes in, out, up, down, left, and right.
Our trip today, docking with an orbiting space station.
We're going to drift over. When that crosses in the center, tap it to the right 3 times, and that'll stop the motion.
It's not exactly like learning to drive a car, but I think I got it.
And what do you think? Is he going to make the crew or not?
I think he's going to make
it. All that work has worked up an appetite. So into the Orion capsule simulator for a space food taste test.
This little briefcase is our oven.
Space oven. Used to cook everything from couscous to kale and what the team calls the gold standard.
That's the brisket, macaroni and cheese.
And you like that, right?
That's good. Do your taste buds change in space?
Well, your body's going through a lot of changes. You have fluid shifting to your head, making you feel slightly congested, so food can taste bland. And we have a few things like garlic paste, pesto, and sriracha, just
hot
to
sauces.
Activate those taste buds.
After lunch, time for a little ride. Artemis astronaut Rajachari and I took a spin around the NASA rock yard, built to mimic the surfaces of the moon and Mars.
Don't try this at home.
We're inside a moon rover, an electric RV where astronauts will be able to work and sleep while exploring the craters and other surfaces on the moon.
The rover allows us to get into places that you would never get on foot.
This is the ultimate off-road vehicle.
Yeah, off-planet vehicle.
Next, we're off to mission control for a warm welcome and an out-of-this-world phone call.
Well, hello, space station. This is Al Roker. How are you guys doing?
We're doing really good, but even better now.
One of the things I've noticed, I was in the Orion capsule. You guys, you got a mansion compared to what they're going to be in.
This is almost the size of a 5-bedroom house on the inside. You can use the ceiling a lot, so you can fit a lot more people in small space. Because at home, you don't take advantage of the ceiling.
And finally, a time-honored tradition.
We have come to the decision that you have the humor and the technical acumen, truly the right stuff to join this crew. So, Victor, will you do him the honors?
We would love to present you with the official astronaut astronaut office coin, and we always give those in a handshake. So thank you. Thank you for
Bring it in. Bring it in. Welcome, Al.
Wow. That's what an honor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, my God. Al Roker, NBC News.
Fantastic. I hope Al gets that opportunity at some point. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. We show you all these places. Try them out. Let us know what you think. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Take us on the go. Your news continues right after this.
We report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico, Top Story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, May 31st, 2024, historic verdict. Donald Trump lashing out, calling the trial unfair after he became the first ever former president to be convicted of a crime. The next steps in his legal battle, and is it possible Mr. Trump ends up behind bars?
Court of public opinion. The sentencing for former President Trump scheduled days before the Republican convention. So what impact will his conviction have on the election? Both Democrats and Republicans agree it will be voters, not the jury, who will have the last word, and what the current president said about the verdict just moments ago.
Tracking down a killer, a group of total strangers helped track down a predator after he killed a young woman. Keith Morrison of Dateline brings us their story in a preview of tonight's Dateline.
Plus, turning the page, Kate shows us a unique new program using subjects like science and social studies to help kids learn how to read.
We have a lot to get to this hour, beginning with that historic guilty verdict against Donald Trump.
On May 30th at 5:08 p.m., Mr. Trump became the first president ever to be convicted of a crime. After almost 10 hours of deliberation, a jury in New York City found the former president guilty on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. So what happens next here? Well, the judge set a sentencing date for July 11th, and notably, that is 4 days before the start of the Republican Republican National Convention. Trump's team is already preparing an appeal.
With his 3 other criminal cases delayed without set trial dates, this could be the only case to come to completion before the November election. We're going to talk about what this verdict means politically, legally, historically with our team of reporters and analysts. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and White House correspondent Ali Rafa is with us as well. Ali, I'm going to start with you because this just happened. President Biden spoke about the verdict for the very first time. What did he have to say?
Yeah, Kate, President Biden breaking his silence on this verdict less than 24 hours after it was read. And he chose to do it at the top of his remarks that the White House had advertised as being about the tensions in the Middle East. The president, during the speech, opening by addressing that verdict, saying that former President Trump, like any American, has a right to appeal it, as we know he is going to do. And listen to more of his comments here.
The American principle that no one is above the law was reaffirmed. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict.
My colleague Kelly O'Donnell asking the president after he was done with that speech to respond to former President Trump, saying that he is a, quote, political prisoner because of President Biden. The president choosing not to respond to that speech. But of course, we know the other major piece of news he made during that speech was about the Israel-Hamas war. He talked about this new 3-phase proposal to end the Israel-Hamas war. The president ending by saying that it is simply time for that war to end, Kate.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you. And of course, it's not just us hearing from folks at political rallies or in front of the courthouse. We know former President Trump also spoke out today at Trump Tower. So, Vaughn, you were actually in the room for those remarks. What was his message?
Right, this morning he took to Trump Tower, where he has been staying over the course of this entire 6-week trial, to address cameras. Now, notably, he took no questions. He articulated that his team has every intent to appeal this ahead of the Republican National Convention and after his sentencing hearing on July 11th. But I want to let you listen to him explain a little bit more about these 34 felony convictions here at that Trump Tower presser. Take a listen.
This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. So we're going to be appealing this scam. The judge was a tyrant. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here.
Now, Donald Trump made the conscious decision to not testify in his own defense in this case. And so for Donald Trump choosing not to testify, this was a 5 weeks of testimony, 22 different witnesses that went and took the stand ultimately. But these 12 New York jurors who came in and made their decision, Donald Trump's legal team will continue to work through that appeal process. But for Donald Trump, making clear that November 5th is its own sort of day of reckoning, Election Day. Again, just 5 months away, guys.
Vaughn Hilliard for us, Ali Rafa, thank you both.
Now let's talk about the legal fallout and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and Kristen Gibbons-Fenton. Kristen, let's start with you. Next on the docket here, sentencing. We know Judge Juan Merchan will decide that on July 11th. Trump said he's facing 187 years in prison. But can you just fact check that for us? That's untrue, right? What are the possible penalties here?
No, Trump is not facing 187 years in prison. Not at all. You know, from a theoretical maximum standpoint, he only gets up to 4 years per felony conviction. And so from the mathematical standpoint, it's just not accurate. But from a legal reality, he could face probation. He absolutely could face a fine. And if, in fact, he is incarcerated, because it's a lower level offense, because of his age, because it's nonviolent, and even looking at the fact that he has no prior record, it's unlikely that he's ever going to face more than a century in jail.
Dan, let me turn to you. So Mr. Trump has already said, his lawyers have said he's going to appeal. Let's play what his lawyer Todd Blanche said about that this morning on the Today Show.
I think the recusal issue is meaningful. I think the statute of limitations, the way the background of why this case was brought is meaningful. I think that the witnesses, I do not think Michael Cohen should ever be somebody who can be relied upon to convict somebody.
I think what he was asked there is, what are the grounds that you might appeal on? And he was listing them. So as a defense attorney, how likely on those grounds are they to win an appeal, do you think?
Todd Blanche is a smart attorney. I thought he acquitted himself well on the Today Show, but I'm not really sure on what his grounds for appeal are, as he just described them during that interview. He was doing it at sort of ad hoc, off the top of his head.
And for non-lawyers, it was hard to understand what he's actually saying.
Right. Number one, you could list them as recusal. He thinks the judge should have recused himself. He thinks the statute of limitations is an issue, and it is, but really only as to the misdemeanor. But it is an area they can raise on appeal. And then thirdly, anyway, the bottom line is there are other issues for appeal beyond that I think are better. The Michael Cohen one, I don't think that's a very strong one unless he's talking
saying that
about.
He shouldn't have been a witness at all.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to credibility, the jury is fully entitled to decide his credibility. But if he veered into areas he shouldn't have and they were prejudicial, that might be a point.
So those are a lot of technicalities, but let's talk content for a minute. Do you think Trump's defense team presented the strongest argument they could have, especially given that they only brought forward 2 witnesses?
It's so hard to say, and I wouldn't measure the strength of a defense case by the outcome. I know that sounds funny, but, you know, sometimes it's a strong case against the defense, and sometimes the defense puts on a really good case, and you just can't win. Don't forget, prosecutors get to select the facts they want to take to trial. The defense never gets to select. They have to try the case with the facts they're given. Sometimes the facts are just awful.
Kristen, let me go back to you and ask, because you're a prosecutor, let's talk about the prosecution's case. Clearly, they got the outcome that they wanted with all these guilty verdicts, but why do you think that was?
Well, they put on that strong case, as Danny kind of alluded to. They get to pick the facts. And with those facts, they really did present a strong and compelling narrative. And I think one of the other things that the prosecution did was they not only picked that great narrative, but they supported it and backed it up with strong corroborative evidence. And they didn't fall victim to focusing on irrelevant details or getting wrapped up in the political grandstanding. So I think by putting on a great case, they eliminated the ability for the defense to really allow the jury to be distracted by irrelevant details.
All right, Danny Savalos and Kristen Skibbon-Fedden, thank you both so much.
There are also so many political ramifications of this conviction. The Trump campaign says that it has already raised more than $34 million yesterday since the verdict happened, setting a new single-day record for the campaign.
Meanwhile, the Biden re-election team agrees with Trump, saying ultimately the voters will decide whether or not the verdict matters come November.
Let's bring in NBC News senior Washington correspondent and NBC News Now anchor, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, great to have you with us once again. It's becoming a habit here. Look, a lot of voters have already said they've made up their minds about this election, right? And they're committed to Biden.
Most of them.
Or Trump, most people. But there is this segment of voters who in polling have said, well, maybe a conviction might change my mind. Can we talk about them, and could this conviction end up being pivotal for November?
It could. I think that what you've heard in sort of the political pundit world, right, are a couple of things. There's one school of thought that says this changes nothing. There's one school of thought that says this changes everything. Neither of those things are probably true, right? But there's a lot in the middle between those two ends of the spectrum there. And so I think the question is going to be, Kate, to your point, you are exactly correct. Most people have made up their minds. At least that's what they say right now. But there is a slice of maybe persuadable people who say that, hey, if he were to be convicted, I would be less likely to vote for him. A hypothetical is different from a reality, so we're going to have to see as polls get out in the field and we get a better sense more broadly. But what's been fascinating, we have this amazing team of campaign embeds, as you know, that have been out there talking to voters in critical battleground states, Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, just today, just since this verdict came in. And you are seeing people with the fallout falling largely along party lines. I mean, people who tend to support President Biden are telling our team things like, well, I believe that this shows the rule of law works. I believe that this was the inevitable result. People who support former President Trump say, I'm going to vote for him anyway. This is not, a real thing in their view, and I'm paraphrasing here. And
They're picking up on the
people see, there's a lot of folks who are calcified. The one thing I would add just quickly here, not every single person has been paying super close attention to this.
Right.
The conviction is obviously breaking through. I mean, people know that Donald Trump has been convicted here largely. But as far as the ins and outs of the trial, the hush money trial, that wasn't. There's 30% of people said they weren't following every turn.
So, Hallie, let's dig into that political party point for a minute, because we know many Republicans, even potential running mates with Trump, are saying we don't like this verdict. They're criticizing it, obviously. But what's the vibe when it comes to the Veep stakes and what we're hearing from his potential VP picks?
Almost immediately you heard from some of these folks who are on, I don't want to call it a short list, but at least a speculative list of folks who could be potential running mates for the former president, coming out echoing his claim that this conviction he feels has been unfair. You've seen folks making the TV rounds. I'm talking about people like Marco Rubio. I'm talking about Senator J.D. Vance, for example, who are on that list. As we talk about VP, so here's what's super interesting to me in just the last couple of hours. His former vice president, Mike Pence. No love lost between these two, but even Mike Pence is coming out and saying that this verdict was, in his view, a disservice to the American people. And that is so interesting to me because what Mike Pence, what Mitch McConnell, also not a fan of Donald Trump, and yet suggests that he believes his appeal would be successful. These are not hardcore Trump loyalists. These are people who are on the fringes, and yet look at where they stand. I think it says a lot.
Really notable. Hallie Jackson, always great to have you. Thank you so much. And, of course, don't miss Hallie coming up on Hallie Jackson Now, streaming live starting at 5 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming up, making history. Mexico expected to have its first female president. We're going to take you there as voters get ready to head to the polls and what it means to the U.S. All next on NBC News Daily.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Today, jurors in Idaho are weighing the death penalty. It comes just one day after delivering a guilty verdict in the murder trial of Idaho author Chad Daybell. In 2021, Daybell, along with his wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, were charged in the deaths of two of Miss Vallow's children, as well as the murder of his previous spouse, Tammy Daybell. Miss Vallow was convicted last year and sentenced to multiple life sentences for those murders. NBC News correspondent Elwin Lopez has been following this story for us and joins us now. So, Elwin, this is a case that captured national attention. Get us up to speed on the timeline of these 2019 murders and what we heard in closing arguments yesterday.
Yes, and Clay, this case has been in the making for years. There's been a lot of bizarre twists and turns in it, and the case is really centered around Chad Daybell's extreme religious beliefs that doomsday was coming, that there were people with light and dark spirits, and that those with dark spirits needed to die. Now, keep in mind that Chad Daybell was married to his wife, Tammy, for 29 years when he met Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow's children, Tylee and JJ, went missing back in 2019, and less than a month after that is when Tammy, Chad Daybell's wife, was found dead under suspicious circumstances. And then in 2020 is when Tylee and JJ's remains were found on Daybell's property. They later exhumed Tammy's body and found that she died not of natural causes, but of murder and due to asphyxiation. I want you to take a listen to what JJ's grandfather said after jurors delivered that guilty conviction.
JJ, you're 12 years old. JJ, I miss you. Tylee, I hope you have grown to be a beautiful woman.
And prosecutors are now seeking the death penalty in this case. We're hearing from victim impact statements right now as they decide that sentencing. Sinclair.
All right, Elwin Lopez, thanks so much. Mexico is gearing up for its largest election in history this weekend. It could have a lot of implications for the United States. More than 20,000 local, state, and national seats are up for grabs. That includes President of Mexico. And for the first time ever, the two frontrunners, as you see, are women. This historic campaign cycle also came amid a dramatic rise in political violence in Mexico. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following all of it from Mexico City for us. Guad, good to see you. It seems like the next leader will probably be a woman in Mexico. What should Americans be watching for, and what are you hearing from voters there?
Kate, Claudia Sheinbaum is the leading candidate, and the runner-up is Xochitl Gálvez. Two female candidates fighting to become the next president of Mexico. So it's interesting when you look at the issues that Mexican voters care for and the issues that will affect Americans. So if you speak to Mexican voters, they will most likely bring up the issue of public safety. We've been talking to students, people involved in politics. Nearly all of them say they are worried about public safety issues in Mexico. You mentioned that political violence. As of today, one of the political consultant groups in Mexico that has been keeping this count is reporting 35 assassinations of candidates or aspiring candidates during this election cycle. On top of that, you've got hundreds that have been victims of violence. But when you look at what affects Americans, immigration will be one of the issues that will directly affect us. So the next president of Mexico will have to tackle the issue of immigration, with U.S. authorities pressuring Mexico to keep the number of migrants arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border at less than 4,000 a day. It will be a challenge for Claudia Sheinbaum or Xochitl Gálvez, whomever wins the presidency, while they also face these issues of public safety in Mexico, which mostly have been affecting a lot of the rural areas. So the country here is also divided because people in the cities, Mexico City, Guadalajara, Monterrey, aren't victims of violence the way people are in rural parts, and that's where a lot of these assassinations have happened. So we'll have to wait and see what happens after the elections and how the future president of Mexico decides to tackle these issues. Kate?
Guad Venegas for us. Guad, thank you.
And coming up, we'll move from Mexico to Texas, where the state's being slammed by another round of dangerous storms as severe weather grips other parts of the country. What you need to look out for coming up next on NBC News Daily.
the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Well, it hasn't even been a year yet since the OceanGate catastrophe. You remember the deep-sea submersible that imploded during a mission to explore the wreckage of the Titanic, and that killed everyone on board.
Well, now another billionaire, Larry Connor, is launching a new effort to return to the Titanic with a vessel that he says is safer. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has been speaking with this billionaire Connor about his plans. So, Emily, what's the word?
Well, as you can imagine, this is turning a lot of heads, raising some eyebrows as well. Larry Connor says that the submersible will be a first of its kind and called the Explorer, and it will undergo rigorous testing before they actually put it into the water. He says he hopes that this venture will renew America's faith and belief in safe deep-sea exploration.
Larry Connor has soared to the International Space Station and down to the deepest parts of the ocean. But it's the billionaire's next adventure that's arguably turning the most heads. He wants to take this newly designed submersible to the Titanic shipwreck, the same deep-sea voyage that killed 5 people less than a year ago.
Growing questions surrounding that deadly submersible accident.
The Coast Guard hasn't even completed its investigation into the submersible implosion from last year. Is this rushed? Is this too soon?
No, and we will, under no set of circumstances, rush this project. The number one factor is safety.
The real estate and tech entrepreneur has partnered with Triton Submarines to build a vessel that will send him and the company's CEO on a research mission to the Titanic. The infamous shipwreck is roughly 13,000 feet under the sea, where water pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface.
These are dangerous conditions. Why are the risks worth taking for you?
So I would reframe this. These can be dangerous conditions. We are going to go through multiple steps, multiple certifications to ensure that this vessel, and specifically the hull, is safe and sound.
The OceanGate submersible imploded last June, instantly killing its CEO and 4 passengers.
I've broken some rules to make this.
Following the deadly disaster, there was intense criticism over the company's lack of testing and use of experimental materials, especially the submersible's carbon fiber composite hull. OceanGate has since suspended operations. Mechanical engineer Bart Kemper was among those to express concern before the implosion, but says he trusts Triton.
What is different about this mission here?
The big difference here is that we're using proven technology that's still innovative, but it's been done the right way.
So you would go on this exploration?
In a heartbeat. Sign me up.
Connor reiterating his top priority.
If you're asking, are we confident we can do it safely? The answer is yes.
So the estimated $13 to $15 million submersible is still in the process of being built. It's set to be completed by around the summer of 2026. But Larry Connor emphasizes that even if they run into some kind of safety issue throughout the process, he says that date could change. They could even scrub the whole project because safety, he continues to underscore, is a top priority. Just as a reminder, the backdrop of all of this, there's that multi-agency investigation still going on into last year's disaster.
Right, still unregulated waters.
Yep. Yeah,
Emily Ikeda,
absolutely.
thank you.
Thanks.
Time now for today's Daily Snapshot, and there is a new Spelling Bee champion everybody is buzzing about. 12-year-old Bruhat Soma won the bee after competing in a 90-second spell-off, and man, was it intense.
Your first word is bruette.
BROUETTE.
Adelantado.
ADELANTADO.
Hypercheme.
HYPORCHEME.
Bicelium.
BISCLLIUM.
Wow, it was only the second spell off in the history of the spelling bee, and Soma, spelled S-O-M-A, spelled 29 words correctly, beating the runner-up and the previous spell off record. With his win, the 7th grader took home the Scripps Cup and $50,000. He told the Today Show this morning he plans to donate his prize money to people in need.
Really?
Right?
Wow.
As if the spelling's not impressive enough, also generous.
I mean,
G-E-N. Okay, I'll stop. I get it.
the speed with which he was answering those questions.
It was giving rap. It was giving rap. Might have another career in his future.
Really good. Congrats to him.
Yes.
Congrats to the family as well. Well, coming up, we're going to introduce you, speaking of rap, nice segue, to a rapping, dancing group of seniors who are trying to entertain and educate at the same time. Looking forward to that. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Paul Pelosi, the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, is set to testify today in the state trial in California against David DePape. DePape has already been sentenced in a federal trial for breaking into the Pelosi's home in San Francisco and attacking Paul Pelosi with a hammer. He is now facing those state charges that include attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon.
Severe weather continues to grip portions of the United States. In North Texas, heavy rain caused intense flash floods. The area is bracing for more rain in the forecast this weekend. Meanwhile, parts of Colorado were slammed with rain and hailstorms just last night. Some of that hail reportedly the size of golf balls. The state is also anticipating more severe storms on Saturday.
And the Dallas Mavericks are headed to the NBA Finals, where they will face the Boston Celtics. The Mavericks eliminated the Minnesota Timberwolves in last night's game. They'll battle the Celtics for the championship in a series that begins on June 6th next week. The Celtics are seeking their 18th NBA title, which would be the most in league history. The first and only time the Mavericks won the championship was back in 2011.
Well, let's turn back to today's big story, the conviction of former President Donald Trump in the New York State hush money trial.
Trump is the first of all 46 presidents in the history of the United States to be convicted of a crime. The former president spoke earlier today, vowing to appeal the verdict. The jury's decision making front-page headlines all across the country and, frankly, all across the world. One of the biggest unanswered questions right now, what does it mean for November's election?
Here to help us answer that, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. So, Michael, anyone out there has probably heard the word historic more times than they can count in the last week,
especially me, Sinclair.
Yes. So talk to us, though, about how significant, how historic this moment is for the country.
Well, it's two things. Number one, of course, Donald Trump is now a convicted felon. We've never seen one of those in the history of the presidency. The other thing is that while at the same time he's been convicted of criminal conduct, he's denouncing our legal system, says it's rotten, talks about terminating the Constitution. And so you've got someone who wants to be president again, take an oath of office to defend the Constitution, at the same time as he's telling Americans, this is a system that does not deserve your respect.
You know, it's important to note, I think, Michael, that even though he's convicted, Mr. Trump is still eligible to run for the White House as a candidate. The Constitution lays out 3 requirements, right, to be president. It says you have to be a natural-born citizen of the U.S., you have to be at least 35, and you have to have lived in the United States for 14 years at least. Why do you think, as a historian, the framers left it at that?
Because the framers thought that they wrongly thought that they had invented a foolproof system that would make sure that someone who had been convicted, for instance, of 34 felonies, not only would not dare to run, but would not be chosen under the system that they had established, which, as you know, gave power to state electors in the electoral colleges, a lot of power to state legislatures. They just assumed that a felon could not get through that scrutiny, and that's probably true. They never foresaw the kind of system we have nowadays.
In our country, Michael, have we ever seen someone who has been convicted of a crime run for any office before, whether the presidency or something else?
Oh, certainly. There are a lot of people who have been convicted of crimes who have run for office and sometimes win, but not at the level of the presidency, with 2 big exceptions. One would be Lyndon LaRouche, a perennial minor third-party candidate who was imprisoned for 5 years for fraud, and Eugene V. Debs, who in 1920 was the socialist candidate, actually got a lot of votes. He was in prison because he had violated Woodrow Wilson's sedition law, which was widely unpopular and seen as the wrong thing. And I think it probably got Debs a few votes. But more important historical precedent, 1974. Richard Nixon, of course, resigned to escape impeachment and probably criminal conviction. That fall, his Republican Party lost 49 seats in the House, 4 seats in the Senate. That is a much more ominous harbinger of what may happen if people are upset about the fact that Donald Trump has been declared a criminal.
Michael, as we sort of look in the crystal ball and what could happen this fall, could a presidential pardon come into play? Like, let's say if President Trump, former President Trump, is reelected, could he pardon himself?
Not on the state level. This is a state case. So the best he could do is pressure the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a Democrat in your home state, Kate. You have no part of this. I'm not implicating you. But the governor of New York State would have to do the pardon. And I think it would be highly unlikely that a Democratic governor would consider doing that, even if asked.
And to be clear, if he were elected, he can serve as president, because there's nothing that bars that either.
As far as the Constitution says, a president could even serve from jail. And that shows you how surreal this is and how far we have traveled from every expectation of our founders. They wanted a president who had convictions, but they meant political convictions, not criminal convictions.
Michael Beschloss, thanks. Good to have you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you to both.
Let's head to the UK, where another tradition has been upended by the royal family's health challenges. King Charles announced he will attend next month's Trooping the Colour event in honor of his birthday, but a key member of the family may not be there. Here's NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald.
Guys, good to be with you. Kensington Palace is confirming that Princess Kate will not be at the Trooping the Colour rehearsal, which is going to be next weekend. Now, this, of course, is the birthday celebration for the king. Now, the princess received this honorary role of being the colonel-in-chief of the Irish Guard, where she would have inspected her troops. She would have received the salute. But instead, the palace tells us that a lieutenant general will be stepping in on her behalf. But we will be singing King Charles. King Charles will be there in attendance, but the palace says it's going to be a little bit different. Last year, you may remember, we saw the king on horseback where he inspected his troops and received the salute. This year, he's going to be in a carriage alongside the queen. Now, the palace did say last month when the king returned to public-facing duties that he might be making some adjustments. You know, he's not 100% right now, and so it's all dependent on what the doctors say. And so this certainly appears to be one of those situations. Meanwhile, we know this is going to be a very different summer, a very unusual summer for the royal family. Princess Kate usually attends Wimbledon, for example. She's very active. She loves tennis. You may remember when she did that friendly game with tennis great Roger Federer. She often presents the trophy to the winner at Wimbledon. And then, of course, there's a royal ascot this summer. So her presence will most certainly be missed. But we know that Princess Kate is really focused on making a full recovery right now, her #1 priority. Guys, back to you.
Megan, thank you so much. Well, in today's modern parenting, we're talking about literacy challenges among young people, which have fueled an intense debate, right, over how we should be teaching our kids to read. Well, today, we wanted to take you to a program making a difference in North Carolina. Our sponsor, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, introduced us to the unique way they're turning the page.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to More.
Reading is important because it helps you when you grow up. If you don't know how to read, you can't get a diploma. And it helps you read books, too.
These students at Tuckasegee Elementary School in North Carolina are in 3rd grade, a year experts say is pivotal for kids learning how to read.
What we have in the United States is a reading crisis.
Dr. Marianne Wolf is an international literacy expert, author, and cognitive neuroscientist with more than 4 decades of experience in education.
The average 4th grader is not achieving the levels of what we call proficiency or fluency in reading that will allow them to use reading to learn the rest of their lives.
But an initiative called Reach Every Reader thinks they've found part of the solution. Rather than have one class dedicated to reading, they're weaving reading across subjects like science and social studies.
Across all of those subjects, there are words that tend to appear together. And so our hypothesis was, if we could help kids understand very deeply a few difficult and deep words. By difficult, I mean words that are multiple syllables and they're deep because the meaning of those words depends on the subject in which they appear, that it could help them across subjects.
I want you to think about an ecosystem. I see 2 parts to that word. What 2 parts do you see? Eco and system.
Reach Every Reader calls this technique the model of reading engagement, or MORE.
I kind of think of it as tricking them into reading, but using science and social studies to help children develop the word and content knowledge that they can then transfer across different disciplines. Okay, so you're comparing and contrasting these two in the end.
So far, this program has reached 45,000 kids across 102 schools in North Carolina. At Tuckasegee, teachers have been implementing the strategy for the last 6 years.
What does the prefix "un" mean?
And they say it's making a difference.
You see students who smile more, who take more risk. Even if they're not sure that their answer is right, they're participating, they're trying.
They are using bigger words. They are using them in their writing. They're using them in their conversation. They're using them when they go Google something because they want to know, for lack of a better word, more.
As for these 3rd graders, they're already thinking about what they want to be when they grow up.
A football player, a microbiologist. I want to be a labor nurse.
And these ambitions all have one thing in common: the need to read.
They have to read the plays. If they don't know the plays, they don't know what to do. I need reading so I don't get the babies mixed up.
I'm a big believer in what Frederick Douglass said about literacy is freedom. And I think if kids can read, then a lot of opportunities are available to them that wouldn't otherwise be.
When I see them succeed, I know the world's going to be okay.
Aww.
This program, it's an initiative from Harvard Graduate School of Education, MIT, and Florida State University. So many people involved in kind of creating the curriculum, and they're hoping to expand Reach Every Reader and get it into even more schools.
I love how interdisciplinary it is, too. That's so important for students.
Right. That's kind of the whole key. Get them interested. As one of the people said, like, kind of trick them into reading. Right.
Do what you got to do, folks. Do what you got to do. Kate, thank you for that. Well, coming up, we're going to dig into a Dateline investigation. How a group of total strangers helped track down a killer.
Keith Morrison's with us with a preview of an episode that you definitely will not want to miss. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Welcome back. Tonight on NBC, Dateline is investigating the disappearance and murder of a young woman in Los Angeles.
21-year-old Christy Johnson thought that she was going to an audition for a Bond movie back in 2003, but she was never heard from again. 3 weeks later, a group of hikers discovered her body deep in the Hollywood Hills.
As the investigation unfolded, multiple women came forward with similar stories to Johnson's, and those women ultimately helped catch her killer. Dateline's Keith Morrison is here now with a preview of tonight's episode. Keith, so good to see you. So you actually spoke, thank you for being with us. You actually spoke with Christy's mom about her disappearance, and she told you she knew something was wrong. First, I just want us to take a listen.
When I couldn't get a hold of her on her cell phone again, I called her on her direct line at work. And when I got her answering message on her work phone is when I became very alarmed.
So, Keith, where was Christy last seen?
Well, a number of people, as it turned out, saw bits of her in the last day of her life. She was at the Century City Mall doing some shopping. She arrived home at her apartment where her roommate encountered a very excited young woman who had a bunch of clothing in a bag. She had a mini skirt and some tights and some high heels and a man's white dress shirt. And she said she was off to an audition. That's all the roommate knew. And then A photographer who happened to live in the Hollywood Hills reported that he saw this young woman in a white Miata, desperately late for some appointment. It looked like it was an audition, and she had those articles of clothing in her car. That is how police eventually tracked down where she went.
Keith, I want to talk more about that supposed audition, and let's listen to a police recording of Christy's roommate, and then we can talk about it on the other side.
They're looking for a fresh face. They're looking for someone like in a James Bond movie. She had to be real sultry and sexy. That's what they were looking for, and they were going to give her a necktie to wear.
Why does that end up being so significant here?
Well, the gentleman who persuaded them to go to this audition said he would bring the necktie, and of course, in the end, what happened was the victim was strangled, asphyxiated, before she was thrown down the hillside. But this was part of a pattern that was repeated over and over and over again. It was that pattern, that costume, that request that he made every time that he would bring the necktie, which finally not only led police to the killer, but also provided a whole batch of possible witnesses against him when it came time to try to bring him to justice.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about those witnesses for a minute. The details never get easier, but you've reported on this case before, and you spoke with some of those women who came forward. What exactly did they tell you back then, and who will we hear from for the first time tonight?
We'll hear from a number of them for the first time tonight. The first person you're going to hear now is someone we heard from before. Her name is Susan Murphy, and she's describing what this man told her when she met him at the Century City Mall in Los Angeles.
He just said, "I think you're very attractive." He said, "I'm a director of photography, and we're casting for the new James Bond movie." And he said, "We've been casting all day, and you're the look we want. You're perfect."
What we have as victims inherently is a powerful voice. We come together and use our voices, we win. It's powerful.
And that really is the heart of the story. The reason we decided to tell this story again all these years later was what happened after the initial incident, which we reported on some 20 years ago. But things happened, and the whole group of women discovered that if they got together, they had the power to accomplish something that they never imagined they could have, even though there was no forensic evidence to take this guy down.
Yeah, that's the element of this that's so interesting, isn't it, Keith, that these women, strangers, come together to help solve the case. Yeah. Keith Morrison, always good to have you. Happy Friday to you. And be sure to tune in. It's tonight. The episode is called The Girl with the Hibiscus Tattoo. Don't miss Dateline. It's 9 Eastern, 8 Central on NBC.
And of course, be sure to download and listen to Keith's podcast, Murder in the Hollywood Hills. It's available right now on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Thanks, Keith.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
There's much more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
A glamorous group of women is breaking stereotypes and really redefining what it means to be a grandma.
NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz introduces us to members of a senior dance troupe who are proving age, it's just a number.
Well, hey there. These women are amazing. They are known as the Grant Avenue Follies. They say they have found new passion and purpose on the stage. It's a second chapter for them that began after the age of retirement, and it is keeping their hearts, their bodies, and minds young and inspiring younger generations that it's never too late to follow your dreams.
Happy Lunar Year! We bring the lunar chair! They call themselves Glammas, Glamorous Granny. OG now stands for Original Grandma. Their real name, the Grant Avenue Follies, a senior dance troupe made up of 11 women ages 67 to 88 from San Francisco's Chinatown.
Just because you're a senior, you don't have to lay around the house in your pajamas all day.
It's a mantra that Cynthia Yee has been spreading for 21 years after her doctor advised she get more physical exercise. The former dancer decided to grab some friends and form a burlesque troupe, taking up residence at the Clarion Performing Arts Center.
What is it that made all of you at your age say, I want to be in a burlesque cabaret show?
I think I was always intrigued with burlesque.
My father was a minister. And so, of course, burlesque was out of the question.
Their live show is an homage to what they describe as the golden age of Chinatown, the 40s, 50s, and 60s when tourists from all over the world would come to Grant Avenue for the nightlife.
It started in 1938 when this gentleman came to San Francisco with the idea, I want to open a nightclub and have an all-Asian show. Within 2 years, there were 6 nightclubs in Chinatown.
You said you were inspired to take up dance because of an Asian American dancer that you grew up seeing, Dorothy Toy.
That's correct. When I turned 17, I joined her show as a summer job and never looked back.
Now at 78, Cynthia is proving you're never too old to pursue your passions.
I feel like someone I always wanted to be, you know. Ever since I was a child, I always wanted to be on stage.
The dance troupe has taken off, the women becoming online sensations after a rap they made about the rise in anti-Asian hate during the pandemic went viral. And you're starting to think
what's right, what's wrong, and what really stings.
Did you know what viral was before you went viral?
No. I think I wrote to someone that said, well, I think we have virus. No, not virus, you're viral.
What is the message from this rap that you were trying to get out there?
We want to remind you that you need to respect the seniors.
What do you hope people realize when they see your performances?
I think they have a stereotype of what Asians are like. And so, especially seniors. Asian seniors are known to be very reserved, but I think we've helped to change that image.
I'm reserved.
The women call themselves a sisterhood, one I was lucky to join in on, just briefly.
What do you want people to know and to do?
Get up and do it.
Do it. Do it. Right. If you want to do something, do it. Never too old.
It's advice all of us at any age can take to heart.
Oh my gosh, we had so much fun. And if you're in San Francisco, they not only have performances, but a small museum with costumes and memorabilia from that golden age of Chinatown. They told me they know people come to Chinatown for the great restaurants and food, and they want to remind people of all the wonderful art and culture there too. Back to you.
Oh, what a great story, Liz. Thank you.
Yeah,
so much.
art, culture, and style, and moves.
Yeah.
I would love to take one of their classes.
Just keep going, right?
Yes.
I love that. Inspiration. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinclass, and while you are watching NBC News Daily, thanks for spending your week with us. We're, of course, also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinclass.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, May 31st, 2024, full blast. Donald Trump, the nation's first former president, found guilty of felony crimes, lashes out against the historic verdict.
We're going to be appealing this scam. We're going to be appealing it on many different things.
Our team of correspondents and legal experts separate fact from fiction and what comes next.
Now to November, voters nationwide reacting to Trump's conviction with the election top of mind. What we're hearing on the ground in key battleground states and from the president inside the White House.
It's not you, it's me. Anyone who's ever been in a romantic relationship has probably heard or used those words. So could you be self-sabotaging your love life? We'll show you the warning signs.
And turning the page, a novel approach when it comes to teaching children how to read. We're going to take you through the ABCs.
Can't wait to get to that story, but of course it is a busy day. So we're going to start this hour with a historic guilty verdict against Donald Trump.
On May 30th at 5:08 p.m., Mr. Trump became the first president ever to be convicted of a crime. After almost 10 hours of deliberation, a jury in New York City found the former president guilty on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. The judge set a sentencing date for July 11th. Notably, that is 4 days before the start of the Republican National Convention. Mr. Trump's team is already preparing an appeal.
With his 3 other criminal cases delayed without set trial dates, this could be the only case to come to completion before the November election. We're going to talk about what this verdict means politically and legally with our team of reporters and analysts. So let's start with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns and NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, let's start with you. We heard from President Biden about the verdict for the first time today. What did he say?
Yes, and Clay, President Biden finally breaking his silence on this verdict for his predecessor and now 2024 rival. He delivered remarks from the White House in which he said that former President Trump, like any American, has a right to appeal this verdict. He also appeared to take a thinly veiled swipe at these attacks from former President Trump on the Justice Department, stressing the legitimacy of this verdict. Listen to some of his comments here.
The American principle that no one is above the law was reaffirmed. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict.
The president choosing not to respond to my colleague Kelly O'Donnell's question, asking him to react to former President Trump, who hours before had blamed President Biden for his legal woes. Obviously, that silence standing in stark contrast to the Biden campaign today, who is using this verdict as an opportunity to fundraise and really remind voters of the stakes of the elections in play.
Thank you so much. And let's go to Dasha Burns, who's out there as well. The former president also spoke out today at Trump Tower. Dasha, what was his message?
Yeah, his first press conference since he was found guilty by that jury of 12 New Yorkers. And in a 40-minute campaign-style speech, he lashed out at President Biden, at the judge, at DA Alvin Bragg, even at Michael Cohen. And he didn't name Cohen because Cohen is a witness, and he's still under a gag order, which he may or may not have violated in the speech there. But he spent 40 minutes defending himself in this case. Take a listen to some of it.
This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. So we're going to be appealing this scam. The judge was a tyrant. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here.
The former president also touted his campaign's fundraising numbers. Campaign officials telling us that they raised $34.8 million since the verdict was announced through midnight of last night, guys.
All right, Dasha Burns outside of Trump Tower and Ali Rafa. Thank you both.
Let's talk now about the legal fallout and bring in NBC News legal analysts Danny Savalos and Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, I'll start with you. So next on the docket is the sentencing. We mentioned it's July 11th. Juan Merchan, the judge, will make this decision. Trump said he's facing, when he spoke today, he said 187 years in prison. But let's fact check that. That is not true. What are the possible penalties that the former president faces?
The possible penalties are probation, fine, and he could face incarceration. Each count carries up to 4 years in jail. But it's unlikely, given his age, given the fact that this is a lower-level offense, and given the fact that he's a first-time offender, it's unlikely that he's facing jail time. But if he is incarcerated, he's not going to get over a century in jail.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Danny, let's bring you in here. Trump and his attorneys have said they are going to appeal. Of course, you can't just appeal because you don't like a decision.
No.
To you, what would the strongest arguments for an appeal be?
The strongest arguments are jury instructions. If for no other reason than jury instructions are the most common, best case scenario for an appeal statistically. In an appellate court, you're usually going to lose, but jury instructions are your best bet. And then after that, you might argue that some of the testimony by Stormy Daniels and possibly Michael Cohen went too far, went into the realm of too prejudicial.
Too much detail.
Too much detail on an issue that wasn't probative of the underlying crime. For example, the allegations or the testimony about sex. That might have gone too far. However, the defense did not do a great job of objecting, as noted not by me, but by Justice Merchan himself. So those are just a few different potential appealable issues in addition to the complexity of the law and the novel theory of the case.
Let's look back at the defense, since you're a defense attorney. I'd love to ask about the defense that they put up in court. The defense attorney has said this morning that he and former President Trump coordinated and made decisions together on how to present their case. I guess my question is, if you have a figure like President Trump trying to help you guide things, does that mean you have to say certain things and then you don't maybe get to make the case that you might have made otherwise?
Yeah, I thought Todd Blanche had some favorable things to say about his client. Most criminal defense attorneys, I'm not saying me necessarily, find that their clients can be really more trouble during a trial than they are a help. And that's not really in fairness to them. They may not understand the law. They don't understand what the rules of evidence are. And a lot of times they don't really understand the full nature of the proceedings. They are just very frustrated listening to what they think is a parade of witnesses lying about them. So, look, the client normally isn't the best help. The attorney should be making all the strategic decisions, but on monumental decisions like whether or not to testify, those, of course, are the final call of the client.
So we've talked a lot about the defense. Kristen, let's go back to you. Obviously, the prosecution got the outcome they wanted. What about their case was effective?
I think what made their case so effective was that they presented a clear and compelling narrative. And then with that clear and compelling narrative, they backed it up and supported it with very strong evidence. And they didn't fall victim to all of the rhetoric or the political grandstanding. They didn't even respond to it. They didn't allow it to distract them. They kept a focused case, and they allowed that strong evidence to really carry the day for them.
All right, Kristen Gibbon-Fedden and Danny Savalos, thank you both.
There are also so many political ramifications of this conviction. The Trump campaign says that it has already raised more than $34 million yesterday since the verdict happened, setting a new single-day record for the campaign.
Meanwhile, the Biden re-election team agrees with Trump, saying ultimately the voters will decide whether or not the verdict matters come November.
Let's bring in NBC News senior Washington correspondent and NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. Hallie, great to have you with us once again. It's becoming a habit here. Look, a lot of voters have already said they've made up their minds about this election, right? And they're committed to Biden.
Most of them.
Or Trump. Most people. But there is this segment of voters who in polling have said, well, maybe a conviction might change my mind. Can we talk about them, and could this conviction end up being pivotal for November?
It could. I think that what you've heard in sort of the political pundit world, right, are a couple of things. There's one school of thought that says this changes nothing. There's one school of thought that says this changes everything. Neither of those things are probably true, right? But there's a lot in the middle between those two ends of the spectrum there. And so I think the question is going to be, Kate, to your point, you are exactly correct. Most people have made up their minds. At least that's what they say right now. But there is a slice of maybe persuadable people who say that, hey, if he were to be convicted, I would be less likely to vote for him. A hypothetical is different from a reality, so we're going to have to see as polls get out in the field and we get a better sense more broadly. But what's been fascinating, we have this amazing team of campaign embeds, as you know, that have been out there talking to voters in critical battleground states, Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, just today, just since this verdict came in. And you are seeing people with the fallout falling largely along party lines. I mean, people who tend to support President Biden are telling our team things like, well, I believe that this shows the rule of law works. I believe that this was the inevitable result. People who support former President Trump say, I'm going to vote for him anyway. This is not, a real thing in their view, and I'm paraphrasing here. And
they're picking up on the
people see, there's a lot of folks who are calcified. The one thing I would add just quickly here, not every single person has been paying super close attention to this.
Right.
The conviction is obviously breaking through. I mean, people know that Donald Trump has been convicted here largely. But as far as the ins and outs of the trial, the hush money trial, there's 30% of people said they weren't following every turn.
So, Hallie, let's dig into that political party point for a minute, because we know many Republicans, even potential running mates with Trump, are saying, we don't like this verdict. They're criticizing it, obviously. Yeah. But what's the vibe when it comes to the Veep stakes and what we're hearing from his potential VP picks?
Almost immediately you heard from some of these folks who are on, I don't want to call it a short list, but at least a speculative list of folks who could be potential running mates for the former president, coming out echoing his claim that this conviction he feels has been unfair. You've seen folks making the TV rounds. I'm talking about people like Marco Rubio. I'm talking about Senator J.D. Vance, for example, who are on that list. As we talk about VP, so here's what's super interesting to me in just the last couple of hours. His former vice president, Mike Pence, no love lost between these two, but even Mike Pence is coming out and saying that this verdict was, in his view, a disservice to the American people. And that is so interesting to me, because what Mike Pence, what Mitch McConnell, also not a fan of Donald Trump,
right,
and yet suggests that he believes his appeal would be successful. These are not hardcore Trump loyalists. These are people who are on the fringes, and yet look at where they stand. I think it says a lot.
Really notable. Hallie Jackson, always great to have you. Thank you so much. And of course, don't miss Hallie coming up on Hallie Jackson Now, streaming live starting at 5 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming up, President Biden calls for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, the proposal that he says Israel has agreed to.
Plus, voters in Mexico will make history this weekend. We'll tell you how and what it means for America. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Earlier today, President Biden spoke for the first time since former President Donald Trump's criminal conviction. The president reiterated that no one was above the law and that it is, quote, dangerous for Mr. Trump to suggest that the trial was rigged. But the majority of his speech was actually focused on the Middle East and outlining a ceasefire proposal to end the war in Gaza.
It's time for this war to end, for the day after to begin.
Joining me now, NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman. So, Josh, tell us more about this new plan and how it's being received.
Well, Clay, the White House is characterizing this as a new proposal that would actually lead to a permanent end to this war. That is news because Israeli officials, as of this week, have been saying they thought that this war could continue potentially until the end of the year. And so it really lays out three phases, the first of which would see Israel withdraw from the major populated areas in Gaza. There would also be a release of some hostages, like women and elderly hostages, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. And then during those 6 weeks, they would have to negotiate the second phase, which would actually be a permanent withdrawal from all of Gaza by Israeli troops, the release of all of the other living hostages, and essentially an end to the war. And then there would be a phase 3, which would involve reconstruction of Gaza. But President Biden, in his comments at the White House today, made clear among his concerns is that Israel could actually back away from its own proposal. Take a listen.
I know there are those in Israel who will not agree with this plan and will call for the war to continue indefinitely. Some are even in the government coalition, I ask you to take a step back and think what will happen if this moment is lost.
And so, Clay, it will come to no surprise to you, given how long we have been talking about this conflict, that this is far from a done deal. We have not heard anything yet from Hamas, but we have heard from Israel's prime minister saying that their proposal does not back away from Israel's longstanding insistence that an end to the war would have to involve the complete eradication of Hamas's military and governing abilities. And so it is very unclear at this point. That is not something President Biden included in his description of this. And it's very unclear whether Hamas would be willing to agree to something that would essentially lead to its own demise. Clay?
All right, important reporting. Josh Letterman, thanks.
Mexico is gearing up for its largest election in history this weekend, and it could have implications for the United States. More than 20,000 local, state, and national seats in Mexico are up for grabs. That includes president. And for the first time ever, the two frontrunners for the top job are women. This historic campaign cycle has also come with a dramatic rise in political violence in Mexico. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following all of it in Mexico City for us. Guad, it seems like the next leader of Mexico will almost certainly be a woman, with those two frontrunners female. What should Americans be watching out for? What are you hearing from voters?
Kate, according to the polls, Claudia Sheinbaum has been leading. She's from Morena, the ruling party. She's one of Andrés Manuel López Obrador's protégés, according to the experts here. So Mexican voters are placing a lot of attention on the issues with public safety in Mexico. Mexico has been dealing with organized crime all around the country, and specifically during this election cycle, there's been a lot of violence against candidates and also people involved with many of these candidates. One of the leading political consulting firms, Integralia, has just updated their number today to 36 aspiring candidates or candidates killed during the election cycle. This is an issue that is historic because of the number of individuals that have suffered from that violence, and the voters are worried about that. But when it comes to Americans, there's going to be a lot of attention placed on immigration. Mexico has agreed with the United States to enforce immigration laws to keep the number of migrants that go through Mexico and arrive at the U.S.-Mexico border at less than 4,000 a day, which is going to be difficult because Mexico is reporting 7,000 migrants arriving through its southern border. So that's a clicking time bomb that could explode in Mexico while they maintain that deal with the U.S. government. So the next president will have those challenges: immigration, public safety, among other things. But again, historic, because as you mentioned, the two leading candidates here are Claudia Sheinbaum and Xochitl Gálvez. So for the first time in its 200-year history, Mexico will most likely have a woman as president. Kate?
Before the United States ever has a woman as president. Guad Venegas, thank you so much.
And coming up, Texas slammed by another round of dangerous storms. The severe weather grips other parts of the country. We'll tell you what you need to be on the lookout for coming up next on NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues.
state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Well, it hasn't even been a year yet since the OceanGate catastrophe. You remember the deep-sea submersible that imploded during a mission to explore the wreckage of the Titanic, and that killed everyone on board.
Well, now another billionaire, Larry Connor, is launching a new effort to return to the Titanic with a vessel that he says is safer. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has been speaking with this billionaire Connor about his plans. So, Emily, what's the word?
Well, as you can imagine, this is turning a lot of heads, raising some eyebrows as well. Larry Connor says that the submersible will be a first of its kind and called the Explorer, and it will undergo rigorous testing before they actually put it into the water. He says he hopes that this venture will renew America's faith and belief in safe deep-sea exploration.
Larry Connor has soared to the International Space Station and down to the deepest parts of the ocean. But it's the billionaire's next adventure that's arguably turning the most heads. He wants to take this newly designed submersible to the Titanic shipwreck, the same deep-sea voyage that killed 5 people less than a year ago.
Growing questions surrounding that deadly submersible accident.
The Coast Guard hasn't even completed its investigation into the submersible implosion from last year. Is this rushed? Is this too soon?
No, and we will, under no set of circumstances, rush this project. The number one factor is safety.
The real estate and tech entrepreneur has partnered with Triton Submarines to build a vessel that will send him and the company's CEO on a research mission to the Titanic. The infamous shipwreck is roughly 13,000 feet under the sea, where water pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface.
These are dangerous conditions. Why are the risks worth taking for you?
So I would reframe this. These can be dangerous conditions. We are going to go through multiple steps, multiple certifications to ensure that this vessel, and specifically the hull, is safe and sound.
The OceanGate submersible imploded last June, instantly killing its CEO and 4 passengers.
I've broken some rules to make this.
Following the deadly disaster, there was intense criticism over the company's lack of testing and use of experimental materials, especially the submersible's carbon fiber composite hull. OceanGate has since suspended operations. Mechanical engineer Bart Kemper was among those to express concern before the implosion, but says he trusts Triton.
What is different about this mission here?
The big difference here is that we're using proven technology that's still innovative, but it's been done the right way.
So you would go on this exploration?
In a heartbeat. Sign me up.
Connor reiterating his top priority.
If you're asking, are we confident we can do it safely? The answer is yes.
So the estimated $13 to $15 million submersible is still in the process of being built. It's set to be completed by around the summer of 2026. But Larry Connor emphasizes that even if they run into some kind of safety issue throughout the process, he says that date could change. They could even scrub the whole project because safety, he continues to underscore, is a top priority. Just as a reminder, the backdrop of all of this, there's that multi-agency investigation still going on into last year's disaster.
Right, still unregulated waters.
Yep.
Yeah. Emily Ikeda, thank you.
Thanks.
Time now for today's Daily Snapshot, and there is a new Spelling Bee champion. Everybody is buzzing about 12-year-old Bruhat Soma won the bee after competing in a 90-second spell-off, and man, was it intense.
Your first word is bruette.
BROUETTE.
Adelantado.
ADELANTADO.
Hypercheme.
HYPORCHEME.
Bicelium.
BISCLLIUM.
Wow, it was only the second spell-off in the history of the spelling bee, and Soma, spelled S-O-M-A, spelled 29 words correctly, beating the runner-up and the previous spell-off record. With his win, the 7th grader took home the Scripps Cup and $50,000. He told the Today Show this morning he plans to donate his prize money to people in need.
Really?
Right?
Wow.
As if the spelling's not impressive enough, also generous.
I mean,
G-E-N. Okay, I'll stop. I get it.
the speed with which he was answering those questions.
It was giving rap. It was giving rap. Might have another career in his future.
Really good. Congrats to him.
Yes.
Congrats to the family as well. Well, coming up, we're going to introduce you, speaking of rap, nice segue, to a rapping, dancing group of seniors who are trying to entertain and educate at the same time. Looking forward to that. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Paul Pelosi, the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, is set to testify today in a state trial in California against David DePape. DePape has already been sentenced in a federal trial for breaking into the Pelosi's home in San Francisco and attacking Paul Pelosi with a hammer. He's now facing state charges that include attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon.
Severe weather is still gripping parts of the country. In North Texas, look at that heavy rain causing intense flash floods. The area is bracing for more rain in the forecast this weekend. Parts of Colorado were also slammed with rain and hailstorms last night. Some of that hail reportedly the size of golf balls. The state is also anticipating more severe storms on Saturday.
And the Dallas Mavericks are headed to the NBA Finals, where they'll face off with the Boston Celtics. The Mavericks eliminated the Minnesota Timberwolves in last night's game. They'll battle the Celtics for the championship in a series that begins on June 6th. The Celtics are seeking their 18th NBA title, which would be the most in league history. The first and only time the Mavericks won the championship was back in 2011.
Let's continue our coverage of this hour's top story, the conviction of former President Donald Trump. While he is the first former president to be convicted of a crime, he is also the presumptive Republican nominee, of course, in this year's election.
With this year's rematch already shaping up to be a tight race, Thursday's verdict could impact who voters choose, especially in those swing states and counties that are often decided by a narrow margin. NBC News correspondent David Noriega has been talking to voters in Reno, Nevada. Also here with us in studio, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki at the big board. So, David, let's start with you on the ground there. How are voters reacting to this verdict? And is it moving the needle at all?
Hey guys, yeah, so from what we're hearing on the ground, for the most part, it is not moving the needle. One thing that I keep hearing from people on both sides, people who like Trump and people who don't like Trump, that stands out to me is that this verdict just doesn't really deliver any new information. It doesn't change the nature of the persona of Donald Trump that they're already familiar with from years prior, you know, whether they like him or not. However, we did meet one voter who said that this is directly influencing his vote. We actually met him at the post office where he went to register to vote for Donald Trump because of the verdict, which he says he otherwise would not have done. He says this is because he himself was convicted of a felony and spent some time in prison in California some years ago. He knows what the criminal justice system does to people, and he doesn't like it. I want to play you a clip from our interview with him and then with a few other voters back to back. Take a look.
As of last night, after seeing what happened to Mr. Trump, I don't think that was fair, so I'm going ahead to register to vote. It's time to vote and set the record straight.
It just kind of more cemented my opinion about the guy. Like everything that came out in the verdict didn't surprise me at all. It just sounded like things he would do.
I have been a Trump supporter since 2016, voted for him twice, planning on voting again. Yesterday just cemented that fact for me.
I'm tempted to lean to the Democratic Party just to get votes away from Trump. I think Donald Trump is a terrible idea for this country.
Washoe County, where I am, is a very tight, very purple county. If these small changes along the margins make a difference, it's going to be in places like this. Guys?
David, thank you. So interesting to hear from voters. Let me bring in Steve Kornacki now at his big board. All right, what is the polling telling us right now about how this might play in November?
Yeah, I guess there's two ways of looking at this, and maybe split this into two parts and just start with the trial itself, because that's what we do have polling for. We're waiting, obviously, on the reaction to the verdict. But, you know, for 6 weeks now, there's been a trial, there's been testimony, there have been witnesses, there's been extensive media coverage, and we do have some polling to show what, if any, impact the trial itself had in the presidential race. So here's a way to look at that. Two polls here from Marist and from Quinnipiac were taken just as this trial began. The Marist poll had Biden ahead by 3 at that point. The Quinnipiac poll had the race in a tie. Now, both of these pollsters also took polls that ended just a few days ago. So they basically polled people at the end of the trial, before the verdict, but end of the trial. And I think you could see it really didn't move the needle. In one, Biden's lead goes from 3 to 2, so he lost a point. In the other, Biden is tied, and then Biden's ahead by 1, so Biden gains a point. I mean, basically, no change there is what you see when you put those together. And you also see that in the average of all the polls that are out there. At the start of the trial, the poll average was 0.3 of a point in Trump's favor. By the end, it was 0.9 of a point in Trump's favor. Again, there's basically no change there. This is reflected also in this number from Quinnipiac. At the start of the trial, they asked folks, did Trump do something illegal? 46% said yes. After all the testimony, 46% in the same poll still said yes, an unchanged number. Also, what we saw here in the polling was there was a gap in terms of who was following this trial. You see the Democrats, Republicans, much more interested. This is the folks who say they followed it closely. Almost 40% of Democrats, almost 40% of Republicans, and just over 20%, big gap there, of independents. So it seems the folks with strong opinions of Trump, for or against, were more tuned into this than maybe the more marginal voters. But that gets to the second part, and that gets to the big question. This verdict, obviously, making huge news, is going to be all over the place here for days, for weeks, maybe for months. And the question now is, the trial didn't affect public opinion, but will people absorbing the result of the trial, the verdict, will that change public opinion? And I think within the next few days, we'll start getting some polls that will answer that.
We will have you back for that. Steve Kornacki, thank you.
Today, jurors in Idaho are weighing the death penalty. It comes just one day after delivering a guilty verdict in the murder trial of Idaho author Chad Daybell. In 2021, Daybell, along with his wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, were charged in the deaths of 2 of Miss Vallow's children, as well as the murder of his previous spouse, Tammy Daybell. Ms. Vallow was convicted last year and sentenced to multiple life sentences for those murders. NBC News correspondent Elwin Lopez has been following this story for us and joins us now. So, Elwin, this is a case that captured national attention. Get us up to speed on the timeline of these 2019 murders and what we heard in closing arguments yesterday.
Yes, and Clay, this case has been in the making for years. There's been a lot of bizarre twists and turns in it, and the case is really centered around Chad Daybell's extreme religious beliefs that doomsday was coming, that there were people with light and dark spirits, and that those with dark spirits needed to die. Now, keep in mind that Chad Daybell was married to his wife, Tammy, for 29 years when he met Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow's children, Tylee and JJ, went missing back in 2019, and less than a month after that is when Tammy, Chad Daybell's wife, was found dead under suspicious circumstances. And then in 2020 is when Tylee and JJ's remains were found on Daybell's property. They later exhumed Tammy's body and found that she died not of natural causes, but of murder and due to asphyxiation. I want you to take a listen to what JJ's grandfather said after jurors delivered that guilty conviction.
JJ, you're 12 years old. JJ, I miss you. Tylee, I hope you have grown to be a beautiful woman.
And prosecutors are now seeking the death penalty in this case. We're hearing from victim impact statements right now as they decide that sentencing. Sinclair.
All right, Elwin Lopez, thanks so much.
In today's modern parenting, we're talking about literacy challenges among young people, which have fueled intense debate, right, over how we should be teaching our kids to read. Well, today, we wanted to take a look at one program making a difference in North Carolina. Our sponsor, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, introduced us to this unique program that's trying something new. It's called Reach Every Reader, an initiative from Harvard Graduate School of Education, MIT, and Florida State University, aiming to give kids a new strategy to learn reading.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to More.
Reading is important because it helps you when you grow up. If you don't know how to read, you can't get a diploma. And it helps you read books, too.
These students at Tuckasegee Elementary School in North Carolina are in 3rd grade, a year experts say is pivotal for kids learning how to read.
What we have in the United States is a reading crisis.
Dr. Marianne Wolf is an international literacy expert, author, and cognitive neuroscientist with more than 4 decades of experience in education.
The average 4th grader is not achieving the levels of what we call proficiency or fluency in reading that will allow them to use reading to learn the rest of their lives.
But an initiative called Reach Every Reader thinks they've found part of the solution. Rather than have one class dedicated to reading, they're weaving reading across subjects like science and social studies.
Across all of those subjects, there are words that tend to appear together. And so our hypothesis was, if we could help kids understand very deeply a few difficult and deep words. By difficult, I mean words that are multiple syllables and they're deep because the meaning of those words depends on the subject in which they appear, that it could help them across subjects.
I want you to think about an ecosystem. I see 2 parts to that word. What 2 parts do you see? Eco and system.
Reach Every Reader calls this technique the model of reading engagement, or MORE.
I kind of think of it as tricking them into reading, but using science and social studies to help children develop the word and content knowledge that they can then transfer across different disciplines.
Okay, so you're comparing and contrasting these two in the end.
So far, this program has reached 45,000 kids across 102 schools in North Carolina. At Tuckasegee, teachers have been implementing the strategy for the last 6 years.
What does the prefix "un" mean?
And they say it's making a difference.
You see students who smile more, who take more risk. Even if they're not sure that their answer is right, they're participating, they're trying.
They are using bigger words. They are using them in their writing. They're using them in their conversation. They're using them when they go Google something because they want to know, for lack of a better word, more.
As for these 3rd graders, they're already thinking about what they want to be when they grow up.
A football player, a microbiologist. I want to be a labor nurse.
And these ambitions all have one thing in common: the need to read.
They have to read the plays. If they don't know the plays, they don't know what to do. I need reading so I don't get the babies mixed up.
I'm a big believer in what Frederick Douglass said about literacy is freedom. And I think if kids can read, then a lot of opportunities are available to them that wouldn't otherwise be.
When I see them succeed, I know the world's going to be okay.
It's good stuff. The Reach Every Reader program, they're hoping that they will expand their efforts and get into even more schools because they really think they're kind of connecting with kids.
I love it, and I love to see how engaged the kids are in the reading, in all the content. It's beautiful.
Right, and saying what they want to do when they grow up, and they know they need to read to do those things. It's pretty inspirational.
Thanks, Kate. We appreciate it. Well, coming up, love. If you're hot, then you're cold. You're yes, then you're no.
Thank you, Katy Perry. Well, you could be self-sabotaging your romantic relationship, though. An expert walks us through the signs of self-sabotage up next on NBC News Daily.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's mental health check, we're talking about your love life.
Specifically, something that people are talking a lot about on social media, self-sabotaging a romantic relationship.
I'm afraid of being hurt, so these are the ways that I self-sabotage.
5 signs you self-sabotage. Let me know if you do any of these.
Let's talk about why men self-sabotage.
There's that word again and again. If you think you might be getting in the way of your own happiness, our next guest has some tips on how to stop doing that. Joining us now is Dr. Judy Ho. She's a clinical neuropsychologist and the author of the book, Stop Self-Sabotage. Obviously the right person to talk to. Dr. Judy, break down for us, what does self-sabotaging in a relationship look like? What are some examples?
Well, Kate, I have an acronym called LIFE that describes why people self-sabotage. But in terms of what self-sabotage looks like, it could be hot and cold behavior in a relationship, creating self-fulfilling prophecies, testing people, setting up challenges to see if your partner can meet them. But then that bar keeps moving. So no matter what they do, it's not good enough. Or even codependency or over-relying on the other person for your self-esteem. pushing people away when they get too close, and then expecting people to read your mind and being upset with them when they don't do what's going on in your head.
So, Dr. Ho, let's dig into that acronym you mentioned, LIFE. You coined it. Explain why people do it. Walk us through that.
Well, Zincle, like I say to everybody that I work with about their self-sabotage, I say, hey, life happens. It happens to the best of us. It happens to all of us. Most people self-sabotage due to one or more of these factors. L stands for low or shaky self-esteem. And interestingly, self-esteem can be very different in the different areas of your life. So you could have great career self-esteem, great physical health self-esteem, but maybe your self-esteem with relationships, not as great. Internalized beliefs from childhood, that's the I. So these are modeling that you've seen from your parents, how they interact, what adult relationships were modeled for you when you were a child, and then you take those beliefs into your own adult relationships. F stands for fear of the unknown. Obviously, when it involves another person, you can't always know what's going on, and sometimes not being able to step forward because of that fear can lead to sabotaging in relationships. And finally, excessive need for control. And this is me calling out all of you perfectionists, type A people, and I say this lovingly because I see myself as a type A person, but that excessive need for control isn't great in a relationship when you sometimes have to partner and maybe compromise too.
Yeah, I know that. So is this something we do intentionally or unconsciously?
I think that for most people, it's subconscious, but even when you consciously are aware of it, what I hear oftentimes is, hey, I'm self-sabotaging, oh, well, and then people don't walk away thinking that there are solutions, right? And really what causes it is it's an evolutionary strategy that got turned on its head. We all want to prevent bad things from happening to us, but when that switch gets turned too much, then that's the problem. We end up thinking about the threat rather than the reward.
So how do we stop self-sabotaging in our relationships? And what do we do if we're in one and we see our partner maybe doing those behaviors?
Yeah, so it all goes back to our thoughts, being aware of our thinking, because the thinking drives our feelings and then our behaviors and then additional thoughts. So really start paying attention to your thoughts. What was I just thinking right before I noticed my self-sabotage? If you notice your partner's the one self-sabotaging, no judgment, and don't call them out like you're self-sabotaging or show them that TikTok video. Instead, just tell them the behaviors you saw. And then ask them what they think about it. Let them lead that part of the discussion instead of you reading their mind, and don't answer for them. As a psychologist, I know that when you use silences judiciously, you actually get a ton of information about how the other person is thinking and feeling.
Yeah. And just quickly, how else do people self-sabotage in their life beyond romantic relationships?
Well, the biggest one that I can think of is procrastination. It affects so many of us. We try to do our best, but we think that maybe by waiting to the last minute, we're actually going to be inspired. Oftentimes, we just don't have enough time to execute our great ideas. Or disregarding your friendships, over competing at work, blowing your physical health goals after one setback or mistake, or even staying in anger and resentment with your family instead of being able to move forward, because that anger only hurts yourself.
Really good tips. Dr. Judy Ho, thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
There's much more news ahead.
Don't go anywhere. You are watching NBC News Daily.
See you tonight.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A glamorous group of women is breaking stereotypes and really redefining what it means to be a grandma.
NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz introduces us to members of a senior dance troupe who are proving age, it's just a number.
Well, hey there. These women are amazing. They are known as the Grant Avenue Follies. They say they have found new passion and purpose on the stage. It's a second chapter for them that began after the age of retirement, and it is keeping their hearts, their bodies, and minds young and inspiring younger generations that it's never too late to follow your dreams.
Happy Lunar Year! We bring the lunar chair! They call themselves Glammas, Glamorous Granny. OG now stands for Original Grandma. Their real name, the Grant Avenue Follies, a senior dance troupe made up of 11 women ages 67 to 88 from San Francisco's Chinatown.
Just because you're a senior, you don't have to lay around the house in your pajamas all day.
It's a mantra that Cynthia Yee has been spreading for 21 years after her doctor advised she get more physical exercise. The former dancer decided to grab some friends and form a burlesque troupe, taking up residence at the Clarion Performing Arts Center.
What is it that made all of you at your age say, I want to be in a burlesque cabaret show?
I think I was always intrigued with burlesque. My father was a minister. And so, of course, burlesque was out of the question.
Their live show is an homage to what they describe as the golden age of Chinatown, the 40s, 50s, and 60s, when tourists from all over the world would come to Grant Avenue for the nightlife.
It started in 1938 when this gentleman came to San Francisco with the idea, I want to open a nightclub and have an all-Asian show. Within 2 years, there were 6 nightclubs in Chinatown.
You said you were inspired to take up dance because of an Asian American dancer that you grew up seeing, Dorothy Toy.
That's correct. When I turned 17, I joined her show as a summer job and never looked back.
Now at 78, Cynthia is proving you're never too old to pursue your passions.
I feel like someone I always wanted to be, you know. Ever since I was a child, I always wanted to be on stage.
The dance troupe has taken off, the women becoming online sensations after a rap they made about the rise in anti-Asian hate during the pandemic went viral.
And you start to think what's right, what's wrong, and what really stings.
Did you know what viral was before you went viral?
No. I think I wrote to someone that said, well, I think we have virus. No, not virus, you're viral.
What is the message from this rap that you were trying to get out there?
We want to remind you that you need to respect the seniors.
What do you hope people realize when they see your performances?
I think they have a stereotype of what Asians are like. And so, especially seniors. Asian seniors are known to be very reserved, but I think we've helped to change that image.
I'm reserved.
The women call themselves a sisterhood, one I was lucky to join in on, just briefly.
What do you want people to know and to do?
Get up and do it.
Do it. Do it. If you want to do something, do it. Never too old.
It's advice all of us at any age can take to heart.
Oh my gosh, we had so much fun. And if you're in San Francisco, they not only have performances, but a small museum with costumes and memorabilia from that golden age of Chinatown. They told me they know people come to Chinatown for the great restaurants and food, and they want to remind people of all the wonderful art and culture there too. Back to you.
Oh, what a great story, Liz. Thank you.
Yeah,
so much.
art, culture, and style, and moves.
Yeah.
I would love to take one of their classes.
Just keep going, right?
Yes.
I love that. Inspiration. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklace, and while you are watching NBC News Daily, thanks for spending your week with us. We're, of course, also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander here in Washington as the presidential campaign enters a new stage after that historic verdict. A jury finding former President Donald Trump, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, guilty on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, making him the first American president ever convicted of a crime. Judge Juan Merchan scheduled Mr. Trump's sentencing for July 11th. That's just 4 days before the start of the Republican National Convention. Just ahead, we're going to dive into what is next in the legal process for the former president who has vowed to appeal the conviction. But today we do want to begin with the politics of this moment and what it means for the presidential race that has been essentially frozen by this trial for weeks. In the 23 hours since the verdict was handed down, we have seen Republicans rally behind the former president as both he and his allies rail against the verdict and attack the fundamentals of the American justice system. This morning, in what the campaign billed as a post-verdict news conference, Mr. Trump didn't take any questions. Instead, he delivered a feisty and rambling speech. He aired his grievances, again, baselessly called the trial rigged, attacked the judge, a key witness, and President Biden, and criticized everything from the situation on the southern border to both of the impeachment inquiries against him. He also repeatedly made false claims that his prosecution was a targeted political effort.
It all comes out of the White House. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. He's the worst president in the history of our country, the most incompetent. He's the dumbest president we've ever had. We're losing our country. And I really think that this is an event, what took place yesterday with this judge. Look, we have conflicted, but he's a crooked judge. and you'll understand that. And I say that knowing that it's very dangerous for me to say that, and I don't mind. We're dealing with a corrupt government. We have a corrupt country. Our elections are corrupt. Our borders are open. Our borders are going to be closed very soon. November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country.
It's important to note that what Mr. Trump is saying there is not true. The charges in this case were not brought by President Biden. This was a New York case. He was indicted by a New York grand jury, and elections in the United States are safe. They are secure, and the verdict was rendered not by a judge, but by a Manhattan jury. Today's remarks came after some of Mr. Trump's top supporters and vice presidential hopefuls also attacked the verdict, as well as the justice system.
This is the weaponization of the justice system against their political opponent. This is a justice system that hunts Republicans while protecting Democrats. This was certainly a hoax, a sham. This was devastating for the average American watching it.
This is the most outrageous travesty I've ever seen. And the problem here is Democrats have crossed this line. They have crossed the line in which now the court system is a political weapon. And it's going to be very hard for it not to come back the other way.
I would not live in New York State right now. Absolutely, I wouldn't, Wolf, because what New York has showed and what, frankly, the Biden administration has showed is that if you don't do exactly what they want you to do in politics, they will try to use our system, bipartisan system of law and order, to throw you in prison. I think that what happened in New York, if you applied it across all 50 states, would be the definition of fascism. Throwing your political opponents in jail. Thank God it only happened in New York and not in the rest of the country.
Again, to be clear, the verdict in this case was reached by an impartial jury selected in part by Donald Trump's legal team. There is no evidence the American justice system protects members of one political party over another. At the White House this afternoon, President Biden addressed the verdict for the first time while responding to former President Trump and his allies' attacks on the justice system.
After careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. Now he'll be given the opportunity, as he should, to appeal that decision just like everyone else has that opportunity. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict.
Big picture here, it is impossible to say at this moment what impact this verdict and its reaction is going to have on the race between President Biden and former President Trump. But for a race that has remained so static for so long, this historic verdict and the reaction from President Trump and his allies could be finally the one thing that shakes things up a bit here. And joining us now is our team of reporters. Dasha Burns is outside Trump Tower there in Midtown Manhattan. Shaq Brewster is on the ground in the key battleground state of Wisconsin, getting voters' reactions to the verdict. And with me on set here, NBC White House correspondent Mike Memley and NBC's chief political analyst Chuck Todd. We'll get to our friends here on set in a moment. Dasha, let me get to you outside Trump Tower. You were there for the news conference earlier. The former president spoke for approaching an hour, didn't take any questions, even though, of course, this was billed as a news conference. How do you characterize what you heard?
Yeah, Peter, a bit surprised that he didn't take any questions. Normally, he loves engaging with the media, but in this case, just a straight speech. It really felt to me a bit like a campaign-style speech. He was lashing out at President Biden, at the trial itself, at the judge, at DA Bragg, and even lashed out at Michael Cohen, who, of course, is a witness in this case. And the question is, will there be a gag order violation because of that? But he really took that, almost hour to defend himself, to also talk about his priorities like immigration, like the economy. He also claimed that he did want to testify himself, but said he didn't because of risk of perjuring himself or, getting in trouble for something else potentially, because he would be open to other kinds of questioning if he were to take the stand. He also, Peter, touted his fundraising. The campaign tells us that in the hours between the verdict becoming public and midnight last night, that they raised $34.8 million through digital fundraising, which is a significant number, and they're pointing to that as evidence that his supporters are rallying around him, Peter.
Yeah, so obviously we can't validate any of those numbers at this point, but certainly it did motivate Donald Trump's base here. As you speak privately to his aides and his allies right now, how concerned are they about what this verdict could mean for the campaign? It has been a hypothetical until now, but independents, including some Trump supporters, said it would make them less likely to support Donald Trump.
Well, they're remaining pretty defiant, and I think you may have seen Eric Trump's post on social media saying that, May 30th is the day that will be remembered as the day that former President Trump won the election. They are thinking along those lines, like they believe that this is going to be helpful to him politically, even if it's harmful legally, because they've seen those bumps in the polls, those bumps in fundraising anytime he has been under indictment or has faced these legal troubles. And they are going to be, as they have been, Peter, campaigning on this. It may have worked better in the primary, but they're not shying away from leaning into the message that he is a political prisoner, as some of his fundraising messages have said recently.
Yeah, notable that they call him a political prisoner because there has been no sentence and he may not ever serve time behind bars, but they can frame it however they prefer right now if it helps juice the base, right? That's the strategy. Let's get to Mike Memley. He's on set here. You've been keeping a close eye on what's going on at the White House, talking to Biden aides and allies, specifically those in the campaign. What's been striking is the way that they sort of frame this. As one told you, it's better than an acquittal, but this is not going to be a central message.
What's so interesting, Peter, is of the two campaigns, it seems like it's the Biden campaign, unusual to say, that is more relieved that the trial is over than the person who was actually on trial, right? And that's because, to put it mildly, there's not a playbook for how to handle a campaign when your opponent is facing a criminal trial. They were struggling in some ways, not just with getting their own message out during the coverage of this case, but also with the calibration of what, if anything, to say about the case itself. So now that this is over, now that this is in the rearview mirror, the campaign is looking ahead to next month's debate as a moment to finally crystallize the choice for voters. And so you're not going to hear the campaign talking every day about maybe a criminal convict, right, a convicted felon in their political opponent. They're going to get back to the bread and butter issues that they say voters do want to hear about. They're going to try and also, and I think we saw this with the president's remarks today, build up that stature gap between the incumbent president, the person holding the office, the person who is working for American people, versus the candidate who is only interested in himself, only focused on grievance. In some ways, everything Trump has done since the verdict has played into the strategy that they're unfolding, but now they have to execute.
And again, you talk about that debate, the first of two, to take place on June 27th there. In a lot of ways, these debates are performative, right? And for Joe Biden, that is a real challenge, a performative debate going up for an hour and a half against Donald Trump right there. Whether you agree or disagree with him, the guy demonstrates his vigor when he speaks at these news conferences here. How much concern is there about that? They say they got time to make up for a flub if there were to be one, but that is fundamentally a challenge for him.
I mean, you know this so well, Peter. The president, his team rely so much on preparation for his big speeches and for big moments like this debate. And he has a very big month ahead. He's going to be overseas. You'll be traveling with him to Europe. He's got a lot of...
overseas twice.
Twice, 2 trips in just as many weeks. He has a other busy schedule of events, a lot of engagements coming up. And so finding the time, when we know incumbent presidents often struggle in that first debate. Just look at what Barack Obama faced when he faced Mitt Romney in 2012. That was a big stumble. And so I think the concern now is, will he have enough time to prepare? But the Biden advisors have said to me, prep is overrated, especially with this opponent. They know each other so well. They faced each other before, and they know the game plan going into it.
They hope it crystallizes the choice, as you said. That's the key. That's why they like the idea of this happening in June. They know they need to shake things up. Shaq, let's get to you. You're in Kenosha County, the great state of Wisconsin. This is a county that Donald Trump narrowly won in 2016 and again in 2020. What are voters there saying? Both sides, if there's anything they agree on, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, it's that voters get to have the final say.
Right, Peter, you're talking about voters in a battleground county in this battleground state. And since that verdict was announced, I've had at least about 24 conversations in Kenosha, and some takeaways that I'm sensing at this point. Number one, this is news that is breaking through. There were several people who said that they don't follow the news, but they got a text about this in their group chat, or they saw on TikTok or Instagram at least that headline. They know about the 34 counts in which Donald Trump has now been convicted of, even if they don't know exactly what those those counts represent or what the alleged crime was in this case. And because of that, largely because of that, it's largely reinforcing how many people view Donald Trump as a candidate. If you didn't like him, if you were going to vote for Biden, then you thought he was guilty before this trial. This didn't really influence them. And if you were siding with Donald Trump, then you're now still siding with Donald Trump after this trial, largely based on my conversations. Just listen to a sample of those conversations I've been having.
Does this impact or alter at all how you view Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
How does that change anything for you in how you view Donald Trump?
I mean, I didn't like him in the first place, so that's about it.
So this doesn't change much?
No.
Let's just say right now, if the election were tomorrow, how do you think you would vote?
I'd probably still vote Trump over Biden.
Despite you having pause over the convictions?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't feel like Biden's a good enough candidate, and I feel like obviously his old age would be something a factor.
There could be two sides of the story, and that's all. But
it-
that's why I choose to not see the news, be a part of it. I stay away because it really gets really tricky.
I didn't take offense to what she said in that last statement there, but I think, you know, with one thing that she revealed to me, she voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and is now going to Donald Trump. She said that even though this may give her some pause, it's not a determining factor. Instead, she's thinking more about the struggle she had buying a home, and she thinks about gas prices. Those are the things she's saying that she's making an election decision on in November, and that's ultimately what's going to be the deciding factor for her. And that's a message that you hear repeated in a lot of the conversations I've been having here in Kenosha, Peter.
Yeah, Shaq, tell her no offense taken by the comments about not watching the news. A lot of people tuned some of this out lately. I get it. Let me ask what other correspondents are seeing elsewhere. They're crisscrossing the country. What are voters telling them there? Are we hearing different messages from voters in different parts of the U.S.?
It's largely the same, and we kind of put together a piece on this for NBCNews.com. I mean, we're talking about 40 or more than 40 conversations between all of our teams. I apologize for the car. Hope you can still hear me, but it's largely the same messaging. The voters in different places, talking about Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, are reflecting, and this conviction is reinforcing how they already viewed these candidates. It's one of those questions of what will ultimately make a decision. It's not to say that they don't care about what ultimately happened, but this isn't something that, at least based on the early surface, the early read of what we've been hearing, is not fundamentally changing the dynamics of this race.
Yeah, just thinking about Wisconsin, you know, it's basically the population that you could fit into Badger Stadium that could decide this election, not just in that state, but frankly around the country right now. We're joined by a football fan and friend of mine, Chuck Todd, for some of the takes on this. I just want your sort of gut reaction to what we saw yesterday and the way we're already seeing the sides sort of break down in terms of their way of framing it.
Look, I sort of view this way. The campaign that's talking about the trial is losing. Okay, the more you talk about this trial, the more you're losing with the voters you need to win. Why do I say that? First of all, there's plenty of evidence to back this up. I can take you back to the Bill Clinton impeachment in 1998. Republicans thought for sure running against Monica Lewinsky was going to be a winner for them. It was not. Voters were like, guess what? We
care
knew
about our lives.
Not only that, we already knew this about Bill Clinton. We factored his character into our decision to vote for him in 1992. Access Hollywood tape. Everybody's going, how can Republicans be rallying around Trump so easily this time? Well, fool them once, shame on you, right? Fool you twice. Well, Access Hollywood tape, the Republican Party walked away from him, but the voters did. And that's why I think this trial is not going to have an impact, because for the same reason the Clinton impeachment had no impact. Voters knew Trump's moral failings before, and they voted for him anyway. People would even say it. You heard it in some of that sound that Shaq had. So I think if you're relying on this, whether you're Trump and think it's a grievance thing is a good idea, you're going to turn off the middle. And if you're Biden and you run on it too much, you celebrate too much. Look, this is a sad day for America. Hard stop. There shouldn't be any celebrate. If you're celebrating, you're part of the problem. This is why this country is being ripped apart. He brought this on himself. That's also a fact, too, at the end of the day. Let the legal world debate whether Alvin Bragg should have brought this or not. I think there's a lot of evidence that Alvin Bragg has still been the best thing for Trump's campaign. Without the Alvin Bragg indictment, I think Donald Trump has a much harder time in the primaries. It's just a fact of when that indictment happened was at a moment that Trump desperately needed something to rally Republicans around him. So it is, in that sense, it has been weirdly helpful to him up until this point. But if you're talking about it, I think the mistake would be what Trump's doing now,
Well, Chuck,
trying to make it part of his campaign.
You saw that news conference today, and Dasha
this is,
said it felt like it was political, a campaign speech. That's all there is a campaign speech, and this is what it sounds like.
And here's the thing. The voters are going to punish whatever candidate is not talking about the issues that they want to talk about. This is why I think the democracy message is not working for Biden. If you care about the democracy, you've already made your decision who you're voting for. The voters that are left are the voters that are going, I want to buy a house. It's too expensive. Or I'm really frustrated by this, or I'm frustrated by that. They're looking forward. Campaigns that relitigate the past are destined for failure. So I think that's the way you got to look at this. I think we may see a short-term bump for Biden, just like we saw a short-term bump for Hillary Clinton right after the Access Hollywood tape. And it disappeared almost as quickly as that bump happened. So I ultimately think this is still going to be about the person that promises a better kind of change in their second term. And if talking about the trial is not a way to do that.
Mike, let me ask you about that in particular. Chuck makes a good point right now, right? And you and I have both been on the trail and need to talk to voters there. Often the voters you meet at his events are the ones who support Joe Biden, but you go a few blocks away and you talk to some of these other voters right now, and they're not concerned about the sort of, message of the day. They want to know, hey, what's in it for me? How are you going to make the prices of my groceries cost less? How are you going to make it easier for me to buy a home or for my child to be able to afford moving out of the house right now? How do they get back to that message when the guy has not been successful in breaking through the noise of this season?
Every single demographic, every poll shows the number one issue, cost of living, inflation. And the Biden team has seemed to concede that there's nothing they're going to be able to do to fix the inflation problem. So they're trying to make this a whose side are you on, who are you fighting for question. The president may have some economic announcements to make over the course of the rest of the year to try to say we're bringing costs down, we're trying to forgive student loans, to put more money in your pocket. But the real contrast they're really hoping to seize on this trial, to the extent that they are, is he is only worried about his own interests, his own whether he's free or not, convicted or not, and the president is fighting for people, including the middle class where he grew up on. So they're trying to make it a stylistic whose side are you on argument.
Chuck, last thought, the next big shakeup moment is going to be this debate on June 27th here. The Biden campaign wanted this thing early because they needed to shake things up right now to try to find a way to break through. It is performative in a lot of ways here. How much does it matter?
Look, I think it matters to both of them at this point, right? You got to see, has Trump gotten over his grievance, right? There's a couple of ways this debate could go. Perhaps Biden is able to bait Trump into only talking about his legal problems. Perhaps Trump is able to bait Biden into sort of getting angry, and then they're just sitting there cursing at each other, right? And my great fear of this debate is for the country, that you do have these two guys start yelling at each other, perhaps cursing on national television, our two presidents for the first time, and all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of new Kennedy-curious voters. That could be the unintended consequence of this early debate, is that it gives a new opening to Kennedy to have a conversation with turned-off voters.
Yeah, as John Meacham said earlier, it has been Donald Trump who's on trial. Pretty soon it's America that's on trial, and Americans are going to have to render their verdict coming pretty soon on all of this. Chuck Todd, I appreciate you. Mike Memley, nice to see you in person. Appreciate your expertise on this historic week. And coming up right here, what is next for the former president legally? We're going to walk through the appeals process, what to expect from sentencing, and we'll have more, of course, with our legal experts. That's next. Plus, outrage and partisan pushback. As we mentioned, Donald Trump's defenders are working to flip the script on the former president's historic guilty verdict. My one-on-one interview with one of Mr. Trump's top congressional allies is straight ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now. As we have said, the sentencing for former President Trump is scheduled for July 11th. And after that, former President Trump and his legal team have made it clear that they plan to appeal his conviction. The former president reiterated that intent today while making false claims about the judge and about the trial.
So we're going to be appealing this scam. We're going to be appealing it on many different things. He wouldn't allow us to have witnesses. He wouldn't allow us to talk. He wouldn't allow us to do anything. The judge was a tyrant.
There are avenues for appeal, and defense attorney Todd Blanche has said the Judge Merchan not recusing himself is one item that they will bring up. But to be clear, the judge did not ban Mr. Trump's lawyers from calling witnesses or prevent them from talking, other than imposing a gag order that limited what Mr. Trump could say about witnesses, court officials, or jurors. He could say whatever he wanted about the judge. I'm joined now by former federal prosecutor Elise Adamson and former assistant Manhattan District Attorney Daniel Horowitz. Dan, let me get to you right away. Walk us through what happens between now and July 11th, the date of the scheduled sentencing.
Right. So some of it's very procedural, some of it's substantive. So what's going to happen is both sides are going to start preparing sentencing memorandum. And each side will prepare something for the judge to talk about what they think the sentence should be. And as part of that process, the defendant, Donald Trump, who's now convicted, is going to have to meet with the Department of Probation that will prepare a special report that the judge can use about his background and a variety of things that the judge will want to look at in considering what a sentence will be.
So he's one of the most familiar people in the planet right now. Does that process still need to take place?
Well, it has to take place because it's required by law. You're absolutely right. I said to somebody earlier today, it's hard to believe that there's any detail about Donald Trump's life that hasn't already been written about or covered. So my guess is that there's not going to be something that's going to be surprising in the report. What will be interesting, though, is that Donald Trump, as a convicted felon, has to meet with the Department of Probation. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He can't get out of it. And it's an interview that in some ways is very routine and in some ways is very probing. But that's probably the most important thing that's going to take place between now and then. And then if Trump and his team think that there are grounds for post-trial motions, we know that the defendant already made a motion to set aside the jury's verdict, which Judge Merchan denied, but they may make additional motions, particularly given this defendant and how litigious he is.
Elise, let me ask you specifically about what the DA's decision is. Alvin Bragg has to make a choice. Is he going to go for jail time here as the sentence? The judge will have the final decision here. But first on jail time, and second, related to that, to the gag order violations, do they have any impact on this decision? I mean, there were fines, but Donald Trump attacked the judge, to say nothing of his family, the jurors, and key witnesses throughout this trial.
Yes, Peter, you're absolutely right. And I'll address that in a second because I think that's very significant. But to your first question, what is Alvin Bragg going to do? I think we all want to know, right? I think it's hard to imagine that they don't ask for jail time here. This is a Class E felony, which is a lower felony in the state of New York. However, the DA has really framed this as an election interference case. Now, I understand that he was convicted of a business falsification charge, 34 counts of it, mind you. But, you know, the underlying offense, that predicate offense that the jury also found, it was election interference, and that's very serious. And then we get into the gag order. Okay, any similarly situated defendant who is not Donald Trump, who violated a gag order 10 times and had two contempt findings against him, would have been stepped back into incarceration pending the trial, much less not put into jail after sentencing.
So those who complain that Donald Trump got an unfair shake here, your argument is he got a better than fair shake. Anybody else would have been treated more harshly than he was.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very passionate on this point because I was a prosecutor for 7.5 years, and I asked for defendants to be put in jail for those very reasons. It's violation of judicial orders. And when we're talking about what his sentence could be, similarly situated defendants who have not violated gag orders for charges like this would usually get probation. How can we say he's a good candidate for probation? He is going to follow all of the conditions of probation if he can't follow conditions on pretrial release. So I think he's been treated very well and very different from other defendants.
Dan, Mr. Trump can't appeal his conviction until after the sentencing. What do you think are the best grounds, the best argument he has for an appeal?
Well, I think some of the things you heard him talk about today, I think that's great for a press conference, but I'm not sure that that actually is going to carry the day for an appeal. He does have, an issue. Should the judge have allowed his expert to testify? I think that's probably not going to carry the day.
But to be clear, his expert, the campaign finance expert, was allowed to testify. The judge had just limited the scope of what he could testify about. So is that enough to carry water?
No, and I think that's a very important point because the judge didn't preclude any witnesses. He just limited the scope. I think what you're going to ultimately see in the appeal is, there was evidence that came in, and frankly, I don't think there are grounds for a successful appeal, but your question is, what do I think Trump is going to do on the appeal? If I was his lawyer, I would be focusing on the evidence that came in that's, if you would, potentially extraneous to the actual charges.
Stormy Daniels.
The story about Karen McDougal and the sort of the broader catch and kill issues. They'll argue that that was not relevant to the charges, and they'll try to take a page out of the Harvey Weinstein playbook, because as you know, Harvey Weinstein's conviction was set aside by New York's highest court for doing exactly that, letting in too much extraneous evidence. Now, that was a very different case, and Judge Merchan tried a very tight case. But I do think that if they're gonna strike with a hot issue, it's gonna be this extraneous, purportedly irrelevant, overly prejudicial evidence that came in about Karen McDougal and the catch and kill scheme.
Elise, your thought on that? Best grounds for appeal were Donald Trump's team as they are planning to pursue.
Yeah, I think the Stormy Daniels testimony is a very
They barely
strong
objected,
area.
or they didn't object.
I think part of that was gamesmanship, and
Does
I remember
that not
thinking
change
at
it
the
if they
time,
didn't object in the court hearing? Do they have the same grounds for an appeal afterward?
Well, so ordinarily, if you don't object at all, then it's considered waived. However, they did object at some point, and then Judge Merchan overruled that objection, and then Susan Necheles stayed seated. I think she stayed seated for a reason, and that was so she could make this argument. Your Honor, we made a motion in limine to preclude this testimony. You ruled against us. Your Honor, I objected. You overruled.
The judge
so
himself
I let it
at
come
the end
in.
said you could have objected more often.
Right, exactly, which is why I think it's gamesmanship, because the more that came out of Stormy Daniels' mouth, the more the record was built to argue prejudice. I also think another grounds for appeal is the actual structure of the charges. This was a novel approach in how they charged the case, and I think we can expect to see them make a very technical argument on the structure, and then also not requiring unanimity on what that third crime was. And so I'm not sure it is going to be a successful challenge, but I think we're going to see it.
Last question, does this happen before Election Day? Is the appeal concluded before then?
I find it highly unlikely. Just takes too long. Appeals take several months, sometimes years, and he has to go through a 3-step process, right? He's going to go to the first judicial department. That's the first step in New York. If they affirm the conviction, he has to go to the New York State Court of Appeals.
To be clear, the reason this matters is that means that after sentencing, when it becomes official, he is a convicted felon going into the election with no appeal likely to occur before Election Day.
That is correct.
Elise Adamson, I appreciate your expertise. Dan Horowitz, I appreciate your being with us, my friend. Thank you so much. Coming up next right here, new reporting on what Donald Trump's unprecedented guilty verdict means for him, receiving intelligence briefings once he formally clinches the Republican nomination. But first, NBC News caught up with some voters in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania for their views on Mr. Trump's felony conviction.
It's a bunch of hooey. I said I'm going to vote for Trump either way.
I think it was rigged, the whole thing. I don't think he was, they didn't ever really have a crime for him. They just wanted him out.
To me, it's justice. It's obvious. This is how our judicial system works. And so I feel like I'm glad it's kind of over.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Donald Trump's conviction will not prevent him from running for president, and a U.S. official tells NBC News that the guilty verdict will also not affect plans for intelligence briefings for Mr. Trump either once he officially becomes the Republican nominee. Those intel briefings are not required by law for presidential nominees, but they have been a custom for more than 7 decades. And NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is joining me now with the latest on this. Dan, this is a question a lot of Americans have been asking, not just about the intelligence briefings, but frankly about how you can be convicted and still be a candidate for president. So let's get to those intelligence briefings. When will they begin?
They usually begin after the party conventions are held. So the Republican convention's due to be held mid-July in Milwaukee. So shortly after that, that's when former President Trump would get his first intel briefing as the nominee, after being formally named the nominee. That's how they've done it in the past, going all the way back to 1952.
Are any of the briefing materials amended because of this conviction? Does anything change?
I think U.S. officials would say no, but what is true is that these are kind of limited intelligence briefings. This isn't the full serving that you get when you are actually in the White House. So they do not reveal sources, sensitive sources. They don't reveal methods, how intelligence has been gathered. It's more broad brush. It's more of an overall view of threats around the world, and the idea being that that's sufficient for a nominee. But of course, there still are sensitive things there that get briefed, and they will be watching, I think, the debates and public comments. They always do. And in past elections, there were kind of controversies about what different candidates said during the campaign or during a debate. And of course, Richard Nixon held a grudge for years against John F. Kennedy because he felt some of the information in the intel briefings was used to his advantage. And he claimed there was a missile gap and so on during the Cold War. So there is some room here for concern, but they are claiming that they are not going to somehow censor the intel briefing.
Yeah, and a good reminder that Donald Trump has also been indicted for a mishandling of classified documents, those documents that were later discovered at his Mar-a-Lago property in Florida. Dan DeLuce, my friend, thank you very much for your reporting. And coming up here after the break, Donald Trump and his allies take aim at the legal system and vow retribution after the historic guilty verdict. Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, one of former President Trump's most vocal supporters, will join me next. But first, NBC News caught up with some voters in battleground Georgia for their reactions to the hush money verdict hours after it came down.
Honestly, I'm not a bit surprised that he was convicted. I mean, honestly, what does it change? So many people are behind him. I don't see him losing regardless of the verdict.
Ethically, I would want to vote for a president that is ethically upright, and I can't say the same for either president right now, which makes me incredibly uncomfortable.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, former President Trump's allies are rallying to his defense after yesterday's historic guilty verdict. And now the Republican-led House Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Government is requesting the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and the prosecutor there, Matthew Colangelo, to testify before the committee. And joining me now is Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, whose name has been reportedly on a short list for possible vice presidential picks for the former president. Congressman Donalds, I appreciate your being with here. Let me get right to that news. Your colleagues on the House Judiciary's Weaponization Committee are demanding Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg and prosecutor Matthew Colangelo testify in 2 weeks. Is it the place of Congress to be looking into state jury verdicts?
First of all, it's good to be with you. Number one, absolutely it is. We do send federal funds to local jurisdictions all across the country. Number two, it's Alvin Bragg who decided to reach into the federal jurisdiction in order to make these misdemeanors felonies. You got to remember the core of this argument is that is dealing with the federal election of 2016. That is not the jurisdiction of a state prosecutor in Lower Manhattan. That is the jurisdiction of the Federal Election Commission, a Federal Election Commission, by the way, that looked at this in 2018 and said there was nothing here.
But let me push back on that if I can. This case obviously was indicted by a state grand jury. It was decided by a Manhattan jury. The appeals process hasn't played out. Why not allow the appeals process, the way our system works, to be completed?
Because you got to understand, and let's just be real about this, the entire reason why these charges were brought now, why this case was brought now, was to interfere with the 2024 presidential election. It was to interfere. It was to trap Donald Trump in the courtroom.
Well,
that's the entire purpose.
No evidence that Joe
Everybody
Biden had any
knows.
involvement, obviously.
Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to talk over me?
No, I just wanted to make that pushback. I'm glad to listen.
Or you want to talk? Okay, let me talk. Here's the deal. Everybody knows that the appeals process is going to go well into 2025 after the election is over. Say what you will about the merits of the case. We have never in American history had prosecutions of the leading presidential candidate of any major party in the United States. This has never happened. So much so that Maine Justice, their own protocols are that they don't do this in the heat of a presidential election. But what we have seen out of the Department of Justice led by Merrick Garland, out of Alvin Bragg in Lower Manhattan, out of Fannie Willis in Georgia, is that they do not care about the norms of our election process.
Let me
just
pause
want to
there.
get
I don't want to
Donald
interrupt
Trump.
you, but I
so
think
the
it's
Weaponization Committee does have a responsibility to investigate.
So respectfully, let me push back for a second, because it's the same Justice Department that you say has weaponized this right now, that as we speak is prosecuting the Democratic Senator from New Jersey, Robert Menendez. They're pursuing a case against the Democratic representative from Texas, Henry Cuellar. And beginning on Monday, they're going to be pursuing the start of a trial against the president's own son, Hunter Biden, on a gun charge. So how can it be both ways, where they're only pursuing this as a way to weaponize it when they're pursuing Democrats and Republicans?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. First of all, Bob Menendez, he had gold bars with his name engraved on them, and Bob Menendez is not running for president of the United States. Number two, Henry Cuellar is not running for president of the United States.
So it only matters because he's running for president of the United States. It doesn't matter below that highest office?
Of course, because you're interfering with a presidential election.
But what evidence is there that Joe Biden
you're
doesn't have any
interfering
control
with the presidential election. That's the issue here.
Joe Biden doesn't have any control over what the Manhattan DA does.
Matthew Colangelo was the number 3 guy at Maine Justice under Merrick Garland, who works for Joe Biden. He left there to go be a frontline prosecutor in Lower Manhattan. I mean, look, that right there demonstrates that you have some semblance of collusion, because never in the legal system, according to my knowledge, have you had somebody working at Maine Justice in the number 3 position leave to go be a frontline prosecutor on a case in New York City. Just happens to be the case of a former president who is the chief political rival of Joe Biden. So this stinks to high heaven. Everybody knows it stinks to high heaven, and that is why you have millions of people going to DonaldJTrump.com, supporting supporting President Trump, donating to President Trump, wanting to volunteer for President Trump, because this is election interference and it is a political persecution of Joe Biden's political rival.
If President Trump wins his appeal, will you support that verdict?
Of course, because this case should have never been brought in the first place. Did
so
you hear
if he
what I said at
loses
the
his
top?
appeal, will you support that then?
This case should have never been brought in.
You said you'll support it if he wins it, but you won't support it if he loses. I just want to be clear.
Oh my gosh, you gonna let me talk? Let me answer
Please.
your question. You are talking about a federal crime that is never actually decided by the Federal Election Commission. They looked into this and they said there's nothing to see here. Alvin Bragg pulls it up as a state prosecutor outside of his jurisdiction and ties in some bookmaking charge that is long since past long past since when that charge was no longer allowed to be utilized in state court, all to twist it together in a legal theory to get felony convictions. Come on, man. This case is a joke. You know it. I know it. The American people know it.
Let me ask you, the president's son, Don Jr., said, quote, November 5th is going to be retribution. Do you agree with that? Is that the stakes of this election?
I think that November 5th, the American people are going to weigh in on exactly what they think has happened in Lower Manhattan, what they think Joe Biden has done in his job as president, because he's been the master of disaster. Everything has gone wrong under Joe Biden, and everybody knows it as well. And it's also going to be a demonstration that the American people want Donald Trump back in the White House, because when he was president of the United States, inflation was low, our border was secure, the world was much safer. Everything has gone wrong, and the Democrats who like to lecture everybody about wanting to save democracy, they are the ones who are destroying the institutions of our country. It's got to stop, and Donald Trump is the man to do it.
Donald Trump on the first day, the first official event of this new campaign season, said, I am your retribution. Do you support that statement?
I do, and here's why. Because the American people have watched their cities be overrun by illegal aliens, which is a violation of federal immigration law. Joe Biden doesn't care. They've watched the price of everything in their home go up drastically because of Joe Biden's reckless spending, not caring about the welfare of the American people.
Why is that retribution? Isn't that policy differences? Sorry to interrupt you.
They watched 13 men and women die at Hamid Karzai International Airport, and when the bodies came back from Afghanistan, Joe Biden was busy looking at his watch, not caring about the disaster he caused on the withdrawal of Afghanistan. So yes, the American people have had enough. They want to fire Joe Biden, and they have every right to do so.
Let me ask you if I can. Will you commit to accepting the results of the 2024 election, no matter who wins?
First of all, I've answered this one before, but let's get to it.
Well,
if you have state and local agencies that actually follow election law and don't twist election procedures to suit their own interests, then of course. Secondarily, if you're going to have a presidential election under the stink of this lawfare, which is damaging the presidential election, it makes it very, very difficult, because normal people in our country are going to look at it and they're going to say the fix is in. The Democrats do not care about our election process. They just want to keep power and keep Joe Biden in the White House. It's disgusting.
If Donald Trump wins, you'll accept it, I trust, yeah?
Listen, like I said at the top, as long as all the election procedures are followed and we can get rid of this lawfare, I have no problem accepting the results of an election.
Let me ask you about your Republican colleague, J.D. Vance. He suggested that the daughter of Judge Juan Merchan should be subpoenaed. Should family members of public officials be considered fair game, Congressman?
If you're talking about the fact that the daughter of Judge Merchan is making millions of dollars helping Democrats raise money online, and that very fact has caused her dad to have a vested interest in supporting a conviction of President Trump, then yes, she should. Because her influence with her father is one of the core reasons why I believe this case is going to be overturned. And because Juan Merchan, under New York State ethics, should have recused himself because he has a bias against Donald Trump.
And to be clear, by that same logic, then, isn't the backlash against Justices Alito and Clarence Thomas for the actions of their wives reasonable?
As far as I remember, Justice Alito's wife flew a flag. That's not making money. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's not a question about whether she flew a flag or not. She flew
about
multiple flags. One of them's associated with Christian nationalism.
Flying
Another
a flag
one's not
is not
just a
making
signal
money,
of distress,
sir.
but as you
Flying
know,
a
in both
flag is
cases,
allowed in the United States of America.
Sir, let me just
that
finish.
is
We'll each
free
get a chance
speech.
to talk.
What you're trying to do is weaponize this stuff against
let me
Judge
just ask the
Alito.
question, then you can answer.
Sorry,
I'm glad to
wrong.
listen. To be clear, she flew 2 flags, both of which were associated with January 6th rioters at the Capitol. So in much the same way, whether there's money involved or not, doesn't that also potentially affect the position of, in this case, her husband, and in the other cases, you say, the daughter of a judge?
No, it does not, and you know better than that. You're allowed to fly a flag like you're allowed to speak your mind. That does not mean that the judge is all of a sudden is tainted, but when the family is making money off of the actual trial that Judge Merchan is dealing with right now, that is an ethical issue, and he should have recused himself before the trial even started.
We'll let viewers make their own judgment. Congressman Byron Donalds, I appreciate your conversation. Apologize for any interruptions. It's important that we answer these questions. Thanks for making time to speak with me. I do want to get down to digesting all this with our panel. Peter Baker, Chief White House Correspondent for the New York Times and an NBC News. Political analyst Donna Edwards, former Democratic Congresswoman from Maryland and an NBC News political analyst. And Mark Lauder, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 re-election campaign. They all join us here. Peter, you just heard. I want to get your initial reactions to the congressman here, the biggest takeaways from his remarks there, echoing a lot of the thoughts we've heard from former President Trump, as he repeated earlier today.
Yeah, obviously the strategy here and is orchestrated is to try to discredit the system and discredit the prosecution so that at least the people who support Donald Trump have something to talk about other than whatever the substance of the allegations that are now, the subject of 34 convictions. This is a standard, tactic by anybody who's convicted in a court of law. He will have his chance to appeal it, obviously, and try to make a lot of the arguments that the congressman just made there. But as a matter of politics, it's about speaking to that base. It's about speaking to the Trump supporters, saying, don't leave him just because of this conviction. It's not fair. Don't take it seriously. It's not something you should be concerned about.
Mark, is this the most effective strategy for former President Trump today? We heard him, a lot of grievances, a lot of the complaints he has made that we've heard before at political rallies and elsewhere here. The base is behind him. They've been juiced by this. We get it. But at the end of the day, this thing's decided on the margins, and most Americans aren't focused on his grievances. They're focused on their own.
Well, that's, I think, where what he's actually tiptoeing that line. When you look the fact that they raised $35 million online, largest ever one-day total, and 30% of those voters were first-time donors, brand new donors, shows to me that people who may have supported him but didn't make a financial contribution felt motivated to do so. And I think on the other issues, these verdicts don't change the price of gas, the price of groceries. It doesn't secure the border.
So isn't that a more effective conversation for him to be hitting the price of gas, stand in front of a gas station, instead of by railing against a judge in a case in New York City?
No, we're still 5 months away from the election, so he gets to do both. Right now, we're in the moment. He's obviously seizing that. People still know the gas prices. They still know the immigration problems. And so I think what he's doing now is capturing that energy. He's obviously bringing new people in as donors and volunteers, and then he can translate that into the real issues, because those aren't going to change regardless of this verdict.
Donna, let me ask you your thoughts on what you heard from the Republican congressman.
Well, no surprise that just like Donald Trump, he's echoing the same things where, if you win, then it's good, and if you lose, then it's bad. And so that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it's really sad because it's a comment on our system.
Well, it was striking to me when I asked him about Menendez and asked him about Cuellar. He said, well, they're not running for president, so it's different. I mean, at the end of the day...
Doesn't matter.
You're an American.
You asked about that. You asked about the dichotomy with Alito and... in
Clarence
these cases,
Thomas and the daughter
Clarence
of
Thomas,
Merchan.
and it doesn't matter to them. I mean, they don't really care about those differences. And I think the American people are going to have to judge for themselves as they will. I don't think that the verdict yesterday really changes a lot of hearts and minds. There are those slice of people in the middle who are going to make a decision about this election. And those are the people that I think both Donald Trump and Joe Biden have to win over in order to win their race.
Yeah, well, I think we all agree on that. In fact, Joe Biden and Donald Trump agree on that, right? That's the one thing they agree on. This thing gets resolved on November 5th here. I want to ask you, though, Mark, about Donald Trump, right? He was impeached twice. He lost his re-election campaign. He cost Republicans the House in 2018. A lot of the candidates that he backed in 2022, they also lost their races. Why are Republicans so behind Donald Trump after so many losses?
Well, I think you see the millions of people. I mean, this is a president who increased his vote total from 2016 to 2020 by millions. But he still, as the incumbent president, has the most votes of an incumbent president by anyone ever. You see the energy behind him. You see the fact that he's leading in the polls right now. And I know it's not election day yet, but I do think it's important to note there's not one day in 2019 or 2020, even before the pandemic, that Donald Trump was leading Joe Biden in the Real Clear Politics average. He's been leading him every day since
Let's
September.
be clear, it is trending in his favor right now.
Yeah.
You look at these things, we give you a poll in the morning, sometimes you're like, well, what does that mean? If you look over a broad horizon right now, he has been growing his number, and it may be higher than 47%, which had been a ceiling. So that's something certainly the Biden campaign has to be noting right now. Peter, what is the Biden campaign not doing to this point? I was struck by the Robert De Niro moment earlier this week, right? They'd been so disciplined, at least, to, use a word they would like to use in this situation, that all of a sudden they put out two of the police officers who were attacked at the Capitol, who have very powerful stories, and Robert De Niro as well. And it felt in some ways to critics like they were just joining the circus here. What is the best strategy for the Biden folks going forward to break through?
Yeah, I mean, up until the last few weeks, basically, the rule had been don't touch it. Don't get anywhere near it. You don't want to do anything to fuel the conspiracy theory that former President Trump puts out there, that this is all about White House machinations, so the president doesn't say anything about it. But you saw a shift, not only in the last few weeks where they were kind of inching up to it with the president mocking Trump for falling asleep in court and for sending Robert De Niro. Today, of course, he went out in front of the cameras and gave a pretty full, straightforward, condemnation of the former president. He says he was found guilty in a fair trial of 34 counts, and he said it was reckless and dangerous for Republicans to try to discredit the justice system just because they didn't like the verdict. He hasn't done that before. He's decided, obviously, that the conviction yesterday is a new phase, and he now feels free to go ahead and have at least some comment on it. They're not going to continue that, I don't think. They'll tell you that they're not planning to run ads on it. They're not going to back out of the debate saying it's unseemly for a president
If you
to get
care
on
about
stage
democracy,
with a phone.
presumably you're already in Biden's camp on this thing, right? There's some other issues that affect those more independent-minded voters.
I mean, the real voters who matter here are those who voted against Trump and for Biden 4 years ago, but are disenchanted with Biden because of inflation, because of his age, because of immigration, or what have you.
Yep.
And can he get them back? It doesn't seem likely that they're likely to go to Trump, but they might stay home. They might vote for third-party candidates. They might not vote for Biden. And so those are the people that Biden is focused on.
Donna, let me ask you if I can, Congresswoman Edwards, here, excuse my casualness in this conversation on a Friday afternoon. I want to turn to your home state, Larry Hogan, the Republican there. He's running for the open Senate seat in the state. He urged people to respect the verdict and the legal process. And then in response, a Trump campaign advisor, one of the top members of the team, tweeted, "You just ended your campaign." How does Larry Hogan navigate these waters right now, where he is the furthest thing from a MAGA Republican and maybe his biggest advantage, I guess, in the state of Maryland?
Well, what we've seen over the last couple of weeks with Larry Hogan is that he navigates it by, going, full on in support of abortion rights. And then now this statement against Donald Trump. Look, I don't think that there are a slew of MAGA voters in Maryland. And so this was probably a good state call for Larry Hogan, where it's not something that would necessarily work in other places around the country. And I think we're going to have to see. I mean, the more that Donald Trump attacks Larry Hogan, I think, that could actually pay off for Hogan in Maryland.
Yeah, with a lot of independent-minded voters in that state.
But we got a lot of Democrats, too.
Yeah, no doubt, certainly, as you know well, in that state. Mark, if I can, so the next big date that we're going to look to is June 27th. That's the first of two debates. There are only so many moments that shake this thing up, or potentially in the Biden campaign's world, crystallize things. Their concern is that most Americans didn't even really believe yet that Donald Trump would be the nominee. They want them to see the two and say, hey, this is your choice. It's me or the other guy here. What does Donald Trump need to do there? He keeps building, sort of whacking at Joe Biden, saying this guy can barely stand for an hour and a half. Is that the best strategy moving forward?
Well, I think, obviously, as long as he stays on the policy, he can compare records every day with Joe Biden, and he wins.
You say stay on the policy. He's barely been on the policy.
Well, focus on the results. Focus on the results. Focus on gas, immigration, and grocery prices. And the challenge is going to be when Joe Biden fumbles or stumbles, and how do you react? Because that's why I believe this is a Hail Mary by the Biden campaign to try to change the narrative, because We all saw the interview a few weeks ago with Aaron Burnett. There's no teleprompter in a debate, and you cannot freeze. There's no editing, and we will see right on stage whether your uncle was eaten by cannibals, whether you've drove a semi-truck, and you've got to create an answer in 2 minutes.
We'll let them litigate everything, including cannibalization, at that debate on June 27th. Mark, Donna, thank you. We'll see you Monday with more Meet the Press Now. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. We will see you then. Tom Cotton, Cy Vance, Hakeem Jeffries all join us. Don't miss it. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with the historic reaction to a historic day. Former President Trump promising to fight back after his conviction on 34 felony counts. Republicans rushing to his defense as President Biden now hits back, calling complaints about the verdict reckless. We're live with the new reaction here in New York and from voters in key battleground states in just a minute. Also new tonight, the president laying out a roadmap to what he calls an enduring ceasefire in Gaza that would lay out how to get those Israeli hostages home. But how are Israel and importantly Hamas going to react to this? We're live on that in just a minute. Then in just the last few hours, a woman accused of conspiring to kill a Connecticut mother of 5 sentenced to more than a decade in prison. The emotional moments inside court. Plus, the Super Bowl champions, as we speak at the White House. We're going to give you the highlights of the celebration and the big and occasionally controversial stars who showed up. And in tonight's original, the new trend for workers this summer, taking time off without telling their bosses. What you should know about quiet vacationing later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight, Donald Trump is setting the stakes of the 2024 election just about as high as they can go, calling November 5th the most important day in the history of the country and railing against the dubious history he's made as the first American president convicted of felonies. You see him here. What was basically a political speech. Even though he called it a press conference at Trump Tower, he took no questions at what was literally one of the scenes of this crime. And he had a lot to say, a laundry list of lies, grudges, grievances, new attacks against the DA, the judge, and without saying his name, Michael Cohen, a potential violation of that gag order. We'll talk about it in a bit. And again, claiming he wanted to testify, something he had the choice to do and chose not to, all while promising his legal fight is not over.
The people of our country know it's a hoax. They know it's a hoax. They get it. You know, they're really smart, and it's really something. So we're going to be appealing this scam.
So that's the scene at Trump Tower. Let me talk about the scene at the White House now, because that was the backdrop for President Biden, also in just the last few hours, for the first time speaking publicly about his predecessor's conviction. Listen to this.
And it's reckless. It's dangerous. It's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict.
And the scenes, you see him outside Trump Tower here. Some supporters flying flags like that one that says Trump or death, as one watchdog group tells us about new right-wing threats on social media, pushing to dox those 12 everyday New Yorkers on this jury who, can't stress this enough, they didn't sign up for that, not the doxing. Big questions you probably have. What happens next? Let's go through them, right? Number one, will Donald Trump actually go to prison? Very, very unlikely, but we're going to get the answer for sure on that date, July 11th, just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Here's another question. Can Donald Trump still be president? Sure, there's nothing in the Constitution that would stop him. He'll be named the nominee. Virtually no chance he'll get kicked off the ticket with Republicans rallying around him. He can win. If he does win, he cannot pardon himself since these are state crimes. And so what's he going to do now? How will he campaign? He is promising to get back on the trail. We're going to hear more from voters in key battlegrounds in just a second with our David Noriega. But I want to start here in New York with Vaughn Hilliard, who has covered every day of the trial. You were at Trump Tower with me when we saw the former president, for what was billed as a press conference. No questions, though. He simply delivered what would have felt at home at a rally, and pieces of it may have even felt like it could have been delivered on the stand in court. He chose not to testify, but you got a taste of what that might have felt like for him if he had chosen to do something different.
Right. It was more than 30 minutes. He blasted some of the witnesses, not by name, but including Michael Cohen, who is at the heart of this case against him. He blasted what he called bad people, referring to Joe Biden and Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, sort of making blanket statements about those who ultimately sought justice from him. And I want to let you listen to a little bit of his remarks, because I think it's kind of representative of what we heard.
Okay.
I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it, and I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution.
Donald Trump, the former president, this is not somebody that came into Trump Tower here today remorseful or regretful. Instead, he suggested that they are going to move forward with this appeal here. And he continued to say that he did nothing wrong in this and said that everybody has non-disclosure agreements. Again, this is for Donald Trump. He had that opportunity to go testify. He bypassed doing so. And there's some questions of whether he may regret that. But for now, this is a moment where he has said November 5th is going to be the real verdict day. Of course, that's Election Day.
Yeah, and it is going to be up to voters. That is a point of agreement between both him and President Biden here. As we should note here, listen, this was not, he has called this a Biden witch hunt against him. These were state charges, not federal, had nothing to do with the Department of Justice here. We talked for a second about Michael Cohen, of course, the prosecution's star witness here, Mr. Trump's former attorney. He alluded to Michael Cohen, didn't quite say his name, but there may be some kind of gag order towing of the line here because the former president, even though he called Michael Cohen without naming him a sleazebag, could still be under that partial gag order. He is still, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
July 11th is the day of his sentencing, so there's still plenty of time between here now, and there's a lot that Judge Merchan can look at when he is making the determination of what his sentence is going to be, whether that includes jail time or is it just probation and a fine. And you will undoubtedly likely have Judge Merchan looking at the fact that he found Donald Trump to have violated his gag order 10 times already during the course of this trial. And for him continuing to go and make these assertions without naming Michael Cohen directly, he is taking somebody on who very much could be a part of this appeal process as well. And there could be ramifications for that in his actual sentencing.
Let's talk about the political fallout falling along party lines here, including from House Speaker Mike Johnson, most powerful Republican in Congress, coming out and saying this today. Watch.
I do believe the Supreme Court should step in. Obviously, this is totally unprecedented, and it's dangerous to our system. And I think that the justices on the court, I know many of them personally, I think they're deeply concerned about that as we are. So I think they'll set this straight, but it's going to take a while.
Super interesting on a lot of levels there when you unpack what the speaker's saying. But I think the bigger picture reality of this is that it shows just how unified the Republican Party is right now behind former President Trump, to the degree that not even Mike Pence, his former running mate, who will not endorse him, he said, in 2024, is echoing some of that language that he says that he believes this has been a disservice to the American people.
Right. Largely, this is how Donald Trump has been able to hold on to power over the course of the last 8 years and hold on to being the nominee in 2016. If you look at some of the remarks, there's a lot of people that are vying to be his VP. If you look at somebody like an Elise Stefanik, if you look at somebody, you know, like a J.D. Vance, right? J.D. Vance, right? This is for them. This is sort of standing in solidarity. But even perhaps surprisingly, Mitch McConnell suggesting that this would be overturned at an appeal here. And there are plenty. This is how the justice system works, right? Donald Trump has the right to go be able to appeal.
And President Biden noted that. He said, like any other American, Donald Trump can appeal. He has said he will. That's not a snap of the fingers thing, though, Vaughn. That's not going to get wrapped up before the election, right?
No, and that's the hard part here, is that a lot of things can be true at once. And Donald Trump also often leaves out a lot of truths. Like one of them, there were 12 New Yorkers that were the jurors. And his own defense team only protested and challenged for cause only one of those 12 jurors. They didn't put up a fight against 11 of those individuals sitting on the jury. And so Donald Trump sort of ignores those realities, instead focuses on some slights like the judge who is overseeing this case. And this is the part here where he doesn't have any pushback from within his own party. And, you know, that sentencing 4 days before the Republican National Convention is notable because that is when he would be formally nominated to be the GOP nominee.
Real quick, Vaughn, next legal pivot point potentially for the former president will be likely when the Supreme Court makes a decision, probably in the next month, on that immunity claim he's bringing in a separate federal case on the election interference piece of this, right?
Right. We've been waiting every week for the Supreme Court to issue.
Pins and needles, babe.
Every 10 a.m., you know, and we so far don't have it yet, but a lot is riding on that, particularly in the federal election interference case, classified documents case.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you. Great to see you, friend.
Thanks, my friend.
Really appreciate you. David Noriega is joining us now from Nevada, one of the key battleground states come November. What's been interesting, David, about a third of voters in key battleground states, only about a third, 30%, say they've been paying close attention to the former president's legal issues. And yet there is this question mark as to how this is going to affect the political campaign. We've talked about this a lot. I've said this a bunch. There are some who suggest this changes everything, this conviction. There are some who suggest this changes nothing. The reality is probably somewhere in that very wide middle.
Yeah, the view from here on the ground in a very purple, up for grabs kind of county is that likely there will be some kind of effect, but it's really hard to know exactly in which direction it's going to go or by how much. We spoke to a bunch of voters this morning. The one thing that I heard consistently that really stood out for me, because it came from people across the spectrum, people who really love Donald Trump, people who really hate Donald Trump, and people somewhere in between, is that this wasn't really, it didn't really introduce any new information to them, or it didn't really change their perception of Donald Trump, the public figure, the persona. And when you think about it that way, it's easier to understand why this may be, why it's a little bit hard to measure or read the effect that this is going to have, even though it is, on the face of it, so significant, so momentous that this has happened. I'll play you a few clips of the interviews we did with a sample, a pretty representative sample of voters from here in Reno. Take a look.
I think it was absolutely bogus. I think it's going to help him win in November.
Tell me more.
I have been a Trump supporter since 2016, voted for him twice, planning on voting again. Yesterday just cemented that fact for me.
It seems pretty clear that, you know, actual crimes happened.
If that's what they feel the evidence is indicating, then I think it's correct. And it doesn't surprise me, to be honest with you.
That last guy, Hallie, by the way, he's a libertarian who's considering a vote for Biden, but only as a vote against Trump, but he hasn't decided yet. And he said the verdict has no impact on that calculation. His decision is going to be mostly based on polling. That gives you a sense of what we're dealing with. Hallie?
The counties that you're in, similar to that one, huge for this presidential race. We have talked about this. The margins are so close here that even a little bit of a swing one way or the other could make a difference. It went big time to Donald Trump under Democrats. Now Republicans think it could be in play, right?
Yeah, so in the last 3 presidential elections here in Washoe County, the vote has gone to the Democratic candidate, but by pretty tight margins. In 2016 in particular, it was very tight. It was about a point between Trump and Hillary Clinton. If you look at the statewide polling averages for Nevada right now, though, Trump is up by a pretty substantial amount, by more than 5 points. So that's why you know the effect that this is going to have really matters in counties like this one. I will say, just last thing before I leave you, Hallie, I talked to one guy who said that he was going to register to vote today, specifically to vote for Donald Trump, as a direct result of the verdict, only because he himself was convicted of a felony some years ago and spent some time in prison and knows what the criminal justice system does to people. So there's at least one guy, Hallie, who's going to vote for Trump as a result of this. We just don't know which way this is going to push the needle. It's really unpredictable. Hallie?
David Noriega, glad to have you there live for us in Vegas tonight, or in Nevada, I should say, tonight. Thank you very much. Right before we came on the air, Hamas responding to Israel's proposal to try to end the war in Gaza. The President Biden announced a little earlier, with Hamas saying it views the president's speech positively after he said today the choice is in the hands of Hamas.
This is truly a decisive moment. Israel has made their proposal. Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it.
And this would be a 3-part plan that the president says would hopefully lead to a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages held by Hamas. The office for the Israeli prime minister, in a statement not long after the announcement, saying their government is united in the desire to return our abductees as soon as possible. Josh Letterman is joining us now. So here, suddenly, tonight on this Friday evening, we have some developments as it relates to this war between Hamas and Israel that has been going on for more than 6 months. What would this plan look like?
Well, according to President Biden, this would be a 3-phase plan that would ultimately lead to the end of this war, Hallie. He says in the first phase, which would last about 6 weeks, there would be the release of many of the Israeli hostages, namely women and the elderly, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners being released. And there would also be a withdrawal of Israeli forces from the major populated areas, the cities in the Gaza Strip, as well as a full ceasefire during that period. And then they would use that 6 weeks to try to negotiate a second phase in which Israel would completely pull its troops out of the Gaza Strip, and all the remaining hostages, which at that point would largely be the Israeli men and military members being held in the Gaza Strip, would be released as well. And then ultimately there would be a third phase, which would really focus on reconstruction, rebuilding the hospitals, schools, everything else that has been destroyed in the Gaza Strip. But the big problem here, Hallie, is we haven't seen this actual 4.5-page plan. We've heard how the White House is characterizing it. And as we've seen so many times in the past, that doesn't always line up with how Israel characterizes what it has agreed to. And in fact, in that statement you mentioned from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office tonight, he says that that deal includes that they would not end the war until Hamas is completely destroyed as terms of its ability to run as a military or a governing organization. And so whether Hamas would actually agree to essentially its own demise is very unclear, and it is not part of what the White House included in its version of events. And so we're seeing a lot of distance there, and that is creating even more confusion about exactly what we're going to see going forward.
And it comes at the timing here, key moment, as we've seen the Israeli military go deeper and deeper into Rafah, expanding the offensive there. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but based on your reporting, based on your time in the region, of course, where do you see the roadblocks or the hurdles to an agreement here beyond the obvious?
Well, first of all, it's going to be, what does the end of the war mean? I thought it was really interesting that President Biden caveated that today by saying, well, Israel, of course, would still always have the right to defend itself and go in when it needs to do what it needs to do. Hamas may look at that and say, so you're going to end the war, but they can pick it back up anytime they want. That seems to be a potential sticking point. And the other major aspect here is the complete destruction of Hamas, which has been a long-standing Israeli goal. They have said they would not end the war until that happened. But you heard the White House and President Biden today try to sort of suggest, well, that's already pretty much done. President Biden said Hamas already cannot commit another October 7th. They have been so degraded. And so just how much Hamas has to be destroyed for this deal to work, and whether Hamas would agree to that is another huge sticking point we're going to have to see ironed out before this goes anywhere, Hallie.
Josh Letterman live for us overseas. Thank you very much. Back here at home in New York, police are stepping up security ahead of the Israel Day Parade Sunday. And while there's no specific threat, the mayor here says they're ready for anything.
We wanted to show the unified force that we are not going to allow any unlawfulness and any disruption of any celebration of one's heritage in this city.
Some 40,000 people are expected to be at this parade, which is why police are warning extremists could see this as a way to try to create some violence. In an assessment from police, they noted the current threat environment, quote unquote, for Israel and the Jewish community is particularly severe. It comes as we're learning more tonight about a driver who allegedly tried to run people over outside a Jewish school in Brooklyn while yelling anti-Semitic things, according to police. You see it here. Look at that video. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. Aaron McLaughlin is joining us now from Brooklyn. Talk to us about that incident here, because the suspect's been arrested.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. The incident unfolded around 11:30 in the morning on a Wednesday. The suspect, 58 years old, driving that white car, veered, jumped the sidewalk not far from where I am standing right now, and veered toward two students and a rabbi right outside this Jewish school where I'm standing right now. Now, the suspect drove off. A neighborhood watch group immediately called 911. He was apprehended and charged with a hate crime. We have the charges here. Let's pull them up. Attempted murder as a hate crime, attempted assault as a hate crime, attempted vehicular assault, menacing as a hate crime, as well as reckless driving. Now, this incident happened on the very same day that a 12-year-old boy was charged also with an anti-Semitic hate crime for allegedly punching and kicking two Jewish children, also in the neighborhood of Brooklyn. Authorities say all of this is part of what has been a wave of anti-Semitic violence. Anti-Semitic violence in New York City alone for this year is up 60%, Hallie.
The backdrop to all of it, of course, is what you've noted here. The security threat now and the environment, the tension for Jewish individuals there in Brooklyn, in New York, in the state and in the city here. Police are taking precautions, even though there haven't been any specific or credible threats, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Sunday is, as you mentioned, the Israel Day Parade. That is a parade that's happened inside New York City for some 60 years. It is a celebration of the state of Israel. Given that backdrop, authorities are incredibly concerned. They have increased security as a result. I had a press conference earlier today outlining some of the measures. You see them on the screen there. They're increasing police presence, screening at checkpoints. They're having the parade route fortified with additional fencing. Also, they're telling anyone who wants to attend this parade, no large bags, flags, coolers, or alcohol permitted. There will be counterterrorism personnel there at the parade, as well as drones and bomb-sniffing dogs. It's clear that they are taking every precaution possible, given the history and given the fact that this is the first big Jewish event that New York City has hosted since the October 7th terror attacks. Hallie.
Erin McLaughlin live for us there in Brooklyn. Thank you. To Connecticut, where we want to show you there the woman found guilty of conspiring to murder a mother of 5. You're about to see her being led away after learning her sentence, 14.5 years in prison. Going to pull up that video for you in just a second here. Michelle Troconis, clearly distraught, looking back at the people who came to support her. That's her right there in the white. But she was also looking at the children of Jennifer Dulos. Remember, this case got so much attention, Dulos essentially disappearing after dropping her 5 kids off at school. Her husband allegedly killed her at their home and drove off with her body. He denied it and died by suicide not long after. Their kids, in a very emotional moment, speaking today in court.
I've been left with a hole inside of me that I know I will never be able to fill.
If you have just the least bit of humanity, I suggest you let all of us know exactly what happened that day and where my mother is. Do the right thing, Michelle.
Shannon Miller is an anchor with our NBC Connecticut station. She's been following this case from the start. You may remember her here on the broadcast previously. Talk us through today, Troconis, what it was like being in court.
Yeah, Hallie, this all coming 5 years after Jennifer Dulos disappeared, and investigators say that she was murdered inside of her New Canaan home, that very home that she had taken all of her 5 children to try to start a new life in the middle of a bitter and brutal divorce battle. Now, that verdict for Michelle Troconis came back on March 1st. So this is about 3 months ago that she has been behind bars waiting for the sentencing. Today, the jury then found her guilty on all 6 counts that she faced in connection with Jennifer Dulos's murder, including that count of conspiracy to commit murder. She was set to face, Hallie, up to 50 years in prison for that very charge. And again, today we heard from powerful witness and victim impact statements from Jennifer Dulos's children. I have to say that moment, Hallie, when her son spoke directly to the judge and then turned to Michelle Troconis, the defendant herself, to say, "You were not the woman that we thought you were."
So many emotional moments in court. What was interesting here, too, is that Troconis had an opportunity to speak, and she chose to do so, right?
Yeah, she sure did. So we heard first, Hallie, from about 20-plus members of Michelle Troconis' family, friends. We listened to video statements. There were 60-plus letters submitted to the judge for him to consider in all of this. And at the very end of the day, Hallie, we heard from Michelle Troconis' daughter, who again told the court, just as everyone else did today, that she's not the woman that investigators portrayed her as, that Fotis Dulos led her to believe that he was somebody that he wasn't, and that she was an innocent person in all of this. Michelle Troconis telling the judge today, "I'm deeply saddened by this tragedy that's affected so many lives. I found out things before and during the trial about a man, Fotis Dulos, I knew and loved. I deeply regret ever being in a relationship with Fotis Dulos and ever bringing my daughter, my family, and myself into his life." So again, Hallie, she still maintains that she knew nothing about Jennifer Dulos's disappearance, Jennifer Dulos's murder, but that emotional statements that we heard today from Jennifer Dulos's family, again, really leading up to that moment where the judge came down with this sentencing.
Shannon Miller from NBC Connecticut. We're glad to have you on the show tonight, Shannon. Thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Down south now, nearly 6 million people are at risk yet again of severe storms. Stop me if you've heard this one before, because some of these folks have been getting hammered over the course of the last couple weeks. You saw overnight tornadoes ripping through Texas. Hundreds of thousands of people still don't have power. And our weather team tells us that this past month, May, is going to go down as the most active May for severe weather in more than a decade. Bill Cairns is joining us now. Bill, some 6,000 storm reports this month alone. June isn't looking much better. Walk us through it.
Yeah, it's been dizzying, and June is usually our third most active severe weather month. And just to kind of let you know quickly where the numbers are, we've had 1,072 tornadoes this year. We should be around 770 on average. We're almost 300 higher than a normal average year. So yes, it's not just you watching the news and us making a big deal about it. There's been a lot of tornadoes, especially this last month. Today, we're heading into what I call more summer-like severe weather season. We stopped talking about tornadoes as much, and we start getting more wind damage events and large hail. Severe thunderstorm watches up. This is areas of North Texas. This is Amarillo here to Clayton, up here to the panhandle of Oklahoma. Big hail and maybe an isolated tornado. Most likely, though, we're just going to get some damaging hail and maybe some wind reports. That's till 11 o'clock this evening. Other areas we'll have to watch late tonight for a chance of strong storms, San Angelo, Del Rio, and maybe isolated from Little Rock down to Louisiana. As I mentioned, this is a lot smaller population centers, a lot less, geographical areas than we've had in past days. Tomorrow, as we head into Saturday, Denver out into eastern Colorado, Garden City, all the way back down through West Texas. And then by the time we get to Sunday, a small area here in the Dakotas back into Nebraska. Notice that we're only in 2 out of 5. That's the coloring on these. So the odds and the widespreadness of the storms will be a lot less. So here's your weekend forecast. As we head through your Saturday, we are going to watch in the middle of the country. That's going to be where we're going to have some showers and storms. East Coast, about as nice as it gets for an early summer weekend. No problems on the West Coast. The heat's really going to build, though, as we go into Sunday from Phoenix northwards. Could be close to 110. The East Coast, the first half of Sunday, Hallie, is pretty good. But I'm happy to say as we start June, it looks a lot better than what we just got done with.
Music to the ears of so many people in the heartland. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Good to see you. Still ahead, why longtime West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin says he's no longer a Democrat. Plus, more history for a groundbreaking band, the honor just given that no one's had for decades.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
You know, it pains me to say this, but the Super Bowl champions, not the Philadelphia Eagles, ended up visiting the White House today to celebrate their big win. The Kansas City Chiefs' whole team, Patrick Mahomes, tight end. Oh, there's Taylor Swift's boyfriend. And the team's place kicker, Harrison Butker, was there, too. He's become a bit of a cultural lightning rod after he made those controversial comments urging women graduates to reject careers and instead devote themselves to their husbands and children. Wide receiver Rashee Rice was also there, facing criminal charges in connection with a multi-car crash in Dallas in March. Ali Rafa is joining us now. Ali, besides honoring the Chiefs, the president also talked about the deadly shooting at their victory parade back in January, too, right?
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. And you know from your own time covering the White House that for decades this tradition has really been seen as arguably one of the most lighthearted a president could participate in. But you also know how that has shifted in recent years across several administrations as politics has weaved its way in. And so there was a lot of controversy, a lot of questions and eyes on this event today specifically, and whether there would be any maybe awkward moments between the president and kicker Harrison Butker after we heard his commencement speech at that Catholic university earlier this month, in which he criticized Biden, a devout Catholic, for his policies on abortion, his policies on COVID-19. He also criticized his view on the LGBTQ community. He called for women to end their careers, to spend more time with family. And so there were a lot of eyes on what that would look like, whether the White House would revoke his invitation or whether he would skip out on this event altogether. We did see him in the audience today. He was standing in the back row as the president welcomed the Chiefs for a second year in a row to the White House. He was even smiling when the president gave a special shout out to his teammate Travis Kelce, as well as when the president put on this Chiefs helmet that the team had gifted him. And while we didn't see any one-on-one interactions between the president and Butker, we do know that the Kansas City Chiefs did participate in a roundtable discussion with the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention to talk about how gun violence affects specifically the nation's youth. And that is especially personal to these players, given that shooting at their victory parade in Kansas City in February. The president commenting on that during his speech. Listen here.
We saw pride giving way to tragedy. A loving mom, beloved local DJ, was gunned down. Dozens were injured. 11 kids in the hospital. And amid the chaos, this team stepped up again. Trey helped pull people to safety. James, who lost his own father to gun violence, reassured kids they'd be okay.
And Hallie, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention all of the interest and curiosity over whether Taylor Swift would accompany the team to the White House today. Swift notably absent. She is in the middle of her European leg of her Eras tour. Hallie.
All right, Ali Rafa, one of the many headlines coming out of the White House tonight. Thank you so much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that President Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to use American weapons to strike Russia. This move only applies to certain weapons in certain areas, specifically the region where Russia launched a cross-border assault just 3 weeks ago. German leaders have also given Ukraine similar approval. Number 2, the Texas Supreme Court rejecting the latest challenge to one of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country. Nearly 24 women were part of this lawsuit, some claiming they were denied abortions even though they had serious complications. They were looking for more clarifications on exemptions to the law. Number 3, the cost of a lot of inhalers are about to go down thanks to new price caps for certain asthma meds. 2 of the biggest manufacturers will put a $35 limit on their products. Now, listen, this is a big deal. The average price of inhalers in the last 15 years has gone up 900%. A third company is expected to have the same cap in place by the end of the year. Number 4, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is announcing he's leaving the Democratic Party and registering as an independent. He's long been considered the most conservative member of the Senate Dems. He said in a video that the American brand is what he carries most proudly and that he can do more without a D or an R next to his name. The longtime senator said last year he wouldn't run for re-election for his Senate seat, but there are some questions now about whether he might end up doing that or maybe even run for governor in West Virginia this fall. Number 5, the 4 members of ABBA getting one of the most prestigious knighthoods in Sweden today. This particular order hasn't been handed out in nearly 50 years. They were given the honor for their outstanding effort in Swedish and international music. Dancing Queen, that's a hit. The band was actually nominated by the public and lawmakers for this. Still ahead, Mexico getting ready to elect its first woman president. We're going to look at whether the winner may be able to tamp down some of the political violence in that country. Live from Mexico City in just a minute. Plus, India's extended, deadly, and dangerous heat wave. Our Janice Mackey-Freyer is there on the ground. Next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Less than 48 hours from now, voters in Mexico will head to the polls in the biggest election in that country's history, and one that will be historic, because for the first time, the 2 leading candidates are both women. But for more than 20,000 local, state, and federal candidates up for election on Sunday, the campaign trail has been bloody, marked by political violence and dozens of murders. Guad Venegas is in Mexico City with more.
An election cycle stained by blood. No one in Mexico seems to be safe. Candidates, campaign workers, political party members, and even relatives, all targets of political violence. Just this week, mayoral candidate Alfredo Cabrera shot and killed in broad daylight during the final rally of his campaign. The cold-blooded killing coming just weeks after assassins gunned down another candidate, Lucero Lopez Maza, while she campaigned in the town of Concordia along with 5 other victims. Local politicians killed by local gangs.
We're talking about tens of thousands of candidates all over the country in very particular positions, in very local places where the gangs operate, and they're certainly much more the target of these gangs.
The gangs are often fighting for control of local governments, working hand in hand with much larger criminal enterprises like the Sinaloa or Jalisco New Generation cartels.
The criminal landscape in Mexico is really constituted by 200 to 300 different groups that control small colonias in various cities. And so if they find that a candidate is effectively saying that they will fight organized crime, they will certainly want to bring that candidate down.
As of Tuesday, 316 candidates or aspiring candidates had faced political violence. Since September, 34 of those had been assassinated, according to a recent report. And experts say the rising violence is actually a symptom of Mexico's shift from a single-party ruling to democracy over the last 2 decades.
And now we went to a splitted government and to an organized crime that has a lot of weapons. They sometimes have more firepower than police forces, even than the army.
Familia Naranja, buenas tardes. In northern Mexico, Edgar Montiel is running for a seat in the Baja California state legislature. His district includes the city of Tijuana, one of the epicenters of cartel violence. He says 3 of his opponents have requested extra security. And just this Monday, his friend Cristian Vázquez, a political advisor, was killed while jogging. Telling us, I fear because I also live in a neighborhood where migrants come to find smugglers, taking them to the U.S., and I'm surrounded by that type of activity. Adding that it takes over 3 days to submit a request for protection and even more time for approval from authorities.
Que es muy triste porque aunque se tratara de uno, duele.
Despite the violence, this week Mexican President López Obrador pushing back on reports from experts saying the numbers are exaggerated. The government reporting a much lower number. 22 candidates or aspiring candidates killed this election cycle. Whatever accounts for the discrepancy, there is real concern among candidates with another assassination taking place this week. So far, more than 500 candidates have been given security or extra protection, according to the National Electoral Institute. Even the leading presidential candidate, Claudia Sheinbaum, was recently stopped by a group of masked men. Ironically, their message was a plea for protection for their community in Chiapas, where the majority of people seeking office have been assassinated. A troubling reality for Mexico, where running for office may literally mean fighting for your life.
Guad Venegas is joining us now live from Mexico City. We're glad to have you there, Guad. But with all the violence on the campaign trail, what is the country doing to make sure that Sunday, the actual day of voting, is safe and secure?
So, Hallie, government officials announced that for the last 2-3 weeks, they did have 260,000 members of the armed forces. These are Marines, people with the different military, including the Army, as well as the National Guard, patrolling different parts of the country. But we did see that other assassination. So they've now said that they will specifically have 27,000 members of the National Guard patrolling the polling sites and areas on Sunday, the day that Mexicans go out to vote. I will say this, Hallie, as I've been speaking to voters, how they feel about going to vote on Sunday, they don't feel like they're exposed to more danger on Sunday because it's election day. They feel like they're exposed to danger in Mexico every single day because of the concerns of public safety. And again, one of the reasons why people are so afraid is because they feel that impunity is giving criminals just more power, because a lot of these crimes just aren't persecuted. They're not prosecuted, that is, in Mexico. Hallie?
A sobering reality there. Guad Venegas in Mexico City for us tonight. Thank you. To India now, where people are sweltering under a record-breaking and deadly heat wave. We are talking temperatures, listen to this, above 120 degrees. This is extreme heat. It is dangerous heat. It is so bad, it's affecting voting there, which is in its 6th and final week in India, in what is the world's largest democratic election. Our NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is in Delhi with more.
Hallie, the heat is brutal. This temperature of 126.1 degrees Fahrenheit registered at a substation here. If officials are able to confirm it, they say it will mark the highest ever recorded temperature anywhere in India. So what does 126 degrees feel like? Not good. I can draw a lot of comparisons. It's like standing beside an open oven or being followed by a hairdryer. The fact is, this intense and prolonged heat that's across much of northern India is, for most people, unbearable. And in the capital region alone, there are some 30 million people. There's been a spike in the number of cases of heat stroke. Some people have died. There are water shortages to a point where officials are talking about rationing, electricity shortages and blackouts because the power grids can't keep up. Schools have been closed down, crops have been decimated, fires have been started. All of it directly linked to this trend of intense heat that scientists say has been worsened by climate change. Now, heat waves in India are not uncommon, but the weather department here warns that they are going to be longer and far more intense. And they're spreading. There are parts of Pakistan that are being scorched, and southern Bangladesh is being hit with cyclones. The other major impact here is the world's biggest election. Nearly 1 billion people voting over the past 6 weeks, with the last round happening this weekend. Already, political campaigning has been affected by the heat, and it has, in some areas, hurt voter turnout. For the meantime, officials here in Delhi and in other states have issued red alerts for weather. They're urging people to stay inside when possible, to stay cool how they can, and of course to hydrate. A lot of people just waiting for the monsoon rains to bring some relief. The looming concern, of course, is that this is not some one-off weather event or aberration. Scientists say this is part of a growing crisis here, that the intense heat and the cascading effects of it will soon test the limits of human survivability. So what feels uncomfortable and somewhat punishing now could, within only decades, be devastating. Hallie?
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Freyer for that. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, the suspect charged with killing a 22-year-old Georgia nursing student pleading not guilty in court today. Remember, Laken Riley was killed jogging on the University of Georgia campus in February. The judge in the case says he's hoping to have a trial this fall. Out of our Northeast Bureau, police in New York arresting at least 3 people in connection to a machete attack right in the middle of the day in Times Square. The victim was taken to the hospital, is expected to be okay. No word yet on a motive, but the suspects are all facing multiple charges. And out of our Midwest Bureau, officials say a bobcat is safe and sound after escaping a Michigan City zoo over a day ago. There she is, 9 months old, little bobcat kitten named Grace. Zoo officials say she escaped her enclosure, but really wasn't much of a threat since she's about the size of a house cat. Coming up, Jennifer Lopez's much talked about comeback tour now canceled. What she says is behind the decision. And later, PTO No, explaining the quiet vacationing trend, why so many Gen Z workers are getting on board. That's tonight's original.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, J-Lo says she's not going to be hitting the road at all this summer because she is canceling her North American tour. Jennifer Lopez putting out this statement to fans today saying partly, please know I wouldn't do this if I didn't feel it was absolutely necessary. We've told you on the show about the tour's rebrand from promoting her latest album, This Is Me Now, to a greatest hits tour, where she promised to perform all her biggest songs through the years. All of it, the backdrop, the reason why this is national news, is because it's coming with all these concerns more broadly about alleged weak ticket sales, canceled dates in some cities, and as speculation has been growing in other aspects of her life as well. Let me bring in Chloe Melas for more.
Hallie, this news today has shocked the music world. Jennifer Lopez announcing that she is canceling her tour for now, writing on social media in part, I'm completely heartsick and devastated about letting you down. Please know that I wouldn't do this if I didn't feel that it was absolutely necessary. She goes on to say, I promise I will make it up to you and we will be together again. I love you all so much. Until next time. She says, though, that she needs to spend time with her family and her close friends, her loved ones. It's unclear as to why, but she was having issues with this tour in terms of selling it out. There were reports that, it really wasn't doing as well as they hoped. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, they recently married not that long ago, and their love story has been one that so many people have wanted to know more about, and she documented it in a documentary not that long ago. But since then, there have been a lot of reports that claim that their marriage is on the rocks. Now, NBC News, we've reached out to representatives for Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez for comment, and neither of them have publicly said anything about their marriage not doing well. But they were photographed together recently. They've attended different events, and Ben Affleck, he's been busy. He's been working on a movie called The Accountant 2. He had a movie called The Accountant. It did really well. Obviously, this is the sequel. Jennifer Lopez, she's been spotted out with her children, and she's been at events for Ben Affleck's children in even just the past week. When it goes to this concert and these tickets for everyone, Jennifer Lopez does say, and it says on the website, that those that bought these tickets, they are going to get refunded from the point of purchase, whether it's Ticketmaster or whoever, that they will get their money back. But again, a lot of questions as to why this sudden and abrupt announcement coming in the midst of her tour. Hallie?
Our thanks to Chloe Melas for that. Still ahead, rebranding a household name. Facebook's new plan to make sure younger users log in and keep coming back.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So Facebook's trying for a bit of a vibe shift, if you will, with a big rebrand to, in its words, build the next generation of social media for young adults. It's kind of what they tried to do 20 years ago. Platform's VP says one of the ways they want to do that is with the help of AI. Facebook says more than 40 million younger people in the U.S. and Canada are daily active users. That's the most they've seen in the last 3 years. Julia Borston is joining us now. Super interesting, Julia. We're glad to have you because Facebook's thinking about the long term here. That had this reputation as something that, like, your grandma was mostly on now. Gen Z has decamped to TikTok, elsewhere. But now they want a new approach that's longer term for 20 years. Talk us through it.
It really seems like it's back to what Mark Zuckerberg always wanted Facebook to be, which is a utility, a place where you keep track of your friends and you want to use it because it's really useful to you. I just want to bring up what the head of Facebook said here. He says, Tom Allison says, young adults are making transitions, moving, going to college, getting their first job or apartment, and Facebook can help with all of this, whether it's finding great deals on furniture on Marketplace, exploring interests with Reels, and connecting with their local communities and small business, or find someone they like on Facebook dating. So Facebook wants to have a little bit of something for everyone. But just to give you a sense of why it is a useful utility, the company says a quarter of young adult daily active users on Facebook use Marketplace. They're going there to buy and sell things. They know that they will find useful tools, and that more than 1.8 billion users engage in Facebook groups every month globally. So it really makes sense that you're seeing the fact that maybe it's not your favorite place for entertainment, but you know it's a useful tool. And just to reference some Pew stats here, there's a survey that finds that about 2/3 of all U.S. young adults between 18 and 29 say that they use Facebook. That is below Instagram with 78% and then YouTube with 93%.